Welcome to the complete story of Final Fantasy. The game that started it all, and set the stage for much of what the series would grow up to become, especially in terms of how it emphasizes the story aspect of each game. To a modern audience, it might not seem like much, but back in 1987, Final Fantasy's story represented an ambitious attempt to convey a dramatically compelling narrative via the fledgling medium of video games. Originally released on the Nintendo Famicom, the game has since then been remade and re-released on several platforms, such as the original PlayStation, Game Boy Advance, and the PSP, in addition to being playable on PC and mobile. Now, the most recent iteration of this classic title comes as part of the Pixel Remaster series of remasters, and this dramatic retelling of the complete story of Final Fantasy will be based on that version of the game, in all its pixelated glory. Join me, fellow warriors of light, as we revisit the story, the tale, the legend of Final Fantasy. The world lies shrouded in darkness. The winds die, the seas rage, the earth decays. But the people believe in a prophecy, patiently awaiting its fulfillment. When darkness veils the world, 4 warriors of light shall come. After a long journey, 4 young travelers did at last appear, and in the hand of each was clutched a crystal. Upon having arrived in the kingdom of Cornelia, the travelers seek an audience with the king. The king identifies them as the warriors the prophecy has foretold, and begs their aid to rescue his daughter Sarah, who is being held captive in the Chaos Shrine by Garland, a once loyal knight of his majesty's and the finest swordsman in all the kingdom. In return, the king promises to have the bridge to the north rebuilt, so that the heroes of legend can continue on their journey. The warriors of light find Garland nestled within the Chaos Shrine, as he plots to overthrow the kingdom by exchanging the princess's life for the crown. The warriors best Garland in battle, and accompany the princess back to the castle, so that she can show them her gratitude. Back in the throne room, the king proclaims that there can be no doubt regarding their identity, and recites them the prophecy in its entirety, as it was foretold by the sage Lucan, telling them they must gather the shards of light, or else darkness will consume all, and the 4 crystals will never shine again. The king tells them of a crystal to the north they must seek. But before the warriors are able to leave the throne room, Princess Sarah calls out to them and gifts them with a lute that has been entrusted to the princesses of Cornelia for many generations. Having spared no expense to aid the heroes, the bridge to the north has been completed post-haste, allowing the party to venture forth to fulfill their destiny. And so their quest began. As the 4 warriors of light, they felt overwhelmed by the great task destiny had placed before them. They did not even know the true significance of the 4 crystals they held in their hands. The crystals that once, long ago, held a light that shone so brilliantly. The time for their journey had come, the time to cast off the veil of darkness and bring the world once more into the light. Having set out on their long quest, the warriors encounter a witch named Matoya in a cave to the north. She complains about not being able to see without her crystal eye, but, having no knowledge of her stolen eye, the warriors of light head east to the town of Pravoka, only to find it plagued by pirates. They confront Bicke, the pirate captain, who has his pirate crew attack them in the streets. After they make short work of the pirates and put the captain in his place, Bicke promises to turn over a new leaf and presents the warrior with his ship as compensation for all the trouble he caused. Having obtained a ship of their own, the Warriors of Light set out for Alfheim, where they learn that the Elven Prince has been cursed to eternal slumber by Astos, King of the Dark Elves. Later, they discover that Astos is also guilty of tricking the King of the Western Keep, causing his castle to fall into ruin. However, the king claims that if they were to retrieve his crown from the Marsh Cave, he would be able to restore his castle to its former glory. The warriors journey to the cave and reclaim the stolen crown, but upon returning to the king, he lets out a sinister laugh and reveals himself to be none other than Astos himself, announcing that with the combined power of the crown and the crystal eye he already possesses, he will be able to become the true Elf King. Thanks to the warriors, Astos' ambitions amount to naught as they slay him and claim the crystal eye for their own, promptly returning it to Matoya, who rewards them with a Jolt Tonic, a particularly prized potion of hers. Returning to Alfheim, the warriors offer the tonic to the sleeping prince, undoing the curse and freeing him from his 5-year slumber. Recognizing them as the heroes of legend, the prince bestows upon them the Mystic Key, which has the power to open otherwise locked doors. Back in Cornelia Castle, the warriors use the Mystic Key to unlock the treasure and obtain nitro powder from a chest. Continuing their journey, the warriors visit Mount Duergar, where they meet Smith, a dwarven blacksmith who dreams of crafting a magical sword with a legendary metal known as adamantite. But alas, having no means to obtain such a rare metal, his dreams must remain as such. Deeper in the cave, the warriors encounter another dwarf called Nerik, who uses the nitro powder to create a canal, allowing their ship passage out into the wider world. Just beyond the canal lies the desolate town of Melmond, which has been practically destroyed by vampires. In Melmond, the warriors learn of a wise man named Sadar, who lives on the southern tip of the continent, and meet Dr. Une, a scholar studying the ancient Lufenian language. In a cave near Melmond, the party encounters an immovable giant that blocks their way unless they appease him with a precious gem. Not having possession of such a stone, the warriors make their way to the Cavern of Earth, where they encounter the vampire responsible for the attack on Melmond, who claims that the earth shall rot, and that the light warriors cannot alter destiny. Upon defeating the vampire, the party finds a star ruby tucked away in a nearby chest, which they take back to the giant in exchange for passage through the cave. On the other side, they find Sadar the Wise, who presents them with the Earth Rod and tells them to use it behind the vampire's chamber in the Cavern of Earth. The Earth Rod reveals a passageway deeper down into the ground, where they find Lich, the Fiend of Earth, who admits to feeding on the power of the earth. Once Lich is defeated, once dimmed earth crystal is returned to its original brilliance. Their next adventure takes the heroes to Crescent Lake, where they find the Circle of Sages. The sages reveal that the power of the 4-element crystals is being blocked by the 4 Fiends of Chaos as they claim it for their own. In order to set things right, the Warriors of Light must journey to the 4 altars and defeat the fiends. Among the sages is Lucan, who had prophesied about the events that are now unfolding, and another sage who presents the heroes with a canoe that allows them to traverse rivers on their way to Mount Gulg, where the Fiend of Fire dwells. As they approach the fire crystal deep inside the volcano, They are attacked by Marilith, the fiend of fire. But once Marilith has been vanquished, the fire crystal regains its precious luster, just as happened with the earth crystal. Having heard of a valuable stone, the heroes head to the Cavern of Ice, where they acquire the Levis stone, and upon bringing the stone to the Ryukan Desert to the south, the power of the stone raises an airship out from under the dunes, allowing them to reach the northern continent by air. Upon visiting the Cardia Islands, that stretch out between the two great continents to the north, the Warriors of Light enter a den of dragons, where they meet Bahamut, the king of the dragons. Bahamut bids them to prove their valor and bravery, so the heroes set out for the Citadel of Trials to the east, where they meet a sage who permits them to undergo the trials. Upon completing the trials, the party is awarded with a rat's tail, which they present to Bahamut as proof of their courage. Bahamut recognizes their token and bestows upon them an honor befitting their valor by granting them a class change. The warrior becomes a knight, the thief a ninja, the monk a master, the red mage a red wizard, the white mage a white wizard, and the black mage a black wizard. Having proven their worth, the Warriors of Light continue their quest. In Onrak, the heroes hear rumors of a caravan selling a curious item, and upon investigating further, the party finds a bottle containing a fairy. They purchase the bottle and free the fairy, returning her to her home in the town of Gaia. As a reward for their efforts, the fairy gives them some oxy ale from the bottom of the spring where she lives. Using the oxy ale, which allows them to breathe underwater, the heroes are able to ride in a barrel down to the sunken shrine, where they find the Rosetta Stone, and Kraken, the fiend of water, which they cut down just like they had the fiends of earth and fire. Now in search of the last crystal, the Warriors of Light visit the town of Lufenia, but are unable to understand their language. In order to mend this malady, they take the Rosetta Stone to Dr. Une in Melmond, who uses it to decipher the Lufenian language. Then, on their second visit to Lufenia, the party is able to understand their words, thanks to a lesson from the good doctor. The Lufenians tell them that they are the descendants of a race that once lived among the clouds, the Sky People. The airship the party has been using being an artifact built by their ancestors. One of the Lufians presents the party with a chime that grants them the access to the Mirage Tower, and inside the tower they come upon a portal to the Flying Fortress. They come upon an observation window that looks out upon the world from above. Looking out through the window, they see the four forces of fire, earth, water, and wind appearing as mist and converging on a single point, namely the Chaos Shrine. On their way to the altar, the party happens upon a piece of adamantite before engaging Tiamat, the Fiend of Wind. Having bested Tiamat, the last of the four crystals regains its splendor, and the heroes return to the surface below. Having vanquished the four fiends and revivified the crystals, the Warriors of Light revisit the Circle of Sages to tell them of their deeds. The sages congratulate the warriors, but tell them that the root of all these disturbances is a time loop, and that the answer to make things right lies 2,000 years in the past. To uproot the problem, the sages task the warriors with returning to the Chaos Shrine, where they will be able to travel back in time and break the cycle. Before venturing back into the Chaos Shrine where it all began, the warriors pay a visit to Mount Duergar, where the master blacksmith uses the adamantite to craft a legendary blade, Excalibur. Armed with a new weapon, the warriors re-enter the shrine and focused the light of their 4 shining crystals of earth, fire, water, and wind on the black crystal in the room where they had previously rescued Princess Sarah. The flow of time surges, and space begins to warp, taking them 2,000 years into the past. Proceeding through the Chaos Shrine of Antiquity, they come across a stone slab, and upon playing the lute entrusted to them by Princess Sarah, a secret passageway opens up, allowing them to venture deeper into the shrine. Along the way, they encounter each of the 4 fiends: Lich, the fiend of earth; Merilith, the fiend of fire; Kraken, the fiend of water; and Tiamat, the fiend of wind. Once their past incarnations are defeated, and the warriors reach the heart of the shrine, they are greeted by Garland, the knight who they had defeated 2,000 years in the future. Garland explains that after having been defeated, the 4 great forces saved him by sending him back through time, which allowed him to send the 4 fiends into the future, where they could once again use their powers to send him into the past, effectively creating a time loop that lets him live forever. Garland takes on the form of chaos and challenges the warriors of light to one final battle. Once the warriors of light emerge victorious, the time loop is severed at last. The endless struggle that raged over 2,000 years had ended, and peace prevailed once more. The light of the 4 crystals restored the forces of wind, water, earth, and fire. It was a mere trick of fate that had given rise to the chain of Garland's wrath. But, magnified by the 4 forces meant to guide our world, that trick of fate also gave birth to the fiends. Monsters had run rampant as the world sank into darkness. But all that is now past. With the 4 forces flowing as they were meant, the warriors prepared to cross time and return to the world they knew, a world where Princess Sarah, Queen Jane, and even Garland himself await. When was this fateful day that sent time spiraling into a loop? None can say. It seemed the cycle into which time had fallen would last forever, but the bravery of 4 young travelers changed that. They took the forces that filled the world with darkness and used them to bathe the world in light. None will ever recall the struggle the 4 endured, for the breaking of the chain means that it never existed. But within the tales of fantasy that people tell, the memory of their deeds live on. Tales of dwarves and elves, of dragons and shining civilizations that reached for the heavens even as they fell. And now their return is upon us. With the memory of their struggle buried deep in their hearts, they will quietly watch over our world. Remember always that the forces of the world must be used as they were intended, that the power of light must never be used for dark, and that the true crystals reside in your heart. For you are the warrior who crossed time. You are the bringer of light. And so the fantasy comes to a close, but it won't be the final one. Welcome to the complete story of Final Fantasy II, perhaps the least appreciated title in the entire mainline Final Fantasy series, both by virtue of belonging to the often overlooked first generation of Final Fantasy games, and for featuring some infamously divisive leveling mechanics. But what about the game's story? I'm Peter from Birds of Play, and in this video I hope you'll join me as we revisit the complete story of Final Fantasy II. It's going to be a long way from here to hell and back, but I hope you'll be with us every step of the way. A long-lived peace is at an end. The Emperor of Palamitia has called forth monsters from the underworld, and has begun his campaign for world conquest. A rebel army arose in the kingdom of Finn to thwart the Emperor's plan, but the rebels' castle fell to an all-out assault by the Empire. Left with little choice, the rebels withdrew to the remote town of Altair. 4 youths from Finn also found themselves fleeing the Imperial forces. They had lost their parents at the hands of the Empire, but their escape wasn't over. And as they flee from Imperial soldiers, they are cut down in cold blood. Firion, Maria, and Guy, 3 of the 4 youths, are rescued by forces belonging to the Wild Rose Rebellion, led by Princess Hilda, and taken to Altair to be revived. But Leon, the 4th and last member of the group, has gone missing. With nowhere else to go, as well as having reason enough to oppose the Empire, the 3 that remain ask to join the rebellion. But Hilda refuses their request due to their youth and inexperience, unwilling to put them in harm's way. Firion, Guy, and Maria return to Finn, where they find Prince Scott on his deathbed. He tells the party of Count Borgen's betrayal and asks them to encourage his brother Gordon, who is afraid to join the rebels, to take action. Scott also confides in them his love for Hilda, but ultimately asks them not to tell her about his feelings, since the confession of a dead man would only burden her. Just before he dies, Scott offers unto them his ring to bring back with them as proof of their meeting. Having made the perilous journey and returned with Scott's ring, Hilda is finally convinced that Firion's group is strong enough to join the fight against the Empire, and accepts the party's request to join the rebellion. She sends the group to Salamand in search of Mithril. Joseph, a member of the rebellion, had already been deployed on a mission to search for it, but he hasn't been heard from since. Hilda's right-hand man, Minwu, a white mage from the magical land of Mysidia, joins the party for this mission. The party finds Joseph, but he is unwilling to offer them any information, as the Palamesian Empire has kidnapped his daughter Nellie, and Borgen has threatened to kill her if Joseph helps the resistance. He tells them to go to Summit Falls and free her, along with the townspeople who have been enslaved in the mines. They do so, and in the process end up rescuing Paul, a thief and rebellion's employee. After defeating one of the Imperial sergeants, the party takes the mithril and returns to Altair. After the weaponsmith Tobal uses the mithril to craft equipment for the resistance, the party is dispatched to Bavsk, where the Empire has enslaved the residents and forced them to build a powerful airship known as the Dreadnought. The ship was built under the watchful eye of an Imperial known only as the Dark Knight, but he was replaced by Borgen after the loss of the mithril. This complication gives the Resistance the opportunity to destroy the Dreadnought before it is even finished. However, just before the party reaches the massive airship from the Bavsk sewers, the Dark Knight, who has not left Bavsk after all, takes control of the airship and lifts off. The Dreadnought attacks the cities of Poft, Palum, Gatria, and Altair, but the secret base at Altair is unharmed. Upon returning to Altair, Minwu leaves the party to care for the ailing king of Finn. After talking to Sid, owner of the world's other airship, Hilda and the party decide to obtain Sunfire from the Kashuan Keep in order to destroy the Dreadnought. To enter, they need either the goddess's bell or the voice of a Kashuan. Joseph helps the party reach the snow cave with a snow craft, and the party retrieves the goddess bell, located within. On the way out, Borgen attacks the party, and although he is swiftly defeated, he is able to activate his booby trap, sending a massive boulder rolling in their direction. Joseph holds the boulder back to allow the party time to escape, but Joseph himself ultimately gets crushed under its weight. With heavy hearts, but a renewed determination to avenge Joseph, the party heads for the abandoned kingdom of Kashuan to retrieve the Sunfire. They enter the keep and find Gordon, finally taking action, although he has been unable to make it past the monsters inside by himself. He joins the party and helps them locate Ael's torch, the only vessel they can use to carry the Sunfire. The party defeats a red soul for the torch and retrieves the Sunfire. As they leave, they witness Cid's airship being captured by the Dreadnought, which lands to replenish fuel supplies in the far south. The party heads there, frees Cid and Hilda, who was on board Cid's airship, and throws the Sunfire into the Dreadnought's engine, as directed by Cid. They meet the Dark Knight in the engine room, and Maria recognizes his voice. However, before they can discuss it further, they are forced to make their escape, just before the airship is destroyed. The party returns triumphantly to Altair, only to learn the king is about to die. With his last breaths, he plans a three-pronged attack on the Empire to take back Fynn. In his plan, Minwu heads to Mysidia to retrieve Ultima, the ultimate magic tome. Gordon takes command of the rebel army to attack Fynn directly, and Firion's party heads to the island nation of Deist to enlist the aid of the Dragoons. Meanwhile, Hilda started to behave strangely and retires to her chambers. The party accepts passage from a girl named Layla, who reveals that she is a pirate captain and tries to mug the party. When they defeat her and her crew, she is impressed and decides to join them. They reach Deist, but find the Dragoons fallen in battle and only a single wyvern remaining. As the mighty beast lays dying, poisoned by the Empire, it entrusts the party with the last wyvern egg, which the party drops in the healing spring at the bottom of Deist Cavern to incubate it and hasten its growth process. The party returns to Altair empty-handed, and Firion learns that the Hilda they rescued is in fact a Lamia queen in disguise. The real Hilda is being held as a prize in a tournament at the Palametian Colosseum. The party, with Gordon in tow, makes haste to reach Hilda, defeating a behemoth at the Colosseum to earn her as a prize. But Emperor Matthias, who is overseeing the match, has them thrown in the dungeons. There they are saved by Paul, who unlocks their cell. Hilda and Gordon escape on their own, while the rest of the party draws the guards' attention before following suit. The rebel army plans an attack on Fynn, and encamps outside the town. Firion, Maria, Guy, and Layla lead the attack and defeat the Imperial Castellan Gotos, earning the rebels an important victory. Minwu and the Ultima Tome are nowhere to be found, so Hilda instructs the party to look for him and retrieve the tome from the Mysidian Tower. After obtaining the crystal rod from the trials on the tropical islands, the party heads for the tower, only to be swallowed by the Leviathan, a monster that guards the seaway approach to the tower. Shipwrecked and separated from Layla, the party works its way from Leviathan's innards to the mouth, where, with the help of Ricard Highwind the Dragoon, they retake the ship by defeating a roundworm. They head for the tower with Ricard, where they best the Fire Gigas, Ice Gigas, and Thunder Gigas, and find Minwu at the Chamber of the Seal. He has been waiting for Firion's group to arrive, and once they are there, he uses his life force to break the seal, costing him his life. The party takes Ultima and returns to Fynn, but discovers the towns of Altair, Gatria, Palum, and Poft have been destroyed by a mysterious force known as the Cyclone. A terrible force which threatens to tear the world asunder if the party cannot figure out how to stop it. Hilda explains a pendant can be used to call wyverns in the chamber at the top of the castle, and Paul gives them the item. The pendant calls the young wyvern that was hatched at Deist, which allows them to fly into the heart of the Cyclone. They infiltrate the fortress inside the storm and defeat Emperor Matthias. A victory celebration is held at Fynn, but it is interrupted by the news that the Dark Knight is Maria's long-lost brother Leon, who has crowned himself emperor. Cid, dying after the attack on Palum, gives the party his airship, and they fly to Palamecia. Leon refuses Maria's pleas and prepares to battle, but the emperor returns from hell, now more powerful than ever, and reveals he intends to bring hell to Earth, no longer caring about ruling Palamecia. Ricard sacrifices himself in battle against the emperor so that the others can escape on the wyvern. After Ricard's death, the Dark Emperor raises Castle Pandemonium, the fortress of the Lord of Hell, to start a new empire. Leon joins the party at Firion's behest, and they set out to prepare for the final battle. After returning to Dice to earn the Excalibur, the treasured sword of the Dragoons, the party fights through the Jade Passage, entering Pandemonium from underground, as other forms of approach are impossible. As they finally make their way to the Emperor, a fierce battle ensues as the Emperor attempts to destroy the last hope of the Resistance. Despite his powerful spells and his ability to call down meteors, Firion and the others defeat him for good. They return to Castle Finn, where Hilda, Gordon, Nellie, Layla, and Paul wait to congratulate the party on its victory. Life begins anew for everyone, but Leon takes his leave, feeling that too much has happened between them for him to stay. Maria protests, but Firion says they will be waiting when Leon is ready to return. Their long struggle was finally at an end. The Emperor, Pandemonium, the monsters plaguing the world, all had vanished without a trace. Peace had returned once more. The wounds of war would mend, and the memory of those bitter days would fade. But one thing would never be forgotten, that a band of young heroes once saved the world. And so ends the story of Final Fantasy II. Welcome to the complete story of Final Fantasy III, the last of the Nintendo Famicom Final Fantasy games, and the first Final Fantasy game to feature a job system, allowing players to switch between classes mid-game, making for one epic adventure and lots of different gameplay options to explore. The game has received both a 3D remake and a pixel remaster, but this video will explore the story of the good old pixels, making it more faithful to the original. Not that there's anything wrong with the 3D remake, and who knows, maybe we'll make a video about that version as well someday. But anyway, I'm Peter from Birds of Play, and in this video I hope you'll join me as we revisit the complete story of Final Fantasy III. It will be a long way to the world of darkness and back home, but I hope you'll stay with us every step of the way. Into the silence, one of the Golgons prophesied. The great earthquake was only the beginning. The tremors tore the land asunder. The crystal sources of the world's light were swallowed into the depths as monsters emerged from the chasms now scarring the earth. Yet that was nothing compared to the catastrophe to come. Something fathomless, ominous, and laden with sorrow looms on the horizon. But hope is not yet gone completely. 4 souls will be blessed with the power of light, and so it shall begin. Centuries later, 4 orphaned youths, raised by Topapa, the village elder, in the rural village of were out to test their mettle. They came across a cave, one of the very same that formed when the crystals were lost to the earth, and what started as a simple game of exploration became so much more. While playing, the youths fell through a hole in the ground and deeper into the cave, where they came across a strange room which houses the wind crystal at its center. The crystal shines brightly and tells them that they have been chosen, before bestowing upon them the last of its light. Within the light, the will of the crystal surges through them. They decide to accept their destiny, and so begins a journey to dispel the darkness and return light to the world. The young heroes receive the crystal's power, and with it, the world's last light of hope, making them the warriors of light. Heeding the call to adventure, the 4 youths bid farewell to the village of and travel to Kazas, only to discover that the residents of the village have been turned into ghosts as the result of a curse laid upon them by an evil djinn. In hopes of breaking the curse, they then travel to Castle Sasune to see the king and retrieve the mithril ring needed to break the curse. The ghostly king begs them to rescue his daughter, Princess Sarah Altney, who disappeared when the curse took hold, taking the ring with her. The 4 heroes enter the lair of the djinn, where they encounter Princess Sarah who joins them on their quest to save the kingdom. And using the powers bestowed upon them by the crystal, the Warriors of Light defeat the Jinn, enabling Princess Sarah to seal him with the ring. Back at Castle Sasune, Princess Sarah uses the mithril ring to break the curse. The warriors then return to Kazus and talk to a man named Sid, who has an airship they can ride on. However, as there is a large boulder blocking the mountain pass to the rest of the continent, they are forced to ram it with the airship, clearing a path, but rendering the airship inoperational in the process. Together with Sid, they then walk the rest of the way to the town of Canaan, where Sid lives. In Canaan, they meet a girl named Salima, who mourns the disappearance of her love, Desh, who has wandered off to Dragon's Peak, a nearby mountain where dragons roost. As the party braves the slopes of the mountain in search of Desh, they are abducted by Bahamut, a mighty dragon who carries them to his nest, as he plans to feed them to his offspring. There they meet Desh, who has lost his memory and can only remember his name. Together they escape the dragon, and Desh gives the party the mini-spell, allowing them to shrink in size. Using Desh's mini-spell, the group enters Tozus, the village of the gnomes, and passes through Tozus Tunnel to reach Viking's Cove, so they can acquire a ship. Once there, they find the Vikings in an uproar, as their guardian, the Nepto dragon, has gone on a rampage and is mercilessly sinking any ship that dares to set sail. The party agrees to help, and as they journey to the Nepto temple, they discover that the statue of the Nepto dragon is missing an eye. They shrink down once more to traverse the tunnel inside the temple walls and find the eye in a rat's hoard, allowing them to reclaim it. They return the eye to the statue, which calms the wrath of the dragon, and as a way of thanks, the statue also bequeaths to them the Fang of Water. Returning to the Vikings, the grateful seafarers then give them the ship Enterprise, allowing them to sail the world. The Warriors of Light take the Enterprise to the village of the Ancients, where they learn that in the past the Ancients had sought to use the crystals to harness the power of light. However, they struggled to contain its burgeoning energy and ended up unleashing a catastrophic flood of light upon the world. It wasn't until 4 warriors from the world of darkness came and subdued the flood that balance was restored to the world. And as darkness now threatens the world, the duty of restoring balance now falls to the Warriors of Light. They also learn that the continent they are on is actually floating above the surface world, and that the Tower of Owen provides the power to keep it afloat. As they continue exploring the world, the Warriors of Light visit Golgan Gulch, home to the Golgans, sightless sages who foretell the future. The Golgans tell them to go to the Tower of Owen, and as they battle their way through the tower, they are taunted by a mysterious voice. At the top they find Medusa, a servant of the mysterious Sunday, who threatens to destroy the tower and bring down the continent. After defeating her, Desh's memory returns, and he recalls that he and his father, both ancients, built the tower, and that he is its guardian. Sacrificing himself, Desh leaps into the furnace to repair the damage caused by Medusa and save the floating continent, though the party urges him not to. As the furnace in the Tower of Owen is stabilized, the whirlpool blocking the channel to the north clears, so the party heads for Dwarven Hollows in search of the fire crystal. When they arrive, the dwarves are already up in arms, due to one of their precious ice horns having been stolen by Gutsko the Rogue. The party agrees to recover it and enters the subterranean lake beneath Dwarven Hollows by transforming themselves into toads. There they encounter Gutsko and retrieve the horn from him. However, they are followed back by a mysterious shadow, and when they reach the main altar in Dwarven Hollows, Gutsko reveals himself and grabs both horns. The 4 pursue Gutsko once more, this time into the Molten Cave to the north, where they find Gutsko standing before the Crystal of Fire. Gutsko attempts to absorb the power of the crystal and is transformed into a dragon, only to be defeated once again by the Warriors of Light. The party then receives the light of the fire crystal and several additional jobs to empower them on their journey. As they return the horns of ice to the dwarves, a wounded villager from the village of Tokul begs them to save his town from the dreaded wizard Hein before dying of his wounds. The 4 warriors sail to Tokul post-haste, but as they enter the village, they are seized by Hein's men and brought to Castle Hein. There they learn that the evil Hein, advisor to King Argus, has captured the king, enslaved the people, and uprooted the elder tree from the living woods, making it his castle. The warriors of light defeat Hein and restore the elder tree, obtaining the Fang of Wind. And upon reaching Castle Argus, the king thanks them by giving them the Wheel of Time, a device constructed by the ancients. They then return to Cid, who uses the wheel to remodel the Enterprise into an airship, allowing them to fly off the edge of the floating continent to explore the world below. When they arrive, the surface world is almost completely flooded, with only 2 visible islands peeking out from under the vast ocean. They fly the Enterprise to a wrecked ship and find an old man tending to a water priestess named Aria Bennett. The party offers Aria a potion, and as she recovers, she recognizes them as the Warriors of Light, deciding to join them on their quest to restore the water crystal. Using a crystal shard from the Temple of Water, she opens the way to the Cave of Tides, which houses the water crystal. They make their way to the crystal, and Aria returns the shard, instructing the warriors to return the light to the crystal. As they approach, however, Aria suddenly pushes them out of the way of an arrow. She falls, and Kraken attacks the party. The 4 defeat the monster, but Aria is mortally wounded. Aria imbues the party with the power of the water crystal and dies. As the surface world re-emerges from the depths of the ocean, the warriors fall unconscious. The party awakes in the town of Amur and find that Goldor, the owner of a manor south of the town, has chained up their ship. Before they can confront Goldor, however, they must acquire levygrass shoes, so that they can traverse the swamp which separates the town from the manor. While in town, they meet fellows who believe themselves to be the true Warriors of Light, but as the party rescues them from monsters in the sewers, the fellows recognize them as the true Warriors of Legend, repaying them by helping them get levygrass shoes from the bad-tempered Delilah. Using the shoes, the party then visits Gold Manor to get the key to the chain and meet the Earth Crystal. But Goldor spitefully shatters the crystal after his defeat. Dismayed, the party unlocks their ship and sets out, visiting several towns around the world. As they fly over the kingdom of Saronia, which is amid a civil war caused by King Gorn, their ship is shot down. They find the king's son, Prince Alice, in a pub, having been banished from the castle, and win his favor. Together with the prince, they then visit the castle and are granted entrance. But that night, King Gorn enters the bedroom to kill his own son. Before he can go through with it, however, Gorn plunges the knife deep into his own stomach and frees himself from the spell placed upon him by his advisor, Gigametz. Gigametz then turns into a monstrous Garuda, only to be defeated by the party. As the dust settles, Alice is crowned as King of Saronia. As thanks for saving the kingdom, the scholars of Saronia inform the party that the ancient airship Nautilus has been unearthed and that they are free to use it. Riding in the airship, the party flies over the Dalg continent to Doga's manor, where they meet the sage Doga and his Mughal bodyguards. Doga explains that he, Unai, and Sande were once students of the great magus Noah, and that Noah had granted each of them a gift. Doga was given vast magic power, Unai control over the world of dreams, and Sande was granted human mortality. Sande was enraged by this gift, which he considered a great insult, and as a result he has continued to seek the world's destruction ever since. The party confesses the fate of the Earth Crystal, but Doga explains that the crystal Goldor had was a fake, and that the real Earth Crystal is unharmed. He joins their party and uses Mini on them to enter the Cave of the Circle. When they reach the end of the cave, Doga uses a spell to transform the Nautilus into a submarine and tells the Warriors of Light to go to the Temple of Time to recover Noah's lute, which will awaken Unai from her eternal slumber. He then leaves the warriors to find Eureka's key himself. As per Doga's wishes, the Warriors of Light retrieve the lute and enter Unai's shrine to awaken her. Once awake, Une tells them that they must acquire an airship capable of crossing mountain ranges in order to get to Sunday, and tasks them with going to the ancient ruins to the north. Before they leave the shrine, she also hands them the Fang of Fire for them to use later. Une joins the party and helps them excavate the Invincible, which can fly over mountains, and after briefing them on its capabilities, she bids them farewell and directs them to the Cave of Shadows for the fourth and final Fang, the Fang of Earth. In the Cave of Shadows, north of Amor, the party defeats Hekaton Kyr and obtains the Fang of Earth. Now, with all 4 fangs in their possession, they can finally pass the statue Sande put up to protect his headquarters and reach the Ancient's Maze. There, they battle Titan and meet the Crystal of Earth, which gives them their final set of jobs. Before they can take the fight to Sande, however, Doga and Une call the warriors back to Doga's manor and teleport them into Doga's grotto upon their arrival. The 2 sages then explain that their souls are needed to activate the key to Eureka. Therefore, the party must kill them in order to activate the key. When the party tries to refuse, Doga and Une transform into monsters and attack them. After their defeat, the bodies of Doga and Une pass away, leaving only their spirits and the Eureka key and the circus key, allowing the party passage to the forbidden land of Eureka and the Crystal Tower. Not allowing their sacrifice to be in vain, the party makes its way through the ancient maze and enter the Crystal Tower using the circus key. They then unlock the doorway to the forbidden land of Eureka and obtain the powerful weapon sealed therein in preparation for their battle with Sande. Atop the tower they find a room containing a large mirror, but when they look into it, they are paralyzed by the curse of the 5 worms. As all hope seems lost, Doga's spirit brings the allies who fought alongside the Warriors of Light to the tower to break the curse. Their allies being Princess Sarah, Sid, Dash, who miraculously survived the furnace, King Alice, and one of the 4 fellows. They wish the warriors the best of luck, and the warriors proceed to the top of the Crystal Tower. There the party confronts Sande, who declares that they are too late to stop the encroaching darkness, and even upon his defeat, Sande celebrates victory, telling them that the cloud of darkness has already gathered. Suddenly, an eerie green rift opens up, and the cloud of darkness attacks the Warrior of Light, swiftly killing them. As their allies gather around them in disbelief over their sudden passing, Doga and Une sacrifice their souls to revive them, allowing them to enter the world of darkness to fight the cloud of darkness once more. The party enters the world of darkness and defeats the evil guardians of the Dark Crystals, which frees the ancient warriors of darkness. When they face the cloud of darkness again, the 4 warriors of the dark sacrifice themselves to weaken the entity, giving the warriors of light a fighting chance. The cloud of darkness is ultimately defeated, and the heroes and their allies return to their homes. The fellows return to Amor, Alice returns to his kingdom, and Sid and Dash return home to their lovers. However, Sarah does not want to leave the warrior, and stays with him, the warriors of light returning to Ur together, along with the princess. Having saved the world and returned back home, they are welcomed with open arms. And as they are reunited with everyone, they are bathed in the light of the crystal, now back to its former brilliance. A new dawn has arisen. Welcome to the complete story of Final Fantasy IV, the game that took the storytelling of Final Fantasy games to the next level, by featuring a cast of dramatically compelling characters, and by presenting its narrative as the real focal point of the experience. A narrative that has since then served as an inspiration for subsequent Final Fantasy games on numerous occasions. It even inspired a direct sequel entitled Final Fantasy IV: The After Years, as well as a 3D remake. But in this video, we'll be focusing on the good old pixels. Or maybe I should say the new old pixels, since this retelling will be based on the Pixel Remaster version of the game. But anyway, I'm Peter from Birds of Play, and in this video I hope you'll join me as we revisit the complete story of Final Fantasy IV. It's going to be a long way from here to the moon and back, but I hope you'll be with us every step of the way. Heading the Royal Air Force, Cecil Harvey, captain of the Red Wings, returns to the Kingdom of Baron with a heavy heart, having just committed unspeakable atrocities in the name of the crown. Under orders from the King of Baron, he attacked the peaceful town of Mysidia and seized the water crystal in their possession under the guise that he was preventing them from using its power against the kingdom. Once back in Baron, Cecil is greeted by Baigan, the captain of the guard, and airs his concerns that the people of Mysidia didn't seem to pose much of a threat. Upon hearing this, Baigan tells the King of Baron that Cecil can no longer be trusted. And as he continues to question the need to kill innocents before the king, the once benevolent ruler who had taken him in as a child becomes enraged and relieves Cecil of his command of the Red Wings. Upon hearing this, Cain Highwind, a dragoon from the Kingdom of Baron, and Cecil's childhood friend and adoptive older brother, speaks up on his behalf. As a result, the king orders both of them to slay the phantom beast that plagues Mist Valley and deliver a bomb ring to the village of Mist. As he heads for bed, Cecil's love, Rosa Joanna Farrell, and old friend Sid Polandina, who designed Baron's airships, check up on him. Then later during the night, Rosa visits Cecil in his room, having just heard of his new mission. But Cecil can't bring himself to face her after all he's done. Rosa comforts him and begs him to return to her in one piece. After she leaves the room, Cecil thanks her and laments that the two of them can never be together due to his calling as a Dark Knight. And so, the Dark Knight Cecil was stripped of his command as captain of the Red Wings. He and the Master Dragoon Cain head for the Foggy Valley and the village of Mist. The advent of the airship marked the realization of Baron's dream, but also the birth of its militarism. With its Royal Air Force, the Red Wings, Baron soon reigned supreme. Now, as monsters multiply and stir unrest, Baron only exploits its power to collect the world's crystals. Why? The crystals merely shed their light in silence. Without answers as to why the king now covets the crystals, Cecil and Cain heed their new orders and fight their way through the Mist Cave, all the while being haunted by a mysterious voice asking them to turn back. As they approach the exit, the voice is revealed to be that of the Mist Dragon they were sent to slay. Dutifully killing the dragon, the Knights of Baron then journey onward to the village of Mist. But as they arrive, the bomb ring starts to glow and release monstrous bombs on its own accord, which raze the town to the ground and kill its inhabitants indiscriminately. Hoping that not all is lost, they discover a young girl named Rydia, clutching the lifeless body of her mother, the dragon summoner, who was killed when Cecil and Cain slew the Mist Dragon. Cain realizes that the village of Mist is a village of summoners, and that the king sought to annihilate the town because he feared their power. Having once again committed an atrocity in the name of the kingdom, Cecil and Cain resolve to rebel. But as they try to get Rydia to safety, the young summoner is unable to trust the men who killed her mother. Instead, she summons Titan in a fit of despair, who causes the earth to shift, separating Cecil and Cain. Cecil carries an exhausted Rydia to Kaipo, the nearest town, and as Baronian soldiers arrive during the night to kill her, Cecil fends them off, finally earning her trust. The next day, they discover Rosa in Kaipo, afflicted with a lethal desert fever, the only known cure being a sand ruby from Damcian. Therefore, in order to cure her, Cecil and Rydia set off to secure the item in question. Along the way, they team up with the sage Tella in the underground waterway, as he has also set his sights on Damcian in pursuit of his daughter Anna and the amorous bard she eloped with. However, as they finally arrive in Damcian, the three travelers witness the Red Wings' elite air force mercilessly bomb the castle and seize the fire crystal in the name of Baron. Braving the bomb-stricken castle, they meet the bard Teller had been searching for, who turns out to be none other than Prince Edward Chris von Muir, and Anna, Teller's daughter, who has been mortally wounded by the senseless bombardment. Anna stops her father from taking his anger out on the spoony bard, and tragically dies in his arms. Edward explains that Anna shielded him from the attack, which also killed his parents and most of the castle's inhabitants, and that the Red Wings are now led by a man named Golbez. Enraged, Teller leaves to seek revenge on Golbez by himself, refusing to listen to reason, while Edward refuses to leave Anna's side. Although paralyzed by grief, Rydia and Cecil berate Edward and convince him to help them find the Sand Ruby, so that Anna's sacrifice won't be in vain. They go to the Antlion's den and defeat the beast, obtaining the item needed to cure Rosa of her affliction. The ruby succeeds in curing Rosa, and as she regains her senses, she informs them that Baron is planning an attack on the neighboring kingdom of Fabul to steal the Crystal of Wind. During the night, Edward plays his harp near the oasis and is visited by the spirit of Anna, who tells him that he must fight, leaving him with the determination needed to press on. Come daybreak, the party sets off, but as they attempt to cross Mount Hobbs, Rydia is forced to overcome her fear of fire magic, which she developed when her village was razed to the ground, in order to clear them a path. While traversing the mountain, they meet a Fabul monk named Yang Fang Leiden, and together they warn the king of Fabul of the impending attack by Baron. Together they try their best to defend Fabul, but the Red Wings' assault is too strong, and they are driven back to the Crystal Room, where Cain appears and attacks Cecil. When Rosa, his childhood friend, forces him to hesitate, Golbez arrives and single-handedly incapacitates the defenders. Noting Cecil's concern for Rosa, he then abducts her and departs with his forces. Cecil, Rydia, Edward, and Yang give chase, but their ship is attacked by the sea monster Leviathan, which swallows Rydia and shipwrecks Cecil alone on the shores of Mysidia. There, the townspeople spare his life, but inflict various status effects on him as a revenge for the Red Wings' brutal attack. Cecil meets with the Elder of Mysidia, who tells him to travel to Mount Ordeals and become a paladin to atone for his crimes, assigning the young twin mages Palom and Porum to accompany him on his quest for redemption. The party reunites with Teller on the slopes of the mountain, and Palom and Porum recognize him as the Great Sage. He is there seeking the power of Meteor, an ultimate magic spell which he had once mastered but has since forgotten. Golbez sends the Archfiend of Earth, Scarmiglione, to stop Cecil, but the party defeats the fiend in combat. Reaching the summit, a mysterious voice calls Cecil his son and tells him to vanquish the Dark Knight. Cecil then transforms into a paladin and is attacked by a doppelganger of his former Dark Knight self. However, instead of simply attacking as the executioner he once was, Cecil defends and protects in the fashion of a true paladin, ultimately dispelling the doppelganger. Having overcome the trial, the voice of he who called himself his father grants Cecil his light and sword. The encounter also restores Teller's memory, once again giving him mastery over Meteor. Upon returning to Mysidia, Palom and Porum reveal themselves to have been spies all along, and inform the Elder of Mysidia that Cecil performed valiantly, passing their test. The Elder notices the sword Cecil received, and reveals that it is inscribed with the words of an ancient Mysidian legend, which he promptly shares with them. One born of a dragon, bearing darkness and light, will rise to the heavens over the still land. The moon's light eternal brings a promise to earth with bounty and grace. Although the words are enigmatic, the Elder believes that Cecil might be the bearer of the sacred light, which the Mysidians have been waiting for. The Elder tells them that with Teller's magic and Cecil's newfound power, they might be able to defeat Golbez. He then gives them access to the Devil's Road, a magical passage which connects Mysidia and Baron, allowing them to successfully infiltrate the kingdom. In Baron, they find Young serving Golbez, but a fight brings Young back to his senses and helps him remember who he truly is. Together, they break into the castle, where they encounter Baigan, who joins the party. However, Palom and Porum sense danger and force Baigan to reveal himself to be a traitorous monster. Together, they slay Baigan, but as they stand before the king, it is revealed that he is in fact Cagnazzo, the elemental archfiend of water, in disguise. They slay the false king, and afterwards they are joined by Cid, who has just escaped from the prison. All seems well, but on their way out, the defeated Cagnazzo manages to lock them in a death trap as the walls start closing in on them with no escape. In order to save the others, Palom and Porum petrify themselves to stop the walls from crushing them. And since they became petrified of their own free will, the petrification cannot be undone. Leaving their petrified remains behind, the party boards Cid's newest airship, the Enterprise. As the ship takes off, they encounter Kain under Golbez's control, heading the Red Wing fleet, who forces Cecil to retrieve the Crystal of Earth in exchange for Rose's life. Not willing to gamble with Rose's life, the party does as he asks and goes to Troia, but finds that the crystal has been stolen by the Dark Elf. As they attempt to retrieve it to barter with Golbez, they come across Edward in the Trojans' care, having been injured in the shipwreck. He gives them a twin harp and uses it to help them defeat the Dark Elf from his bedside by playing it despite his grave condition, weakening the creature. As a sign of gratitude for vanquishing the Dark Elf and reclaiming the crystal, Cecil and the others are allowed to borrow it. Cecil takes the crystal to the Tower of Sort, and they fight their way past the Mega Sisters all the way to the top. Cecil gives Golbez the crystal, but Golbez refuses to return Rosa, despite having made a deal to return her. At last, faced with the object of his vengeance, Tala casts the Meteor spell to avenge Anna, and while it does not kill Golbez, it breaks his hold on Kain. Golbez attacks Cecil, but cannot bring himself to kill him for some reason, instead deciding to retreat. With Golbez gone, Tala dies from overexertion brought on by the casting of the meteor, lamenting that he died for revenge before asking Cecil to avenge his death. But they free Rosa just in the nick of time before she meets an untimely end, and she and Cecil share a kiss before welcoming the remorseful Kain back into the party. Before they can leave the tower, however, they are attacked by Barbarisha, Archfiend of Wind, giving Kain an opportunity to prove his worth in battle. Once Barbarisha has been defeated, Rosa teleports them back to Baron just as the tower collapses. Kain explains Golbez has begun seeking the Dark Crystals to open the way to the moon, and using the Magma Stone that Golbez gave him, the party opens the way underground in the hope of saving the crystals from Golbez. As the Enterprise descends into the depths of the Earth, they end up in the middle of a battle between the dwarves and the Red Wings, and the ship crashes near the dwarven castle. Although King Gjort of the Dwarves believes their crystal to be safe, the party discovers that the Calcabrina dolls, belonging to Princess Luca, have become possessed. After they defeat the dolls in the Crystal Hall, Golbez arrives and incapacitates them, but before he can finish them off, Rydia returns and saves them, having aged to adulthood and gained new summons in the Feymarch, the realm of the Eidolons, where time flows faster. Not willing to admit defeat, however, Golbez uses the last of his strength to steal the crystal and escape. King Gjort tells the party to go to the Tower of Babel and recover the stolen crystals with the help of the dwarven tanks. Once there, Cecil and company best the evil Dr. Lugai, but are unable to stop the tower's cannons from shelling the dwarves. In a selfless act of heroism, Young forces his comrades out of the control room of the tower and sacrifices himself to destroy the artillery. Golbez attempts to kill the rest of them on the way out of the tower by removing a bridge, but Cid saves them with the Enterprise. As they fly away, they come under attack by the Red Wings, so Cid flies back to the underground entrance and jumps off to collapse it by hand detonating a bomb, sacrificing himself to ensure the safety of his friends. A short stop in Baron allows Cid's engineers to upgrade the airship so it can carry a hovercraft, which the party uses to reach the Eblan cave, after finding the kingdom of Eblan itself deserted. There they meet Prince Edge Geraldine, just as he fails to defeat Rubicante, the archfiend of fire. And although he is testy at first, the prince ends up joining them. Together they enter Babil, VIII's cave entrance, and find Edge's parents, the king and queen of Eblan. But Lugai has turned them into monsters. They regain their senses halfway through the fight and kill themselves, much to Edge's sorrow. Although Rubicante claims to have had no hand in it, Edge swears revenge, and the party attacks. After the fight with Rubicante, the party finds the crystals in another room, but a trapdoor opens and they fall through it before they can reclaim them. Instead, they seize an airship, naming it the Falcon, which allows them to escape the tower. Returning to the dwarves, they discover Cid, who has miraculously survived, and although he's in no condition to fight, he adds mithril plating to the ship's hull, allowing it to fly over lava. Equipped with a newly upgraded ship, King Gyot then gives them the key to the sealed cave, so they can save the last crystal. However, as the party grabs hold of the crystal, Golbez reasserts his control over Kain and forces him to steal it for him. Returning once more to the dwarves, Cid attaches a drill to the Falcon so that the party can return to the surface. Having some time to spare, they visit the Land of Summons and gain the powers of Leviathan and Asura. They also find Yang recovering in the Sylph Cave and revive him with a frying pan given to them by his wife Sheila. Returning to the kingdom of Baron, they then encounter the spirit of the true king, who empowers them with the summon Odin. Finally, the party goes to Mysidia, where the Elder gathers everyone at the Tower of Prayers to summon the Lunar Whale, an airship capable of reaching the Red Moon. The Lunar Whale emerges from the depths of the ocean, allowing Cecil and the others to claim it and journey to the moon. There they meet Fusoya in the Crystal Palace on the moon's surface. Fusoya being a Lunarian charged with watching over the rest of his race as they sleep. He explains that they once tried to colonize the blue planet, but they were in the midst of evolving, so they created a moon where they could rest in peace. However, there was one named Seamus who refused to sleep, instead wishing to raise everything on the blue planet and create a new home there. Fusoya was able to seal him away with his powers and force him into a deep slumber. But even while asleep, he was able to channel his evil into the corrupt inhabitants of the planet below, controlling the likes of Golbez. Seamus' goal is to gather all of the crystals and use them to activate the Giant of Babel to wipe out the world's population. As the other Lunarians lie in wait for the inhabitants of the blue planet to evolve to their level, Fusoya reveals that his younger brother, Kluya, went to the blue planet to teach the natives. Once there, he fathered 2 sons, one of whom is Cecil. The voice speaking to him at the top of Mount Hobbs being that of his father Kluya, giving him the power to stop Seamus' evil plan. Accompanied by Fusoya, who can neutralize the Giant of Babel's force field, Cecil and the others return to the blue planet to find the giant revived. The entire world, including Edward, Cid, Yang, and even Parliament Porum, who have been healed by the Elder, participate in the counterattack in a siege of epic proportions. After using Cid's airship to break into the giant, the party defeats the archfiends one after another and destroys the giant's CPU located in its head. When the giant stops, Golbez confronts the party, allowing Fusoya to break Seamus' mind control. Once free of Seamus' malicious influence, Golbez remembers that he is in fact Cecil's older brother, both of them being the sons of Kluya, and since they are Lunarians, it was easier for Seamus to take control of them. Golbez feels shame that Seamus was able to take advantage of the seeds of hatred already sown within his heart and goes to seek him out. As a fellow Lunarian, he is joined by Fusoya, both of them having a score to settle with Seamus. Kain, now completely freed, returns and helps the others escape from the collapsing giant, although he feels unworthy due to having played his part in Seamus' schemes. Cecil and Rosa assure him that he is forgiven. As they prepare to depart for the moon on the Lunar Whale, Cecil insists that Rosa and Rydia stay behind for their protection. However, the two reveal themselves once the ship has reached the moon, and remind Cecil that they have as much a stake in the battle as he does, and that their skills are essential to the party. The crystals of the moon transport the party to the lunar subterrane, which they traverse to reach the lunar core, where they find Fusoya and Golbez. Cecil and the others watch Golbez and Fusoya defeat Seamus, seemingly ending his diabolical schemes. However, his death ends up unleashing a more powerful being named Siromus, the embodiment of Seamus' reborn spirit and hatred. Siromus defeats Golbez and Fusoya, laying Cecil and his party low in the process. When all seems lost, their former allies on the Blue Planet gather at the Tower of Prayers to restore them to life, and Cecil uses a crystal given to him by Golbez to make Siromus vulnerable. After Siromus' defeat, he tells everyone present that as long as evil exists in the hearts of men, he will never truly be destroyed. Celebrating their victory over evil this time around, Fusoya returns to sleep with the rest of his people, and Golbez, feeling that he cannot return to Earth after what he has done, and being half Lunarian himself, goes with him. Before they part ways, Cecil forgives him and calls him brother. Before long, the moon would set forth on a voyage once more, seeking out its light. Though of shared blood, time's march keeps the two separated, one on the Earth, one on the moon. The party members return to their homes, rebuilding what has been lost. Palom and Porum strive to become great sages like Teller, and Rydia returns to the land of summons. Edward becomes the king of Damcion. Edge becomes the king of Eblin, and Yang and Sheila become the new king and queen of Fabul. Cain goes to Mount Ordelis to train, vowing not to return to Baron until he has proven himself worthy. Everyone but Cain attends Cecil and Rosa's wedding and coronation as king and queen of Baron, ushering in a new age for the kingdom and the world. Welcome to the complete story of Final Fantasy V. The game that many overlook when singing the praises of the SNES Final Fantasy games. Caught in the middle between Final Fantasy IV's and Final Fantasy VI's unmistakably dramatic narratives, many are overly eager to dismiss the game's more light-hearted tone. But don't be fooled, since, along with an ambitious job system, which affords players some fantastic gameplay options and greatly adds to the game's replay value, Final Fantasy V also features a story worthy of the Final Fantasy name. An epic tale of adventure, and a commitment to humor, which has left its mark on the Final Fantasy series in more ways than one. But anyway, I'm Peter from Birds of Play, and in this video, I hope you'll join me as we revisit the complete story of Final Fantasy V. It's going to be quite a journey, but I hope you stay with us every step of the way. In Tycoon Castle, King Tycoon prepares to depart for the Wind Shrine. The wind has begun behaving strangely, so he orders his daughter, Lena, to watch over the kingdom while he goes to investigate the crystal's condition. However, as soon as he arrives, the wind crystal shatters, halting the progress of the wind all across the world. When the king doesn't return, Lena rushes off to search for her father. Elsewhere, a pirate at sea notices the change in the weather, and an old man riding in a meteorite hurries to the scene. The meteorite crashes near Tycoon Castle, where it is discovered by Bart's Klauser, a lone wanderer traveling the world along with his trusty chocobo steed, Boko. There he finds Lena under attack by goblins and runs to her rescue. Together they search the Tycoon meteorite crash site and find the old man, who introduces himself as Galuf, but he can't seem to remember anything else about who he is or what he's doing there. When Lena mentions the Wind Shrine, he nevertheless exclaims that he must go with her, even though he has no idea why visiting the Wind Shrine is so important to him. Bart declines to accompany them, but Boko throws him off his back and appeals to his better nature. Eventually, Bartz gives in to Boko's demands, and as he catches up with the others, he makes it just in time to rescue the pair from yet another goblin attack. Feeling that the wind is calling, Bartz decides to join them on their quest. Braving a monster-infested cave, the trio leaves Boko behind for his own safety as they look for a way to reach the Wind Shrine. In need of a way to sail without wind, they come across a pirate ship docking at a secluded harbor, seemingly being propelled by its own power. Although Lena suggests asking the pirates for a ride, Galef and Bartz make the case that since they're dealing with pirates, simply stealing the ship would be a safer option. However, the pirates and their captain, Faris, catch them red-handed and imprison them. While in confinement, Galef asks whose bright idea it was to steal a pirate ship in the first place, prompting Bartz to point out it was Galef himself, at which point his amnesia conveniently kicks in. During the night, Faris wonders why the Princess of Tycoon bears the same pendant they do and decides to join them on their quest. As they set off, it is revealed that the ship moves thanks to the power of a tame sea dragon named Sildra, which Faris was raised with as a sibling, enabling them to reach the Wind Shrine without delay. Once there, the party discovers the shattered remnants of the crystal atop the shrine. The shards give off light, and the crystals mark each of the four with an essence of the four elements. Courage, the essence of flame for Faris. Devotion, the essence of water for Lena. Hope, the essence of earth for Galef. And passion, the essence of wind for Bartz. The King of Tycoon appears and names them the Warriors of Light, warning them of an evil force that is trying to destroy the other crystals, before mysteriously disappearing. To aid them on their journey, the crystal fragments entrust themselves to the party, providing them with the first set of job classes, the power of Warriors of Legend. Seeing as the nearest crystal is the water crystal in Wells, the party visits Zok, the architect of the Torna Canal, in order to secure passage through the locked canal. Though reluctant to oblige them due to the recent monster infestation, he lends them the key to the gates. During the voyage, Lena explains the dire consequences of what would happen should the crystals be destroyed, as the natural forces of the world would cease, rendering the planet uninhabitable. They resolve to save the crystals, but Zok's fears prove to be well founded, and the ship is attacked by a monster called Karlabos. Although the party defeats it, Sildra gets sucked into a whirlpool, leaving them adrift at sea. They end up in the ship graveyard, a gathering place for abandoned and scuttled ships, as well as a nest for the undead. After crossing a flooded room, the party lights a fire so they can dry their clothes, but Faris protests. During a brief struggle, they learn that Faris is actually a woman, masquerading as a man. Although shocked, they understand her reasons for disguising herself, as it might be a bit challenging to be the only girl sailing on a ship full of pirates. After drying off, they continue to brave the graveyard, but upon reaching the shore, they encounter illusions of their loved ones cast by the siren and fall unconscious. Bart sees his mother, Stella. Lena and Faris are ensnared by King Tycoon, and a young girl appears before Galef. However, Galef is immune to the siren's enchantment since he has no memory of the girl in question, allowing him to knock his friends back to their senses so that they can defeat the monster. They visit the town of Carwen, and soon hear rumors that a wind drake has been spotted flying to North Mountain, this being a clue as to the king's whereabouts. On their way up the mountain, the party is ambushed by a wife and husband hunter team, Magiza and Forza, who shoot Lena with a poisonous arrow and try to kidnap her. Without hesitation, Faris leaps across a chasm to her rescue and throws a rope for Bartz and Galef to follow suit. Together, the party defeats the dastardly duo, paving the way to the mountain's peak. At the summit, they find Lenna's windrake, Hiryu, gravely injured. Recognizing Hiryu's plight, Lenna wades through the mountain's poisonous flowers without regard for her own safety to get the dragon grass to cure him. Passing the grass onto Faris, Lenna then falls powerless to the ground, but as the grass heals Hiryu, the drake in turn heals Lenna of the poison. Disregarding Bartz's fear of heights, the foursome ride the drake to Castle Tycoon, allowing them to get some well-earned rest. During the night, Lenna confronts Faris with the knowledge they are sisters, as Faris too was entranced by the visage of the king projected by the siren, but Faris denies any such connection. Continuing on their journey, they fly the Windrake to Walls and entreat its king to shut down the amplification machine they use to enhance the water crystal's power, as it is weakening the crystal. King Walls refuses, saying that the machines protected the country and brought them great prosperity. However, before they can argue further, a second meteorite crashes near Wall's tower, the site of the crystal. The party races to the scene after the king, only to discover that the King of Walls and his soldiers have all been defeated by Garula, a normally gentle elephantine creature. The Warriors of Light defeat the beast at the top of the tower, but their efforts amount to naught, as it is too late to stop the crystal from shattering. They then find a strangely dressed soldier who addresses Galuf as Lord Galuf, but he dies of his wounds before Galuf can learn anything about who he is. Counting their losses, the party gathers the crystal fragments, gaining their second set of job classes right before the tower plunges into the sea. Luckily enough, Sildra reappears and rescues them as they are dragged away by the current. Faris is overjoyed by Sildra's return, but their reunion is short-lived, as Sildra has used the last of her strength to save them, the gentle creature's lifeless body returning to the sea. Exploring the innards of the Wall's meteorite in search of a clue that might help them protect the remaining crystals, Bart steps on a warp point and is whisked away. The rest of the Warriors of Light quickly follow suit and find themselves magically transported to another meteorite near the town of Karnak. There they are arrested on suspicion of being in league with a werewolf that had emerged from the meteorite before them. Whilst in the prison, they meet Sid Previa, the inventor of the crystal amplification machines. He tells them that once he realized the harm his machines were doing, he tried to switch off the machine, amplifying the fire crystal, but was subsequently imprisoned by Queen Karnak. Suddenly, Karnak's chancellor rushes into the prison, seeking Sid's help to save the crystal, as it has already begun to shatter. Sid insists that the Warriors of Light must also be freed, since he needs their help. And together, they go to the fire-powered ship, where they find Queen Karnak in the engine room, clearly possessed. She calls forth a fiery monster, which the party defeats, freeing her of her possession. As they reach the crystal chamber, they are joined by the rumored werewolf, who reveals himself to be an ally, as he addresses Galuf by name. Suddenly, a Karnakian soldier, also possessed, sneaks up behind the crystal and cranks up the machine to its full power, leading the crystal to shatter. The werewolf aids the party's escape at the cost of his own life, and Karnak Castle explodes. Having once again failed in their duty to protect the crystals, all the party can do is gather up the remaining crystal fragments, once again adding to their power. Sid blames himself for the crystal's destruction and holes himself up in Karnak's pub. Meanwhile, not having the luxury of letting their failures bring their journey to an end, the Warriors of Light venture to the Library of the Ancients to figure out their next move. There they meet Sid's grandson, Mid, reading by himself in the very depths of the library, and rescue him from Biblos, one of the monsters possessing the library's many tomes. When they tell him about the state his grandfather is in, Mid rushes to Karnak and snaps Sid out of his funk. The sight of grandfather and grandson triggers something in Galuf's memory, and he flashes back to a similar scene between him and his granddaughter, Kryl, the girl Siren showed him. He tells the party he is from another world, and that 30 years ago he and 3 other warriors had fought to seal away an evil warlock called XIII, using the power of the crystals. Now, XIII is trying to escape his imprisonment by shattering the crystals, using his power to possess others, hoping that they might carry out his dark deed in his stead. Cid and Mid repair the fire-powered ship and offer it to the Warriors of Light, so that they may find the Earth Crystal, the last remaining crystal. They visit Crescent Island, but lose the ship as an earthquake forms a whirlpool nearby. Thankfully, the island's forest is home to a flying black chocobo, but for some reason the creature is unable to fly. As they inspect the chocobo, they discover that the creature has swallowed the 2 missing shards of the fire crystal, and after they've helped it cough them up, the black chocobo regains its ability to soar through the skies. Riding the chocobo, the party crosses mountains and makes a stop at Lix, Bart's hometown. There, Bart reminisces about his past, remembering his father, Dorgan the Adventurer, and his mother, Stella, who died when he was still young. Returning to the library, they learn from Cid and Mid that King Tycoon has been spotted entering the Desert of the Shifting Sands, a desert west of the library where the sand flows like water. In order to cross the desert, Cid and Mid devise a plan to build a bridge using the remains of a sandworm the party must slay so that they can use its corpse as a platform to traverse the rivers of sand. On the other side of the desert, the party discovers Gon, the town of ruin, and although they find the king there, he leads them to a trap door, plunging them into the underground ruins below the town. Faris calls out to him as Papa, finally admitting that she and Lena are indeed sisters. They escape via a warp point, but it overloads as soon as they use it, and they are nearly killed in the explosion. The warp point whisks them to another set of underground ruins, where they find the sunken, fire-powered ship shortly before Cid and Mid fall through the ceiling, courtesy of the party pulling a lever. The 2 inventors realize that the ruins were left by the ancients and their technology, and as they discover an airship alongside the fire-powered ship, Cid fixes it up and gives it to the party, all of them resolving to save the last crystal. Taking the opportunity to rest at Castle Tycoon once more, Faris confides in Lena that being in the castle brings back memories of her forgotten childhood as a princess and her sister, a time when she was known as Sarissa. However, they decide not to tell anyone at the castle about Faris's true identity, because it might prevent them from continuing their journey. Well rested, the Warriors of Light return to God and witness the Roncar ruins rise into the air thanks to the ancient amplification machine, putting the Earth Crystal at grave risk. The ruins are out of reach, even for the airship, but Cid and Mid reinforce the airship's hull with adamantite from Galev's meteorite so the party can make the trip to the Flying City. There they find King Tycoon in the Crystal Room and try to talk to him, but he orders them to defeat the Archeo Avis. They oblige, not realizing the creature is the crystal's guardian, and that King Tycoon is in fact possessed. Once the guardian beast has been slain, the king prepares to attack them. But even though he is possessed, Faris and Lena refuse to let Bartz and Galev hurt him. Before anything else can happen, another meteorite arrives and hits the ruins, at which point Kryl bursts into the room and hits the king with a mild spell to break him from his possession. Seeing his granddaughter again in the flesh cures Galev of his amnesia, and as the king regains his senses, he is able to reunite with his daughters. Their joy is cut short, however, as the Earth Crystal shatters and XIII is freed from the confines of his prison. He appears before them and taunts Galev, setting the crystal shards to attack the party before departing. King Tycoon saves them at the cost of his own life by drawing the crystal's attack. Before his life is fully spent, the king asks Faris for forgiveness for having failed her as a father, and asks his 2 daughters to be strong for one another. With the animated crystal fragments now inert, the fragments bestow yet another set of job classes onto the party. With the Earth Crystal gone, the party rushes to the airship as the Ronka ruins crash, and with Exdeath back, Faris and Lena are given no time to mourn their father's passing. Galef tells them the full story of how he and his companions, the Dawn Warriors, fought Exdeath and sealed him away with the crystals. Although he and the others from his world learned that Exdeath was attempting to free himself and used the meteorites to try and stop him, they were too late to do anything. He tells them that he and Kryl will return to their world to fight Exdeath, and forbids the others from coming with them, explaining that they would have no way of returning to the world they are in now. But Lena and Faris say goodbye, but decide they can't leave Galef and Kryl to fight Exdeath by themselves. Once again consulting Sid and Mid, they collect more adamantite from the meteorites, which enables them to activate a warp point to the other planet. They bid their goodbyes to their distant homes and loved ones, and jump in one by one to find themselves on a lone island in another world, where Exdeath's servants capture them and bring them to Castle Exdeath. Galef, Kryl, and their army prepare to cross the big bridge and launch their assault on the castle. However, Exdeath uses Bart, Lena, and Faris as hostages, forcing Galef to retreat. Instead, Galef borrows Kryl's Windrake and mounts a rescue operation single-handedly, fighting Exdeath's lackey Gilgamesh during the break-in. Rescuing the other warriors of light, they escape, fighting their way through the monsters and confronting Gilgamesh in a second clash, this time on the big bridge. Before they can reach the other side, however, Exdeath activates his barrier towers, hurling the warriors of light to the far distant continent of Glossinia. Bartz apologizes for their capture, but Galef dismisses his apology, telling them they actually helped them, since the army would have been wiped out if they were on the bridge when the barrier activated. Searching for a way back, they help a Moogle escape from a hungry monster, and in return, it leads them to the Moogle village, whose inhabitants contact Kryl's Moogle at the Castle of Baal through their power of telepathy. Upon discovering where they are, Kryl's Windrake volunteers to fly and pick them up despite its injuries. Upon arriving at the castle, the party learns that Galef is actually King Galef Halm Baldesian, but he insists that they not treat him any differently. Kryl tells them the Windrake is dying from the long flight, and Lena suggests that dragon grass, which only grows in the dangerous Drakenvale, might heal it. The party visits the Vale and passes through the werewolf town of Quelb. Quelb's leader, Kelga Vlondet, is one of Galef's old Dawn warrior comrades, although he is suspicious of the party and demands Bartz prove himself in a fight. Bartz defeats him, using a move taught to him by his father, Dorgan, and Kelga recognizes the move, realizing that Bartz must be Dorgan's son. Afterwards, Galef and Kelga tell Bartz that Dorgan had been one of the Dawn warriors, the only one who protested against leaving Exdeath, a great evil from their own world in another world. Dorgan was reluctant to the very end. With no other course of action, he joined the other Dawn warriors in the ceiling. Unlike the others, however, he remained behind to watch over the seal, making the other world his home. Having won their trust, the werewolves unlock the North Gate, allowing them passage to Drakenvale. Arriving in the Vale, they discover that the dragon grass has turned into a monster, likely causing the extinction of the Windrakes there. It becomes safer after the monster is defeated, but the Windrake refuses to eat it when they bring it back to him. Lena encourages the Drake by taking a bite herself, despite the grass being toxic to humans. Kryl, who has been bedridden from a migraine, gives him medicine to cure it before collapsing again. Her distress is caused by a psychic call from the sage Guido, so the warriors of light go pay him a visit. However, as soon as they set foot outside Guido's cave, XIII sinks it into the sea, showing them the fate which awaits all who oppose him. Riding the Winddrake, they find a fleet of ships preparing to attack one of the barrier towers, led by another Dawn warrior, King Zezat of Surgate, also known as Zezat the Swordsman. They join his plan to infiltrate the tower in a submarine, using the fleet as a decoy, and climb to the top to destroy the antenna. They succeed, but Zezat becomes trapped in the generator room. He tells them to go without him, as the next generation of warriors who must challenge XIII. As Galef is unwilling to leave his comrade behind, Bart is forced to knock him out and carry him to safety, the Winddrake carrying them away. As one of the barrier towers falls, Zezat is caught in the blast, his life forfeit. Using the submarine, they speak to Sage Guido. The other world is discovering that he is an ancient and wise turtle. He tells them to go to the Forest of Moor, the sentient forest where XIII was born. A certain tree in that forest had been used to seal away evil spirits for years, but 500 years ago, the sheer concentration of malevolence turned that tree into a dark being with a mind of its own. That being is XIII, and Guido had maintained the seal upon him for 5 centuries, until the seal was broken 30 years ago, when the Dawn warriors were forced to face XIII. Guido tells them that this time XIII must be destroyed, and that the warriors of light must intercept him as he heads back to the cradle of his birth. To aid them, Guido offers them a branch from the Guardian Tree that protects the seals in the forest, allowing them passage into the Forest of Moor. The trees welcome them, but as they venture deeper into the forest, XIII sets it on fire. Thankfully, they are saved by a Moogle who leads them underground, where they can wait for the flames to die down. When they return to the surface, the forest is but a husk of its former self, but they nevertheless manage to locate the Guardian Tree. The branch returns to the tree, revealing a secret passage. Inside, they fight what they assume to be the evil sealed within the tree. But once they destroy it, XIII reveals that he used the Warriors of Light to destroy the seals on the very crystals they were meant to protect, their power now his to command. XIII turns the crystal's magic on the party, but before he is able to finish them off, Kryl flies to the forest and stops him. Enraged by the interruption, XIII turns his magic on Kryl. At the sight of his granddaughter in danger, Galef rises up in spite of the crystal's magic and fights XIII. He battles to the last ounce of his strength, forcing the warlock to flee, crystals in hand. The party tries to heal Galef, but he cannot be saved, his flame having flickered out. Using the power of the Guardian Tree, he passes his powers on to Kryl, so she can take his place as the 4th Warrior of Light, their sacred duty now having fully been passed on to the next generation. Having lost one of their own, the party infiltrates Castle XIII, and Kelga, the last remaining Dawn warrior, gives his life to reveal the castle's true form, dispelling XIII's illusion and allowing them to fight their way to the top. There they encounter Gilgamesh once more, but his poor choice of weapon poses no threat to them. Having once again failed in his duties, XIII banishes Gilgamesh to the interdimensional rift for his failures. In his place, XIII himself battles the party at the top of the castle, and though he appears defeated, he manages to shatter the remaining crystals. The Warriors of Light black out and awaken near Castle Tycoon, which throws a celebration for the return of the princesses. During the banquet, Bart and Kryl slip out to search for answers as to why they have returned to the First World. They go look for Boko, and as they find him nesting in a cave to the west, they discover that he has become a father to some chocobo chicks. Not willing to let his friend Bart down in this time of crisis, however, Boko asks his chocobo wife, Coco, to take care of the chicks while he goes to take care of some business. Continuing their search for answers, they fall into an antlion's den, only to be rescued by Ferris, who resents them from taking off on an adventure without her, as she has grown tired of being treated as royalty. Krile complains that she is suffering from a splinter, but tells them not to worry about it. Together they visit Guido and learn that the two worlds have been merged into one. They learn that long ago the world was split into two to seal the power of the void, a destructive power of unknown origin, lest it be used for evil. Now that the world has been restored to its original state, however, the power of the void has been released to be used by XIII. Suddenly, XIII emerges from a splinter in Krile's hand and knocks them out. XIII then uses the void to destroy several locations by casting them into nothingness, leaving but black holes behind, including Castle Tycoon and all of its inhabitants. Together with Guido, the three remaining Warriors of Light escape, and as they resurface, Guido spots the Library of the Ancients, which he had believed to be lost since it had disappeared from his world. Thrilled by this discovery, he tells them that the library contains a book that can help them defeat XIII and rushes over. Inside they receive the sealed tome, which allows them to unseal the 12 legendary weapons from 1,000 years ago that can help them survive the interdimensional rift, an otherworldly dimension existing in the rift between worlds, giving them a fighting chance against XIII. After obtaining the first tablet from the Pyramid of Moor to unlock the legendary weapons, the party reunites with Lena, who was saved from the void by Hiryu. However, XIII has made the demon Melusine possess Lena, and as the demon distracts the party, XIII uses the power of the void to attack the Library of the Ancients, pulling Guido into the void. Hiryu sacrifices himself to help drive the demon from Lena's body, so the other Warriors of Light can defeat her. And once they defeat the demon, Lena returns to their side, the 4 Warriors of Light reunited. Further abusing the power of the void, XIII continues his rampant reign of terror. Among the towns he attacks is Lix, enraging Bards to the degree he almost destroys the airship by pushing it to unreasonable speeds before the others calm him down. The Warriors of Light then travel all over the merged world to unlock the legendary weapons using the seals from the Island Shrine, Great Sea Trench, and Istory Falls, defeating the demons XIII sent to stop them. They find Sildra as a summoned spirit in the pirates' hideout, and Hiryu as a summoned phoenix at the top of Phoenix Tower, further emboldening their power. Now fully prepared, the Warriors of Light fly the airship into the interdimensional rift that is opened over Tycoon. There they fight their way through the hodgepodge of environments seemingly put together from the places the void is consumed, before finally reaching the final floors, a world of crystalline darkness. There, XIII reveals his true form as that of the Moor tree, the tree that had been used to seal evil spirits. He tries to destroy the Warriors of Light with the void, but the spirits of Galuf, Zezat, Dorgan, Kelger, and King Tycoon save them, allowing the party to confront XIII in battle. Halfway through the fight, XIII is consumed by the void, becoming Neo-XIII, an entity that seeks to turn all of creation to nothingness. Faced with such a horrid monstrosity, the Warriors of Light muster all their hard-earned strength, and after struggling at great length, they finally defeat it. For a time, the void lingers. It is told that in the beginning there was only the void, but from the void came 4 essences. They formed the crystals, and the world was born. Hope blessed the earth. Courage blazed with flame. Devotion turned water into the seeds of life. Passion for knowledge spread wisdom on the winds. If ever the void threatens to engulf the world, so long as the 4 essences still exist in mankind, light will be born anew. It is from the void that the 4 essences will rise, and once again they will shine bright. The essences of the elements carried by the party, hope, courage, devotion, and passion, imbue the crystal shards they carry, and the crystals are reborn in the places that held the weapon seals. King Tycoon and the Dawn Warriors thank the party for saving the world, and Krile's Winddrake appears before them to carry them away. A year later, Crile rides to Mid and tells him of what the Warriors of Light have been up to. Bart has resumed wandering. Lena and Faris return to Tycoon, although Faris cast aside the life of royalty to rejoin her pirate crew. Crile herself returned to Bal, where she visits the Guardian Tree on the anniversary of Caleb's death, feeling sad and lonely. But the others join her and remind her she isn't alone. Should any of the party have fallen in the final battle, they are revived at the Guardian Tree. Together, they vow to continue protecting the crystals and the world. Welcome to the complete story of Final Fantasy VI. The game many believe to be the gold standard for all Final Fantasy games, despite its age and graphical simplicity. As a tale of diverse heroes and a world on the brink of ruin, the game's story is anything but simple, weaving an intricate tapestry that explores loss in a myriad of forms, and perseverance in the face of overwhelming adversity. Oh, and also there's an opera. But anyway, I'm Peter from Birds of Play, and in this video, I hope you'll join me as we revisit the complete story of the one and only Final Fantasy VI, a game for the history books, and now also a game for the storybooks. It's a long way from here to the end of the world, but I hope you'll be with us every step of the way. The ancient war of the Magi. When its flames last receded, only the charred husk of a world remained. Even the power of magic was lost. In the 1,000 years that followed, iron, gunpowder, and steam engines took the place of magic, and life slowly returned to the barren land. Yet there now stands one who would reawaken the magic of ages past, and use its dread power as a means by which to conquer all the world. Could anyone truly be foolish enough to repeat that mistake? Near the town of Narsha, 2 Imperial soldiers, Biggs and Wedge, accompanied by a young woman, ride atop their Magitech armor through the snow, their mission being to retrieve a recently discovered Esper from a mineshaft near the settlement. However, the woman who wields powerful magic is not there of her own free will, her mind being controlled to serve the Empire by a slave crown placed upon her head. The residents of Narsha do their best to resist the Empire's raid, but all is for naught as the invaders force their way to the Esper, encased within a block of ice. Suddenly, the frozen creature begins emitting an eerie light, its magic killing Biggs and Wedge and rendering the young woman unconscious. As she wakes up, she is greeted by Arvis, who explains that he has removed her slave crown, effectively freeing her from her enthrallment. Having regained her senses, the woman nevertheless seems to suffer from amnesia, remembering nothing of her past, except that her name is Terra. All of a sudden, the Narsha guards arrive to take Terra into custody, but Arvis sneaks her out the back, where she can escape through the mines. Ultimately, the guards corner her, making her plummet down a shaft into another area of the mines. As she falls unconscious from the fall, Terra is treated to a memory of the man who placed the slave crown upon her head. The man's name is Kefka Palazzo, the court mage of the Gestalian Empire, who then ordered her to slaughter Imperial soldiers as a test of her magical powers. She then remembers Emperor Gestal, the ruler of the Gestalian Empire, offering up a rousing speech to his soldiers about how the might of magic will give them the power to rule the world. Back at Arvis's house, a young treasure hunter and trail-worn traveler named Locke arrives on the scene. Arvis asks Locke to get Terra safely away from Narsha and escort her to the kingdom of Figaro, in the hope of one day freeing Narsha from the clutches of the Empire, her powers possibly proving useful to the Returners, a group of insurgents who opposed the Empire. After escaping from the cave through a secret exit, Terra and Locke make their way south to Figaro, where they gain an audience with Edgar, Figaro's flirtatious king, who promises to take care of her. While staying at the castle, Terra learns of Edgar's twin brother, Sabine, who traded the throne for his own freedom and hasn't been seen since. Suddenly, an envoy from the Empire arrives in Figaro, looking for Terra, Figaro and the Gestalian Empire having an alliance. The envoy is none other than Kefka, who demands Edgar hands Terra over, but Edgar feigns ignorance. Locke tells Terra that Figaro's alliance with the Empire is just for show, and that he and Edgar are part of the Returners. Without warning, Kefka sets fire to the castle, forcing Edgar's hand by having him escape with Terra and Locke on a trio of chocobos. Before leaving, however, he orders the castle to burrow down into the desert sand, leaving Kefka deserted in the middle of nowhere. Edgar and Locke take Terra to see Bannon, the leader of the Returners. But before they can reach the Returners' hideout, they must first pass over Mount Colts. There they encounter a martial artist named Vargas, who had recently murdered his father, a martial arts master, out of jealousy. As Vargas attacks them, Edgar's long-lost twin brother, Sabine, suddenly jumps into the fray, Sabine having been the one Vargas's father chose as his successor. Sabine defeats Vargas and joins the others in order to use his powers for the betterment of the world. At the Returners' hideout, the newly formed foursome meets with Bannon. Upon meeting Terra, Bannon believes her to be the last ray of hope, but Terra is hesitant to join their cause. As Terra weighs her options, a member of the Returners stumbles into the hideout, bearing the news that the Empire has discovered their base of operations. Locke volunteers to sneak into South Figaro, a town currently occupied by the Empire, in the hope of stalling their advance. Meanwhile, Bannon, Terra, Edgar, and Sabine make their way to Narsha in the hope that Terra can somehow communicate with the frozen Esper. The four of them ride on a raft down the Lete River, but the voyage is interrupted by Ultros, a chatty octopus with hostile intentions. The battle resulting in Sabine getting separated from the group and washing down another part of the river. As Locke tries to sneak out of South Figaro, he discovers an Imperial general named Celeste, who has turned traitor to the Empire. Locke rescues Celeste, and together they journey north to Narsha. Meanwhile, Sabine washes ashore north of the kingdom of Doma, and together with a ninja mercenary named Shadow, Sabine infiltrates an Imperial camp as the Empire attacks Doma Castle, under General Leo Christoph's command. Inside the castle, Cyan, retainer to the King of Doma, hatches a plan to fell the leader of the assault force in the hope of turning the tide of the battle, successfully winning them a temporary reprieve. Afterwards, General Leo refuses to attack the castle head-on, since he doesn't want to sacrifice any lives unnecessarily. But as the general is called away, Kefka grabs the opportunity to poison the river, Doma's only supply of water. As a result, the people of Doma Castle turn fatally ill, Cyan's family tragically being among the deceased, even though he himself survives. In his rage and despair, Cyan attacks the nearby Imperial camp alone, but is unable to catch Kefka. Instead, he meets Sabine and Shadow, and after Sabine has talked Cyan out of his one-man suicide mission, the three of them make for Narsha, vengeance against the Empire having to wait another day. Together, they escape aboard the ghostly Phantom train, which ferries the dead from the world of the living to the other side. They manage to escape the train before it takes them to the afterlife, but as the train continues on, Cyan witnesses those who died at Doma, including his wife and child, who manage to say their goodbyes. After the party escapes the train, Shadow takes his leave, as Sabine and Cyan leap down barren falls to the town of Moblis. On the nearby veldt, a vast plain filled with beasts, they befriend a feral child named Gao, who shows them the way to a diving helmet. Using the device to brave the currents of the Serpent Trench, Sabine, Cyan, and Gao reach the city of Nicaea, where they board a ferry bound for South Figaro, so that they may rendezvous with Sabine's companions at Nasha. Terra, Bannon, and Edgar arrive at Nasha and rendezvous with Avis. The four urge the Elder of Nasha to join the side of the Returners' resistance, arguing that the Esper in the nearby mines will continue to draw hostile Imperial attention. The others arrive, and Celes informs those assembled that the Empire is already marching on Nasha. The Returners hurry into the mountain to defend the Esper's resting place, as Kefka leads an attack to claim the creature for the Empire. Defeating the Imperial forces, the Returners save the town. However, Kefka escapes. The heroes approach the Esper at its current location on the cliffs above Nasha, but it again reacts to Terra's presence with an outpouring of energy. Terra transforms into a glowing pink monster, levitating into the air with a piercing scream. Terra flies away, leaving the rest of the party behind, bewildered by her sudden metamorphosis as she soars through the sky. Several of the Returners remain to protect Nasha, while a search party heads to the west to find Terra, using Figaro Castle to burrow under the mountains to Kolingen. They continue south to Jedor, and then to Zozo, a town of thieves. Atop the highest building, the group finds a transformed Terra, under the care of the Esper Ramu, who tells the party about the War of the Magi and the Imperial invasion of their realm, and that he called Terra to him to put her to rest when her powers awoke. Ramu had escaped the Empire with 3 comrades who fell during the escape and turned to magicite. Ramu says the Empire's methods of forcibly extracting magic from Espers results in a weaker form of magic, but when an Esper dies and crystallizes into magicite, their abilities can't be transferred in full. Terra needs to accept her powers, but Ramu urges the party to rescue the other Espers in the Imperial capital, and turns himself into magicite, entrusting the Returners with his power and the power of his friends to fight the Empire. Celes leads the expedition to the Empire, with Locke and 2 others accompanying her. As no boats go to the southern continent, however, the group returns to Jedor. At the Opera House south of Jedor, they meet the Impresario, who worries Setzer Gabiani, the wandering gambler, will abduct Maria, the star of the opera Maria and Draco. Since Celes bears an uncanny resemblance to Maria, Locke hatches a plan for her to take Maria's place in the opera as a ploy to gain access to Setzer's airship, the Blackjack, the only private airship in the world. Ultros overhears the plan, and during the performance attempts to drop a weight on Celes. Locke and the others stop him, but the show is ruined, and in the commotion, Setzer abducts Celes. Celes then helps Locke and the others sneak on board the Blackjack, and tricks Setzer into helping them by making a bet using a 2-headed coin to beat them at his own game. Setzer flies the group to Olbrook, and they set out for the Imperial capital of Vector. Once in the city, they're able to sneak into the Magitech research facility, where Magitech weapons are being manufactured. There, they witness Kefka torturing 2 Espers, Shiva and Ifrit, and overhear him declaring he will revive the warring triad. Believing himself to have no more use for them, Kefka discards Shiva and Ifrit as if they were nothing. Once the party finds the Espers, however, they entrust their magicite to the group, much like Ramuh had done before them, bestowing them with their true power. Afterwards, the party continues through the facility and releases several Espers being drained of their power. As the Espers turn to magicite, Dr. Sid, the chief scientist of the Gestalian Empire and the creator of Magitech, arrives on the scene. Finally understanding that the true power of Espers can only be transferred upon their death through magicite. Upon seeing Celeste, Sid asks her whether the rumors of her infiltrating the Returners as a spy were true. Before she can get a word in, however, Kefka appears and confirms the rumors of her working as an undercover agent for the Empire to be true. Kefka orders Celeste to bring him the magicite, but as he orders the rest of the party to be killed, Celeste disobeys him, teleporting herself and the Gestalian forces away to keep Locke and the others safe. As the facility threatens to self-destruct due to the Esper's containment cells having been broken, Sid helps the party escape and shows regret for having experimented on the Espers. He tells them he's going to talk to the Emperor to explain the folly of his way. As Kefka approaches, Sid pushes the party into a minecart to get them to safety. Having escaped, the party meets up with Setzer and returns to Soso, destroying 2 cranes Kefka uses to try to destroy the Blackjack. In Zozo, one of the pieces of magicite the party acquired from the Magitech research facility is revealed to be that of Terra's father, Maduin, who restores her memories. Terra explains she is half human and half Esper, born from a human named Madeline, who had entered the Esper realm and befriended Maduin. When the Empire attacked 2 years later, Terra and her parents were swept up and sent to the human world, along with the forces of the Gestalian Empire. Having discovered a human and Esper hybrid in Terra, Emperor Gestal took Terra, along with Maduin, and raised her as a Magitech experiment due to her natural magic powers. Now accepting who she is, Terra and the party return to Narsha and tell the others of their plan to attack the Empire, using the machinery of Figaro and the resources of Nash. Realizing they lack manpower, they decide to open the gate to the Esper world and ask for their help. Terra possibly being able to bridge the gap between humans and Espers, proving the 2 races can coexist peacefully. As Terra begins to call out to the Espers at the gate to the Esper world, Kefka appears, informing them it was the Empire's wish all along for Terra to open the gate. As Kefka confronts the party, Terra's cries open the gate, and Espers rush out, decimating Vector and crashing the Blackjack. In the aftermath, Emperor Gestal tells the party the Esper's terrifying power has made him realize the error of his ways. He declares a truce and asks the Returners and Terra to help him locate the Espers that fled the gate and make them understand the war is over. Having made peace, Terra and Locke accompany General Leo to Crescent Island to track down the Espers. To assist their efforts, Leo has hired Shadow, the mercenary. On the way to Crescent Island, Terra and General Leo have a heart-to-heart, and the General apologizes for not having saved her from being used as a weapon. Terra fears she is too different, and asks the General whether he believes she will ever experience love. The General consoles her before taking his leave. Shadow suddenly appearing on the deck, having overheard the conversation by accident. He tells Terra that he can't help her, and that she must find the answers for herself. Locke, on the other hand, is fighting his own battle against seasickness. Having arrived at Crescent Island, a place rumored to still be home to magic, Terra, Locke, and Shadow split from the Empire and discover the backwater town of Thamasa. There they meet Strago, who feigns having no knowledge of espers or magic. They also meet Realm, his granddaughter, who quickly befriends Shadow's dog, Interceptor. As the party rests up, Realm is trapped in a burning building, and the townspeople reveal they can use magic when they try to put the fire out. But the fire proves to be too strong, even for their magic. Terra, Locke, and Strago enter the building to save Realm, but end up being rescued themselves by Shadow, who has come to get his dog, Interceptor, that had followed them inside. Strago explains Thamasa was founded by magic-imbued humans who sought to live normal lives after the War of the Magi. As their descendants, the townfolks have inherited some magical powers. Strago agrees to help Terra and Locke locate the espers as thanks for saving Realm. But even though Realm wishes to help too, Strago won't allow it. As the others join up with Strago, Shadow leaves to find the espers on his own with Interceptor. At the Esper Caves, a third run-in with everyone's favorite octopus, Ultros, prompts Realm to intervene and save the party with her ability to sketch living portraits of monsters, forcing Ultros to face himself. Afterwards, Strago agrees to let her join them. Deep in the caves, the group finds the espers, led by the esper Yura, who is apologetic about the destruction of Vector as the espers lost control of their powers when passing through the gate between realms. Locke tells Yura that the Empire wants to make peace with the espers, and back in Thamasa, General Leo and Yura reach a truce. The truce is short-lived, however, as Kefka arrives and kills the espers, taking their magicite shards and knocking out the party, claiming he is acting under the Emperor's orders. When Leo tries to stop him, Kefka kills him as well. Suddenly, the gate to the Esper world flies open, and several espers race to attack Kefka, but he destroys them and adds their magicite shards to his collection before departing. After the battle, Terra and the others grieve the loss of General Leo and bury him in Thamasa. Alerted to the Empire's treachery, Setzer and the other returners, Sans Banon, arrive at Thamasa in the Blackjack. Kefka and Emperor Gestahl, however, enter the Esper realm in order to find the remains of the Warring Triad, the origin of all magic, and use their power to raise the floating continent. Strago tells them that each statue of the Warring Triad holds the others in check, and that if they were to be moved out of alignment, the resulting imbalance in power would have catastrophic consequences. The returners board the floating continent, fighting the Imperial Air Force, as well as Ultros and his friend, Mr. Typhoon. They find Shadow, who had kept working for the Empire until they tried to kill him. After a battle with the legendary Ultima weapon, Shadow departs, as the returners confront Kefka and Gestahl in the presence of the Warring Triad. Celes arrives on the scene, and Gestahl and Kefka urge her to return to their side and kill her friends, so that the three of them can rule the world together. Much to their surprise, Celes refuses and stabs Kefka. Furious and distraught, Kefka attempts to awaken the Triad, but Emperor Gestahl, knowing this would lead to disaster, tries to stop him. A wounded Kefka then kicks Gestahl off the floating continent to his doom and moves the statues out of alignment. Celes warns him that the Triad's power will go haywire, but Kefka laughs it off. As things keep taking a turn for the worse, Shadow reappears, and with his assistance, the party is able to escape back to the Blackjack. Having failed to stop Kefka, the Warring Triad's magical field has nevertheless been destabilized, radically shifting the face of the planet. The Blackjack is destroyed in the ensuing chaos, and the party is scattered around the world. A year passes. during which Kafka raises a tower of ruins over the former vector and drains the warring triad of their power, becoming the god of magic. The new world, born from the destruction of the old one, is a dying one, where many plants and animals are mutated from the magical fallout, and cities have been decimated by Kafka's light of judgment, a beam of energy he uses to strike down anyone who opposes his rule. Celeste awakens on a small island with Sid, who tells her of the sorry state of the world. As Sid becomes ill, Celeste does her best to take care of him, paying him back for having taken care of her all this time. Ultimately, her efforts amount to naught, as Sid does not survive. Finding herself alone in the world, Celeste throws herself off the cliff to the north, hoping to end it all. But as she washes back onto the shore, she discovers a bird who's had its wound wrapped with a familiar bandana, giving Celeste cause to believe Locke might still be alive. In order to find him, Celeste returns to the mainland and is reunited with Sabine in Zen. Confident the others have survived as well, they continue their search together. In Mobley's, the group finds Terra taking care of the village children after their parents perished in the apocalypse. While in the village, Terra has experienced love in a way she never had before, so she refuses to leave the children or show them her true form. Celeste and Sabine continue to Nicaire and find a man who resembles Edgar, named Gerard, leading a band of thieves. They follow him on a ship to South Figaro and into a cave leading to the buried Figaro castle. Once there, Edgar reveals he ingeniously used the alias Gerard to trick the thieves into helping him reclaim Figaro, since it was lost under the sand. In Kolingen, the three find Setzer, who shows them the tomb of his friend Daryl, who owned an airship, the Falcon. Together, they recover the Falcon, and the group travels the world, discovering many long-lost secrets of the War of the Magi, unearthed by the destruction of the world. Group finds Cyan living on top of Mount Sozo, where he carries on a long-distance romance with a young woman called Lola, who believes him to be her dead boyfriend. Strago, believing Realm is dead, has joined the cult of Kafka, while Realm is a painter working in Jodor for Auser, the richest man in town. Locke, seeking a way to revive his dead lover Rachel, enters the Phoenix Cave to find the magicite of the Esper Phoenix. However, even after he is successful, it only revives Rachel for a moment, just long enough for Locke to come to terms with his guilt for failing to save her. Gao has returned to his home on the Veldt and is willing to join the party once more. As they revisit Terra, the town is attacked, forcing her to get back in touch with her powers. Much to her surprise, however, the children accept her, even in her Esper form, so she joins the fight against Kafka in the hope of making the world a better place for all of them. With their ranks reassembled, the returners attack Kafka's tower, knowing that if they destroy the warring triad, magic will vanish from the world, leading them to wonder what will happen to Terra. At the summit, Kafka tells the party mortal lives are without meaning or significance, as ultimately everything people build is destroyed, and nothing they do truly impacts the world. Party tells Kafka the bonding over day-to-day struggles gives the people the will to live on in spite of the hardships. Kafka turns the light of judgment on the world before attacking the party. Upon confronting Kafka as the god of magic, he exclaims he'll destroy all dreams and hope before breaking down into hysterical laughter. Kafka is killed, and with him, the essence of magic vanishes. The Esper's magicite remains dissolved, but Madeline tells Terra she can endure as a human if she has a strong emotional attachment to something in the world. With the last of her power, Tara leads the group out of the tower aboard the Falcon. She falls onto the main deck, and after regaining consciousness, finds herself fully human due to her love for the children of Moblis. The party flies across the world and witnesses the city's rebuilding. Tara steps to the bow of the Falcon and releases her ponytail to the wind, finally free to live and enjoy her life as she wishes. Welcome to the complete story of Final Fantasy VII, the game that effectively put Final Fantasy on the map, and continues to be one of the most celebrated and recognizable entries in the series, more than 2 decades after the game's release. The game has since spawned a collection of supplementary materials, such as a host of other games, and a feature film computer-generated action extravaganza, not to mention an ongoing remake series that hopes to reimagine the legacy of the game for a new age. The story of the game tells an intricate tale of the relationship between humanity and nature, a struggle with self-identity, and also their snowboarding, making for one hell of an adventure. But anyway, I'm Peter from Birds of Play, and in this video, I hope you'll join me as we revisit the game that not only introduced me to the Final Fantasy series, but also introduced the world at large to the power of video game narratives. We've got a planet to save, and I hope you'll be with us every step of the way. A young girl, carrying a basket of flowers, walks onto the streets of Midgar, a dystopia metropolis where one can only imagine flowers would be hard to come by. The city is encircled by a collection of massive power plants that harvest Mako, the world's new premier source of energy, each reactor emitting an eerie green glow when active, and releasing tall pillars of fumes into the atmosphere. In another part of the city, a train turns into a station next to one of the reactors, and as soon as it stops, a ragtag group of eco-terrorists calling themselves Avalanche jumps off the train and knocks out the station guards. Finally, the newest addition to the group somersaults off the train and lands on the platform before following suit. As he catches up to Biggs, Wedge, and Jesse, the Avalanche members, he reluctantly introduces himself as Cloud Strife, while the others gush about him being an ex-soldier for the Shinra Electric Power Company hired by them to help them take down the reactor. On the way to the reactor core, Barrett Wallace, the leader of the group, gives a rousing speech about how Shinra is killing the planet, but Cloud shows little interest in Avalanche's cause. Seeing as Cloud is a former employee of Shinra, Barrett decides to keep a close eye on him. As Cloud prepares to set the bomb, he hears a voice in his head telling him to watch out, and that this isn't just a reactor. Cloud, nevertheless, follows through, prompting the group to escape the reactor before it blows sky high. After emerging from the rubble, Barrett orders everyone to split up and rendezvous at the Sector 8 train station. As ordered, Cloud goes his own separate way, where he runs into the flower girl, who sells him a flower before continuing on her way. On the way to the station, Cloud is ambushed by a group of Shinra soldiers, forcing him to jump onto the train and swing into the train car, where the rest of the gang is already assembled. On the way to Sector 7, Jesse shows Cloud a map of Midgar on a monitor inside the train and tells him about the security checks conducted as the train passes through certain checkpoints. Afterwards, Cloud and Barrett have a short heart-to-heart, wherein Cloud acknowledges the plight of the people of the slums, who live underneath the upper plate that blocks the sun like a giant pizza in the sky, saying they are just like the train and they can't run anywhere except where the rails take them. As they arrive back in Sector 7, Barrett gives the order to meet up back at the hideout. The hideout is situated in a secret cellar underneath a bar called Seventh Heaven that is run by Cloud's childhood friend, Tifa. Upon his return, Tifa welcomes Cloud back and offers him a drink before he goes to talk to Barrett about his payment. Cloud and Barrett argue, but as Cloud attempts to leave, Tifa stops him and tells him she wants him to join them. Cloud refuses, prompting Tifa to remind of a promise he made to protect her back when the two of them lived together in the town of Nibelheim. Cloud accepts to go on another mission for Avalanche, but while riding the train, their fake IDs get flagged by the security system, forcing them to jump out of the train at full speed. They make their way to the core of the next reactor, but as they make their escape, Cloud, Barrett, and Tifa are ambushed by President Shinra, the head of the Shinra Electric Power Company, who recognizes Cloud's Mako-infused eyes. President Shinra then introduces them to Airbuster, a techno-soldier created by the weapons development department at Shinra. The three of them manage to destroy the machine, but as the Airbuster explodes, Cloud is left hanging for dear life, before losing his grip and plummeting down to the ground, far, far below. Upon awakening, Cloud finds himself lying in a bed of flowers, having somehow miraculously survived the fall. He is once again greeted by the Flower Girl, who tells him he is in a church in Sector 5. She introduces herself as Aerith, and the two of them start up a conversation. Before long, Reno, a red-haired member of the Turks, a special Shinra task force, enters the church, and upon seeing him, Aerith asks Cloud whether he has ever served as a bodyguard. Cloud seems to think he's up to the task, so Aerith asks him to take her home, offering one date as payment. The two of them make their escape through a back room and exit through a hole in the roof of the church. Cloud takes Aerith back safely to her house, where her adoptive mother, Elmira, awaits. Elmira is thankful to Cloud for bringing her daughter back safely, but she nevertheless asks him to leave in the middle of the night without saying anything to Aerith. Cloud respects Elmira's wishes and sneaks off the first chance he gets. Much to his surprise, however, Aerith is waiting for him as he attempts to cross through Sector 6 into Sector 7 and demands to tag along. On the way, the two of them take a break at a run-down playground, where Aerith tells Cloud about her first love, who was a guy from Soldier, just like Cloud. As they reminisce, a chocobo carriage emerges from Sector 7 carrying Tifa in the back. Cloud calls out to her, but to no avail. Upon seeing this, Aerith goes running after the carriage, leading the two of them to War Market, a seedy entertainment quarter and shopping district located in Sector 6. After asking around, they find out Tifa has been taken to Don Corneo's mansion, but they can't enter the mansion because the Don is only interested in women. In order to meet the requirements, Aerith suggests Cloud dresses up as a girl to infiltrate the mansion, and after scouring War Market for a dress and the proper accessories, Cloud and Aerith return to the mansion as two prospective brides for Don Corneo. Cloud is reunited with Tifa in the basement of the mansion, but she doesn't recognize him at first due to how he's dressed. After undergoing an evaluation by Don Corneo, the three of them corner the crime lord in his room and force him to spill classified information. After threatening to dismantle his man-bits, Don Corneo cracks and tells them Shinra is planning to drop the plate above Sector 7, crushing Avalanche in the process. Before they can warn everyone, however, Dawn Corneo activates a trapdoor and drops them into the sewers below. When they finally make their way back, the battle for Sector 7 is already underway, as Avalanche goes head-to-head with Shinra forces in a battle for the support pillar that holds the upper plate in place. Biggs, Wedge, and Jesse give it their all, but to no avail. And even though Cloud and Tifa rush in to support their efforts, Reno from the Turks still manages to activate the release system for the pillar. Zheng, the leader of the Turks, arrives in a helicopter, holding Aerith prisoner. Aerith having agreed to go with him in return for the safety of Marlene, Aerith's adopted daughter, whom Aerith had gone to rescue from Sector 7. Zheng makes off with Aerith, leaving the others to their doom. However, just in the nick of time, Cloud, Barrett, and Tifa manage to ride down a zipline and narrowly escape the ensuing explosion. But the rest of the people in Sector 7, including Biggs, Wedge, and Jesse, end up getting crushed by the upper plate crashing down on them. Having suffered a heavy blow, the three of them go to Aerith's house to find Marlene. After making sure she's alright, Barrett leaves her in Elmira's care, since the road ahead will be fraught with danger. Cloud vows to rescue Aerith from the clutches of Shinra, and Barrett is eager to come along so he can repay his debt to her for saving his daughter. The party infiltrates the Shinra building that towers over Midgar from the center of the upper plate. While in the building, they eavesdrop on a meeting between President Shinra and the heads of the different departments. Shinra's management is concerned with the limited repositories of Mako energy available for harvesting, and fascinated with the legend of the Promised Land, a place of legend where Mako flows abundantly. Only a race called the Cetra, also known as the Ancients, are, according to legend, able to find it. At the meeting, Hojo, the head of the company's science research division, talks about the need to breed Aerith as the last survivor of the Cetra in order to secure her bloodline for future study. As the party pursues Hojo after the meeting, Cloud recognizes a headless creature called Genova that is being kept in a tank, the mere sight of it making him lose his bearings for a bit. After coming back to his senses, Cloud and the others confront Hojo as he attempts to breed Aerith with a beast and free her along with the strange creature. Much to their surprise, the beast can talk and tells them they can call him Red 13, even though it is just a number assigned to him by Hojo. The newfound freedom of the captives doesn't last long, however, since the entire group ends up being captured and thrown into detainment cells. With no way to escape, Cloud is surprised to wake up to an open door. And as he exits the room to investigate, he stumbles upon the guard having been mysteriously murdered. Upon investigating further, they discover that the tank which housed Genova is empty, and as they follow the trail of blood, they reach the top floor of the building. There, President Shinra lies dead, with a giant sword on his back. A sword that could only have been wielded by the legendary soldier Sephiroth, a man Cloud appears to have some sort of past with. Barrett celebrates the death of the president, but the celebration proves to be a bit premature, as President Shinra's son, Rufus, shows up on the scene. Having heard of his father's demise, Rufus tells them he will control the world not with money like his father, but with fear. Cloud battles Rufus as the others make their escape, and after Rufus takes his leave, Cloud accompanies the rest of the party, riding a motorcycle, protecting them from the Shinra armed forces as they make a run for it in a pickup truck. Reaching the end of the highway, the party makes up its mind to leave Midgar. Cloud, wanting to settle the score with Sephiroth. After leaving Midgar, Cloud is made the party leader, and they set their sights on the nearby town of Calm, In calm, Cloud tells the party about his history with Sephiroth. Cloud tells them that 5 years ago, he and Sephiroth were sent on a mission to Nibelheim to investigate the Mako reactor at Mount Nibel, where he was reunited with Tifa, who acted as their guide. While investigating the reactor, Sephiroth began to unravel the mysteries of his birth and his relation to the entity known as Jenova, Jenova being the name of his mother. Troubled by his discovery, Sephiroth took refuge in the basement of the Shinra mansion, where his studies led him to believe that he, along with Jenova, were descendants of the ancients, and that humanity had stolen the planet from them. As part of his revenge against humanity, Sephiroth then burned the town of Nibelheim down to the ground, killing Cloud's mother and Tifa's father, along with a large chunk of the townspeople, before going to see Jenova, who had been stashed away in the reactor. Just before Cloud arrived on the scene, Tifa confronted Sephiroth at the reactor, but he cut her down, inflicting upon her a grievous wound. Enraged by Sephiroth's actions, Cloud followed Sephiroth into the back room where Jenova resided and challenged him. However, Cloud's recollection fails him in the telling of the tale just as he confronted Sephiroth, making him unable to finish the story of their encounter. After resting up at the inn, the party heads for Junon in pursuit of a man in a black cape, matching Sephiroth's description. Along the way, they come across a monument to Sephiroth's power, as he has presumably impaled the head of a gigantic Midgar Solom, a species of giant serpents, at the top of a massive wooden spike. They also encounter a young ninja girl in a forest, and after beating her in battle, she agrees to join their ranks, introducing herself as Yuffie. As they arrive in Junon, they meet a girl named Priscilla, who's playing with a dolphin down by the ocean. But as a monster attacks the beach, Priscilla is caught underwater as she attempts to rescue her oceanic friend. After taking care of the monster, Cloud resuscitates Priscilla using CPR, and in return she helps Cloud reach the upper levels of Junon by letting her dolphin friend give him a boost. At the upper levels, Shinra soldiers prepare to welcome Rufus Shinra to Junon with a big parade, and Cloud disguises himself as one of the soldiers in order to get around. After playing his part, Cloud sneaks onto a cargo ship bound for the western continent and is reunited with the rest of the party aboard, who disguise themselves as crew members. During the voyage across the sea, members of the crew are mysteriously killed, and as Cloud and the others go to investigate, they find Sephiroth, who strangely doesn't recognize Cloud. Cloud demands to know what Sephiroth is up to, but he escapes, leaving behind a piece of Jenova, which the party is forced to fight. Once the battle is over, the cargo ship arrives safely in Costa del Sol, a coastal resort town. From there, Cloud and the others continue to chase rumors of the man in the black cape, which leads them to the desolate town of North Corel. The townspeople there blame Barrett for the sorry state of North Corel, but all Barrett can do is say he's sorry. Later, Barrett explains that Corel used to be his hometown, whose main industry was coal mining, but then Shinra came along, making promises about how Mako energy could make the town prosper. Barrett believed Shinra could make life better, but his friend Dine refused to accept their proposal. Ultimately, Barrett's side won, leading to the construction of a new Mako reactor. Once Shinra had gotten its way, however, Shinra troops burned Corel to the ground in retaliation for an accident at the reactor, which they blamed on a rebel faction, leading to the death of Barrett's wife and many others. From North Corel, The party rides a ropeway up to the Gold Saucer, a gigantic amusement park built over the ruins of Old Corel. There they meet Kate Sith, a fortune-telling cat robot who insists on tagging along with them. As they explore the park, they stumble onto a gruesome scene, as everyone in the battle square has been mysteriously shot to death, one of the victims using his last breath to describe the perpetrator as a man with a gun on his arm. Dio, the owner of the Gold Saucer, finds Cloud and the others on the scene and has them thrown down into Corel Prison, a prison facility in the middle of the desert. There they are reunited with Barrett, who tells them he's looking for his long-lost friend, Dine, who he had presumed dead after they were attacked by Shinra when the company burned down Corel. Barrett and Dine were both shot in the arm, resulting in them getting grafted with guns. Barrett confronts Dine, but Dine doesn't want to listen due to his hatred for the world. The two of them fight, but even after Barrett has beaten some sense into him, Dine decides he can't go back and throws himself off a cliff. With Dine's reign of terror over, the prison manager permits Cloud and the others to win back their freedom in a chocobo race at the Gold Saucer, and once they have claimed victory, they continue on their journey. This time riding a small buggy given to them by Dio as a way of apology for throwing them in prison. As they follow Sephiroth's trail, the buggy breaks down just outside Cosmo Canyon, a center for study of the planet and its lifestream. Upon entering the settlement, it is revealed that Cosmo Canyon is Red 13's home, and that his real name is Nanaki. Having made his return, Red 13 intends to remain behind as the protector of Cosmo Canyon. But before parting ways, he introduces Cloud and the others to his grandfather, Bugenhagen, who teaches them about the livestream by inviting them into his planetarium. Bugenhagen tells them the planet is dying, since the livestream is gradually being sieved away in order to be consumed as Mako energy. Sitting around a campfire later that night, Red 13 tells Cloud he must remain behind to make up for his father's shame, his father having fled when the Gi tribe attacked, leaving Red 13's mother to die. Upon hearing this, Bugenhagen asks Cloud and Red 13 to accompany him to the cave of the Gi, where Red 13 learns the truth about his father, Seto, who didn't actually flee, but rather stayed to fight the Gi, eventually being turned to stone by their poisonous arrows, his petrified body still serving as a warning to any who might wish Cosmo Canyon harm. Bugenhagen tells Red 13 to go with the others, so that he might aid them in saving the planet. And as Red 13 vows to do all he can, the statue of Seto sheds tears of pride. As the buggy is fixed, the party keeps pursuing rumors of a man in a black cape, and arrives at Nibelheim, only to find it fully rebuilt, as if the town had never been razed to the ground. The town is infested with people robed in black, who rant on about Sephiroth, and as the party searches for him at the Shinra Manor, Cloud finds him downstairs in the library. He asks Cloud to join him for the reunion, but Cloud doesn't know what he is talking about. Sephiroth escapes, but the party discovers that the cellar still has more secrets to tell, as they come upon a mysterious man resting in a coffin. Upon sharing their tale, the man is triggered by the mention of Sephiroth and wishes to hear more. He explains that he is a former Turk and introduces himself as Vincent. Vincent has been sleeping beneath the Shinra mansion in Nibelheim in penance for his sins of failing to stop the Genova project, but joins the party upon learning they might run into Professor Hojo, whom he deems culpable for everything. The group chases Sephiroth across Mount Nibble to Rocket Town, where they meet Sid Highwind, an aeronautical engineer whose dreams of going into space have been dashed by Shinra's lack of funding. The rocket, standing in the middle of the town, is a remnant of Sid's failed attempt at space travel, since he had to abort the launch due to Shira, a scientist working on the rocket, still being inside performing final checks during the launch sequence. Not wanting to kill Shira, Sid aborted the launch, and Shira has taken the blame for destroying his dreams ever since. Soon after the party arrives in Rocket Town, Rufus turns up to confiscate Sid's airplane, the tiny Bronco, which Sid vehemently protests. As the party stops Palmer, a Shinra executive, from stealing the plane, they end up boarding it themselves along with Sid. The tiny Bronco crashes into the ocean after being fired upon. But even though it is no longer fit for flying, the party is able to continue using it as a boat. Not being free to return home, Sid joins the party, and as they continue to pursue Sephiroth, they start to uncover his plan. They learn that Sephiroth means to obtain the Black Materia, a materia so powerful the Cetra hid it away deep inside the Temple of the Ancients. In order to enter the temple, the party acquires the keystone from Dio at the Gold Saucer. But before they can head out, the stone is stolen by none other than Cait Sith, who reveals himself to be a spy for Shinra. Even though he just betrayed them, Cait Sith insists on tagging along and threatens them with Marlene's voice, forcing them to do as he wishes, if they wish to keep the hostage safe. Riding the tiny Bronco to the Temple of the Ancients, the party encounters Zeng of the Turks, gravely wounded by Sephiroth. Zeng hands Cloud the keystone, and with it, they are able to enter the temple. Inside, they discover that the temple itself is the Black Materia, and that Sephiroth intends to use it to cast Meteor, thereby summoning a meteorite to crash into the planet. Sephiroth's plan is to create a wound in the planet so large, a live stream will be sent en masse to heal it, giving Sephiroth the opportunity to intercept it and take control of it. In order to safeguard the Black Materia, Cloud and the others decide to shrink the temple using its ancient mechanisms. The catch, however, is that someone must remain inside to operate it. Cait Sith volunteers, since his body is that of a robot, and as the temple turns into a materia of manageable size, his body is destroyed. Cloud takes the Black Materia, but Sephiroth appears and bends Cloud to his will. Subsequently, Cloud hands the Black Materia over to Sephiroth and attacks Aerith. Another Cait Sith appears to replace the one lost inside the temple, and the party knocks out Cloud to save Aerith. With Cloud still unconscious, Aerith leaves the party to find a way to save the world from Meteor, now that Sephiroth has acquired the Black Materia, traveling by herself to the Forgotten City, the lost city of the Cetra. As Cloud awakens, he is deeply troubled Sephiroth was able to control him, but resolves to nevertheless continue his journey, as Tifa and Barret encourage him to go on. The party chases after Aerith and Sephiroth. When they finally find Aerith praying at an altar at the Forgotten City, Cloud is once again enthralled by Sephiroth and almost made to kill her, his comrades' voices helping him regain his senses at the last minute before he swings his sword. With Cloud unwilling to finish the job, Sephiroth descends from up above, piercing Aerith with his blade, thus killing her. Cloud becomes justly enraged, but Sephiroth simply taunts him, telling him he should not act as though he has feelings. Floating up into the sky, the Sephiroth they had been hunting turns out to be a piece of Genova, which they are forced to do battle with, even as they grieve the loss of their friend. After the battle with Genova, the members of the party pay their respects to the departed Aerith, and Cloud lays a deceased body to rest in the waters of the Forgotten City. Cloud decides to continue his journey to complete his revenge against Sephiroth, even knowing he may lose control of himself again. Journeying to the north, the party arrives in the small town of Icicle Inn, where they discover recordings that detail Aerith's birth and Genova's true nature, as that is where Aerith was born to Professor Gust and her mother Ifalna. Gust was the scientist who led Shinra's Genova project before departing the company upon finding a true Cetra, Ifalna, the last survivor. Gast helped Ifalna escape Shinra, and the two settled in the remote Icicle Inn, where Gast interviewed her on her knowledge on Genova and the guardians of the planet, weapons. Ifalna told Gast that Genova, which Gast had mistaken as a Cetra, was in fact the calamity from the skies, responsible for Cetra's dwindled numbers. Genova is a shape-shifting extraterrestrial organism that had arrived on a meteorite 2,000 years ago, creating the large crater at the planet's north pole. The creature was sealed away by the last surviving Cetra, and it was from this geological stratum that Gast and his researchers excavated its body 2,000 years later. When Hojo discovered Gast and Ifalna's hideout, he killed Gast and took Ifalna and baby Aerith captive. The two later escaped into the Midgard slums, but Ifalna perished during the escape, leading Aerith to be adopted by Elmira Gainsborough. The party follows Sephiroth to the North Crater that had been created by Genova's fall 2,000 years ago, a place overflowing with the lifestream as the planet continues to attempt to heal itself. They are joined by Rufus and his gang, arriving on the airship Highwind, believing the North Crater to be the promised land Shinra has been seeking. Down on the ground, Cloud and the party encounter a horde of Sephiroth clones, and as they catch up to Sephiroth, they see him throwing the clones down into the livestream below. Once again, Sephiroth proves to be naught but a piece of Genova, and after defeating Genova in battle, the party reclaims the black materia. Cloud explains to the others that what they have been pursuing is not the true Sephiroth, but that the real Sephiroth is now nearby. Cloud and Tifa go alone, and Cloud hands the black materia to a party member remaining behind to prevent himself from being tricked into giving it to Sephiroth again. Cloud and Tifa stumble upon an illusion of the events that took place in Nibelheim 5 years ago, and Sephiroth shows them that Cloud was in fact never really there. Contrary to Cloud's story earlier on, his role instead being occupied by a man called Zack. Tifa cannot refute Sephiroth's claims, and Cloud begins to believe they are true. Sephiroth claims Cloud is but a facsimile, created by Hojo, a puppet with false memories, posing as the boy Cloud, who Tifa knows from her childhood. Sephiroth creates another illusion to trick the party member holding the black materia to bring it to Cloud. Hojo, who has accompanied Rufus to the crater, is at first interested in Cloud, but upon discovering Cloud doesn't have a numbered tattoo, discards him as a failure. Annoyed, a failed experiment is the only one to have made it to the reunion with the true Sephiroth. Sephiroth's true body is inside a materia cocoon, and Cloud hands him the black materia, allowing him to summon Meteor, which in turn awakens the planet's guardians, the weapons, giant monsters of immense destructive power. As the crater floor crumbles, Cloud and Sephiroth's cocoon fall into the livestream, and the party escapes with Shinra on their airship. During their escape, Tifa is knocked unconscious by the shockwave from one of the weapons rushing out into the world. While unconscious, Tifa hallucinates, chasing Cloud, who disappears into darkness, and recalls how she met him at the Sector 7 slums train station some time before he was hired into Avalanche. Cloud was acting strange, and claimed it had been 5 years since they'd last seen each other. Although Tifa knew it to be longer than that, she had never confronted him, instead asking him to join Avalanche, so she would have more time to decide what to do and to keep an eye on him and his strange behavior. Tifa awakens in Junon, 7 days later, to a world in chaos. A meteorite looms over the sky, a sign of the impending end of the world. Sephiroth has surrounded the North Crater with a barrier, preventing either Shinra or the weapons from attacking his true body, and the creatures have taken to attacking Shinra's site of power instead. Rufus, trying to show Shinra is still in control, decides to use Tifa and Barrett as scapegoats and publicly execute the pair on live broadcast television. Before the execution can go through, however, Sapphire Weapon attacks Junon, and Shinra kills it with a direct shot to the face with a Junon Mako cannon. The other party members, led by Cait Sith, sneak in during the attack to rescue Tifa and Barrett, and steal the Highwind for their own purposes. Being free to fly around the world, the party finds Cloud suffering from severe Mako poisoning in the town of Mideel, where he washed up by the currents of the livestream. Tifa stays behind to watch over him, as she is adamant Sephiroth's story of Cloud being Hojo's creation with false memories is untrue, and wants to help him regain his true self. The others return to the airship, and thanks to Cait Sith becoming a double agent, they are able to eavesdrop on a meeting at Shinra headquarters. Apparently, Shinra plans to collect huge materia, a highly condensed materia compressed and formed inside of Mako reactors, in the hope of launching them to stop the descent of Meteor, blowing the meteorite to bits. In the absence of Cloud and Tifa, Sid is elected as the new leader of the group, much to his surprise, and he makes it his first order of business for the group to get its hands on the huge materia, so that they can use them to continue the fight their way. After facing Shinra's down at Fort Condor and North Corel, the party returns to Mideel to check up on Cloud and Tifa. However, the town is suddenly attacked by the Ultima weapon, resulting in an enormous fissure opening up straight down into the livestream, swallowing up a large chunk of the town, and Cloud and Tifa along with it. Being submerged in the livestream allows Tifa to travel inside Cloud's subconscious and sort through his true memories and secret desires, such as joining Soldier, in part to gain Tifa's attention. She confirms Cloud is the genuine article, although not the person he made himself believe he was. In truth, Cloud never made it into Soldier, instead becoming a lowly Shinra infantryman. Embarrassed by his failure, he didn't tell anyone from his hometown. When he was assigned a mission in Nibelheim to accompany the soldier members Zack and Sephiroth, Cloud concealed his identity by always wearing his helmet, and this is why Tifa didn't realize Cloud was there at the time. After Sephiroth learned Shinra created him from Genova, he went insane and torched the town. He then departed for the Mako reactor to save his mother, as Genova had been contained there. Zack confronted Sephiroth at the reactor, but lost. Soon after, Cloud arrived, seeking revenge, and a weakened Zack gave Cloud his Buster Sword to fight Sephiroth. After being impaled by the legendary soldier, Cloud mustered the last of his strength and hurled Sephiroth into the livestream below the reactor. His life all but spent, Cloud then fell unconscious. After Hojo arrived to assess the situation, he took Zack and Cloud, as well as the other survivors from the village, to be his test subjects to turn them into Sephiroth clones by injecting them with Genova's cells. While the villagers had been turned into clones, Zack and Cloud had not reacted as desired, and they were deemed failures to be contained in the Shinra manor. Cloud's mind was shattered by the trauma of the events as a result of Hojo's experimentation, and he ended up merging his ideal self with Zack and Tifa's memories and replaced Zack with himself in his recollections. After Cloud had hurled Sephiroth into the Mako pit below the reactor, Sephiroth's body dissolved into the lifestream, but his consciousness was strong enough to remain intact. Sephiroth thus learned the wisdom of the Cetra from the lifestream, and began to construct a new body for himself inside a materia cocoon at the North Crater. He mentally took over the remains of Jenova at the Shinra headquarters, morphed it into his image, and used it to bring black materia to his true body to summon Meteor. As Cloud and Tifa are rescued from the lifestream, the restored Cloud returns to lead the party, revealing to the others he was never in Soldier, as he wasn't deemed mentally strong enough to qualify. Upon hearing the party has been hunting for huge materia, Cloud joins the fray. Their hunt leads them to Rocket Town, where they storm the launch of the rocket ship, but end up getting trapped inside as it takes off. Sid discovers he was wrong for admonishing his assistant Shira for ruining his dreams of spaceflight, since there was in fact a part of the ship malfunctioning. As they return to the planet in an escape pod, Sid finally gets to live his dream of going into space. The rocket, however, fails to destroy the meteorite, meaning that the world still faces its imminent doom. With the help of Bugenhagen from Cosmo Canyon, the party discovers the reason Aerith had gone off alone to the Forgotten City. She had planned to summon Holy, the ultimate white magic, and a counter to Meteor, using the white materia that had been passed down in the Cetra lineage, and she possessed as the last Cetra. Just before her death, her prayer had reached the planet, allowing her to evoke the power of the planet. But Sephiroth is holding Holy back from within the planet's core. Before they can confront Sephiroth, they get news of Rufus having moved the Juno Mako cannon from Junon to Midgar, in the hopes of firing upon the northern crater by using the Mako energy produced in the city, renaming the cannon Sister Ray. As they make their preparation, Diamond Weapon rises out of the sea and charges towards Midgar. The cannon destroys the weapon, and the blast reaches the North Crater, breaking Sephiroth's shield. Before dying, the weapon fires out energy blasts into the Shinra building, seemingly killing Rufus and creating a power vacuum at the top of the organization. Midgar falls into chaos, and Cait Sith pleads for Cloud and his friends to help, revealing his true identity as a puppet controlled by Reeve Tuesti, a Shinra executive in charge of Midgar. Cloud's party infiltrates the city to fight Hojo, who has taken command of Sister Ray. Hojo is trying to relaunch it, even at the cost of obliterating Midgar. Cloud and his friends fight their way through the remaining forces of Shinra to reach Hojo, who reveals he wishes to give his son a boost from Sister Ray's power, thus unmasking himself as Sephiroth's biological father. Despite the power he has gained by injecting himself with Jenova cells, however, Hojo is defeated and his plans thwarted. With only a week until Meteor Fall, Cloud asks everyone to come up with their own reason and resolve to keep on fighting, beyond the mere reason of fighting for the planet. Should they find one, they may return for the last battle. Cloud and Tifa have nowhere to go, and spend the night together under the stars. The next morning, the others return and Cloud thanks them for coming back, reminded of Aerith's hope and smile, even in the face of death. The party is driven to ensure her deeds aren't wasted. The party ventures deep into the depths of the northern cave and fights its way to the planet's core, where they finally confront Sephiroth, who is blocking Holy from being released. The team triumphs over Bizarro Sephiroth, and then Safer Sephiroth, a half-human, half-divine form, befitting Sephiroth's dream of becoming a god. Despite Sephiroth's immense power, he is nevertheless defeated. As they attempt to return to the surface, Cloud collapses, his spirit torn from him for one last showdown with Sephiroth within the livestream. Unleashing all of his might, Cloud defeats Sephiroth, allowing himself to be free of him. As Cloud's spirit returns to his body, the cave around them starts to crumble, forcing them to make their escape. Despite their best efforts, their hard-earned victory comes too late. And when Holy is released, Meteor has fallen too far for Holy to unleash its full power. Midgar is laid to ruin in the struggle between Meteor and Holy, but Aerith's spirit commands the livestream to congregate and push Meteor far enough away from the planet for Holy to destroy it. 500 years later, Red 13 and two pups jump up to a precipice overlooking the overgrown ruins of Midgar, nature having reclaimed the land and turned the once bustling metropolis into a lush forest, teeming with life. Welcome to the complete story of Final Fantasy VIII, a game that many consider to be the black sheep of the Final Fantasy series, while others consider it among the best it has to offer. As a game, Final Fantasy VIII has come under attack for its innovative junction system that proved too complicated for some to master, or even give a chance, while others found a system that is infinitely fun to play around with and greatly increases the game's replayability. The story itself features an intricate plot filled with personal drama and romance, set in a fantasy world wherein military force is considered necessary enough to justify the establishment of private educational facilities that train children and teenagers to become mercenaries for hire. But at least it lets us live out our fantasies of being students in high school anime. Yay! But anyway, I'm Peter from Birds of Play, and in this video, I hope you'll join me as we celebrate one of the more underappreciated entries in the Final Fantasy series. It's time to go back to school. We have a lot of material to cover, but I hope you'll be with us every step of the way. After a sparring match gone wrong, Squall Leonhardt wakes up in the school infirmary with a gash across his face that is sure to leave a permanent scar. He is greeted by Dr. Kadawagi, the resident doctor, who asks him his name in order to verify that he is of sound mind. Once she is satisfied, she goes to call for his homeroom teacher, and while she's away, Squall is greeted by a mysterious girl through a window next to the bed. A while later, Quistis Treep, Squall's teacher, enters the room, sighing at the sight of Squall in the infirmary bed. As they walk over to the classroom, Quistis tries to get to know Squall a little bit better, but he brushes her off, telling her she has no business prying into his personal matters. Quistis laughs and they walk the rest of the way in silence, as the students of Balamb Garden go about their business. Back in the classroom, Quistis informs the class about an upcoming exam that will determine whether or not students will be accepted as members of SEED, an elite mercenary force trained at Balamb Garden. After giving the announcement, Quistis addresses Cypher Almasi, Squall's sparring partner from earlier, who is sitting at the back of the room and reprimands him for causing injury to a fellow student, telling him to be more careful from now on. As everyone leaves the class, Quistis calls Squall over and reminds him that he has yet to finish a prerequisite assignment before he can take part in the exam later on. Quistis tells him she will be waiting for him by the main gate so that they can take care of it. On his way to meet up with Quistis, Squall runs into Selphie, an energetic transfer student who is still learning her way around the school. Squall gives her a short tour of all the different facilities, using the directory in the lobby before heading to the main gate. Together with Quistis, Squall makes his way to the Fire Cavern to the east, where he has been tasked with acquiring Ifrit, a guardian force, capable of augmenting his powers. After besting Ifrit in battle, the beast agrees to lend them its power, which means that Squall has passed the prerequisite assignment. In order to prepare for the exam, the two of them hurry back to Balam Garden, where they part ways, but not for long. After changing into his uniform, Squall meets up with Quistis in front of the directory, where the team assignments are announced. Squall's first teammate in Squad B is Cell Dinkt, a lively fellow who Squall doesn't appear to care much for, due to him being obnoxiously loud. Cell, on the other hand, seems thrilled to be partnered up with Squall. Lastly, Quistis announces Cypher as the team leader for the squad, which Cell seems less thrilled about. Before they depart, the headmaster, a man named Sid, comes to see them off. And afterwards, the group drives west to the nearby town of Balam, ultimately boarding an assault boat in the harbor that will take them to their final destination. Aboard the vessel, they get briefed on the finer details of the mission by Sue, a Seed operative, who tells them that the Dole Dukedom has been occupied by the Galbadian army and that their objective is to liberate it. Cypher orders Squall to go outside to see what's going on, and as they approach Dole, Squall witnesses the conflict from afar. The assault boats make their landing at La Pointe Beach, and as the members of Squad B disembark, Quistis gives them the order to secure the central square. On their way there, they eliminate the Galbadian soldiers that stand between them and their objective, as well as the soldiers patrolling the square. As they hold the square, Cypher gets impatient and orders Squall and Cell to follow him as he chases down some more soldiers. They track the soldiers down to the communication tower on top of the hill, and as Cypher charges in by himself, Selphie catches up with the others with new orders. However, with Cypher gone, she can't relay them to the group leader, so she goes after him together with Squall and Cell, all of them entering the tower. At the top of the tower, Biggs and Wedge, a pair of Galbadian soldiers, are busy tampering with the equipment, and as Squall and the others reach their location, the tower becomes operational. As they are reunited with Cypher, the trio makes short work of Biggs and Wedge, before Selphie is finally able to relay the orders to the squad captain. Their new orders are to withdraw and assemble at the beach where they made their landing before. With little time to spare, Cypher orders everyone to make a run for it. But as they descend from the tower, Biggs activates XAMT-092, a spider-like robot, hell-bent on seeking them out and destroying them. The robot persistently chases them all the way down to the shore, and Squall only narrowly makes his way to safety thanks to Quistis, unloading the full force of the assault boat's machine gun turret on the robot, allowing them to make their escape. Back in Balam Garden, the examinees wait for the test results. As they wait, Cypher gets scolded by Quistis, Zoo, and Headmaster Sid for failing to follow orders. When the test results are announced later, it is revealed that out of all the participants, only 4 passed the exam. The 4 being Selphie, Nida, Cell, and Squall. As Headmaster Sid attempts to deliver a rousing speech to the foursome, he is cut off by a member of the garden faculty, who reminds him there is other business to attend to. As Sid hands them their Seed rank report, however, he is able to give them each an individual message. telling Selfie he's looking forward to the garden festival. Nita to do his best, even if he doesn't stand out. Cell to try to control his emotions a little. And Squall that he is happy to see a gunblade specialist graduating. Upon returning to the dormitory, Squall is greeted by Selfie, who tells him to get changed into his Seed uniform for the graduation party. At the party, Squall mostly keeps to himself, until he's approached by a girl in a white dress who asks him for a dance. The girl drags him onto the dance floor, but Squall tries to escape her grasp, as he doesn't know the steps. As he is forced to participate further, however, Squall starts to master the dance, just before the moment is cut short by a fireworks display. As he watches the fireworks, the girl slips away, seemingly having spotted another person of interest, leaving Squall by his lonesome. Going out onto the balcony, Squall is approached by Quistis, who compliments him on his dancing. She then orders Squall to accompany her to the secret area in the training center, where students secretly meet up after curfew. When they reach the secret area, Quistis asks Squall for the time, and when he tells her it's past midnight, Quistis tells him that as of now, she isn't an instructor anymore. Quistis goes on to unload her worries on Squall, but Squall brushes her off, telling her he doesn't want to carry anyone else's burdens. As they try to make their way back through the monster-infested training center, they come across the mysterious girl from the infirmary, being attacked by monsters. The girl calls out their names and they rush in to rescue her. But once the threat has been eliminated, a pair of white-clad men swiftly jump in to take her away, thanking Squall and Quistis for their trouble. The next day, Squall, Cell, and Selfie assemble outside for their first mission as members of Seed. Headmaster Sid tells them that they are to go to Timber, where their mission will be to assist a local resistance faction. Cell is surprised that it's just the three of them, but a member of the Garden faculty explains that the Garden has accepted this mission for unusually little pay. Squall is appointed as squad leader, and Cell and Selfie are instructed to give him their full support. The three of them board a train from Balam to Timber, but on the way there, they experience a strange phenomena as they mysteriously fall asleep in their cabin. While asleep, they have a dream about three Galbadian soldiers, Laguna, Kiros, and Ward, that are on their way back to Derling City, the capital of Galbadia. There, the three men visit a local piano bar that they frequent due to Laguna's infatuation with Julia, a pianist who regularly performs at the establishment. Each time Laguna tries to approach her, however, his legs cramp up, forcing him to retreat back to his seat. After her performance, Julia asks Laguna if she may join him, and she ends up inviting him up to her hotel room so they can talk freely. When they are in private, Julia confides in Laguna that she dreams of becoming a singer, and after Laguna has told her all about his adventures and dreams, she tells them that he has inspired her to write some lyrics. The dream ends as Squall, Cell, and Selfie are awoken by an announcement announcing their arrival in Timber. They realize they all had the same dream, but since they all appear to be unharmed and they don't have time to figure out the cause, they decide to solve the mystery another time. At the station in Timber, they meet up with Watts, a member of the resistance group known as the Forest Owls, and he takes them to their base, which is actually another train. Aboard the train they meet Zone, the leader of the Forest Owls, who tells Squall to go to the back of the train to fetch someone they collectively refer to as the Princess. Squall finds the Princess lying on her bed, but the Princess is actually the girl from the other night, the one in the white dress. She jumps into his arms, ecstatic that Seed has come to their aid. She then tells him she was at the party because Cypher was going to introduce her to Sid, and she seems a bit disappointed that Cypher wasn't dispatched as a part of the team. Before rejoining the others, the girl introduces herself as Renoa and forcefully shakes Squall's hand. As Squall and Renoa rejoin the others, the Seeds are invited into the Forest Owl's strategy room, where they are filled in on the plan to kidnap Vincent Delling, the president of Galbadia. The plan is demonstrated using crude handmade train models, and once the briefing is over, it's time for the real deal. Along with Renoa, the Seed members run across the train cars in motion as they expertly uncouple selected train cars, ultimately substituting the president's train car with one of their own. The plan is a great success, but once they attempt to interrogate the president, they realize it was a trap all along, and that they only managed to capture a decoy. The decoy attacks them in the form of a monster, but is promptly beaten back, thanks to the expertise of the Seed members present. As they recover from the trap sprung by Galbadia, Watts comes in with some new information. Apparently the real reason the president of Galbadia is visiting Timber is to use the local TV station, since it is the only TV station that can broadcast over the air, making use of the newly operational communications tower back in Dole. The technology hasn't been used in 17 years, but if it works, the Galbadians will be able to send a message to the world. Renoa gets the idea to hijack the broadcast in order to announce Timber's independence from Galbadia, and the Forest Owls squat on the floor in the corner of the room for a special meeting. Before they go any further, Squall asks to see the contract they have with Garden. Renoa passes it to Squall for him to read. The contract is rather unusual and vaguely stipulates that the three of them are to aid the Forest Owl until Timber's independence. On the way to the station, Renoa confronts Squall about not being willing to make decisions for himself, which leads Squall to directly question how serious she is about the whole operation, seeing as she and her fellow Forest Owls have been acting like rank amateurs. Upon being subjected to Squall's criticism, Renoa takes offense and retreats just as the broadcast starts. The announcer of the broadcast bids everyone welcome and gives President Delling the floor. But surprisingly, Delling uses his time on the air to introduce the new ambassador of Galbadia, the Sorceress. Suddenly, Cypher breaks into frame, cutting down soldiers and knocking the camera off its balance. Quistis follows suit and asks the Timber team to come to her aid. Squall and the others rush over, and as they arrive, Cypher is already holding the president hostage. Cell, enraged by Cypher's actions, thoughtlessly blurts out that they are from Garden, thereby making the school a target for the Galbadian military. Cypher retreats into the next room, still holding the president, and as all escape routes seem closed off to him, the sorceress appears out of thin air, shielding him from the others and whisking him away with her magic once he has let the president go. Just as Cypher has left, Renoa arrives on the scene looking for him. With Cypher nowhere to be found, they make their escape, but quickly find out they have nowhere to go, since the Forest Owl base has been destroyed. As their client, Renoa asks to be taken to a safe place away from Timber, but before they leave the city, they take refuge nearby at the home of the leader of the Forest Foxes, another resistance group seeking to free Timber from Galbadian rule. There, Quistis tells them Cypher came hoping to help Renoa, and after they're done pondering his fate, they think about where they should go next. After a reminder from his old instructor, Squall, the team leader, decides to follow protocol and report to the nearest garden. They board a train and get off at East Academy Station, which is the closest station to Galbadia Garden. But as they attempt to make their way through the forest that separates the station from the school, Squall, Quistis and Selphie fall unconscious once again, sharing a dream of Laguna and his friends in arms. This time the threesome run into XIII forces, excavating a gargantuan crystal structure at a central excavation site. In Galbadia Garden, the Seeds are enlisted to assassinate the sorceress with the help of Galbadia's General Caraway, Renoa's father, and the master sniper, Irvine Kinneas. Squall suspects they are being used, as Galbadia Garden's Master Martine wants the sorceress out due to her interest in his garden, but cannot fathom the general's motive. The assassination is planned to take place at Erdair's inauguration parade in Deling City. Renoa, determined to prove herself, comes up with a plan to suppress the sorceress's power with an Odin brand item, but is dismissed by Quistis when she brings it up. Renoa sets out to carry out her plan alone, but is struck down by the sorceress. Erdair kills President Deling and sets Renoa up as a sacrifice. But Squall and Irvine save her. Cell, Selphie and Quistis trap the sorceress inside a gated archway, as Squall, Irvine and Renoa arrive at their post, where a high-caliber sniper rifle has been left for them to assassinate Erdair. Irvine nearly breaks down, but with a little help from Squall, he fires at the sorceress. She blocks the shot with a magical barrier, forcing Squall to attack her head-on. Squall is surprised to find Cypher at the sorceress's side, having become her knight. Sorceresses of legends are said to have had male protectors referred to as their knights, and Cypher has always had a fascination with the concept, referring to it as his romantic dream in the classical meaning of the word romantic. Erdair is disgusted upon discovering Squall is a seed, and pierces his shoulder with an ice javelin, rendering him unconscious. While unconscious, Squall dreams of Laguna's stay in the rural town of Windhill, where he stayed with a woman called Rain and her adoptive daughter alone, after having been rescued by the former when he got injured at the Centra excavation site. Alone was orphaned when the nation of Estar raided the town to kidnap girls to be assessed as Sorceress's adult successor, Estar's ruler. This was one of the many parts of the Sorceress War, in which Adel set out to the path of world domination, mainly being opposed by Galbadia. The war had suddenly ended when Astar went silent, but during Laguna's times, threat from Estar forces was still real. Laguna vowed to protect alone Rain and the village. Laguna learns Julia has married General Caraway after her true love never returned from the war. Squall awakes in Galbadia's D-District prison, where his friends are being held nearby. Cypher tortures Squall on Erdair's orders, demanding to know why Seed persecutes sorceresses, confusing Squall, who only knows Seed as a mercenary force for hire. Squall is knocked unconscious, but a worker Moomba, an intelligent animal both Galbadia and Estar use for labor, frees him, calling him Laguna, which puzzles Squall further. He joins his friend in a jailbreak and learns that Erdair, who plans to retaliate for the assassination attempt, has ordered Trabia and Balam Garden to be obliterated via missile strike. The crew hurries to stop the attacks, but once out in the desert, they witness missiles launched from the Galbadian missile base. The group splits. Selphie's team tries to stop the next missile launch, while Squall's team goes to warn Balam Garden. Selphie's party fails to stop the launch and barely survives by hiding inside a wrecked tank when the launch base self-destructs. Squall arrives to find Balam Garden in an uproar with students fighting each other, some siding with Headmaster Sid and some with Garden Master Norg. Norg was the one who funded the garden's foundation and sees it as a mere profit venture. He declared himself the garden's true ruler and dismissed its true purpose. The conflict of interest sparked the Balam Garden revolt among Sid's Seed and Norg's garden faculty. During the commotion, Squall learns the garden can be made mobile and moves the building away from the spot the Galbadian missiles were programmed to target. But as the garden's steering devices have broken down due to the lack of maintenance, Balam Garden is left adrift in the ocean. After having saved the garden from the incoming missile attack, Squall is summoned to the garden's basement level, where he meets Garden Master Norg himself. Norg tries to kill Squall and his companions to appease the sorceress by proving Garden was not behind the assassination attempt, but fails as Squall defeats him. During their conversation, Norg lets out that Cid and Edea are married, and a confused Squall confronts Cid, who admits this is the truth. Cid explains the garden's true purpose is to enter a fated battle against the sorceress. He is conflicted, as the sorceress Cid is destined to face seems to be his wife, but nevertheless wishes to stay true to the organization's origins. The Adrift Garden is intercepted by the White Seed ship, and the crew, calling themselves Edea's Seed, want to take Alone away for her safety. Squall is asked to look for her, and he recognizes the name Alone from a Laguna dream. When he locates her, he discovers she is the mysterious girl who seems to know him. Squall demands to know what is going on, but Alone is saddened Squall has forgotten about her. She reveals she is the one sending Squall back in time into a dream world, but won't reveal why. Alone leaves with the White Seed, leaving a bemused Squall behind. Balam Garden crashes into Fisherman's Horizon, a pacifist town built around a defunct train station on the Horizon Bridge. Squall is reunited with a missile-based team when Galbadia sends its military to occupy Fisherman's Horizon, and the tank where Selphie and her comrades were hiding in is sent over as well. The Galbadians confront FH's mayor, demanding for Alone's whereabouts, as Edea is now searching for her. But the Seeds drive the G-forces out, and the local technicians restore the garden to full functionality. Cid places the garden under Squall's command, a duty he accepts reluctantly. Cid claims this is Squall's destiny, but a confused Squall rejects the notion. When the garden returns to Balam, Squall finds the town under Galbadian occupation, under the supervision of Cypher's friends, Fujin and Raijin. Galbadia is searching for Alone under Edea's orders. After liberating the town, Balam Garden heads for Trabia Garden, Selphie's home garden, which was destroyed by Galbadian missiles. At the garden ruins, Selphie mourns the wreckage of her home. As Squall, Sel, Selphie, Quistis, Irvine, and Rinoa gather to discuss their next course of action. Irvine reveals that everyone but Rinoa used to live in an orphanage together, cared for by a woman named Edea, but he is the only one who remembers it. As everyone uncovers their buried memories, they realize they had forgotten about their past because of the memory loss brought on by using Guardian forces. And Irvine was the only one unaffected, as he never trained as a Seed. They decide to investigate the old orphanage to find out why Edea has become evil, only to discover Galbadia Garden has arrived there first. They prepare for an assault by the Flying Garden, now under Edea and Cypher's control, and the Battle of the Gardens ensues. Squall and his friends infiltrate Galbadia Garden, where they face Cypher and Edea. The Seeds defeat Cypher and Edea, who collapse on the floor. Rinoa begins acting strange and revives Cypher before falling unconscious. After Cypher is gone, Edea calls out to Squall and his friends in kindness, marveling how they have all grown up. She explains she had been possessed by a sorceress from the distant future named Ultimecia, and that up until now, they had been fighting Ultimecia inside Eder's shell. She sends her mind back in time to possess other sorceresses. Ultimecia is looking for Alone, whose mystical powers are necessary for her to cast her time compression spell. Rinoa remains in a comatose state, and Squall realizes he is in love with her. He wants to seek Alone out and have her send him back in time to prevent Rinoa's coma. They find the White Seed ship and learn Alone has gone to the hidden nation of Estar. Squall takes the garden to FH and visits Rinoa in the infirmary. He falls asleep and dreams of Laguna taking part in filming a movie. During his quest seeking a way to Estar to save the young Alone, who had been kidnapped there on Sorceress Adele's orders. In the dream, Laguna glimpses a mysterious floating pillar on the horizon, and as Squall begins to awake, he hears Alone's voice, apologizing for having accidentally sent him back in time again. Squall calls out to her, but the connection is lost. Squall resolves to take Rinoa to Estar himself by crossing the Horizon Bridge. His friends and Eder follow him. Eder explaining she wants to go to Estar to see the famed scientist Dr. Odin, said to have studied sorceresses due to her fear that Ultimecia may possess her again. Squall carries an unconscious Rinoa on his back through the salt flats, where the party discovers Estar City is camouflaged behind a cloaking device. This explains how Estar has remained hidden from the world since the Sorceress' War. As the party arrives in Estar, Squall begins to feel faint, and he and his friends fall asleep to enter another dream world. He dreams of Laguna, having been taken captive by Estar and forced into labor. In the dream, Laguna breaks free and finds Alone within Dr. Odin's lab, where Odin had been researching her powers of telepathy and mental time travel. Upon awakening, the party is taken to meet Dr. Odin, who inspects Rinoa and Eder, telling the latter she is no longer a sorceress. Squall insists on taking Rinoa to see Alone, and thus, at the Lunar Gate, the party launches into outer space to Estar's lunar base. The lunar base is Estar's space station for moon study, but unbeknownst to most of the world, its true purpose is to oversee Sorceress Adele, Estar's ruler during the Sorceress' War, who is sealed in a space-bound tomb to prevent her from ever passing on her powers as a sorceress. Back on the ground, Cell is left in charge of the remaining party. They are shocked to see a massive black pillar rise from the ocean and fly across Estar City. The pillar, known as the Lunatic Pandora, was created by Estar to artificially trigger the Lunar Cry, a cataclysmic event where monsters fall to the planet from the moon, this phenomena being the origin of most of the monsters on the planet. Cell's party infiltrates the Lunatic Pandora, but are later ejected by a Galbadian robot. On the lunar base, Squall reunites with Alone, who has come to the lunar base to meet someone, but won't reveal who. Squall explains he has recovered his childhood memories and now remembers Alone is his sister from the orphanage, and begs her to send him to Rinoa's past. Alone explains she has discovered it is impossible to change the past with her ability, but learning from the past can allow one to understand the present. Ultimecia takes possession of Rinoa's body and forces her way through to the control room. She puts on a spacesuit and exits out to space, where she opens the seal on Adele's tomb. Ultimecia abandons Rinoa's body in space, and as the Lunatic Pandora back on the ground triggers the Lunar Cry and monsters pour down to the planet, Adele's tomb is swept into the current of monsters and falls into the lunatic Pandora, while Estar City is decimated. As a result of this catastrophe, Lunar Base is evacuated, and as everyone puts on their spacesuits and enters the escape pods, Alone sends Squall back in time. He discovers Renoa was possessed by Ultimisia back at Galbadia Garden, when she revived Cypher and ordered him to restore the lunatic Pandora, but is unable to affect the events. When Squall awakes, he begs Alone to try again. And Alone sends Squall to Renoa's consciousness as she floats alone in space. Via Alone's power, Squall communicates to Renoa to activate the emergency oxygen supply in her spacesuit. She does so, and Squall exits the escape pod to go after her. He catches up with Renoa in outer space, and they come across the derelict spaceship Ragnarök, which had been floating in orbit near the lunar base. They find the abandoned spaceship still has oxygen and contact the ground base, Squall being surprised to find the radio communication is working. Unbeknown to him, it was Adele's tomb sealing device that disrupted radio waves back on the planet. And now that the tomb has fallen, the radio is working again. Squall and Renoa share a tender moment in the cockpit of the Ragnarök. But since Renoa has now become a sorceress, having unwittingly received Edir's sorceress power when the Seed defeated her at the Galbadia Garden, Estar demands she be handed into their custody, as she poses a great threat to the world. After Squall and Renoa land the Ragnarök, Renoa, with a heavy heart, agrees to be sealed away as Adele had before her, and is led away. Squall's friends find him alone in the Ragnarök the Asterians had left behind. They help him realize how much he loves Renoa, and push him into action before he regrets it. He rescues Renoa, and they escape on the Ragnarök back to Edir's house. Renoa is skeptical of the future, seeing as Squall is the leader of Seed, an anti-sorceress army, but he assures Renoa that she's not his enemy. The two promise to meet at the flower field behind the house should they ever be separated. Estar contacts the Ragnarök with a message of wanting to hire Squall's party for one last Seed mission. The party heads for the presidential palace in Estar City, where they meet the president of Estar, Laguna. Laguna was the one who usurped Adele all those years ago and succeeded her as Estar's ruler. Laguna tells the story of how they tricked Adele into being frozen and used Ragnarok model spaceships to transport her tomb into orbit. Laguna explains Alone survived the lunar space destruction and landed in the escape pod somewhere south of Estar, but she was seized by Galbadian forces and is now being held captive within the lunatic Pandora. The party discusses Ultimisia's plan of time compression with Dr. Odin. Alone's ability to send one's consciousness into different eras had been studied by Dr. Odin during the time she was held in Estar as a child, and he had used the knowledge he had gained to create the prototype junction machine Alone. In the future, Ultimisia is using a future version of the junction machine to reach back in time to take over the bodies of the sorceresses. However, the machine has limitations in regard to how far it can send a consciousness back in time. Thus, it had become Ultimisia's goal to find the real Alone, to send her consciousness even further back in time to simultaneously exist in the past, present, and future. With her mind present in all eras of time, Ultimisia would be able to cast a time compression spell and become an omnipotent deity, able to control all time, space, and existence. Dr. Odin and Laguna have formulated a plan to stop Ultimisia. Seed would need to defeat Adele, so she would pass her powers to Renoa, making her the only sorceress left in the present era Ultimisia could exist within. When Ultimecia would possess Rinoa, Alone would send both of their minds into the past, allowing Ultimecia to cast time compression. Alone would then sever the link, sending everyone back to their respective eras, temporarily halting the spell. Laguna explains the only way to survive in a universe of compressed time. Squall and his friends would have to keep their bonds strong by remembering each other and thinking of a place they are connected to, able to survive through time compression with their love and faith in each other. They should be able to make it to Ultimecia's future and defeat her. Laguna and his aides Kiros and Ward come aboard the party's Ragnarok to support in their upcoming mission. Kiros and Ward imply being familiar with Squall's parentage, but Laguna is evasive and only says he and Squall will have a lot to talk about later. The party invades the lunatic Pandora, where they find the Galbadian forces questioning their commitment to Cypher. Fujin and Raijin try to convince Cypher to stop serving Ultimecia and go back to being their friend and set Alone free. Cypher says it's too late to turn back now and captures Rinoa and offers her to Ultimecia, now in the body of Adele. Ultimecia junctions Rinoa to Adele's body, but Squall's party fights Ultimecia as Adele. As Adele's body succumbs, she passes on her sorcerer's power to Rinoa. With no other vessel to exist within, Ultimecia possesses Rinoa, allowing Alone to send Ultimecia's and Rinoa's minds into the past. With her mind in all eras, Ultimecia casts time compression, though it is temporarily halted when Alone severs the link, sending her mind back to the future. The partially compressed time allows Squall and his friends to travel to the future and reach Ultimecia Castle. The party finds a dark world, ruled by Ultimecia and the corpses of White Seed, around the shoreline of the old orphanage that no longer exists in the future. Squall comments the Seed has been fighting Ultimecia across generations. The Seeds confront Ultimecia at the summit of her castle, and she divulges her plan to create a realm where the Seeds are her slaves. Ultimecia reaches into Squall's mind and creates Griever, a guardian force created from Squall's idea of the most powerful force in existence. After Squall and his friends triumph over Griever, Ultimecia junctions herself to it, and after again being bested, transforms into her ultimate form to complete time compression in a battle that shifts to the fabric of time and space. Ultimecia begins absorbing all time and space and existence into herself, merging with it to become an omnipotent deity. The links that bound Squall, Rinoa, Quistis, Cell, Selfie, and Irvine prove too much for Ultimecia to overcome, and she collapses in an explosion that emanates across space. Reality starts to revert to its original form, and Squall and his friends must find their way back to their own time. Ultimecia and Squall travel back in time to Edia's orphanage, to a time when Squall was only a child, and the garden hadn't yet been built. Squall witnesses Ultimecia passing her powers on to Edia of the past before fading away. Squall speaks with Edia and mentions Garden and the Seed. Edia is puzzled, as she's never heard of them, and Squall realizes he has traveled too far back and re-enters the compressed time, unwittingly setting in motion his own destiny. The Edia of the past would go on to have her husband Sid establish the garden to train the young Squall to become a Seed, so he can take on the mysterious sorceress whose powers she had received. Squall finds himself in a place gradually slipping into nothingness. He tries to concentrate on Rinoa to make his way back home, but is unable to picture her face. In the present era, Rinoa waits for Squall at the flower field at Edia's house. She transforms a flower petal into a white feather that locates Squall trapped in lost time. He grasps the feather, but is too weak to make his way back and falls unconscious. But Rinoa finds him and brings him back to the real world. Once the dust settles, life regains some semblance of mundanity. Cypher spends his days in the company of Fujin and Raijin in Balam Town, and as Balam Garden passes overhead, he looks up and smiles, implying he has moved on. Laguna visits Rain's grave on the hills outside Windhill, where he recalls proposing to her, while alone, Kiros and Ward watch on from a distance. The Seeds reunited Balam Garden for a celebration party. Eder has abandoned the mannerisms and dress sense of a sorceress and attends the party with Sid. Irvine and Selfie use a video camera to document the festivities, while Squall and Renoa stargaze on the Balam Garden balcony and share a kiss. The end. Welcome to the complete story of Final Fantasy IX, the game that paid homage to all that had come before it, and returned the Final Fantasy series to its roots in high fantasy. Originally released all the way back in 2000, the game, which was the last of the PlayStation 1 generation Final Fantasy games, was overshadowed by the new and shiny PlayStation 2. Since then, however, the game has re-emerged from the mist of history as one of the most beloved entries in the series. And for good reason. The story of the game features an intricate plot with multiple viewpoints that deal with love, loss, loyalty, lechery, life, and probably some other things that begin with a different letter. Oh, and also there's jump rope. But anyway, I'm here from Birds of Play, and in this video, I hope you'll join me as we revisit the wonderfully light-hearted, yet deeply life-affirming story of Final Fantasy IX. It's going to be quite the adventure, and I hope you'll be with us every step of the way. In the Kingdom of Alexandria, Princess Garnet till Alexandros XVII awakens from a mysterious dream of having been adrift on a small boat at the mercy of the ocean waves. In the distance, an airship, the Prima Vista, approaches the castle, carrying a group of infamous thieves, masquerading as a theater troupe. Aboard the ship, the daring thieves, collectively known as Tantalus, discuss how they plan to go about kidnapping the princess. The dubious honor of actually snatching Her Highness going to Sedan Tribal, a young man with a monkey-like tail. As the Prima Vista flies over the city of Alexandria, a young boy with bright eyes looks up in awe at the majestic airborne vessel, before falling flat on his face shortly after. The boy is visiting Alexandria in the hopes of attending tonight's play at the castle. Much to his dismay, however, he discovers that the ticket in his possession is a fake. Fake tickets apparently being a common commodity these days. Still, wanting to see the play, the boy teams up with Puck, a rat kid, and together they steal a ladder so they can sneak into the castle without tickets. The bright-eyed boy introduces himself as Vivi, and the two successfully infiltrate the castle grounds, just in time for the play to start. Overhead, on the royal balcony, Queen Bran and Princess Garnet are also watching the play, although the princess seems less than enthusiastic about the festivities. Noticing the princess's disinterest, Adalbert Steiner, captain of the Royal Knights of Pluto, gives the signal for the show to commence. But even the spectacular light show seems to hold little appeal for the princess. As the play begins,
Baku, the leader of Tantalus, takes center stage and invites everyone present to enjoy this year's rendition of I Want to Be Your Canary, a play of star-crossed lovers, Princess Cornelia and Marcus, whose love is doomed to fail due to their families being at odds with one another. The members of Tantalus put on a riveting show, during which Sedan and Blanc enact a sword fight, only to sneak away as the audience is transfixed on the drama of it all. Inside the castle, Sedan and Blanc disguise themselves as knights, but on their way to snatch the princess, Sedan encounters a mysterious hooded girl. He recognizes her as the princess, and as she runs away, the kidnappers give chase. Seeing as Princess Garnet doesn't return to her seat, Steiner is sent to look for her, his duty leading him to scour the castle grounds. The princess, however, eludes both Sedan and Steiner, making it aboard the airship all by herself. It isn't until she recognizes Sedan as someone who works on the theater ship that she stops running away. And to Sedan's surprise, she asks him to take her away, making his job of abducting her a whole lot easier. Being sworn to protect her, Steiner nevertheless does all he can to stop Sedan and the others from taking the princess, regardless of her own wishes. As he pursues the princess and her kidnapper, the three of them find themselves on stage, having to improvise their lines, so as not to alert the crowd. During the play's climax, Vivi and Puck are discovered to be trespassers, and Vivi runs up on stage to evade the guards, revealing himself to possess the power of black magic by casting a fire spell, accidentally setting fire to the princess's hood, which she had been using to conceal her identity. With the princess's identity revealed, Queen Bran flies into a frenzy and orders an attack on the theater ship, even though it means putting Princess Garnet in harm's way. The airship narrowly makes its escape, but it is still too early to celebrate, since the ship is forced to crash land in the evil forest due to the damage it has sustained. Sedan is once again sent to look for the princess, since she got thrown overboard during the crash. But when he finally finds her, she is taken away by a monster native to the forest. Returning to the ship, Sedan hopes to launch a rescue operation, but Baku believes it is time for them to cut their losses. Refusing to leave the princess behind, Sedan leaves the group and asks Steiner and Vivi to help him look for the princess. Not being one to associate with criminals, Steiner reluctantly agrees to join him, understanding it to be the best way to save Her Royal Highness. They find the princess in the den of the plant brain, a vile forest monster keeping the princess captive. During the battle with the plant brain, Blanc suddenly rushes in to help, bringing with him a map of the surrounding area. When Plant Brain is defeated, the whole forest starts to turn to stone, and as they make a run for it, Blanc selflessly sacrifices himself to save Sedan and the others, his body becoming petrified, along with the rest of the forest. Following the map from Blanc, the party makes its way to the ice cavern to the south, in the hopes of getting above the mist, a noxious fog that spawns monsters and stirs abnormalities in the mind and body. As they make their way through the ice cavern, they mysteriously fall asleep in the middle of the freezing cold, Sedan being the only one to awaken of his own accord. Sedan hears the sound of a bell further up ahead, and upon following the sound, he comes upon Black Waltz number 1, a black mage sent to retrieve the princess by any means necessary. Sedan defeats the Black Waltz, freeing the others from his spell, and together they make it through the mist. Exiting the cavern, they spot the village of Dali in the distance, but before they can make their way over there, Sedan suggests that Princess Garnet should adopt a new identity so that they can travel without being disturbed. Steiner pushes Sedan violently for even making such an insolent suggestion, making Sedan drop his dagger in the process. The princess picks it up and asks Sedan what such a weapon is called. When she learns that it's called a dagger, she decides that from now on, her new name will also be Dagger. The four of them make their way to the village and get a room at the local inn. Sedan asks Dagger what her plan is, and she tells him that she must cross the border and go to the neighboring regency of Lindblom, although she cannot tell him why she must do so. Steiner begs her to reconsider returning to the castle, but his pleas fall on deaf ears. After a good night's sleep, the four travelers each explore the town in their own way. As Vivi walks around town, the children of Dali give him a strange look and start avoiding him, much to his dismay. At the same time, Dagger wanders around, trying to live up to her new name as a commoner, although she still has a lot to learn. Sedan asks Vivi and Dagger to return to the inn, but when Vivi doesn't show up, they decide to go looking for him. Strangely, they hear him sobbing underground through a small hole and end up tracking him down to a secret underground facility where the townspeople have stuffed him in a box. Sedan and Dagger free Vivi, and together they discover, much to their horror, that the facility is mass-producing black mages similar to Vivi and shipping them off to Alexandria Castle. On the surface, Steiner has devised a plan to take the princess back to the castle using the cargo ship, so when the others resurface, he lies to them and tells them that the ship is actually going to Lindblom. Before they can board the ship, however, they are attacked by Black Waltz No. 2, who has come to retrieve the princess, just like his predecessor. Once they have defeated the second Black Waltz, they board the cargo ship, knowing full well about Steiner's attempt at deception. Surprisingly, the ship is run by black mages from the factory, but when Vivi tries his best to talk to them, they ignore him completely, fully immersed in their work. Up on the deck, Steiner believes he has finally managed to find a way to escort the princess safely back to the castle. But much to his surprise, Sedan commandeers the ship to use for their own purposes and sets course for the neighboring regency of Lindblom, as per the princess's request. On the way there, they are intercepted by Black Waltz No. 3, yet another assailant sent by the castle, each new iteration being more powerful and merciless than the last. When the Black Waltz attacks Vivi, the other black mages suddenly come to his rescue, prompting the Black Waltz to dispose of them as if they were nothing. As Dagger steers the cargo ship, the others attack the Black Waltz and drive him off the deck. Once he has been defeated, however, he returns to his masters, Zorn and Thorn, the royal court jesters, and steals their ship so that he can continue to pursue his prey. Dagger heads for the south gate, with the Black Waltz fast approaching, but thanks to Vivi mustering all his strength to fend him off, they are able to outmaneuver him just as the gate closes behind them, the Black Waltz crashing into it. Leaving a trail of destruction in their wake, they make their way to Lindblom, a veritable metropolis made prosperous through the wonders of technology. There, the princess is given a warm welcome at the Lindblom Grand Castle after proving her identity with her royal pendant. They are then led to the throne room for an audience with Sid, the regent of Lindblom, but are instead met with an Uglop, a small yellow beetle with large eyes. This particular specimen sporting a peculiar moustache. It turns out that the Uglop is in fact Sid, having been transformed into an Uglop the very night his wife, Lady Hilda, was abducted. As the princess is cared for at the castle, Sedan sneaks back into town for some real food, as opposed to the high-born fodder they have at the castle. At the bar, he is reunited with Freya, a Bormesian dragoon who has been searching for her last lover, Sir Fratley, for many years. She is in town for the Festival of the Hunt, an annual competition hosted in the city where participants compete to obtain the title of Master Hunter. In the castle, the princess confides in Sid that her mother, the queen, hasn't been herself since the death of the king. The princess fears that her mother might be planning something terrible, and she hopes that Sid might be able to persuade her from going down the wrong path. At that time, Sid confesses that it was he who orchestrated the kidnapping of the princess, since he was already familiar with the disturbances in Alexandria, and he had promised her father to keep her safe. She tells him about the black mages they saw in the village of Dali, and that she fears her mother might be intending to use them for war. Cid consoles her by telling her that even if she was, Queen Bran would never attack Lindblom as long as they have their airship fleet. Cid then takes the princess to the airship hangar to show her the latest advancements in airship technology. 6 months ago, they had an airship in there that didn't require mist to fly. It was a true breakthrough. But the ship was stolen by none other than his wife, Hilda, who had also used her magic to turn him into an Uglop. The reason being that she found out Cid had an affair with some lovely lady down at the pub. The airship ironically having been named the Hildegard, out of love for his wife. Furthermore, due to being an Uglop, Cid hasn't been able to construct the Hildegard II, since his mind just isn't the same. Regardless, he says he will do what he can for the princess and Alexandria, and that he will visit the queen once the repairs on the south gate are finished. Back in town, Sedan heads for the Tantalus hideout, while Vivi goes shopping, and Steiner develops a surprising taste for Gishal pickles, a local delicacy that supposedly tastes as good as it smells bad. Not surprisingly, however, there is no one at the Tantalus hideout, since they still haven't made their way back from the evil forest. Wanting to see Daga, Sedan sneaks into the castle and finds her singing up at the observation deck. They have a little heart-to-heart, and Daga asks Sedan how they were planning on abducting her. When he tells her they would have used some sleeping weed to put her to sleep, she asks him whether he can give her some, since she's had a hard time sleeping lately. Sedan reluctantly agrees, and asks her what song she was singing before. Daga tells him that she can't even remember where she learned it, but that she sings it whenever she's feeling sad or lonely. Finally, Sedan proposes that if he gets first place in the Festival of the Hunt, then the two of them will go out on a date, which Daga reluctantly agrees to, lighting a fire in the young man's heart. As the festival commences, a horde of wild beasts is let loose within the city, letting the hunters stalk their prey, while the onlookers watch on from the safety of the city walls. Sedan, Vivi, and Freya all do their best, but once the festival has concluded, there is little time for jubilations, since the award ceremony is interrupted by a fatally wounded Burmesian soldier. The soldier tells them that Burmesia has been invaded by an army of mages wearing steeple-crowned hats, and that he has been sent to ask Lindblom for aid. Having received Cid's word that they will help, the soldier dies from his wounds. Sedan, Freya, and Vivi set their sights on Burmesia to help, but Sedan tells the princess to stay behind, since it isn't safe for her there. As they make ready, however, the princess puts them all to sleep, using the sleeping weed she got from Sedan earlier, and escapes with Steiner on a mission to convince her mother not to go to war. Not knowing where the princess has gone, Sedan, Vivi, and Freya give chase to Burmesia, first heading for Gizamaluk's grotto, which they must pass in order to enter the kingdom. On their way there, they encounter a curious creature in the marshlands. They learn that the creature's name is Quina, and after having a talk with Quail, the leader of the queue in Q's marsh, it is decided that Quina will accompany the others to Burmesia to learn more about all there is to eat in the world, the queue being strongly disposed to seeing the world with culinary eyes. Once they reach the grotto, they discover that Master Gizamaluk has gone mad, as he is being controlled by Zorn and Thorn. With no way to free him from their control, the party is regretfully forced to slay him to secure their passage, Freya being determined to save the king at all cost. At the same time, Steiner arrives at the base of the south gate, carrying a large sack on his back. When the guards inspect the sack, they discover a copious amount of Gishal pickles. prompting them to end their investigation due to the foul smell. Once inside, however, the princess emerges from the sack, and together they attempt to cross the border into Alexandria. Similarly, Sedan, Vivi, and Freya cross the border into Burmecia, the realm of eternal rain, ending Freya's 5-year absence from her homeland. The city is in ruins, and the citizens have been slaughtered, but Sedan and the others still press on. Freya fears seeing the palace having suffered the same fate, and Vivi fears to see what the other black mages have done, since he's beginning to doubt the meaning of his own existence. Inside the palace, they come upon Queen Bran and Beatrix, her general, conspicuously conferring with a mysterious man, who is apparently responsible for the creation of the black mages. The man's name is Kuja, and he tells them they are wasting their time looking for the king, since he already fled to the neighboring town of Clara, which is protected by a perpetual sandstorm. Their meeting is suddenly interrupted by a lone Burmesian soldier who challenges them with no way of winning, prompting Sedan and the others to jump to his rescue. They are, however, swiftly defeated by General Beatrix and left powerless in the rain. With no one standing in their way, Queen Bran and Beatrix hurry to Clara, but Kuja takes a moment to look upon the defeated, noting that the boy could become a problem, before flying away atop a silver dragon. Back at the Southgate's summit station, Dagger and Steiner run into Marcus and Cinna, 2 members of Tantalus, as they wait for the next train car to take them to Alexandria. Cinna is on his way back to Lindblom, but Marcus is going the same way they are. During the train ride, Marcus tells Dagger he's going to Trino, the city of nobles, in order to acquire the legendary item Super Soft that is said to cure all forms of petrification, including the one Black is suffering from back at the Evil Forest. Upon hearing this, Dagger offers her assistance, since she feels partly responsible for what happened. Before they reach the destination, however, the train car is suddenly attacked by Black Waltz number 3, who still clings to his mission of retrieving the princess, but this time he plans to take her dead or alive. With Marcus by their side, they're able to defeat the Black Waltz once and for all. During the fight, Dagger also manages to prove she's capable of taking care of herself, so she insists that Marcus takes her along to save Blank. Once they reach Trino, Marcus intends to steal the Super Soft, but Steiner protests, telling him he won't let him commit a crime right before his very eyes. As the two of them argue, Dagger sneaks away, forcing Steiner to look for her, giving Marcus the opportunity to sneak away himself, leaving Steiner all by his lonesome. As Steiner looks for the princess, Dagger and Marcus inquire separately about the Super Soft. At the auction house in Trino, Dagger sees a familiar man on one of the balconies. She's seen him at the castle before, but she doesn't know that the man is in fact Kuja, who has just returned from Burmecia. At the other side of Trino, Marcus meets up with Baku, who informs him the Super Soft can be found stashed away at a noble's mansion. Dagger and Steiner meet up with Marcus, and they break into the mansion to steal the Super Soft. Dagger going to make sure they don't steal anything else, and Steiner in order to protect the princess from bad influences. As they rummage through the mansion's property, however, they run into Dr. Tot, a highly respected scholar who tutored the princess in her youth. Dr. Tot tells them to leave the mansion and meet him at his home, where he will provide them with the Super Soft, alleviating the need to steal it. Dr. Tot is true to his word and gives the Super Soft to Marcus, no questions asked. He then starts reminiscing with Dagger about their old lessons, and Dagger tells them all that has happened. In an attempt to help them reach Alexandria, Dr. Tot then shows them an ancient transport network of underground tunnels called Gargan Rue, where passengers ride in a carriage that hangs from the back of a giant insect called the Gargant. Using this network, they make their way to Alexandria, along with Marcus, who's going to the Evil Forest. Upon reaching the castle, however, they are trapped by Sorn and Thorn and taken prisoner. Back in Burmecia, Sedan, Freya, Vivi, and Quina have regained enough of their strength to travel to Clara in the desert west of Burmecia, where they are met with a massive sandstorm that bars entry to outsiders. As they approach, the storm subsides, allowing them passage up the gigantic tree that houses the town. Once they reach the settlement, Freya is greeted by name by the people of Clara and escorted to meet the king of Burmecia, who requests her presence. As Freya is ushered away, Sedan and the others take the opportunity to survey the town, accompanied by an oracle from Clara. Once the tour is over and the party tries to get some rest at the inn, a Burmesian soldier comes running and tells them that a kid is being attacked by the antlion. The party runs to the kid's rescue, and Vivi discovers it's his old friend Puck from Alexandria. Freya joins them and recognizes Puck as the Prince of Burmecia, much to Vivi's surprise. Once Puck has been rescued, they go to the cathedral at the top of the settlement, where Freya is granted the honor to take part in an ancient ritual intended to empower the storm that protects them. At the end of the ritual, however, the strings on the ceremonial harp snap, and the storm surrounding Clara dissipates. At the castle, the princess is summoned by Queen Bran, and they are joined by none other than Kuja. Kuja puts Dagger to sleep with his magic, and the queen tells Sorn and Thorn to prepare themselves to extract the eidolons from the princess. The jesters comply and perform a ritual on Dagger, calling forth the warrior of the dark. Soon after, Clara is invaded by black mages, forcing the people of Clara to seek sanctuary at the cathedral. Sedan leads as many as he can there, but they are ambushed by black mages. Thankfully, a mysterious dragoon swoops in to save the day, and afterwards, it is revealed that the mystery man is none other than Sir Fratley, Freya's lost lover. In a cruel twist of fate, however, Sir Fratley seems to have lost his memory and can't remember who Freya is. Freya is heartbroken by this revelation, but there is little time for grief, as Beatrix breaks into the cathedral and steals the jewel that powered the magic of the ceremonial harp. The party tries to stop her, but it is once again easily overpowered by her skills with a blade. Beatrix escapes along with the black mages, using their teleportation magic, and Freya, Sedan, and Vivi copy her, only leaving Quina behind, who refuses to teleport due to a dislike of heights. High up in the sky, Queen Bran overlooks Clara from her airship and uses Dagger's powers to summon an eidolon, Odin, the warrior of the dark, who demolishes Clara with his mighty spear. Sedan, Freya, and Vivi board the airship, where they see Beatrix handing the jewel she took from Clara over to the Queen. The Queen is ecstatic at receiving her prize, but orders Beatrix right away to claim the last jewel. When Beatrix asks how the princess is doing, the Queen tells her they no longer have any use for her now that they've extracted the eidolons from her. Furthermore, the princess is to be executed for her crime of stealing the jewel when she left Alexandria. Upon hearing this, Sedan and the others rush to the teleports and teleport to the castle in the hopes of beating them there. Back at the castle, Steiner and Marcus have been strung up in a cage that hangs from the ceiling of the prison. By swaying to the sides in unison, they manage to bash the cage into the wall and free themselves. Steiner hopes to rescue the princess, but the first chance he gets, Marcus makes off for the evil forest to save Blanc, leaving Steiner to fend for himself. Thankfully, the teleport sends Sedan and the others right to Steiner, allowing them to team up in their rescue efforts. They find Dagger unconscious on the altar Sorn and Thorn used for their ritual, and must fight the royal jesters to save her. Having beaten Sorn and Thorn, the jesters run off, but Dagger still won't wake up, forcing Sedan to carry her out. As they make their escape, however, Sorn and Thorn return, this time with General Beatrix in tow. The party fights Beatrix once more, but even now with the princess's life on the line, their efforts fall short when faced with her overwhelming martial prowess. Once beaten, Sedan nevertheless manages to convince Beatrix that it is her sworn duty to protect the princess, which she admits to before healing Dagger with her magic. At that very moment, the queen arrives on the scene and orders Beatrix to imprison the princess again, an order which she cannot comply with in good conscience. Having defied the queen, Beatrix and Freya stay behind to block the others' escape. Unable to leave Beatrix and Freya behind, Steiner entrusts the princess to Sedan. But as Sedan and the others make their way to Gargan Rue, they are once again trapped by Sorn and Thorn. Thankfully, Marcus and Blank show up in the nick of time and set them free, Blank having been freed from his petrification. Riding the Gargant, Sedan, Dagger and Vivi try to make their way back to Trino, but the beast runs berserk as it is chased by a monster, causing it to miss the stop and take them past the station. They end up in Pinnacle Rocks near Lindblom Castle, where they encounter a mysterious old man, who reveals himself to be none other than Ramuh, the Thunder God. Ramuh tests Dagger to see whether she is truly fit to become his master, and after she accomplishes his trial, Ramuh joins her. Afterwards, they plot a course for Lindblom, but at that very moment, Lindblom is attacked by Alexandria, and Queen Bran summons Atomos, a gigantic gaping creature of terror that sucks in the citizens of Lindblom and destroys the city. They rush over to the city and go to see Sid, who is surprised to see them until he realizes they must have ridden the Gargant. He tells them that a man named Kuja has been supplying Bran with highly advanced magic weapons, and that according to eyewitnesses in Trino, Kuja appeared from the northern sky on a silver dragon. Sid suspects that this indicates Kuja came from the Outer Continent, an unexplored continent located to the north of their Mist continent, and sends Sedan and the others on a quest there to stop Kuja. Since there is no mist on the Outer Continent, they cannot take an airship there, so they must rely on another Gargant tunnel hidden in Q's marsh. Once there, they are reunited with Quina, who somehow survived the devastation of Clara and made it back to the marsh. Quina joins them, and together they enter Fossil Rue in the hope of reaching the Outer Continent. There, they are attacked by Lani, one of two bounty hunters sent by the Queen to retrieve the princess's pendant and kill Vivi. But they manage to shake her off before arriving at their destination far to the north. They reach the town of Conte Petit, a settlement of dwarves where they encounter a black mage and learn of the existence of a black mage village, hidden in a forest to the southeast. They follow one of the black mages and find their village that is being hidden by magic. At first, the black mages are afraid of them, but once they realize Vivi is aware like them, they stop being afraid. Vivi learns that the black mages have a finite lifespan and struggles to deal with this realization. As they rest up at the inn, Sedan tells Dagger about the importance of having a home, and that Vivi might have finally found his. He tells her that he himself had searched for where he belonged for the longest time, the faint memory of a blue light being his only clue about his birthplace. The morning after, they learn that someone saw a silver dragon in the northwest part of the continent, and that in order to get there, they must pass through the sanctuary next to Conte Petit. Suddenly, Vivi comes running and tells them he will go with them since everyone in the village asked him to go see the outside world so that he can tell them all about it. Returning to Conte Petit, they find that the entrance to the sanctuary is heavily guarded and that in order to be granted passage, they must enter into holy matrimony. In order to meet the requirements, Sedan and Dagger get married, as well as Vivi and Quina. As the honeymoon to the sanctuary is underway, they encounter a young girl with a horn on her forehead. Her name is Aiko, and she is accompanied by a Moogle called Mog, who has a uniquely yellow pom-pom. The girl takes them to Madain Sari, the village of the lost summoners. But she is the only one who still lives there, aside from a group of Mughals. Eiko becomes infatuated with Sedan and decides to cook everyone a meal to show him that she would make a good wife. After dinner, Sedan asks Eiko to take them to the Ifat tree, the place which the dwarves of Contipeti refer to as the Sanctuary. Before they set out, they decide to get a good night's sleep. But Vivi can't sleep because of his fear of dying. To help him feel better, Sedan lets Vivi join him for a round of tinkling under the stars. The next day, they head for the Ifat tree, the ancient tree of life, which, much to their surprise, is surrounded by mist, even though it's not located on the mist's continent. The Ifat tree is sealed with an eidolon, so before entering, Eiko must break the seal by using her summoner's horn to communicate with the eidolon. Once the barrier is broken, they travel to the center of the Ifat tree, where they find a lift that takes them down deep underground. Far, far below the planet's surface, they encounter a peculiar structure and soul cage, the Ifat tree's guardian. They ask him whether he's the one producing the mist, but he tells them that mist is not produced, but rather that it's a byproduct of a refining process that then gets discharged through the roots of the tree. By sending it to other continents, the mist stimulates the fighting instinct, which in turn leads to war among the leaders of nations and then to the fall of civilization. He tells them that Kuja uses the mist to create weapons such as Vivi, and that if they destroy him, then no more such weapons can be produced. Having heard enough, the party does battle with Soul Cage, ultimately defeating him and thereby stopping the spread of mist. As they exit the Ifat tree, one of the Mughals from Madain Sari arrives and tells Eiko that someone stole something precious from the village. Instead of waiting for Kuja to arrive, Sedan and the others return to the village with Eiko, where they discover someone has stolen a precious stone that had been passed down in the village for generations. The culprit is Lani. The bounty hunter also takes Eiko hostage and demands Dagger's pendant in return for Eiko. Suddenly, Amarant Coral, the second bounty hunter hired by the queen, jumps into the fray and sets Eiko free, thereby driving Lani away. His intentions, however, aren't altruistic in nature, since he still wants to fight Sedan. The only reason he saved Eiko being that he wanted to level the playing field. Sedan beats him in a fair fight, and Amarant demands he finishes the job. But Sedan refuses to kill him, instead simply taking the stone back and giving it to Eiko. As things calm down a bit, Sedan and Dagger share a moment alone in a boat, underneath the ruins of Madain Sari. She asks him why he has always been there for her, and his answer is simply that he wanted to go with her. Suddenly, Dagger is beset by memories as she gazes at the eidolon wall from a distance, and she remembers that she once belonged to the village of Madain Sari, before it was destroyed by a horrifying eye in the sky. She deduces that she must have lived here before she washed up in Alexandria and was taken in by the royal family. As they return to the Ifat tree to lie in wait for Kuja, Amarant joins them since he wants to understand Sedan's strength better, still finding it incomprehensible that he didn't finish him off. Back at the tree, Kuja arrives atop his silver dragon and flies overhead. Just as they face Kuja, however, Queen Bran arrives with the royal fleet, ready to take down Kuja and achieve total domination over the world. The queen summons Bahamut, the king of dragons, to do her bidding, and manages to wound Kuja with his tremendous power. However, Kuja calls upon a great eye in the sky and takes control of Bahamut, letting the beast turn on the one who summoned it, sinking the fleet and fatally wounding the queen. In her final moments, Queen Bran returns to her former kind self, allowing Dagger to bid her adoptive mother farewell. Returning to Alexandria, Dagger is reunited with Dr. Tot, along with Steiner and Beatrix, who are all safe and sound. Dagger leaves a wreath of roses at her mother's grave and starts to prepare herself for taking over as queen in her place. Back in town, Sedan slumps over a table at the local tavern, believing he won't be able to see Dagger anymore, now that she's becoming queen. Eiko sees this as an opportunity to win Sedan's heart and asks Dr. Tot to help her write a love letter. Dr. Tot obliges her, but as they go to write the letter, he is reminded that the princess also had a horn on her forehead like Eiko the day she drifted ashore in Alexandria. Dagger's horn, however, had been removed so that she could take the place of Princess Garnet, who had sadly just passed away. Once they are finished with the letter, Eiko runs to deliver it to Sedan, but is bumped into by Baku, making her drop the letter. She asks him to deliver the letter in her place, but Baku ends up dropping it at the gondola dock before leaving the castle grounds. As she leaves, Beatrix arrives on the scene and finds the letter, mistakenly believing that Steiner had written it and left it for her to find. The letter instructs her to meet him at a dock when the night sky wears the moon as its pendant. Back in town, Vivi asks Sedan whether they can go see Dagger at the castle, and Sedan agrees. There, they run into Freya and Amaranth, who join them, and at the castle, they are met by Steiner and Eiko. Thanks to Master Vivi being the one to ask to see the princess, Steiner arranges an audience, but once she stands before them, Sedan and Garnet are unable to express how they truly feel. That night, Eiko waits by the dock for Sedan to arrive, as per the instructions in her love letter. But it isn't Sedan that shows up, but instead Blanc, along with Marcus. Blanc having found the letter, believing some girl had left it for him. When they hear someone coming, they run and hide and drop the letter in the process. Steiner arrives on the scene and picks it up, believing someone might have left it for him. After he reads it, Beatrix arrives, believing Steiner had written her the letter. The two of them draw closer and closer together. But before anything happens, Baku arrives and ruins the moment with a loud sneeze. Having lost her chance at love, Eiko runs into town where she is found by Dr. Tot, who has a few questions about her village, Madain Sari. Eiko says she's willing to talk at his home back in Trino, and Sedan decides to tag along, hoping to participate in a card game tournament that is being held there. They are joined by Vivi, Freya and Amaranth, and together they ride the Gargant all the way to the City of Nobles. Once in Trino, Vivi takes the opportunity to visit his old home, even though the one he called the Grandpa is gone. Vivi's home is in a cave close to Trino, and everything is just as he left it. While there, Vivi reminisces about his grandpa, who was a Q like Quina. Meanwhile, Amaranth wanders the street and runs into Freya in front of the auction house. There, he reveals that he used to work as a security guard before Sedan robbed the place, blaming it on Amaranth, thereby turning him into a wanted man. Back at Dr. Tot's home, he and Eiko discuss the Summoner tribe, and Dr. Tot deduces that the royal pendant is in fact only a part of a larger crystal that was divided between Alexandria, Lindblom, Clara, and lastly Madain Sari. Although he's not sure why they felt the need to split the crystal up 500 years ago. At the card game tournament, Sedan runs into Sid, who came to Trino on the Hildegard II, his second ship they can fly without mist. Their meeting is suddenly interrupted by Eiko, who tells them that the Mughals are saying that something horrible is happening in Alexandria. Back in Alexandria, Kuja has summoned Bahamut and is wreaking havoc on the city with mist-made monsters. Steiner and Beatrix take to the streets to fend off the beasts, but they find they can only do so much on their own. At the castle, Dagger hears some mysterious music playing and decides to follow it. It leads her to the top of the castle, where a curious staircase appears, leading up to a newly formed part of the castle. She ascends the staircase and arrives at a platform overlooking the city. Up in the sky, Sedan and the others are returning to Alexandria, riding the fairly unstable Hildegard II. But as they fly over the castle, Eiko's part of the crystal suddenly starts to shine, and Eiko follows its light overboard. As she falls from the ship, she lands right where Dagger is standing, and is caught by the magic emanating from her and Dagger's crystal pieces coming together. Together, they summon the Eidolon Alexander, who is calling for its summoners. Alexander emerges as an enormous winged fortress to shield the castle from the terror of Bahamut and bring the King of Dragons low. Once Bahamut has been defeated, however, Kuja once again calls forth the Eye in the Sky to claim the legendary Eidolon. But much to his surprise, it refuses to do his bidding. It is revealed that the Eye is but the underside of an airship, and that Garland, Kuja's master, has assumed command of the ship, putting a stop to Kuja's plotting. Back at the castle, Sedan rushes to Dagger's side and rescues her, just as the Invincible strikes down Alexander and Alexandria Castle. With Alexandria in ruins, the party seeks refuge in Lindblom, which is still dealing with the aftermath of Alexandria's invasion. As soon as Sedan awakens in the guest room of the castle, his first thought is wanting to see Dagger, but goes to meet her, up at the observation deck, next to the telescope. Sedan chews Dagger's ear off, but she doesn't respond with a single word. Sedan decides to give Dagger some space, and goes to attend a strategy meeting about how they are going to deal with Kuja. Sid tells the people present that he saw Kuja escape on his stolen airship, the Hildegard I, and moreover, that there were black mages on board who were talking amongst themselves. Vivi is distraught upon hearing this, since it means that his fellow awakened black mages may have joined Kuja. Suddenly, the meeting is cut short by Eiko, who tells them that Dagger has lost her voice. Upon examining her, Dr. Todd deduces that the loss of her voice is due to the emotional trauma she has suffered after the attack on Alexandria, speculating that her voice won't return until she has come to terms with it and her heart is at peace. In order to catch Kuja, they also get Dr. Todd to examine Sid, in order to ascertain whether he can be turned back into human form, so that he can make a new airship that doesn't require mist to fly. Dr. Todd asks Sedan to fetch 3 different types of potions, them being an unusual potion, beautiful potion, and a strange potion. Once Dr. Todd is done mixing them together, he applies the mixture to the regent, causing him to transform. However, he doesn't turn human, but rather into a frog. Since they cannot go by air, they look for Kuja by sea, and Regent Sid joins them for the ride, determined to find his wife and return to his original self. They start by going to the Black Mage village, since Kuja was seen with black mages, and once there, they find the village to be all but deserted. The only ones who remain are the 3 who felt compelled to stay behind to take care of a chocobo egg. Once the egg hatches, they name the chocobo chick Bobby Corwen and vow to continue to take care of it. The black mages tell Vivi that the reason most of them went with Kuja is that Kuja told them about their finite lifespan and promised to extend it if they did his bidding. The remaining black mages tell them that Kuja's secret palace is buried under quicksand on the eastern side of the outer continent, giving them the clue they needed to pursue him further. Once there, however, the party is trapped by Kuja, and Sedan is forced to do his bidding if he wants to set his friends free. Sedan is sent with a party of 3 others to the Forgotten Continent, to a place called Oilvert, to retrieve the Guluk Stone. Kuja would go himself, but the place has a strong anti-magic field, making it difficult for him to maneuver. In Oilvert, Sedan and the others come upon an otherworldly structure and discover that it is composed of ruins from a civilization from a planet called Terra, as opposed to their Gaia. The Terrans were an advanced and inquisitive race, but even their great technological marvels fail to deliver them from extinction. They come face to face with the artificial remnants of the Terrans, constructed to preserve their history, and learn that their final attempt to bring their civilization back from extinction is still underway. Not knowing what all of it means, the party retrieves the Guluk stone and returns with it to Kuja. Back at Kuja's desert palace, the others mount an escape, and thanks to Sid sneaking around in the form of a frog, they are able to break free of their prison cells. When Sedan and the others return, Kuja tricks him by showing him illusions of the others still locked away, hoping Sedan will hand the stone over to him. When the rest of the party shows up, they rush to Sedan's side and tell him not to do it. But on the way, Zorn and Thorn grab Eiko, distracting Sedan enough for Kuja to grab the stone using his magic. Kuja teleports away with the stone and flies away with Eiko in the Hildegard, the party giving chase on the Blue Narcissus by sea. They follow Kuja to the town of Astogaza on the Lost Continent, a place dedicated to the worship of the Path of Souls through the Shimmering Island. The bishop at Astogaza tells them that the Black Mages went in the direction of Mount Guluk, an enormous volcano that went extinct in the days of old. They give chase to Mount Guluk and enter the volcano, taking advantage of Kuja having used the stone to break its magical seal. Deep within the volcano, they find Zorn and Thorn attempting to extract the Eidolons from Eiko, but they are having difficulties since Eiko is still too young, not having reached 16 years of age. Kuja, however, demands they try harder, even at the cost of Eiko's life, since he is desperate for an Eidolon powerful enough to overpower Garland. Before they can perform the deed, Morg jumps out from under Eiko's clothes and stops them. She reveals herself to be Eiko's Eidolon guardian, the Eidolon Madine in disguise, and stops Zorn and Thorn by using her immense power. Afterwards, nothing remains of Morg but a ribbon left for Eiko. Having seen Morg enter into trance, Kuja speculates that he doesn't need an Eidolon to best Garland, as he might be able to use a powerful soul to achieve the same end. As Kuja leaves, the unconscious Zorn and Thorn merge into their true form and attack the party. After the battle, Kuja is nowhere to be found, and Vivi returns with some Black Mages, who apologize for having helped Kuja, his promise of being able to extend their lives ultimately being false. As the Black Mages grieve their lot in life, Sedan hears a woman's voice from behind a nearby door and discovers it is Sid's wife, Hilda. She thanks them for driving Kuja away, and once they return to Lindblom, she forgives Sid and returns him to his former self. Having regained his senses, Sid is then able to begin work on the Hildegard III, an airship that doesn't require mist to fly. Hilda then tells them all she has learned about Kuja during her time in captivity. She tells them that Kuja is not of this world called Gaia, but rather from a distant planet known as Terra. Furthermore, this Terra seems to be connected to a place called the Shimmering Islands near Astogaza. However, the gateway that connects the two worlds is sealed, and in order to pass over, the seal must first be broken. In order to break the seal, they must travel to an old castle located in the northern area of the Forgotten Continent, a place they call Ibsen's Castle. While Sid develops a new airship for their trip to the Forgotten Continent, Sedan, with the help of members of Tantalus, searches for Dagger, who has gone missing. Instead of Dagger, they find Beatrix, who tells them Dagger might be at her mother's grave, and hands them a garnet stone to give to her. Once Sedan finds her, he is surprised to find Dagger having regained her voice. Dagger asks whether she can stay with him a while longer, even though she has duties to attend to as queen, and Sedan agrees. He throws her the stone from Beatrix, and tells her that she too can shine brilliantly one day, just like that stone, who underwent so much to become what it is. Dagger asks to see Sedan's dagger again, and cuts her long hair, signaling her determination to see things through in the face of adversity. Once the airship is ready, the party heads for Ibsen's castle, and finds a topsy-turvy structure where up is down and down is up. Wanting to prove that one does not need comrades, Amarant makes a bet with Sedan that he can get the key to the seal before they do. Sedan lets him have his way, and the rest of the party gives Amarant a head start into the castle. When they reach the key, Amarant is already there waiting for them. Sedan asks if he has figured out how to break the seal, but Amarant says that it's no longer his concern and that he has proven he doesn't need anybody else. Amarant then makes his exit, leaving the seal to the others. Examining the wall, they realize there are 4 mirrors in place, but before they can make off with them, they are attacked by Taharka, a guardian beast from Terra who demands they return them. After besting the beast in battle, it leaves them with a riddle. One is all is one, telling them they will never break the seal. Upon exiting the castle, Amarant is nowhere to be seen, so Sedan goes back in to look for him. He finds Amarant, wounded on the castle floor, and rescues him, teaching him the true meaning of friendship. Outside the castle, Sedan tries to sort out what they found in the castle, and he deduces that each mirror they acquired corresponds to a physical location where the seals are located. Taking heed of Taharka's warning, Sedan also deduces that the seals must all be broken at the same time. So the party splits up into 4 groups, each group consisting of 2 members. Dagger and Eiko go together to the Water Shrine, Freya and Amarant to the Fire Shrine, Vivi and Steiner to the Wind Shrine, and Sedan and Quina to the Earth Shrine. There they find the 4 Guardians of Terra and defeat them in battle to break the seal on the Shimmering Island, finally allowing them passage to Terra. They ride the airship to the Shimmering Island and jump into the teleporter that emerges from the middle of the island. On the other side, they are greeted by a strange and unfamiliar world, engulfed in a blue light. Before Sedan is able to rejoin the others, he is discovered by Garland, who invites Sedan to learn the truth about Terra and himself. Garland then disappears, but as they explore Terra, they come across a curious figure with a monkey-like tail, just like Sedan's. They give chase, and end up in the village of Bran Bal, where everyone looks like Sedan. Before they can enter the village, the Invincible arrives on the scene, and the eye on the ship's underside brings back memories for Dagger of the time Madain Sari was laid to waste, the Invincible being what destroyed the village of Summoners back when she was but a little girl. Dagger faints, and they take her to the village so that she can rest. Meanwhile, Sedan explores Bran Bal and discovers that he, along with the so-called genomes that live in the village, was created as a vessel for the return of the people of Terra. However, Mikoto, the genome they had been chasing, tells Sedan he was created special by Garland to serve a grander purpose, and to help Garland gain control of the cycle of souls on Gaia. Sedan goes to confront Garland, who tells him the truth of his origins. Garland tells him that 12 years ago, he lost his most prized genome, Sedan being that genome. He also tells Sedan that there was another one like him, sent to Gaia before him, and that his name is Kuja. Unlike Sedan, however, Kuja hides his tail in an attempt to deny his true identity. Under Garland's order, Kuja sought to disrupt the flow of souls on Gaia by instigating war, and his work far exceeded Garland's greatest expectations. The reason Sedan got abandoned on Gaia was that Kuja felt threatened by a genome with more power than his own, so he discarded Sedan and dropped him onto Gaia, the world he would destroy. The work still continues to disrupt Gaia's cycle and drain its souls, which would allow Garland to fill a void with the souls of Terra. And Garland hopes that now that Sedan has returned, he will replace Kuja as his angel of death on Gaia. When Sedan refuses, Garland is forced to wipe his soul clean and make room for a new soul, leaving Sedan lost within his own mind. As he searches for himself, he is treated to visions of his friends and comrades, and reminded of the connection they share. As he awakens, he continues to struggle with his identity, but after being helped by his friends, he remembers who he is and that he is not alone. With everyone back together, the party goes to confront Garland at the observatory, where Sedan's past self had told him he'd become his angel of death. After growing up on Gaia, however, Sedan has a new outlook on life and calls Garland a sad man for failing to see the importance of that which he hopes to destroy. They defeat Garland in battle, but then Kuja appears on the Invincible to fight them even further. During the battle, Kuja enters trance, a state of ultimate power brought on by a surge of powerful emotions. But the soul he uses is not his own, but rather that of Queen Bran and the other souls trapped by the Invincible. In his ultimate form, Kuja deals the finishing blow to Garland. But before disappearing, Garland leaves Kuja with the message that his life will soon be over, and that just like the black mages he created, his lifespan is limited. Upon learning that he too will die, Kuja enters into a fit of existential rage and vows to destroy the world, starting with Terra. Kuja makes good on his word and destroys everything around him. As Terra is laid to waste, the others usher the genomes of Bran Baal onto the Invincible and escape back to Gaia. Once there, however, they find that Gaia has been engulfed in mist like never before, the noxious substance now covering all of the planet, as opposed to simply the mist continent. Before going to face Kuja at the Aether Tree in the hope of stopping the mist, the party visits the Black Mage village, where the genomes are allowed to stay. The Black Mages and the genomes seemingly having a lot in common, since they are all relatively new to life. In order to protect them and the other people of Gaia, the party once again takes to the skies, this time heading straight for the Aether Tree. Once there, they are met with an onslaught of silver dragons, but thanks to the Royal Air Fleet of Lindblom and Alexandria's Red Rose, they are able to enter the portal that has opened up just above the tree. Having gone through the portal, they find themselves yet again in an unfamiliar world. Suddenly, the disembodied voice of Garland echoes in Sedan's mind and tells him that they are in Memoria, a place of memories. As they move forward, they witness the fall of Alexandria Castle. But Quina isn't able to see it, since Quina wasn't there when it happened, and therefore has no memory of it. Deeper within Memoria, Sedan comes across a woman and her daughter, leaving on a small boat in the middle of a storm, and Daga recognizes it as one of her own memories, making it strange that Sedan was able to see it. Garland explains that what Sedan saw was in fact from his own memory, although he doesn't explain how that can be the case. Along the way, they see Gaia being assimilated by Terra, an occurrence that took place 5,000 years ago, and ended up in failure for Terra's native civilization. Then they see the primordial sea of Gaia, back when the planet was just one big ocean, although they can't understand why they would have such a thing in their memories. Lastly, they witness the birth of Gaia as a celestial ball of fire before walking off into space, where there are no worlds. Following their memory, their original memory, they're able to trace everything to a single source, the root of all life, the crystal world, and within it, the original crystal. There, they also find Kuja once more, who threatens to destroy the birthplace of all things, so that everything will die with him. The party fights Kuja once more, this time in his ultimate form. But once Kuja is defeated, he casts Ultima in a last-ditch effort to destroy them. The party is devastated, and as Sedan awakens, he finds himself along with the others on the Hill of Despair, in the presence of Necron, a deity-like being convinced that Kuja's actions prove that life has no meaning, and that the time has come to end this world, returning everything to the Zero world, where there is no life, and no crystal to give life. Being granted power from one another, the party defeats Necron, who, upon being defeated, acknowledges the power of the will to live, but says that he can never be destroyed so long as life and death exist. Kuja uses the last of his strength to teleport the party back to Gaia, but as the others return to Alexandria, Sedan chooses to stay behind and search for Kuja. Unwilling to give up on him, Sedan locates Kuja deep within the Ether tree as it goes berserk in its final moments, the roots converging down on both of them as Kuja accounts for his sins. Some time later, Alexandria has been rebuilt, and Tantalus returns for another performance of I Want to Be Your Canary for the Queen. Vivi has come to the end of his lifespan, but in his stead, he has created copies who identify as Vivi's sons. Vivi told his sons stories about Sedan, and that it was he who taught them all the importance of life. During the time that has passed, Freya has been reunited with Sir Fradley. Even though he hasn't regained his memory, Amaranth has befriended Lani, bidding farewell to his life as a loner. Quina has started working as a chef again at Alexandria's castle. Eiko has been adopted by Sid and Hilda, and Beatrix and Steiner have found love in each other's arms. As the Queen watches the play from the royal balcony, a shrouded figure, masquerading as Marcus, casts off its cloak and reveals itself to be none other than Sedan, having returned alive after all this time. Dagger runs through the crowd to be reunited with the man she loves. Old friends cheering from the stands as she leaps into Sedan's arms, who has finally found the place he'll return to. And so ends the story of Final Fantasy IX.
Welcome to the complete story of Final Fantasy X, one of the most beloved entries in the Final Fantasy series. Back in 2001, Final Fantasy X was the first Final Fantasy game to feature fully voiced dialogue and a fully 3D world, showcasing the capabilities of the new PlayStation 2 hardware. However, just as the game was celebrated for being a technological milestone, both in terms of its in-game graphics and the quality of its pre-rendered cinematics, it is equally, if not more memorable, for its endearing cast of characters and fantastic story. I'm Peter from Birds of Play, and in this video, I hope you join me as we revisit the complete story of Final Fantasy X from beginning to end. We have a long pilgrimage ahead of us, and I hope you'll be with us every step of the way. A group of travelers sit around a campfire in silence, until one of them, a young man of 17, breaks away from the group and climbs a nearby hill. What awaits him are the ruins of a city in the distance, teeming with disembodied spiritual energy. It is at this point that the young man begins to recount the story of how they reached this place, noting that this might be his last chance to tell it. The young man's story begins in the futuristic metropolis of Samarkand, where he is greeted by a group of admirers hoping to get his autograph. Not one to let his fans down, the young man writes his name, Titus, on a pair of studded balls, before saying goodbye to his fans and heading for the stadium where the Jack Memorial Cup is being held in honor of his late father, which Titus appears to have some mixed feelings about. Upon reaching the stadium, Titus once again has to make his way through the crowd that has gathered to watch the game. Inside, he takes a short rest in a shallow pool of water before going out into the playing field, which consists of two colossal rings circling a gigantic sphere of water, wherein two opposing teams are intended to battle it out by fighting over the dominion of a peculiar studded blue and white ball that they then use to score goals with. This is Blitzball, and Titus is the star player of the Samarkand Abes. But as the game seems to reach its peak, a gigantic wave approaches the city menacingly, threatening to destroy everything in its path.
a mysterious figure clad in red robes greets the coming of the wave with a toast, before proceeding to casually stroll through a city that is gradually becoming aware of its impending doom. Eventually, the game is cut short by a barrage of projectiles emerging from the wave, destroying the stadium and forcing everyone present to run for their lives. Outside the Blitzball Stadium, Tidus meets up with the mysterious man and identifies him as Auron. Still undisturbed by the situation, Auron tells Tidus to follow him. While making their way through the city, time suddenly stops for everyone but Tidus, as he is approached by a small boy in purple robes that tells him not to cry and that this is the beginning. The boy then vanishes, and Tidus turns his attention back to Auron and the wave attacking the city. Auron reveals that the entity behind the attack is known as Sin, and gives Tidus a longsword, telling him it's a gift from his father, Jecht. Instead of running away from Sin, however, Auron leads Tidus towards the giant and allows the two of them to get sucked up into it. Tidus loses consciousness and experiences a vision of his father. When Tidus comes to again, he finds himself in the ruins of a dreary temple, where he manages to light a small fire to keep warm. Then suddenly a being that can only be described as a monster attacks him. As Tidus does his best to fend off the creature, a third party of strangers blows through a nearby door, with one of them joining the fight against the monster. Once the monster has been quelled, Tidus attempts to thank his rescuers, only to find out that they only speak a foreign language. Tidus is captured and brought back to their ship, where the girl that helped him introduces herself as Riku, and tells him that they are Al-Bhed, a race of people who use forbidden machina technology, machina being this world's word for machine. In order to stay in their good graces, Tidus must accompany Riku on an underwater salvage operation, where they swim down into an ancient airship at the bottom of the ocean. Once their work is done, Tidus tells Riku about what happened to Sanakand, and for some reason, Riku seems reluctant to believe him. She tells him that Sanakand was destroyed 1,000 years ago, and that Sin's toxin has been known to affect people's memories. As Tidus and Riku continue to talk, the ship is attacked by Sin, and Tidus plummets into the ocean, losing consciousness once again. This time around, Tidus wakes up on a sunny beach, where he is greeted by a familiar sight: people playing blitzball. He kicks the ball over to them with an amazing display of skill, and they are instantly amazed by his moves. Upon making his way over, the leader of the group introduces himself as Waka, and tells Tidus that he is on Besaid Island. Like with Riku, Tidus tells Waka that he's actually from Sanakand, but Waka assures him that the city was destroyed 1,000 years ago by Sin, as a punishment for humans relying on the use of machina. Waka then leads Tidus back to the outskirts of Besaid village, and asks him point blank if he would join the blitzball team, the Besaid Aurochs. The team has not won a game in the last 23 years, and Waka really wants to win the next game, since he's planning to retire from blitzball in order to become a full-time guardian. He also says that there's a good chance that someone might recognize Tidus at the tournament, since even though his memories might be compromised, there's no denying his skill as a blitzball player. Tidus agrees to Waka's proposal, and the two of them head into the village. At the entrance of the village, Waka pulls Tidus aside and teaches him the Yevon prayer, used to greet fellow Yevonites. Tidus is quick on the uptake, as he is already familiar with the gesture from his time in Sanakand, where the same movements symbolize the victory in blitzball. Later that day, Tidus follows Waka to the temple in Besaid. Being in the temple is an active place of worship, really driving the point home that he is in fact in a world different from his own. Inside the temple, Waka is worried that the apprentice summoner hasn't returned after undergoing the trials, but is forbidden from going to check whether everything is alright. When Titus hears this, he disregards the priest's order and rushes into the trial to rescue the apprentice summoner. At the end of the trial, he encounters two guardians, the Ronso, Kimari, and Lulu, the Black Mage, making it just in time to see the apprentice summoner Yuna emerge from the Chamber of the Faith, the innermost sanctum of the temple, now a full-fledged summoner. Upon exiting the temple, Yuna performs her first summoning, calling forth the Aeon Valefor, which she received after praying to the faith in the temple. Later that night, the whole village celebrates Yuna's achievement, and Titus is told to stay away from the summoner since he had broken the rules of the temple. However, Yuna herself approaches Titus, wishing to know more about him and Sanarkand, but leaves the actual conversation for later. After the celebration, Titus overhears Lulu scolding Waka for his interest in Titus, telling him he only wants him around because he resembles his deceased brother Chapu. After eavesdropping, Titus heads back to bed and rests for the journey ahead. The pilgrimage begins, and Yuna and her guardians, joined by Titus, set out on the sacred journey across Spira to vanquish sin. Waka suggests that someone might recognize Titus at the Blitzball tournament in Lucca, but before arriving there, they must first make a stop in Kilica. The party sets out on the SS Leaky, and on the way across the sea, Titus and Yuna get a chance to talk. Unlike the others, Yuna believes Titus' story about Sanarkand, because 10 years ago, a man named Jekt had worked as her father's guardian, Yuna being the daughter of High Summoner Braska, the last summoner to defeat Sin. On the voyage to Kilica, Titus once again experiences an attack by Sin, this time fighting back, but to no avail. The encounter concludes with Sin wreaking havoc on Kilica, destroying much of the town and killing many of its inhabitants. Upon arriving in what remains of Kilica, Yuna performs a sending, intended to guide the souls of the dead to the far plane. In the world of Spira, the dead leave behind fireflies, a form of spiritual energy, and unless a summoner performs a sending for them, they can turn into fiends. After getting some rest after a long day, the group heads to Kilica Temple so that Yuna can enter the Chamber of the Faith and acquire her second Aeon. At the temple they meet the overly smug Lucca Goers, another Blitzball team that had just finished praying at the temple for victory in the upcoming tournament. Since Titus isn't a guardian, he is not permitted to enter the Cloister of Trials. But once he is left to his lonesome, the summoner Donna and her guardian approach him and toss him into the trial anyway, due to her rivalry with Yuna for the title of High Summoner. Titus makes his way through the trial, and regardless of Donna's interference, Yuna obtains the Aeon Ifrit, making her visit to the Chamber of the Faith a success. The party continues its pilgrimage by heading to Lucca, the second largest city in Spira, where Waka and Titus will take part in the Blitzball tournament. Titus confidently proclaims to the people present at the docks that the Besaid Orcs will break their losing streak and win the tournament, much to the amusement and bewilderment of those present. Moments later, Maester Seymour Guado and the Elder Grand Maester Yomika land at the dock, and Yuna and her party bear witness to their arrival, Seymour setting his eyes on Yuna in return. Once the tournament starts, Yuna hears a rumor that Oren, a legendary guardian to her father, has been spotted in Lucca. She goes with Kimari and Titus to look for him. But while Kimari gets into a scuffle with fellow Ronso, Biran and Yenke after they start harassing him at a local bar, Yuna gets kidnapped by the Albed. Titus joins Lulu and Kimari as they attempt to rescue Yuna, while Waka is in the middle of a match with the Albed Sykes. After rescuing Yuna, Titus learns that she is actually half Albed, a secret he must keep from Waka due to Waka's belief that the Albed are heretics. In the meantime, Waka and the Aurochs win the game, ending a 23-year-long losing streak without Titus' help. Titus nevertheless takes part in the finals against the reigning Spirian champions, the Luca Goers, leading the team while Waka recovers from having overexerted himself in the previous game. After the game, the stadium is attacked by fiends, and Tidus and Waka join up with Auron to fend them off, before Maester Seymour Guado summons his Aeon Anima and makes short work of the intruders. When Tidus and Auron are alone, Auron tells Tidus about how he, Jecht, and Braska defeated Sin 10 years ago, just like Tidus has already heard. But he adds that Sin is now Jecht, a claim that Tidus refuses to believe. After their short reunion, Tidus and Auron join up with the others, and Auron offers his service as a guardian to Yuna, which she happily accepts. Tidus also becomes a guardian. Then, before saying goodbye to Luca, Tidus and Yuna share a heartfelt moment, forcibly laughing in the face of tragedy. The pilgrimage continues along the Mihan High Road, and after a long day of walking, the party decides to rest at Rin's travel agency, located around the halfway point of the high road. As the sun sets, Yuna explains the purpose of the pilgrimage to Tidus and tells him about the final Aeon that is to be found in the ruins of Samarkand. The final Aeon being the only thing powerful enough to defeat Sin. When they come to the end of the high road, the party is barred from going any further because of Operation Mihan. Just then, Maester Seymour arrives at the scene and tells the Crusaders standing watch to let them pass. What awaits them is the Mushroom Rock Road that is currently occupied by the Crusaders, as they have decided to cooperate with the Albed in a desperate attempt to defeat Sin using Forbidden Machina. Waka is furious over this plan since it goes against the teachings of Yevon, and is dumbfounded that the operation is sanctioned by a maestro of the Church of Yevon. Yuna and her party are invited to watch from a safe distance, but once the operation is underway, no place is safe, as the operation proves to be a disaster, costing the lives of hundreds. In the aftermath of the battle, Yuna must once again perform ascending, and Auron explains to Tidus that the reason Sin showed up was that Jecht wanted to see his son, and this time around, Tidus feels like he sensed him somewhere within Sin. Walking alongside the retreating Crusaders, Yuna and her guardians make their way to Josei Temple, where they meet fellow summoner Isaru. He warns them that there have been rumors about summoners disappearing in the middle of their pilgrimages. After talking with Isaru, the party heads into the Cloister of Trials, and Yuna emerges once again from the Chamber of the Faith with a new Aeon, Ixion. As the pilgrimage continues, they make their way to the Moonflow. In order to get across, they must ride a strange creature known as the Shoepuff. As they ride the Shoepuff, Waka points out the ruins of a sunken city as an example of the hubris of those that used Machina in the past, but then they are attacked by a group of Albed that kidnapped Yuna once again, retreating into the water as quickly as they emerge from it. Tidus and Waka chase after them and end up retrieving Yuna and destroying the Machina that was used to hold her captive. On the other side of the river, Tidus is suddenly reunited with Riku, as he finds her laying on the riverbank. Riku turns out to be the destroyed Machina's pilot, as well as Yuna's cousin, on her Albad side of the family. Riku joins the party as Yuna's guardian, and just like with Yuna's lineage, those in the know keep it a secret from Waka. Auron also gives his blessing, even though he is aware of Riku's race. Having reached the other side of the river, the group makes its way to Guado Salam, the home of the Guado. In Guado Salam, Seymour Guado invites Yuna and her guardians to his estate, and shows them a sphere recording of the Samarkand of old, still in its prime 1,000 years ago. Seymour shows them Lady Yunalesca, the first summoner to ever defeat Sin, and her husband, Lord Seon. Seymour then proposes marriage to Yuna in the hope that the two of them might defeat Sin just like Lady Yunalesca and Lord Seon had done 1,000 years in the past. Yuna doesn't give him an answer and instead decides to visit the Farplane for guidance, the far plane being a place accessible from Guado's alarm, wherein visitors can visit the dead. According to Riku, the images of lost loved ones viewable from the far plane are nothing but an illusion and chooses not to enter. Auron similarly stays behind. Inside the far plane, Tidus tries to conjure up an image of Jecht to no avail. This might be because Jecht is still alive as Sin, as it has been said that only the dead can appear in the far plane. Instead of Jecht, Tidus accidentally summons forth an image of his mother, and Yuna explains that she must have accepted death, since she didn't need ascending to reach the far plane. While inside the far plane, Yuna summons her parents to help her make a decision about Seymour's proposal, and Wakka is reunited with his brother Chappu. Upon leaving the far plane, Jiscal Guado, Seymour's deceased father, forcibly exits the far plane as an unsent, leading Yuna to perform ascending on him. Jiscal leaves behind a sphere, which Yuna promptly snatches up off the ground. After recovering from the incident, Yuna sets out to talk to Seymour, only to find that he has already left for Macalania, the next temple on the pilgrimage. Before arriving in Macalania, the party needs to cross the Thunder Plains, which takes a heavy toll on Riku, who is afraid of thunder. In order to get Riku to calm down, they stay at Rin's travel agency. As Tidus goes back to check on Yuna, he finds her privately viewing the sphere Jiscal had brought back at the entrance of the far plane. Before the party reaches the Macalania woods, Yuna announces that she is planning to accept Seymour's marriage proposal. While passing through the icy woods of Macalania, Auron drags the group along for a short detour to a firefly-infused pool of water. There they find a sphere left behind by Jecht for Tidus, containing an uncharacteristically sentimental message to his son. Auron tells Tidus that Jecht had accepted his fate to remain in Spira, and that he did in fact love him, something Tidus had had a hard time believing in the past. The party is once again ambushed by the Al Bhed, this time with Riku's brother leading the charge. They defeat the Al Bhed and their Machina, but as a result, Wakka finds out about Riku's lineage and becomes enraged. While the other members of the group ride Machina sleds to the temple, Wakka makes his journey to Macalania Temple on foot. At the temple, Yuna has already entered the Chamber of the Faith with Seymour standing watch outside, when Jiscal's sphere is discovered in Yuna's belongings. Chaos ensues, as it becomes apparent that the contents of the sphere detail how Seymour had murdered his father in order to become a Maestro of Yevon and the leader of the Guado. Upon seeing this, the party enters the Cloister of Trials and confronts Seymour head-on. Yuna joins in the battle with her new Aeon Shiva, and together they are forced to kill him. The Guado then rush Seymour's lifeless body away and destroy Jiscal's sphere in order to hide any evidence of his wrongdoings. Yuna and her guardians, now being treated as traitors to the church, are forced to flee the temple with the Guado in pursuit. When they are almost home free, a fiend breaks through the frozen lake and sends them plummeting to the bottom of Lake Macalania. At the bottom of the lake, Yuna confesses that she was planning to marry Seymour in exchange for him turning himself in for his crimes. Suddenly the ground starts to shake, and the party realizes they have been standing atop Sin, made docile by the hymn of the faith emanating from the temple. A song that was also sung in Samarkand, and one that Jecht was particularly fond of while still human. At that moment, Tidus truly understands that Sin is in fact Jecht. Once again getting swept away by the tides of fate, Tidus awakens on Bekanel Island, alone in an oasis. Wandering through the desert, he reunites with his fellow guardians one by one, but Yuna is nowhere to be seen. Thankfully, Riku knows where they are, and tells the rest of the party to follow her to the Al Bhed's secret home, known simply as Home, but only if they promise to keep its whereabouts a secret. Upon reaching Home, Riku is shocked, as the base is under siege by Guado forces. Fighting their way through the invading army, the Guardians reach the Summoner's Sanctum. Tidus criticizes the Al Bhed for not trusting Guardians to protect the Summoners. Upon learning the truth behind the pilgrimage, however, Titus breaks down emotionally. The truth being that summoning the final Aeon to defeat sin will inevitably also kill the summoner, meaning that Yuna will die if they manage to complete their journey. With the Albed home being overrun, the Guardians board an Albed airship, the Fahrenheit, the same ship Titus had helped Riku salvage when they first met. The ship is captained by Riku's father and Yuna's uncle, Sid, and as the ship takes off with the remaining Albed on board, Sid gives the order to blow up home, with the airship's missile system, to get rid of the invading forces. Using the airship, the Guardians make their way to Bevel, the holy capital of Yevon, in order to rescue Yuna, which they hear is to be wed to the now unsent Simo Guado, effectively making him a living dead. Titus and the others crash the wedding, but end up being held at gunpoint, forced to watch Yuna go through with the ceremony. Afterwards, Yuna threatens to let herself fall off the tall tower if Simo refuses to set her guardians free, ultimately making good on her word by diving off the edge. Before hitting the ground below, Yuna summons Valefor mid-air and heads to the Cloister of Trials. The Guardians break free and make haste after her. Along the way, they discover several machinas inside the temple, and Orin exclaims that this is the true face of Yevon, implying that the Church of Yevon are betraying their own teachings. Upon praying to the faith, Yuna is gifted with the Aeon Bahamut, but the group get arrested as they exit the Cloister of Trials. Yuna and her guardians are then swiftly put on trial for their crimes. Yuna makes the case that Simo should be sent to the Far Plane, at which point Master Micah also reveals himself to be an unsent. These revelations trouble Kelk Ronso, but aside from the Ronso Meister, Yuna's demands fall on unsympathetic ears. While in captivity, Orin tells Titus about the Spiral of Death that characterizes Spira, with the summoners sacrificing themselves to defeat sin, only for sin to be reborn once again. After having been found guilty at the sham trial, Yuna and her guardians are sentenced to the Via Purifico, a dungeon known for being inescapable. Yuna manages to reunite with Kimari, Lulu, and Orin, while Titus, Waka, and Riku make a separate underwater escape. But at the end of Yuna's jailbreak, she is met by fellow summoner Isaru. Isaru, still faithful to the Church of Yevon, challenges Yuna to a battle of Aeons, only to be defeated. The two groups meet up and make their way to the exit of Bevel, only to be intercepted by Simo. Simo tells them about his plan to save Spira from the cycle of endless death by ending all life. In order to accomplish this, he would become Yuna's final Aeon, and upon defeating sin, become sin itself. Simo transforms himself into an inhuman monstrosity and attacks the party, only to be defeated once again. Retreating back into the Macalania woods, Yuna breaks off from the rest of the party to be alone, her faith in Yevon understandably shaken. Titus finds her out in the middle of a nearby spring. After having learned the truth of the final summoning, Titus apologizes for talking about life after the defeat of sin and tries to persuade Yuna to give up on her pilgrimage. Yuna entertains the thought for a moment with a smile on her face, before ultimately breaking down into tears. Titus comforts her, and they share a kiss as a part of a tender moment under the light of a full moon. Afterwards, they return to the rest of the party and continue their journey to Zanarkand, passing through the Calmlands and onward to Mount Gagaset, home of the Ronso and sacred land to Yevonites. At Mount Gagaset, Kelk and the Ronso tribe give Yuna their blessing, even though she has been excommunicated by the Church of Yevon. Kimari also faces Biran and Yankee once more, finally proving his worth to his people. As they make their way over and across the mountain, Simo attacks the Ronso, leaving most of them for dead, including Kelk, Biran, and Yankee, that did their best to defend Yuna from this malicious Meister. After having made short work of the Ronso, Simo lies in wait for the party as they bid farewell to the snowy slopes of the mountain. Simo has grown more powerful since the last time the party faced him, but nevertheless, they manage to defeat him again. Once the battle is over, Yuna and the rest of the Guardians learn that Sin is in fact Tidus' father, Jecht. Having bested Seymour, the party pushes onward and comes across a large number of Faith lost in dreams. This encounter triggers something within Tidus and makes him experience a vision of his home in Samarkand. Once again, he is visited by the boy in the purple robes, who is actually the Faith of Bahamut, whose physical form is locked away within Bevel's Chamber of the Faith. The boy reveals to Tidus that Sin was created to protect Tidus' Samarkand and to ensure that no power would become strong enough to threaten its existence. He also tells Tidus that his Samarkand is actually just a dream maintained by the Faith, and that Tidus, Jecht, and everyone else from the city are in fact nothing but the dreams of the Faith. A dream that will come to an end if Sin is defeated once and for all. The boy nevertheless asks Tidus to defeat Sin so that the Faith may finally rest and be free of their endless state of dreaming. When Tidus awakens from his vision, he does not share what he has learned from Bahamut with the rest of the party. On the other side of Mount Gagazet, the party arrives at the ruins of the original Samarkand, the final destination of the pilgrimage. The group stops to rest, and this is where Tidus' retelling of what led them to this place and where our story began ends. After resting up, the party makes its way to Samarkand Dome in order to meet Yunalesca. The dome is teeming with fireflies to such a degree that the visages of summoners past are present within the dome, their journey having been recorded. Inside the dome, Yuna and her guardians follow in the footsteps of Braska, Jecht, and a younger Auron until they finally reach the inner sanctum where Lady Yunalesca awaits. Yunalesca, now an unsent, tells them that in order to acquire the final Aeon, Yuna must first sacrifice one of her guardians in order to create it. As proof of this, they get a glimpse of the past, where Jecht volunteers to become Braska's final Aeon. Once the final Aeon defeats Sin, it is transformed into a new Sin, explaining why Jecht is now Sin and how the spiral of death in Spira continues to be perpetuated. Yuna refuses to further this tradition, for even though she might have been willing to sacrifice herself for the greater good, she is not willing to give up the lives of any of her guardians. Yunalesca believes that without the final summoning, all efforts will fail, and attacks Yuna and her guardians to end their suffering and free them from despair. The group sees another vision of a young Auron, this time alone, since Braska and Jecht had already given their lives to defeat Sin. He attacks Yunalesca, but is mortally wounded, meaning that he is currently an unsent. Auron, having made his way back to confront Yunalesca all these years later, offers the party a choice to either die and be free of pain, or to live and fight their sorrow. They choose to fight back and end up defeating Yunalesca, thereby ending the practice of the final summoning, the only known means of defeating Sin, dying along with Lady Yunalesca. Refusing to give up, the party must find a new way to defeat Sin. With Sid's airship at their disposal, the team brainstorms some ideas and decides to pay Yo Micah a visit. When Micah learns they killed Yunalesca and thereby the only means of defeating Sin, he willingly departs to the far plane, dissolving into fireflies without the need for ascending. With Micah gone, the party needs to rely on its own knowledge about Sin to come up with a plan. Ultimately, remembering the way Sin was conned by the Hymn of the Faith due to Jecht's love for the song, they spread the word and get everyone in Spira to sing the Hymn of the Faith. And while Sin is subdued, they begin their attack and manage to enter Sin's body. Inside Sin, the party once again encounters Seymour, this time in his most powerful form yet. Regardless of his latest upgrade, however, Seymour is defeated once more, but this time Yuna manages to send him to the far plane. Much like Yunalesca, Seymour believes that Spira's sorrow will continue. At Sin's core, Tidus is reunited with Jecht for a brief moment before he is completely taken over by Sin, turning into Braska's final Aeon. The party kills Jecht and saves him from being Sin, giving Tidus and Jecht one last moment together where Jack scolds his son affectionately for still being a crybaby. With Jack gone, Yevon, Lady Yunalesca's father, and the ancient summoner that had originally summoned Sin in Sanakant 1,000 years ago descends upon them. Formerly a great summoner, Yevon is now a husk of his former self, mindlessly maintaining Sin's rampage. Looking for a new summon to replace Braska's final Aeon, Yevon takes on Yuna's Aeon one by one, the party destroying each one as Yevon possesses them. When Yevon has nowhere left to hide, Yuna and her guardians destroy him, and thus destroy Sin. With Sin gone, Orin is content and requests that Yuna performs a sending for him. The faith that had been dreaming for 1,000 years also starts to disappear, along with Tidus. Yuna tries to stop Tidus from leaving, but unable to touch him, ends up falling through him. Tidus embraces her without actually being able to touch her, before jumping off the edge of the airship and falling through the clouds to be reunited with Orin and Jack along with Yuna's father, Braska. Having become a high summoner like her father before her, Yuna delivers a speech at the Blitzball Stadium in Lucca, triumphantly proclaiming the death of Sin and that the eternal calm has now begun. She concludes by telling everyone present that the friends that have been lost along the way and the dreams that have faded should never be forgotten. In the depths of the ocean, Tidus wakes up and swims towards the surface, a smile on his face.
Welcome to the complete story of Final Fantasy XII, a game that is perhaps as beloved by some as it is underappreciated by others. Final Fantasy games seem to have a habit of changing things up, and in the case of Final Fantasy XII, many seem to have felt that the game diverges too significantly from what they had come to expect from a Final Fantasy game. For those who are able to get on board, however, Final Fantasy XII features a satisfyingly intricate political plot, fueled by excellent character drama, all the while being delivered by well-written dialogue and some of the best world-building the series has ever seen. I'm Peter from Birds of Play, and in this video I hope you'll join me as we revisit the world of Ivalice to celebrate the story of Final Fantasy XII. We have a long journey ahead of us, and I hope you'll be with us every step of the way. A crowd gathers as a parade marches through the streets of Rabanastre to celebrate the union of Princess Ashe of Dalmasca and Prince Rasla of the neighboring kingdom of Nabradia. The two of them blissfully fond of one another despite the political nature of their marriage. The couple's happiness is short-lived, however, as the Arcadian Empire invades Nabradia, forcing Prince Rasla to return to defend his homeland with the aid of Dalmasca. Charging into the fray at the Battle of Nalbina Fortress, Rasla is struck by an arrow and killed, his lifeless body carried off by Captain Basch von Rosenberg of Dalmasca, as the fortress falls into the hands of the Empire. With his native country all but obliterated, Rasla is laid to rest in Rabanastre, his now widowed wife, Princess Ashe, greatly mourning his loss. After the fall of Nabradia, the Arcadian Empire sets its sight on Dalmasca with overwhelming military might. Seeing no other way to save his people, King Raminas agrees to sign a treaty, conceding to imperial rule. Upon hearing that the treaty signing is not but a pretense to murder the king, Captain Basch, along with his good friend and comrade Vostler York Azelas and the young soldier Rex, infiltrates the palace in order to save him. Rex gets separated from the others, and as he finally catches up to them, he is shocked to find the king murdered by none other than Basch himself. A fact Basch divulges freely to Rex as he stabs him, just before being captured by Imperial soldiers. In the aftermath, Marquis Ondor, ruler of the neutral city-state of Bujerba, announces that Princess Ashe has taken her own life, and that the traitor Basch has been put to death. His hope being that with these news, the people of Dalmasca can once again know some semblance of peace even as they are to be governed by the Arcadian Empire. 2 years later, Van, an orphan street urchin and the younger brother of Rex, is running through the streets of Rabanasta, having just picked the pockets of an Imperial soldier. The rationale being that it isn't really stealing, since he's just taking back what the Empire took from Dalmasca. His good friend Penelo cautions him about his behavior, telling him that orphans like them need to stick together. Van, however, has other plans, as he dreams of escaping his lot in life by becoming a sky pirate, free to go where he wills. Later on, the two of them watch as Vayne Cardua Solidor gives a heartfelt speech to the people of Dalmasca, telling them that he will gladly bear the brunt of their hatred, as long as they honor the late king's wish for peace, swaying the populace to his way of thinking, much to the surprise of Van and Penelo. Not one to bow down to the Empire, Van plots to infiltrate the royal palace, with the help of old Dallin from the low town slums, using the fete held to commemorate Vayne as Dalmasca's new consul, to distract from his illegal activities. While looting the treasure, Van comes across the goddess's magicite hidden inside a statue, and meets Balthier, a sky pirate bent on stealing the consul's treasures, and his companion Fran, a Viera warrior. Balthier demands Van's treasure, but Van wants to keep his find and makes his escape. As the thieves bicker amongst themselves, the underground Dalmascan resistance stages a military coup in an attempt to remove the consul from office and reclaim Dalmasca from the Empire. Vayne, having foreseen this, eventually has the Ifrit, an Imperial warship ready in position to blast away the opposition. Balthier demands Van's newfound treasure, but as Van refuses to hand it over, Balthier is forced to take him along for the ride, as they make their escape on a hoverbike. Before they are in the clear, however, the goddess's magicite Van had pilfered from the treasury just moments ago robs the bike of its power, leading the newly formed threesome to continue their getaway via the city's sewer system, the Garam Scythe waterway. Forming a temporary truce, Balthier, Fran and Van look for a way out of the sewers. But on the way they are met with Amalia, the leader of the resistance, who was separated from her companions while retreating after their failed attack. Amalia joins the party, even though she has little patience for the trio's thievery. The group is captured by the Imperial Guard led by Vayne, under the assumption they are thieves, and Amalia is escorted away. Van, Balthier and Fran are to be sent to the Nalbina dungeons, and as Van's childhood friend Penelo sees Van being escorted away in chains, she runs to the group. She is halted by Balthier, who wants to avoid a scene and promises to bring Van back safely. Nearby, a group of Banga bounty hunters, with a vendetta against Balthier, take a note of his kindness towards Penelo. Having been thrown unconscious into the Nalbina dungeons, Van sees a vision of his brother Rex, wherein he tells him that even if he was a part of the assassination of the king, he isn't to blame, since Captain Bash must have tricked him into it. Rex disappears in the vision, having already passed away in real life, and Van leaves behind a bouquet of Galbana lilies in the empty chair he leaves behind. Waking up in the dungeon, Van is greeted by Balthier and brought up to speed on the situation, as he informs him that Fran is in the process of finding them a way out. As Van wanders around the facility, he gets in trouble with some Sikh, as he tries to come to the defense of a fellow inmate being beaten to death. Before Van can suffer the same fate, however, Balthier comes to his aid, and together they fend off the horde. After the battle, the dungeon is visited by a headhunter by the name of Bagamnon, who has come looking for Balthier, not one to mind his manners. Bagamnon disrespects the Imperial soldiers present, but is quickly silenced by the arrival of Arcadian Judge Magister Gabranth. That puts him in his place with a few well-placed words. As Gabranth and Bagamnon go their separate ways, Fran notifies Balthier and Van that she has found them a way out. And Balthier explains that as a Viera, Fran has extraordinarily sharp senses. Following Gabranth, the party ventures deeper in the dungeon. Unknowingly, Gabranth leads him to a cage where Captain Bash is being held captive. The rumors of his execution apparently having been greatly exaggerated. Gabranth mocks Bash and asks why he yet lives, which Bash replies is only to be used as a bargaining chip to silence Marquis Ondor that had previously announced his execution. Once Gabranth leaves, Bash senses the presence of others, and as they approach the cage, Balthier tells Bash that he has no words for Kingslayers, which Bash responds to by vehemently denying to have killed the king. Van, not being as forgiving as Balthier, jumps onto the cage, condemning Bash for what he has brought down upon Damaska and his brother Rex. The noise alerting the guards and forcing Fran to drop the cage down into the hole below, with Threesome riding the cage with Bash still inside as they make their escape. The fall breaks the cage open and frees Bash, letting him accompany them as an extra sword arm as they make their way through the Barheim passage, an abandoned mine crawling with monsters. Halfway through the mines, Bash tells them the truth of what happened that fateful night. The truth being that he was framed by his twin brother Gabranth as a scheme hatched by VIII to strip Dalmasca of its sovereignty, Gabranth being the true Kingslayer, as he impersonated Bash, and Van's brother Rex being the witness they needed to have everyone believe that the captain had killed the king. Upon escaping the Barheim passage, they make their way back to Rabanasta, where they part ways. Once Balthier and Fran have left, Van heads off by himself to see Penello. When Penello is nowhere to be found, Van goes to see Old Dallin to show him the treasure he got from the palace. Old Dallin tasks him with delivering a sword of the Old Order to Vossler of the Resistance, and in exchange, Van asks Old Dallin to look into the whereabouts of Penello for him. When Van arrives at the Resistance hideout, a heated argument about Bash's return is already underway. Bash pleads to Vossler to let him help them rescue Amalia, but Vossler cannot trust Bash after all that has transpired. A lone agent, Bash asks Van to take him to Balthier so that he can make use of his airship. Along the way, Van makes peace with Bash, affirming his belief in his innocence. The two of them find Balthier, along with Fran, at the Sandsea Tavern, where they find out that Penello has been kidnapped by the Banga headhunter Bagamlan and his group in an effort to get to Balthier. Van begs Balthier to take them to Bujerba and offers him the goddess's magicite as payment. Balthier reluctantly agrees, and Bash tags along, hoping to get an audience with the Marquis. Balthier, Fran, Van, and Bash fly to Bujerba to free Penello and Balthier's airship, the Strahl. Van, who dreams of becoming a sky pirate one day, is especially excited for the trip. Upon arriving in Bujerba, they meet a boy who overhears them talking about entering the Lushu mines. He introduces himself as Lamont and asks to join them. As they reach the entrance of the mines, they encounter Judge Magister Geese, returning from an inspection of the mines along with Marquis Ondor. The party stumbles onto a magicite excavation site, a magical mineral that keeps the sky continent afloat over Evolis. Lamont pulls out a piece of manufactured nethicite, a blue crystal that reacts to the local magicite, confirming his suspicions. The Lushu mines are providing magicite to the Draclaw laboratory in Arcades for the secret research on manufactured nethicite behind Emperor Gramus's back, likely via machinations by VIII and Dr. Zidolphus Demon Bonanza, the Empire's leading nethicite researcher. As a surprise to Lamont, Balthier recognizes the piece as manufactured nethicite and demands to know where he got it from. They are interrupted by Bagamlan and his gang. Van calls for Penello, but Bagamlan had already let her go and attacks the party. During the commotion, Lamont escapes, urging the others to follow. After getting rid of Agamemnon, the party finds Judge Geese has captured Penelo. Furious to have discovered an outsider wandering the mines full of the Empire's secrets, Lamont recognizes Penelo as the girl Van and the others had come to rescue and comes to her aid. Geese is left dumbfounded as Lamont escorts Penelo to Marquis's Ondor estate as his guest. The others follow the exchange from the shadows, and Barthier explains Lamont is none other than Larsa Ferinas Solidor, the younger brother to Vayne and the Emperor's son, and thus second in line for the throne of Arcadia. Larsa is staying at the Marquis's estate under the pretense of a holiday, but his true intention is to travel Ivalice and discern its political situation, as although Larsa is young, he is interested in world affairs. Van spreads rumor of Bash still being alive to discredit the Marquis and catch the local resistance attention to gain an audience with Ondor. The ploy works, and Van and his friends are brought to the Marquis. Van asks for Penelo, but she has already left. She has gone on board the Imperial flagship dreadnought Leviathan as Larsa's guest. Bash tells the Marquis Amalia is being held captive on board by Judge Geese, and Ondor would like to see her saved, but getting personally involved would compromise Bujerba's position. Thus, he captures Bash, Van, Barthier, and Fran, and has them sent to Judge Geese on board the Leviathan under the pretense of helping the Empire catch the Nalbina dungeon escapees. But his true motivation is to have Bash and the others save Amalia. Bash, Van, Barthier, and Fran are brought to Geese and find him with Amalia, who is revealed to be Princess Ash. Ash recognizes Bash as the Kingslayer and is angered that he is still alive. Bash wants to trade their freedom for the location of the royal heirloom, a piece of deifacted nethicite called the Dusk Shard, but Ash objects. The goddess's magicite in Van's pocket begins to shine in Ash's presence, revealing itself as the Dusk Shard, an heirloom of the Dynast King that points to the Dynast King's kin as the rightful heir. Geese is delighted that the party has delivered the nethicite right to the Empire's hands, and seizes the Dusk Shard from Van, much to Ash's frustration. They are imprisoned, with Ash quartered separately, but freed by Vosler, who apparently had a change of heart and came to their aid in an imperial disguise. Joined by Vosler, the party searches the Leviathan for Ash's cell and frees her. She is still angered by Bash's presence, but he swears his innocence and loyalty to Dalmasca and thus to her. As they look for an exit, the reassembled party runs into Larsa and Penelo, who have befriended during the time they have spent together. Larsa is keen to see a peaceful resolution to the conflict, and believes he could convince his father, the Emperor, to allow Ash to reclaim Dalmasca if she will ally with the Empire. Thus, he decides to aid the party's escape, and gives Penelo his piece of manufactured nethicite as a good luck charm and memento of their meeting. The party heads for an exit, but runs into Judge Geese, who hurls magic at them that is absorbed by Penelo's piece of manufactured nethicite. After being in awe of the nethicite's power, the party defeats Geese and escapes on a carrier ship piloted by Balthier back to Bujerba. Back in Bujerba, the group has another meeting with the Marquis. Ash wants to expand the small resistance she and Vosler started back in Rabanastre to create a force strong enough to reclaim Dalmasca, and thus wants the Marquis's aid. Although Ondor, who is actually Ash's uncle, is glad his plan to have saved her worked, he is not ready to join the resistance. Ondor points out that even if Ash had the means to go to war against the Empire, now that the Dusk Shard has been lost, she has no means of proving her identity as the rightful heir to Dalmasca's throne. Ondor wants Ash to stay with him for her safety, while he continues with his own machinations against the Empire.
But Ashe knows Ondo will prioritize Bujaba over Dalmasca, and is not content with sitting aside and waiting while her kingdom suffers. Ashe requests Balthier's aid in retrieving another proof of her royal blood, the Dawn Shard, one of the pieces of day-affected Nethicite the Dynast King wielded to unite Ivalice in the Galtian alliance hundreds of years ago. While Wraithwall gave 2 of the pieces away to the ruling houses of the Kingdom of Dalmasca and Albradia, the 3rd shard was buried with him in the tomb of Wraithwall, with the knowledge of its existence passed down in his royal lineage. The party heads to the Dynast King's tomb on foot, as it is located on a yacht and thus impassable on an airship. They run into Vossler and wants to join their cause, even if he detests traveling with sky pirates, who are only aiding Ashe for the promise of King Wraithwall's treasure. To Balthier's dismay, Wraithwall's treasure turns out to be the control of the Esper Bellius, and not of monetary value. As Ashe claims the Dawn Shard, she is met by a ghostly apparition of her late husband Rasler. The party exits the tomb, only to discover the dreadnought Leviathan and the rest of Geese's fleet waiting for them as a result of Vossler having alerted them. As proof of the might of the Empire's manufactured Nethicite, they can fly airships even on the yacht. Ashe is furious at Vossler's betrayal, who has come to believe opposition is futile, and that acquiescence is the only way to save Dalmasca from further harm. The party is again brought before Geese, who takes the Dawn Shard from Ashe. Gleeful, the party has again done the work for the Empire in delivering them with day-affected Nethicite. Geese has the party taken away in chains, but succumbs to delusions of grandeur before the stone's power. Geese plans to use the stone to take over the Empire and has its power evaluated by placing the Dawn Shard in the engine of the Leviathan. The engine overheats as mist, the ephemeral magical power of Ivalice, flows from the stone. The mist effusing from the Dawn Shard drives Fran into a frenzy, and she breaks free from her shackles and attacks their captors. The others free themselves as well, but as they make for the exit, they are stopped by Vossler, whom the party is forced to defeat. In his final words, Vossler asks Bash to look after Ashe, and as the party escapes on another carrier ship, the Dawn Shard in the Leviathan's engine explodes, destroying the entire fleet. As the Leviathan falls, the party escapes riding the blast wave. But as they spot the Dawn Shard glimmering mid-air in the center of the explosion, they turn back to retrieve it. After witnessing the Arcadian 8th Fleet destroyed by the power of the Dawn Shard, Ashe decides to wield it as a weapon against the Empire. As even if the resistance movement she had started was lost when Vossler became a turncoat, she now possessed a weapon of seemingly unimaginable power. As she doesn't know how to use the now lusterless Dawn Shard, Fran suggests to head for Jahara, the village of the Gareth, knowledgeable on magicite lore. Ashe asks Balthier to accompany her, but he demands a ring on her finger as down payment until he comes across a better treasure. In Jahara, the Gareth tell Ashe they cannot be of help due to the stone eluding even their ancestors. The Gareth chief tells Ashe that Dawn Shard has lost its power, as the mist it inhabited has been released, making the Dawn Shard useless as a weapon. They meet Laza, who has come to persuade Ashe to join both him and another mysterious ally at Mount Buromises to prevent the imminent war between the nation-states of Ivalice. Laza explains his plan for Ashe to gain the Grand Kiltias Anastasis' blessing to assume the throne of Dalmasca, and then propose peace to the Empire. The idea of making peace with the Empire that stole everything from her repulses Ashe, but she sees no other way to help her kingdom. That night, Ashe talks with Van, who reveals he also saw an apparition the moment Ashe claimed the Dawn Shard from the tomb of Wraithwall, although he thought it looked like his late brother. The two decide to conceal the ghostly encounter from the others. Van explains that helping Ashe reclaim Dalmasca is his way of stopping running away from his problems. Disgraced,
by the Eighth Fleet's destruction, VIII is called back to Arcadia. He begins to suspect his father and the Imperial Senate will bypass him for emperor, giving the throne to his brother Larsa instead, whom the Senate sees as susceptible to manipulation due to his youth. Gramis is of failing health, and the question of his succession is to come up soon. Gramis tasks Judge Gabranth to spy on VIII to discern his true intention. The Judge Magisters know Larsa is not easily manipulated, and once the Senate realizes this, he may be in danger of being assassinated. Judge Magister Drace and Gabranth talk the matter over and decide to protect Lord Larsa for the stability of the nation. Ash decides to trust Larsa, and he joins her party on their passage to Mount Boromices, the center of the Guilty of Faith. While passing through the Gormor jungle, their path is barred by magical barriers set out by the Viera. Fran unveils the Viera settlement of Eruit village, telling the others she is an exile, and the Viera will not be happy to see her. But her younger sister Mjörn may be able to help. In the village, Fran's other sister, Jote, claims Mjörn is not there, and tells Fran to ask the wood for her whereabouts. Fran has spent too long away from the Viera homeland, and her kin no longer consider her a true Viera, as she cannot hear the green word. Jote despises yet pities Fran for her fall, and states the wood says Mjörn is at the local magicite mine. The party travels to the Hanem mines, another of the Empire's sites of magicite research, and finds the local researchers slain. Larsa becomes agitated at the sight and wants to investigate the matter. They find Fran's sister Mjörn deep in the mines acting strangely, holding a piece of manufactured nethicite, being possessed by a shadow with glowing eyes. When Mjörn drops the nethicite, it breaks, releasing her. As Fran rushes to her sister, Mjörn explains she left the wood to explore the world, but was captured and asked to hold a piece of manufactured nethicite to test its effect on a Viera. Larsa asks Penelo to return the piece of manufactured nethicite he had given to her earlier, apologizing for not realizing the danger. Back in Eruit village, Mjörn is reunited with her kin. Fran asks her to not follow her example and leave the wood, as it only leads to a life of loneliness. Jote gives Fran the Lentis tear to dispel the jungle's magical barriers and asks her never to return. Reaching Mount Boromices, the party speaks to the Grand Kiltius and meets Larsa's secret ally, Al-Cid Margrace, from the ruling house of Rosaria. Although Al-Cid is but one of the many nobles of the ruling class, Larsa hopes that securing his allegiance would help normalize the relations between the nations. If Al-Cid could help Rosaria recognize Ash as the Queen of Dalmasca, all hope for a peaceful resolution is dashed when it is learned that VIII has murdered his father and dissolved the Senate, making him the dictator of Arcadia. As VIII would never allow Ash to claim Dalmasca peacefully, the murder of the late Emperor was blamed on the Senate, providing VIII with the pretense needed to disband it. Among the Judge Magisters, only Drace opposed VIII's ruthlessness, and as she sought to arrest him for high treason, the other judges turned against her. VIII, knowing Gabranth had been spying on him on Gramis' orders, tests his loyalty by ordering him to execute Drace for turning her blade on the Imperial Lord Sovereign. As Gabranth hesitates, Drace quietly asks him to kill her and to protect Lord Larsa, who will have no one should Gabranth be lost as well. Ash decides that going to war with the Empire is the only way. As much has become apparent to Ondor as well, who has departed to assemble a resistance, stepping down as the Marquis under pretense of ailing health. As long as VIII holds the Dusk Shard, however, they will have little chance against the Empire, having witnessed firsthand the power of day-affected Nethicite. The Grand Kiltias tells Ash of another one of Wraithwall's treasure, the Sword of Kings, that can destroy Nethicite, hidden in the still shrine of Miriam, to be overlooked by the Grand Kiltias as a neutral party. Leaving Larsa behind at Mount Boromices, the party sets out to retrieve the sword. They find it in the depths of the shrine, but as Ash attempts to test its might against the lusterless Dawnshard, Rastless Apparition stays her hand. When Ash later asks Van about it, however, he claims not to have seen anything. Rastless' ghostly visit convinces Ash the sword is genuine, and they return to Mount Boromices and find it decimated by the Empire. Vane's envoys, Judge Magisters Bergen, Sargabath, and Gabranth, were dispatched to pick up Larsa and capture Ash. While Gabranth had Judge Sargabath take Larsa to Arcades, an enraged Bergen murders the holy man, Grand Kiltias Anastasis, and bombs Mount Boromices. The party confronts him and discovers he has been augmented by the power of manufactured Nethicite, and been driven mad as a result, like Mjörn had. Bergen is accompanied by a shadow with glowing eyes. But despite his enhanced powers, he is defeated, as his Nethicite-infused body fails him and his ambitions. Ash and her party decide to destroy the Empire's Nethicite with the Sword of Kings, to level the sides for the upcoming war, and head for the Draclaw laboratories in Arcades to destroy the Dusk and Midlight shards in the possession of Dr. Cid, Balthia's father. While resting at the Fawn Coast Hunters' camp, Balthia tells Ash of his relation to Dr. Cid. Years ago, Cid traveled to Yagd-4, but upon his return was never the same again. Seemingly having gone mad, Cid kept talking to thin air about bringing the reins of history back to the hands of man. Unable to bear the sight of his raving father, Balthia had cast aside his privileged family name and his position as a judge to become a sky pirate. Balthia warns Ash of letting the power of the stone consume her, like it did his father. They reach Arcades and gain access to the city's upper levels with the help of Balthia's old acquaintance, Jules. They storm the lab, but find it void of guards. They find Cid's office in a mess, and run into Redus, a rogue sky pirate on a mission much like their own, his presence being the reason for the lack of guards. They team up with him and confront Cid. At first, Cid doesn't know who they are, but after listening to a voice only he can hear, he points out Ash as the princess. The party attacks Cid, but he's protected by the shadow with the glowing eyes he calls Banat. Balthia realizes that Cid hadn't gone mad, and that when it appeared he had been talking to himself, he was in fact speaking to the shadow, Vanat. Cid escapes on a small airship with the piece of day-affected Nethicite, saying he is heading for Girovegan, the ancient city from where it all started. Redus takes the party to Balfanheim Port, the port town of pirates of sky and sea variety alike. Redus is a mysterious man, as no one knows of his past, only that he showed up at Balfanheim one day and united the pirates, becoming the town's governor. The only thing he reveals of himself is that he wishes to see all Nethicite in Ivalice destroyed. Redus had been visited by Marquis Ondor during the latter's quest to assemble the resistance, fueling Ash's determination to catch Cid and destroy his Nethicite. In Yagd-4, the party comes to an impassable wall of mist in the Feywood, but Rastless Apparition quells it. Everyone but Ash is perplexed. They find the gate to Girovegan and summon the Esperbelias to open it. In the city center, they discover the great crystal where the Ocuria live, who spirit Ash away to an otherworldly dimension. The shadows with the glowing eyes are Ocuria, beings that deem themselves the gods of Ivalice for their immortality. The Ocuria brand Ash their saint, and the new Dynast king as the head Wraithwall before her. they gift her the Treaty Blade to carve out a new piece of day-affected nethicite from the Suncrest, the source of all nethicite power, to achieve power enough to destroy Arcadia and its benefactor, the rogue Ocuria, Venat. Venat has taught Dr. Cid the secrets to man-made nethicite, undermining the Ocuria's power in Ivalice as the true weavers of history. Ash is conflicted as to her course of action, but as an apparition of Rastler grasps the blade's hilt, she follows suit and finds herself back in the mortal world, holding the sword. Ash and the party leave Gyrovagan with the knowledge that Dr. Cid has used them to retrieve the Treaty Blade, and had no intention of traveling to Gyrovagan. Dr. Cid's gambit for doing this is a mystery, so they head for Balfonheim to talk with the Redders. The political situation in Ivalice is in turmoil, and a fleet Redders had sent to explore the waters of Ayact has gone missing. Deeming it their next destination as per instructions given by the Ocuria to locate the Suncrest, Redders lends Balthier's airship a manufactured skystone he'd stolen from the Dracula laboratory earlier to grant it the power to fly over Yacht. Redders joins the party to travel to the Ridurana Cataract, where the Suncrest is housed atop the Pharos lighthouse. Balthier asks Van to take the Strahl should something happen to him. At the Pharos' entrance, the party comes across a message, carved by the Dynast King Wraithfall himself, as instruction to his descendants who might one day follow in his footsteps. The party finds the Suncrest at the top, but runs into Gabranth, who has been spying on Ash and her companions to discern her true motives for seeking the throne of Dalmasca, as per orders from Laza, who wants to convince his brother Vayne of Ash's sincerity. Gabranth attacks them, blaming Bash for holding on to false honor after failing to protect his family and kingdom. He declares himself the true Kingslayer, but the party prevails. When Dr. Cid arrives, having also been following Ash, he blames Gabranth for failing his duty to protect Lord Laza and dismisses him in disgrace. Rastler's apparition goads Ash to become the Ocuria's new Dynast King. And in the abundant mist around the Suncrest, everyone can see him. Ash realizes the appearances of Lord Rastler are but images constructed by the Ocuria to manipulate her actions. She declares herself no false saint for the Ocuria to use, and dispels the apparition, who speaks to her in an Ocurian voice, pleading her to reconsider. Cid fights the group, using the Esper Famfrit to aid him. He is defeated, but asks Venat to reintegrate the pieces of day-affected nethicite to the Suncrest that begins to spill mist over Ivalice. Venat attempts to defend Cid, but he asks for it to step aside, seeing his time is up. Speaking to Balthier one last time, Cid disappears into the mist, asking Balthier to do what sky pirates do best: fly. Van and Ash try to destroy the Suncrest, but it is too volatile. Redders takes the Sword of Kings from Ash and reveals his true identity as that of Judge Magister Sect, who had unwittingly destroyed Nabudis with the power of the Midlight Shard under orders from Dr. Cid. Redders sacrifices himself to destroy the Suncrest, with the others escaping on the Strahl. The party returns to Balfonheim, where the pirates mourn Redders' passing. They learn the discharge of mist from the Suncrest activated the largest airship ever built, the Sky Fortress Bahamut, which was Dr. Cid's motive for rousing the Crest. The conflict has suddenly come to a head, as Marquis Ondor's resistance armies are staging a battle in the skies above Rabanasta against the Arcadian Imperial fleet, led by Vayne and Judge Saga Bath. They arrive on time to witness the showdown, and Van mimics Laza's voice on the airship's intercom to have the Marquis let them pass. They penetrate both the Resistance and Imperial fleets and dock the Strahl on the Bahamut to stop Vayne before the conflict will destroy Rabanasta. Before they reach Vayne, Gabranth arrives to stop them. The party defeats him and leaves him beaten in the elevator. They find VIII with Larsa at the command center. VIII eager to show Larsa how a true emperor crushes his opponents, despite Larsa objecting to the war. As VIII turns against Ashe, Larsa helps the party fight him. As VIII is beaten, his manufactured nethicite sucks power away from Larsa and the ship around him. Seeing that VIII has turned on Larsa, the wounded Gabranth joins the attack and is struck down. VIII limps away onto the outside cannon superstructure and calls for Venat, telling the Ocuria it must seek another to realize its ambition of freeing Evilis from the Ocuria's tyranny. Venat says that with the Sun Christ destroyed, the Age of Stones is over, and the Ocuria have lost their influence on Evilis' fate, thereby fulfilling Venat's desire. Venat dissolves, investing VIII with its power as an undying, and he absorbs pieces of the Sky Fortress onto himself. VIII is defeated and explodes into a cloud of mist, taking Venat to the grave with him. The party must now stop the warring factions and halt the descent of the malfunctioning Bahamut, lest it falls on Rabanasta. Boarding the straw with Larsa and a dying Gabranth, Balthier has Van take the pilot's seat, with Penelo as his navigator. Van flies the others to safety as Balthier and Fran return to the Bahamut to try and fix its gloss air rings in time to halt its descent. Over the intercom, Bash, posing as Judge Magister Gabranth, asks for the Arcadian forces to stand down their attack. Larsa takes over the mic and declares VIII fallen in battle and himself the new Emperor of Arcadia. Larsa announces he has made peace with Princess Ashe of Dalmasca to stop the war. As the Bahamut falls from the sky, Judge Sargabath wants to place his Alexander on a collision course to ram it clear of Rabanasta, sacrificing himself to save the city. Balthier contacts the Strawl and asks them to stop Sargabath, as he has made an effort to restart the Bahamut's engines. Balthier tells Van to look after the Strawl while he is gone, and Van assures Balthier that he will. Bahamut gains power and moves away from Rabanasta, crashing outside of the city, with Fran and Balthier still inside, despite Ashe's pleas for them to get to safety. A year later, Penelo writes a letter to Larsa. Dalmasca, Arcadia, and Rosaria are at peace, and Rabanasta has returned to the way Penelo remembers it from her childhood. The party is split, each living their separate lives. A month from now, Ashe will be crowned Queen of Dalmasca, so they will not be able to see her anymore. Bash has assumed his late brother's identity, as per the latter's deathbed wish for him to protect Lord Larsa in his stead. As should the last of House Solidor fall, Arcades will be consumed by a civil war, even if it means Bash will forever be unable to clear his name as the Kingslayer. He took up the judge's armor and became Larsa's bodyguard. Van and Penelo had looked after the Strawl until it was stolen. Penelo notes it is not really stealing if the original owner took it back. However, Balthier had left behind Ashe's ring, which he had given to him as compensation for the treasure Balthier did not get in Wraithwall's tomb, implying Balthier has found the treasure he'd been looking for. Van flies his new airship to find Balthier, as every good sky pirate needs a partner.
Welcome to the complete story of Final Fantasy XIII, a game perhaps best known for its reputation as being bad. However, even though some things regarding the game's design might be up for debate, the game's cast, world, and story all deserve their rightful place in the pantheon of the Final Fantasy series. And just for the record, I'm one of those people that didn't quite get the game the first time around, although I've since come to deeply appreciate it. So if you haven't played it, or if your first impressions weren't all that good, I recommend giving the game a go. But anyway, I'm Peter from Birds of Play, and in this video I hope you'll join me as we revisit the complete story of Final Fantasy XIII. It's going to take a while to fulfill our focus, but I hope you'll be with us every step of the way. Chapter 1. A train speeds across the scenery, loaded with people who have been marked for forced migration to Gran Pulse, the planet below. Their speedy delivery is overseen by PSICOM soldiers working for the Sanctum, Cocoon's government, which requires all civilians who have possibly come into contact with a Pulse artifact to be purged off Cocoon. As the train runs through a barrier field, one of the passengers jumps the guard and sets everyone free. When the other guards come in guns blazing, the troublemaker, Lightning, reveals herself, before swiftly commandeering the train, effectively operating as an army of one. Meanwhile, Sash Katsroy, who had been talking to her just moments before, comforts one of the frightened children, the presence of a playful chocobo chick nesting in his fro even warranting a smile. After arming the other passengers, they arrive at the Hanging Edge, a series of abandoned highroads and railways at Cocoon's outer rim, now a literal war zone, as the Sanctum's purge reveals itself to be little other than an execution masquerading as exile. As the train is attacked by a Sanctum war mech, Lightning and Sash exit the train to take it on, although Sash is considerably less enthusiastic about the prospect. After they bring the mech down, Sash asks Lightning why she is trying to stop the purge, pointing out her Guardian Corps uniform, but she tells him she quit the force. Although Lightning appears to be on her own mission, Sash decides to tag along as they fight their way through the Hanging Edge. Along the way, Sash asks her what she's hoping to accomplish, and she tells him she's after the Pulse fal'Cie. fal'Cie being powerful beings of divine origin and preordained purpose that oversee creation. With Pulse being Cocoon's sworn enemy, however, a Pulse fal'Cie is nothing but trouble, its very presence on Cocoon being the reason for the current purge. Elsewhere at the Resistance front, Snow Villiers and his friends in the rebel group Nora rally the deportees in a rebellion against PSICOM. Fashioning himself a hero, Snow tells the deportees that they will clear them a path to safety, but several of the purge victims want to fight, among them being the mother of a young boy who wants to do all she can to save her son. Snow offers her son Hope S-Time a gun, but he's too scared to take it, so a gleeful girl sitting beside him, Oebadia Vanille, accepts it in his place. As the rebels make their desperate stand, the bridge they are standing on is blown to bits and they are sent flying. With her last breath, the brave mother begs Snow to get her son home, before plummeting to her death, Hope watching horrified from afar. As the Pulse Vestige, a towering structure home to the dreaded Pulse fal'Cie, is flown over the Hanging Edge, Lightning, Sash, and Snow all recognize it as their next destination, albeit for different reasons. As Snow tries to process what has just happened, he thinks about the mother's final words, wondering who she was talking about when she told him to get him home. Unable to find an answer, Snow vows to protect everyone instead, and asks his fellow Nora members to take care of the kids while he checks out the Pulse Vestige. Recognizing Snow as the man who led his mother to her death, Hope chases after him along with Vanille, hoping to speak his mind. Chapter 2. Lightning, Sash, Snow, Hope, and Vanille all converge inside the Pulse Vestige, where they find Sarah, Lightning's younger sister and Snow's fiancée. Sarah has tragically been made into a l'Cie by the Pulse fal'Cie. l'Cie being humans branded by the divine countenance of their fal'Cie masters and given a focus to fulfill. Sarah urges them to save Cocoon, and as her message is received, she enters a crystal stasis, a crystal sleep l'Cie embark upon once they have fulfilled their focus. A single crystal tear landing in the palm of Snow's hand. Lightning believes Sarah is dead, while Snow refuses to give up hope that she will awaken someday, trusting in the legend that l'Cie gain eternal life upon fulfilling their focus. As the door to the innermost sanctum of the vestige opens, the 5 unlikely companions enter, coming face to face with the dreaded Pulse fal'Cie, Anima. Snow begs the fal'Cie to release Sarah, but as his plight falls on unsympathetic ears, Lightning attacks the fal'Cie, deciding that saving Cocoon means that the Pulse fal'Cie must die. Anima stirs, revealing itself to the trespassers, only to be destroyed by their righteous rage. Upon Anima's defeat, the party gets transported into an otherworldly realm, where the god Pulse brands Lightning and her companions, turning them into l'Cie. Pulse shows them a dreamlike vision of their focus involving Eden, the capital of Cocoon, and Ragnarok, an apocalyptic beast of legend said to have attacked Cocoon centuries ago during the War of Transgression between Pulse and Cocoon. An energy wave disperses from the vestige and destroys the hanging edge, causing the vestige to plummet down into Lake Brescia below. However, as the vestige hits the lake, the soaring waves caused by its descent are instantly transformed into crystal, irrevocably altering the lay of the land. Chapter 3. As they awaken atop the crystallized lake, they are greeted by a Seath, a l'Cie that failed to fulfill its focus, instead turning into a monster mired in eternal sorrow and regret, and robbed of all free will. Snow instinctively uses his newfound powers as l'Cie to make short work of the rampaging Seath, proving that they have in fact been cursed by the fal'Cie. Having all shared the same apocalyptic dream, the newly branded l'Cie, now enemies of the state, assume that destroying Cocoon is their focus, Snow being the only one to believe that their focus is to protect Cocoon as per Sarah's wish. As they look for a way to escape, they come across Sarah's crystallized form, having fused with the crystallized lake. Not willing to leave Sarah behind, Snow stays with her and tries to separate her crystal form from the lake, while the others keep going, hoping to outrun their Psychom pursuers. Hope tries to talk with Snow, but the would-be hero tells the young boy to save it for next time so he doesn't get left behind, telling him they will meet again. Lightning and the rest head to the Brescia ruins at the lake's edge, where they discover an unmanned airship. Having remained by Sarah's side, Snow is attacked by a Psychom platoon and pushed to his limits. In his desperation, he unwittingly causes the Shiva sisters to manifest, the sisters taking care of the soldiers before turning on Snow himself, who must then subdue them in order to win their allegiance. After defeating them, Snow receives his Idolith, a crystal that enables him to call forth his Eidolon, mysterious otherworldly beings that only l'Cie can tame. However, with his strength spent, Snow becomes easy prey for Oerba Yun Fang, another Pulse l'Cie, and the Cavalry, a division of the Guardian Corps, who capture him and take him in alive along with Sarah's crystal. Back at the ruins, Sage, an experienced airship pilot, pilots the abandoned airship through the Sanctum blockade, hoping to put some distance between them and the people hunting them. While aboard, the group sees a live interview with Galanth Daisley, the Sanctum Primarch, where he reiterates the necessity for the purge. Sage does his best to evade the Sanctum forces chasing after them, but his efforts amount to naught as the airship is shot down, causing it to crash down in the VIII Peaks, a range of mountainous peaks formed mostly by scrap metal, left over from when Cocoon raided supplies from Pulse in order to repair the damage it had sustained in the War of Transgression. Chapter 4. Undeterred, Lightning is determined to march on, but Sage and Vanille need a break, both of them lacking the stamina of a soldier. Not willing to wait, Lightning goes on ahead, with Hope following close behind. Hope asks Lightning what she was doing at the hanging edge, and she tells him that she boarded the Purge train willingly to try to find Sarah, running into Sage in the process. Hope says he could never do something like that, but Lightning responds that it's not a question of can or can't, and that there are some things in life you just do. Lightning continues onward, unwilling to compromise her pace, leaving Hope behind in the process. Having rested for a while, Sash and Vanille continue to move, ultimately running into Hope and taking him along with them. They team up with Lightning once more, but split up as Lightning tells them of her plan to get revenge by destroying the Sanctum and the fal'Cie Eden, who oversees it, refusing to die a fal'Cie slave. Lightning plans to travel through the Gapra Whitewood to the city Palm, Hope's hometown, where she will take a train to Eden, the heart of the Sanctum government. Hope decides to stick with her, but as the pressure of keeping Hope safe and dealing with enemy soldiers starts to take its toll on Lightning, she snaps at him for being a burden. Her eidolon Odin appears and attacks Hope, as if to force Lightning to choose between her mission and him. They bring the eidolon under control together, and afterwards, Lightning decides to help Hope toughen up, as they continue their mission together, apologizing for how she treated him. The next time Hope needs to rest, Lightning doesn't leave him behind, instead watching over him, Hope calling for his mother in his sleep. Elsewhere, Sash and Vanille similarly take a rest under the stars, Vanille crying in her sleep. High up in the sky, the cavalry escorts Snow and Sarah's crystal aboard their headquarters, the airship Lindblom. Fang asks Snow to behave, but Snow says he can't make any promises. There he meets Cid Raines, a brigadier general of the fleet, who tells him about how the Sanctum aims to publicly execute the l'Cie in order to pacify the public, who live in constant fear of the world below. He tells Snow that the Sanctum already has intelligence on the other l'Cie, but asks Snow to help him find them. Chapter 5. While passing through the Gapra Whitewood, Lightning gives Hope a knife to keep him safe, although she says she wants it back later. While traversing the woods, Lightning learns about Hope's mother, and the boys believe that her death was Snow's fault. Hope reveals he followed Lightning to gain battle experience and become strong enough to face Snow. As Hope plays around with the knife, Lightning is reminded of the time Snow and Sarah told her about their engagement, and that Sarah had been made into a l'Cie. At the time, Lightning refused to listen to them, instead kicking them out. Once they were gone, however, Lightning discovered the knife, a birthday present to her from Snow and Sarah, but by then it was too late to chase after them. Hope tells Lightning about Operation Nora, his plan to get revenge on Snow for his mother's death. He named the plan after his mother, which incidentally had the same name as Snow's ragtag group of rebellious youths. Although Lightning tries to convince him that it is the Sanctum rather than Snow who is to blame, Hope vows to punish Snow and the Sanctum both. As they exit the Gapra Whitewood, Lightning suggests Hope talks with his father in Palm, knowing from personal experience what it means to neglect talking with family. Having seemingly teamed up with the cavalry, Snow thinks back on the time when he tried to help Sarah fulfill her focus. Together they traveled to the Pulse Vestige, all the while being hunted by Psycom soldiers. However, as they reached their destination, Sarah was pulled in all by herself and Snow sent crashing down onto the beach in the seaside city of Bodum, their hometown, where the Pulse Vestige was first discovered. Having failed to protect her, Snow hopes to keep his promise to Sarah, teaming up with Fang to find the other l'Cie. Chapter 6. After escaping the Vile Peaks, Sash and Vanille travel through the Sunleth Waterscape, a nature reserve where wild beasts run rampant, their journey taking them in the direction of Nautilus, the City of Dreams. Along the way, Sash confesses as to why he went to the Hanging Edge, telling Vanille that his son, Daj Katzroy, had been made a Sanctum l'Cie by the fal'Cie Kujata. Daj had told his father that he wanted to see a fal'Cie, so Sash had taken him to Urich Gorge, a power plant home to Kujata, which also serves as one of the premier tourist attractions on Cocoon. There, Daj was given a focus and the ability to sense Polscian beings. When Daj sensed the Pulse Vestige in Bodum, resulting in the purge, Sash started to suspect Dash's focus might be to destroy the Pulse fal'Cie anima. Therefore, in order to save his son from becoming a Sith, Sash boarded the purge train in the hope of completing Dash's focus in his place. Unbeknownst to Sash, Vanille knows more about the Uridy incident than she is comfortable admitting, even as they continue to travel together. As they reach the Nautilus dock, it starts to rain heavily, allowing Vanille to do her crying in the rain. Chapter 7. As Lightning and Hope arrive in the port city of Palampolum, the city is already overrun by PSICOM soldiers, led by Lieutenant Colonel Yag Roche. Knowing the city inside out, Hope is nevertheless able to slip past the soldiers and lead Lightning through the underground Nutriculture complex situated beneath the bustling town. There they come face to face with the fal'Cie carbuncle, responsible for supplying the populace with food. Having relied on the fal'Cie all their lives, Lightning realizes that she was born into a fal'Cie world and raised on a fal'Cie leash. Furthermore, now that she has no master to follow, she feels like her life has no purpose, therefore choosing to fight so that she doesn't have to think for herself. Lightning realizes she's been running from reality, and what's worse, she's been dragging Hope along for the ride. She tells him to end Operation Nora, but Hope protests, similarly having come to rely on the idea of having something to fight. Lightning tells him to go talk to his dad while he still has the chance, wanting him to find the hope he was named for. As Lightning and Hope return to the surface, they are surrounded by PSICOM troops, their location being broadcast to the whole of Cocoon, so that the citizenry can bear witness to their public execution. With nowhere to run, the pair is saved by Snow and Fang, who break onto the scene riding on Snow's Eidolon. Afterwards, the l'Cie split up in the chaos, Lightning and Fang in one group, and Snow and Hope in another. Fang reveals to Lightning that she is Vanille's friend, and that she is looking to reunite with her, this being the actual reason she is helping the cavalry. Fang and Vanille are Pulse l'Cie and Grand Pulse citizens, having received their focus there long ago and entered crystal stasis upon its completion. They awoke on Cocoon within the Pulse vestige 13 days ago, starting the chain of events that led Cocoon into chaos. Fang's l'Cie brand is different from the others, white and static, meaning she doesn't have to worry about becoming a Sith. However, Vanille's brand is still active, so Fang seeks to complete their focus, whatever it may be, to prevent Vanille from turning into a Sith. Fang apologizes to Lightning for how she and Vanille were unwittingly responsible for Sarah becoming a l'Cie. It happened when Sarah found the door to the vestige after the pair left, and Anima, dissatisfied with their progress, sought out a new l'Cie. Fang explains how a l'Cie brand shows the time they have until they become Sith, and assures Lightning that Sarah will awaken from her crystal stasis eventually. Meanwhile, Snow obliviously continues to feed Hope's rage towards him, telling him it's stupid to pick a fight if it means you get killed, not knowing that was the fate of his mother. Snow and Hope see PSICOM gathering more civilians to purge, so Snow saves them by scaring them away, only for them to return later as an angry mob. They escape to the rooftops, where Hope confronts Snow about his mother's death, intent on taking his revenge. At that point, Snow realizes that Hope is the person the brave mother asked him to take care of. Suddenly, an attack from a PSICOM war mech foils Hope's plan, blasting him off the roof, but Snow saves him from further harm by cushioning their fall, injuring himself in the process. Snow apologizes for what happened to Nora, and the two settle their differences. Fang, Lightning, Hope, and Snow reunite and head to the S-Time residence. There, Hope informs his father of his mother's fate and repairs his relationship with him. Lightning similarly resolving her issues with Snow as he recovers from his injuries. While the party is busy formulating a plan to deal with the Sanctum, PSICOM officer Roche arrives with his troops. Snow tries to make them realize they also wish to protect Cocoon and demands for the purge to stop, as Psychom is also approaching Polum due to finding LeSea there. Roche claims they can't risk sparing the lives of Pulse LeSea, and that it is the populace itself that demands the purge. After a fight with a Sanctum attack shuttle, Rigdea from the cavalry rescues Snow, Lightning, Hope, and Fang and takes them on board the Lindblom with the help of Sid. Chapter 8. Sash and Vanille arrive at Nautilus, Cocoon's capital of entertainment, where they watch a newsflash regarding the events in Polum and their fellow LeSea. Trying to get their mind off their troubles, they then go to watch the Pompa Sancta parade, a dramatic reenactment of the War of Transgression, retelling the war between Pulse and Cocoon that took place centuries ago, when Pulse and Cocoon LeSea did battle against each other with the aid of their Eidolons. Tired of running, Sash contemplates turning himself in for a chance of seeing Dash one last time, but Vanille protests. As he is just about to reveal the truth about the Eurity incident, Jill Nabat, Psychom's supreme commander, arrives with a Psychom platoon and Dash, who has been kept in Psychom custody to discern his focus. Dash turns to Crystal upon being reunited with Sash, revealing his focus to be the capture of the Pulse LeSea. Subsequently, Jill shows security footage from Eurity Gorge and reveals the truth behind the incident, showing how Kujata turned the nearest person it could sense, Dash, into a LeSea to protect itself from Vanille and Fang. Furious, Sash confronts Vanille, triggering the appearance of his Eidolon, Brynhildur, which he brings under control with Vanille's help. Not having been able to bring himself to shoot Vanille as revenge for his son, Sash turns the gun on himself, although he's unable to follow through. Afterwards, Jill takes him and Vanille into custody aboard the Palamitia, the base of the Sanctum Skyfleet, to bring them to Eden for live execution. Chapter 9. Upon learning of Sash and Vanille's capture, Lightning and the rest mount a rescue operation with the help from Sid and the cavalry. They board the Palamitia using a stolen Psychom shuttle, but the crew discovers their ruse. During their captivity, Vanille reveals her origins to Sash, telling him that she and Fang became LeSea to fight Cocoon during the War of Transgression, eventually entering crystal stasis. They awoke inside the Pulse vestige on Cocoon, but unlike Vanille, Fang had lost her memory of their previous focus. Fearing more people getting hurt because of them, Vanille lied and pretended to have also lost her memory, hoping to escape their fate as LeSea. As the rescue party makes its way through the ship, Sash and Vanille take advantage of the commotion to escape their holding cell, recover their weapons, and fight their way through the ship. The LeSea reunite on a forward portion of the Palamitia's exterior and head to the bridge using one of Psychom's militarized wyverns. There they come face to face with gallant Daisley, who kills Jill and the entire bridge crew upon their arrival. Dismissing the LeSea's assumption that he is one of them on account of being able to use magic, Daisley reveals his true form as the fal'Cie Barthandelus, Lord Sovereign of the Cocoon fal'Cie and Master of Illusion. After suffering defeat at the LeSea's hands, Barthandelus reveals their focus is to become Ragnarok and destroy Orphan, the fal'Cie that powers all the other fal'Cie on Cocoon and holds it afloat over Pulse. Barthandelus claims Sarah's focus was to gather them all so that Pulse could brand them as LeSea in order to bring about Cocoon's destruction, a revelation that cripples Snow. Barthandelus departs, leaving behind his familiar, Menra, to serve as an airship for them to escape the now sinking battlecruiser. The LeSea make their escape, all the while avoiding pursuit from Roche, and end up inside the 5th Ark, hidden beneath Eden. Inside the Ark, Fang and Vanille recall a legend concerning the Ark's purpose as Grand Pulse armories and training grounds for LeSea, surprised to find one on Cocoon. Just as the story is foretold, the Ark helps the LeSea to fully awaken to their powers, But as they travel through the massive structure, they encounter Sid, who reveals himself to have been a Sanctum Lessee all along. Sid tells them how Barthandelus orchestrated the Lessee's every action, carefully crafting them into the instruments of Cocoon's demise. He then explained how the fal'Cie desire Cocoon's destruction in order to summon the Maker, the creator of both fal'Cie and humans, hoping to return the world to its former glory. Since the Sanctum fal'Cie were built for Cocoon's maintenance, they are unable to do the deed themselves, therefore having to rely on Lessee to do their dirty work. Hoping to stop the Lessee from doing Barthandelus' bidding and offer Cocoon up as his bloody tribute, Sid attacks the party, effectively defying his focus as a Lessee, granted to aid them along the way. As Sid is defeated, he nevertheless turns to Crystal, despite having challenged his fate, puzzling everyone. Shaken by this turn of events, the Lessee reach a dead end. Snow decides to follow Sid's example and forget their focus, instead fulfilling Sarah's final wish of saving Cocoon. While everyone else agrees, Fang turns on them, declaring that even though they might wish to save Cocoon, she would rather follow their focus to destroy it than see any of her friends become a Seath for defying it. Fang unwittingly summons Bahamut, telling the others that Eidolons manifest when the sea lose their way, summoned to put them out of their misery. Together with the others, Fang is able to bring Bahamut under control, and afterwards, she reluctantly agrees to follow their plan. Bahamut's taming reveals a new path leading the Lessee to a Polshan airship, which they use to travel through a portal to Gran Pulse, the planet below. As they reach Gran Pulse, the airship is attacked by a wild wyvern, resulting in a rough landing as the ship crashes in the valley of Vallis Media. Unlike the safe haven of Cocoon, Gran Pulse is a world wild and fragile, vibrant and untamed, where lives are ruled by the brutal struggle for survival and the callous and uncaring whim of the Pulse fal'Cie. The party searches the area, but finds no traces of human life. Suddenly, Sas's Chocobo chick comes to warn the party that Hope's Lessee brand is advancing and that he has fallen unconscious. They bring Hope back to base camp, and Vanille suggests they go to Oerba, her and Fang's hometown. Hope wakes up and implores them to go without him, as he would only slow everyone down. His despair summons his Eidolon Alexander, but he brings it under his control with Fang and Lightning's help. The Lessee come to believe the Eidolons' purpose is not to free Lessee through death, but rather to give them hope. Discovering a path to the Archiled Steppe, the Lessee begin their journey to Oerba. Along the way, Vanille claims she became Ragnarok during the War of Transgression and cracked Cocoon's shell to fulfill her previous focus. However, while traversing the Mahabara Subterra, Fang bluffs about remembering her past focus to coax a confession from Vanille. Fang claiming she was the one who became Ragnarok and scarred Cocoon. Vanille tries denying it, but the shock from having her biggest lie exposed causes her Eidolon Hecaton Kia to appear, confirming Fang's suspicions. Vanille and Fang defeat it, after which Vanille resolves to come to terms with her fate and stop running from it. The Lessee traverse the remainder of the Mahabara mines and use the fal'Cie Atomas to reach the Zulia Springs, where Vanille speculates Barthandelus lied to them about Sarah's focus, and that she actually overcame it, turning to Crystal of her own will, just as Sid had. As they continue on, Lightning gives Snow her blessing to marry her sister, Snow telling her that he will make her sister happy, and that the crystal tear he carries will be her last. They reach Taijin's tower, a crumbling mechanical structure the errant fal'Cie Dahaka has made its home. The men hear him. A collection of animated stone statues help them destroy Dahaka and reach the tower's top, from where the Lessee ride a capsule down to the slopes of Oerba. However, they find the once green and vibrant village covered in a blanket of snow-like crystal dust and infested with Seath, with no humans in sight. Moving on, the lessee walk along a crumbling railway overpass, shocked to find Sarah waiting for them at the end. Sarah implores the lessee to become Ragnarok and destroy Orphan, but they refuse. She abandons the disguise and assumes Barthandelas' human form. The fal'Cie explains the reason for Cocoon's creation, telling them that the fal'Cie, desiring to summon the Maker, needed a sacrifice large enough to attract the Maker's attention, and that the deaths of Cocoon's inhabitants would cause a large enough disturbance in the great beyond for it to happen. Barthandelas gloats how Cocoon citizens are fighting amongst themselves now that the resurrected Cid has become the new Primarch, angering the cavalry for his assumed betrayal. He claims the cavalry is mounting an attack to destroy Orphan, believing it will free Cocoon from fal'Cie rule. This leaves the lessee with a choice. They can either kill Orphan themselves or let Cocoon's people do it. The lessee engage Barthandelas in battle once more, determined to prevent this atrocity from coming to pass. However, Barthandelas' defeat is but momentary, as he simply returns to Cocoon to oversee the final stages of his plan, leaving the lessee with an airship so that they can follow suit. The lessee find an ancient record documenting the aftermath of the War of Transgression, explaining that the reason Fang hadn't destroyed Cocoon was that the goddess Etro, a deity whose worship was once prominent on Grand Pulse, intervened and turned her and Vanille into crystal before they could. Oeba's people then placed Vanille's and Fang's crystals inside the Pulse vestige to honor Anima, the fal'Cie they had served. It was only later that Barthandelas brought the vestige to Cocoon so that the two could finish the job when they awoke. The party decides to return to Cocoon and either save Orphan or die trying. They board the airship and use a portal in Pulse's atmosphere to return to Cocoon. As they return to Cocoon, the lessee and their eidolons disrupt an ongoing race in Eden, causing mass panic among the spectators. A SciComm battalion and the resident Guardian Corps are deployed, flooding the streets with soldiers and mechanized beasts. Barthandelas uses transgates to warp Pulsian creatures and automata from both the surface of Grand Pulse and from within the Fifth Arc into the city, causing mass hysteria. The lessee fight their way through soldiers and monsters alike, while the cavalry infiltrates the Primarch's office. With Cocoon in flames, Ragday asks Cid whether this is the Cocoon he dreamed of, Cid replying that his dream is but a fal'Cie's fancy now, before asking Ragday to shoot him, ending his torment. Ragday complies reluctantly before leading the cavalry to confront Orphan at Eden Hall, the seat of the Sanctum's power. On the way to Eden Hall, the party gets some help from Snow's old gang, exclaiming that the fal'Cie are no match for Nora. Once at Eden Hall, the lessee spot crystal shards floating in the air, and the projection of Barthandelas explains that the clamor of the conflict rouses the Maker. Barthandelas then claims he has the lessee's loved ones captive, and asks the lessee to come to fulfill their destiny. Inside Eden Hall, the cavalry soldiers and SciComm troops in the vicinity turn into sacrifice Seath, the result of Barthandelas branding them lessee without giving them a focus. Roche confronts the lessee again, but after being defeated for the second time, he orders his soldiers to end all lessee operations and evacuate the city. Afterwards, Roche blows himself up, sacrificing himself to ensure nothing will follow the lessee into Orphan's cradle, an alternate dimension serving as Cocoon's command center. Inside Orphan's cradle, the lessee discover the remainder of the cavalry soldiers converted into Seath. The fal'Cie Eden guides them to the Narthex, Orphan's resting place, where they meet Barthandelas. Barthandelas presents them with Sarah's and Dash's crystallized forms before destroying them, commanding the lessee to fulfill their destiny by killing Orphan, thereby cutting the power fueling Cocoon's functions and causing it to crash upon the lower world's surface. The lessee see through Barthandelas' illusions, and Barthandelas engages them in battle only to be defeated and sent sinking into a pool of liquid. Daisley's familiar dives into the pool after him, allowing Barthandelus to rise as the protective shell surrounding the dormant Orphan. The l'Cie fight Orphan's first form, that is now merged with Barthandelus but failed to destroy him. Orphan, growing frustrated, reveals why the mighty fal'Cie make l'Cie of men, telling them that the Maker created each fal'Cie for a defined purpose, with finite power to accomplish the task, while humans have infinite potential to be anything they want through indomitable force of will and determination. Thus, fal'Cie make l'Cie to partake in humankind's untapped power. Orphan tortures Vanille to force Fang to transform into Ragnarok, and seeing no way out of their situation, Fang submits, agreeing to guide the world onto oblivion. When the others try to stop her, she overpowers them, causing everyone except her and Vanille to turn into Seath. Her companions' shambling remnants attack Fang, triggering her transformation into an incomplete Ragnarok. However, Fang's Ragnarok is unable to destroy Orphan, as only the outer shield dissipates before Fang reverts back to her own form. Orphan revives Fang and tortures her to force her to transform yet again, while a helpless Vanille is forced to watch her friend suffer. Meanwhile, Lightning, Snow, Sash, and Hope relive the memories of their journey and find the strength of will to revert and save Fang, destroying Orphan in the process. After giving themselves their own focus, the party's l'Cie brands turn white. But even as Orphan is destroyed, the fal'Cie's newly born form rises from the pool once more, this time having shed Barthandelus' shell, revealing it nevertheless shares Barthandelus' desire to summon the Maker, even if it means its own death. As Orphan has shown its true colors as an enemy of Cocoon, the l'Cie kill the fal'Cie, believing that if they can destroy Cocoon, they can also save it. Following Orphan's demise, the rest of Cocoon's fal'Cie shut down, as now the powerless structure falls towards Grand Pulse. The party finds itself back in Eden as Orphan's cradle vanishes. Floating in the air, they grab hold of one another in order to stay together, but Vanille and Fang go their own separate way. Fang and Vanille join hands to become Ragnarok's true form and create a column of lava to engulf Cocoon's surface, allowing them to slow its descent. Ragnarok crystallizes the lava by summoning the crystal dust from Oeba's ruins, leaving Cocoon supported by a massive crystal pillar. Lightning, Hope, Sash, and Snow's crystallized forms appear on Grand Pulse, their focus fulfilled. Then, through an unknown force, Lightning and her companions wake from their crystal stasis. The group finds the l'Cie brands gone, as they are reunited with Sarah and Dash, who have also been made human once more. While Cocoon's survivors rally around the remaining military units, experiencing Grand Pulse for the first time, Hope takes a moment to mourn for Fang and Vanille, while Lightning gives Sarah her blessing to marry Snow. At the heart of the crystal pillar that holds Cocoon above Grand Pulse, Vanille's and Fang's crystallized forms remain united, hands entwined, their focus finally complete.
Set forth with my blessing, Prince Noctis.
Take your leave, and go in the grace of the gods.
I ask not that you guide my wayward son, merely that you remain at his side. Wheresoever you should go, the line of Lucis goes with you.
Welcome to the complete story of Final Fantasy XV, a game about sacrifice, brotherhood, and last but not least, a game about what's for dinner. Since its release,
the game has remained somewhat divisive among Final Fantasy fans, with some criticizing its disjointed storytelling spread across multiple media formats, while others praise the fun gameplay and the chemistry of the leading cast. That being said, first-time players might be forgiven for not fully appreciating the true dramatic weight of the game's narrative, since so much time is devoted to driving around and enjoying the finer things in life, such as forcing your friends, using your authority as king-in-waiting to stay awake for several nights in succession, just so you can make full use of that sweet EXP multiplier bonus. Oh yeah, that's the good stuff. But anyway, I'm Peter from Birds of Play, and in this video, I hope you'll join me as we revisit the complete story of the one and only Final Fantasy XV, including the game's story-driven DLC episodes, all in chronological order. It's going to be a long way from here to the throne of Lucis, but I hope you'll be with us every step of the way. Long ago, there lived a man blessed by the gods and revered by the people as their savior. His name was Arden Lucis Calum, and he was to have served as the first king of Lucis. Believed to be blessed by the Astrals, the gods of Eos, Arden had the power to heal others by transferring their ailments into his own body, thereby helping the ailing populace cope with the dreaded Star Scourge, a plague placed upon the world, by absorbing it into his own body. Doing so inadvertently rendered Arden immortal, but it also led to him being rejected by his own family, as well as by the gods. His ascension to the throne of Lucis ultimately denied. Therefore, instead of becoming king, he was cast out and chained up on the island of Angelgard, with all traces of his existence virtually erased from history. There, he is discovered 2 millennia later by Vashtail Besithia, the Imperial Research Minister of Niflheim, who intends to bring Arden back to the Empire for further study. Before they can leave the island, however, they are ambushed by members of the Lucian Royal Guard, who are tasked with keeping Arden, or the Adagium as they refer to him, confined to his eternal prison. As they engage him in battle, Arden is forced to kill them, but as he descends upon the last of the guards, he unintentionally absorbs his memories. Yet even more troubling to Arden, however, is that he ends up bestowing the guard with the Star Scourge, instead of purging him of it, in essence demonifying him, making it clear that he is no longer the healer he once was. Afterwards, Arden falls unconscious and is taken into custody by the Niflheim Empire. 7 months later, Arden reawakens at the Imperial Magitech Research Facility, where he is invited to share a meal with Vashtail, who informs him of what has transpired during his long slumber, including how the descendants of those who betrayed him still live on as the royal line of Lucis. Despite having ample reason to seek retribution, Arden nevertheless has no interest in aiding Niflheim in its war against Lucis. Vashtail then shows Arden the fruits of his research, including what is known about the arrival of the Astrals on Eos, and how it is believed that the fire god, Ifrit the Infernian, was instrumental in the rise and fall of the ancient Solheim civilization, having both bestowed his burning wisdom upon man, as well as attempted to reduce mankind to ash when they had succumbed to their own hubris. It was at this time that the other Astrals came to the defense of mankind, defeating Ifrit and sealing him atop the Rock of Ravato, a volcanic mountain in the Clain region. After the War of the Astrals, the ice goddess Shiva allegedly sank into a deep slumber, while Bahamut the Draconian went into hiding, along with Leviathan the Hydrian and Ramu the Fulgurian, their whereabouts unknown, although it is believed that Ramu sealed himself away within Fokiao Hollow in the sky, and that Leviathan might slumber beneath the city of Altissia. Only the Earth God, Titan the Archaean, remaining a continual presence to the people of Eos, as he can be seen shouldering the meteor that fell at the heart of the Disk of Kothis into sky. After the fall of Solheim at the hands of Ifrit, the kingdom of Lucis was founded by Somnus Lucis Caelum, after having been granted a sacred crystal and ring to aid his rule. Soon after, House Fleuret founded the nation of Tenebrae, and the Accordo Protectorate developed into a bustling league of maritime towns, at the heart of which lies Altissia, the capital of Accordo. Centuries later, a movement arose to revive the lost civilization of Solheim, along with its lost magic technology. The result is the advent of the Niflheim Empire, that built upon Solheim's magic technology and employed it for military use, annexing both Tenebrae and Altissia, the kingdom of Lucis now being next in line for their aggressive conquest of the world. Next, the style shows Arden the frozen body of the treacherous god of fire, Ifrit, deep in slumber at the lab, having been salvaged by the Empire from the Rock of Ravato. Verstyle asks Arden to demonify Ifrit, allowing him access to his memories and giving him control over the deity. As they approach Ifrit, however, they are suddenly ambushed by Lucian operatives that have come for Arden's head. They attack him, and in their faces, Arden sees the image of his brother Somnus, the founder king, mocking him. During the commotion, Ifrit breaks free, but as he grabs Arden, he is subjugated by the Star Scourge and turned into a demon. By virtue of this sacrilegious act, Arden accesses the Infernian's memories and comes to realize that he was the one chosen to be king, not his brother. He then has a vivid vision of Era Miris Fleuret, his former beloved and the first oracle, her bloodline having been chosen to converse with the gods. In the vision, Era reveals that she betrayed the will of the gods by revealing to Somnus that the gods had chosen Arden as king. She blames herself for her unintentional role in Somnus's usurpation and asks Arden to punish her. Unable to harm her, Arden is nevertheless forced to watch her die by Somnus's hand, solidifying his hatred for his brother and making him swear to enact his revenge upon the royal line of Lucis. In order to do so, he submits himself to the Star Scourge so that he may craft a path of darkness to satiate his revenge, not caring if it defies the gods. Having declared a personal war on Lucis, Arden, now going by Arden Izunia, assists the Empire in its Magitech research, resulting in the production of a Magitech infantry, as well as Arden's inauguration as Imperial Chancellor. Arden then begins to spread the Star Scourge throughout the world, sealing people's memories and learning as much as he can about the kingdom of Lucis. In time, however, those memories begin to merge with his own, gradually transforming him into a wicked echo of his former self. Set on revenge, Arden arrives in Insomnia, the crowned city of Lucis, during the Founder King's Day festivities, posing as an MIA border patrol guard, whom he presumably demonified. Once he has infiltrated the city, Arden summons Ifrit to cause carnage, while Arden himself disables the wall amplifiers, the wall being a magical barrier upheld by the currently reigning monarch to protect the crown city from outside aggression. Having accomplished his task, Arden defies Verstyle's withdrawal orders and instead opts to go after King Regis, the newly appointed monarch of Lucis. The two of them do battle, both using the royal arms bequeathed to them by their shared bloodline, much to the surprise of Regis. As Arden brings Regis to his knees, he instructs him to summon the Old Wall, the original magical barrier which houses the soul of his brother. As he nearly kills Regis, the Ring of the Lucii calls forth Somnus's Lucii form to stop Arden. As they do battle, Somnus gradually admits his regret for what he did to Arden and confesses that he was jealous of him for having possessed divine power and the support of the people. After losing to Arden, Somnus tries to explain himself further, but Arden is outraged at the sheer audacity of his brother, asking to be understood after taking everything from him. As his spirit disappears, Somnus prays that Arden's soul will find repose. With Arden's thirst for vengeance still unquenched, he points his blade at the unconscious King Regis once more. But before he is able to strike, the astral Bahamut intervenes and pulls Arden into another dimension. There, he reveals the astral's new purpose for him, as Bahamut asks Arden to cover the world in darkness and ultimately be killed by the true king as a sacrificial lamb. Only this way will Arden be allowed to find peace in death, while also satisfying his revenge. Arden can either reluctantly submit or defy his fate, but regardless of his disposition, he is fated to die by the hand of the heir to the throne once denied to him. Once back on the mortal plane, Arden finds himself in Angelgard, where he laments that nothing matters anymore, and accepts the role he is to play in plunging the world into darkness, in the anticipation of the arrival of the King of Kings. "35 years later, back in Insomnia, Noctis Lucis Calum, the Crown Prince and King Regis' son, receives the blessing of his father to travel to Altissia. There he is to meet his fiancée, Lady Lunafreya, the acting oracle, and marry her as a part of a peace treaty between the Kingdom of Lucis and the Niflheim Empire. As he leaves, Regis bids Noctis' retinue, Gladiolus Amicitia, Ignis Scientia, and Prompto Argentum, to always remain at his side on his journey. As a final send-off, Regis tells Noctis that the line of Lucis goes with him, wherever he may go, telling his son to walk tall. Having bid farewell to the king, the foursome's trip gets off to a rocky start, as the Regalia, Regis' black convertible, breaks down in the middle of the road, forcing them to push the car to the nearest service station, Hammerhead. There they meet the mechanic Cindy Oram and her grandfather, Sid Sophia, who is personally acquainted with Noctis' father, affectionately calling him Reggie. After the car is repaired, the group heads towards Garden Key, from where they plan to take a ferry to Altissia. Midway, they stop at the Longwithe rest area, where Noctis runs into Umbra, one of Lunafreya's dogs, carrying a notebook with scilla blossoms, the blue flowers native to Lunafreya's homeland of Tenebrae. Noctis writes a message to Lunafreya, and Umbra returns to her with it. Since even though Lunafreya and Noctis have not seen each other in person since childhood, they have kept in secret correspondence via such messages over the years, both of them eager to be reunited. In Garden Key, a resort area by the ocean, which features a scenic view of Angelgard in the distance, Noctis and his entourage meet Arden, seemingly by chance. During their encounter, Arden presents himself as a strange, albeit good Samaritan, and informs them that the boats haven't arrived yet. Before taking his leave, Arden tosses an Oracle Ascension coin to Noctis, a special coin issued to commemorate Lunafreya's inauguration as Oracle. Gladiolus catches the coin and demands to know Arden's identity, but he merely states that he is a man of no consequence. They later find that Arden was telling the truth about the boats, so the group stays the night at the resort, hoping to disembark the next day. The next day, however, Noctis and company are shocked to learn that Niflheim has disregarded the proposed peace treaty and attacked Insomnia. King Regis, Lady Lunafreya, and even Noctis himself having been announced to have perished in the invasion. Wanting to verify the truth himself, Noctis decides to return to the city, but the border has been barred off by the Imperial military, so the party only goes as close as they are able. On a hill overlooking Insomnia, Noctis calls Marshal Cor Leonis of the Crown's Guard, a loyal follower to the king, who confirms that Regis did in fact die in the invasion. He then tells Noctis to meet him at Hammerhead. Elsewhere, Lunafreya meets up with Prina and Umbra and expresses relief upon seeing the notebook on the latter, confirming Noctis has survived. She meets up with Gentiana, the High Messenger of the Gods, and somberly shows her the ring of the Lucii, Gentiana silently telling her to safeguard it. When the group returns to Hammerhead, they learn that Niflheim's peace talks with the Crown City were merely a ruse to acquire the city's crystal and the ring of the Lucii. Sid mourns the loss of his friend, but he already expected Regis would give his life for the cause, telling Noctis his father knew what he was doing. The old mechanic then relays a message to the party from Cor, telling them to meet him in the Tomb of the Wise in the Kikatrich ruins. As per his instructions, they seek out Cor at the tomb, who tells Noctis that as king, he must inherit the souls of past kings, who inhabit the many royal tombs of Eos. This way, he may gain the power he needs to reclaim the throne once more, fulfilling the role of protector entrusted to him by King Regis. Noctis is upset his father had lied to him about the true reason for sending him away from the capital, but Cor tells him that Regis wanted Noctis to remember him not as king, but as a father. After Noctis is granted the power of a royal arms at the tomb, Cor leads the group to the next nearest tomb and tells Noctis there are 13 souls scattered across Eos, though only the whereabouts of a few are known. The royal arms are the weapons of Noctis' forebears that only those of the line of Lucis can wield. To wield the full powers of his forebears, however, Noctis would need the Ring of the Lucii, which is now being held by Lunafreya, to whom the king had entrusted it before his death. After acquiring another royal arm by his own merit and that of his friends, Cor informs Noctis that the Empire is blocking all travel to the Disgaea region. In order to mend the situation, Cor then rendezvouses with the group and helps them take out the army within the Nord-Disgaean blockade, defeating the low-key tumult of the Niflheim military in the process. Afterwards, Cor departs, confident that the future king has been set on the path to reclaim his throne. Noctis is still doubtful of his duty, but is relieved and reassured by the friends that travel with him, the four of them continuing on their journey. In the imperial capital of Gralia, Emperor Eodolas Alterkapt confers with his officers about the whereabouts of Lady Lunafreya and the Ring of the Lucii, both of which escaped their capture during the invasion of Insomnia. Aedulas wants Lunafreya dead, so that he may finally acquire the ring. But Research Chief Estyle, now considerably older than when he discovered Arden, advises against it, fearing the rage of the Astrals if they were to harm their oracle. In order to appease the Emperor, however, High Commander Ravus Nox Fleuret, Lady Lunafreya's brother and former Prince of Tenebrae, assures him that he and his men will continue the search for the prince and the oracle. The group reaches the Sky region and heads towards Lestalum to meet Gladiolus' younger sister, Iris Amicitia. In Lestalum, Noctis experiences a headache-inducing vision of the Disc of Cauthess, triggered by an earthquake. Before going to bed, the party meets up with Iris, who had been in insomnia when Niflheim invaded. She escaped with the help from the Amicitia family butler, Jared Hester, and then took refuge in Lestalum with him and his grandson, Talcott. Iris tells the group that Lunafreya made it out of insomnia safely as well, since she had been in Lestalum recently, proving that just like with Noctis, the news of her passing had been grossly exaggerated. The next day, Iris takes Noctis to see the local sights. But even though it is a welcome change of pace for the young king-in-waiting, the mysterious headaches continue. While in Lestalum, Talcott tells Noctis of the legend of an ancient sword hidden behind a waterfall. Suspecting it to be a lost tomb, the group investigates, and Noctis acquires yet another royal arm. Returning to Lestalum, the group then decides to investigate the Disc of Cauthess to get to the bottom of Noctis' mysterious headaches. Before setting out, however, they once again encounter the stranger they had run into in Garden Key. But this time, he introduces himself as Arden. Arden informs them through verse that the astral titan is calling out to Noctis, and that until he heeds the call, he will continue to suffer severe headaches as a result. He claims to be able to take them to the disc, and the four decide to take Arden up on his offer, even though they remain cautious since his motives are still unclear. As they make their approach, Arden signals the guards to open the Imperial blockade to let Noctis and his party into the Disc of Cauthess. Having opened the way for them, Arden then takes his leave. Before reaching the center of the disc, Noctis surprisingly discovers another royal tomb, adding another royal arm to his ever-expanding armory. Noctis and Gladiolus then get separated from the rest of the party by a tremor that sends them plummeting down onto a ledge below the tomb. There, Noctis comes face to face with the Archaean, Titan, that rises from underneath the glowing meteorite at the center of the disc. Noctis and Gladiolus make their way to Titan through the burning rock. Gladiolus protects Noctis, but grows frustrated, asking the latter to reaffirm his conviction to be the king of Lucis. Niflheim arrives at the site and attacks Titan. Noctis and his party getting caught in the crossfire. Titan then engages Noctis, who must parry the giant's attacks until his friends arrive, freezing Titan's arm, which then crumbles with a decisive blow from Noctis. Having defeated Titan, Noctis beholds a vision of Lunafreya convening with the Astral, asking him to lend Noctis his power. Titan then forges a covenant with Noctis before disappearing from the disc with nary a trace. As the crater crumbles in the aftermath, Arden appears in an airship, revealing himself to be the Chancellor of Niflheim, before offering them safe passage from the crater. Once again unsure of his motives, the group hesitantly accepts Arden's offer, even though they are unsure why an enemy official is helping them. However, during the chaos, the party loses their opportunity to return to the Regalia. After the tremors at the Disc of Cauthess have died down, news spread that Titan has disappeared, causing many worry about what the awakening of the astrals might mean for the world. With the regalia missing and the roads closed, Noctis and the others find themselves stranded. Cindy is helping look for the regalia, but the party assumes it was taken by Niflheim. As they wait, Noctis is visited by Gentiana with a message from Lunafreya, telling him the Oracle seeks to rouse the 6 astrals to help him. As Noctis sends a reply to Lunafreya via Umbra, he is reminded of their meeting 12 years earlier, when she told him about the crystal being a gift to mankind, so that they might know lasting prosperity. During that time, Noctis questioned why possession of the crystal is held by Lucis, if it was a gift for everybody. But Luna explained that the line of Lucis not only uses the crystal, but also protects it. It is their duty, and that of the one true king, to use its power to purge their star of the dreaded Star Scourge. He is reminded that Lunafreya believes in this sacred mission, and that she is willing to see the will of the astrals done. As Ramu the Fulgurian stirs in anticipation for Noctis' arrival, the sky is trapped in a perpetual storm. This way, Ramu calls for Noctis to forge a covenant with him. After Noctis passes Ramu's trial, the storm clears, and he gains the means to summon the astral. Afterwards, they receive word from Cindy that the regalia has been taken to Arakiol's stronghold, a nearby Imperial base, so the party decides to infiltrate it in order to retrieve the regalia. They storm the base under the cover of night and find the regalia, demolishing the troops that stand in their way. As they try to leave with the regalia, however, they are accosted by Ravus Nox Fleuret. Ravus claims Noctis is making a pact with the astrals without understanding the true meaning of his actions. As Ravus overpowers Gladiolus and threatens Noctis, Arden intervenes and lets the party leave the base with the regalia. On the drive over to Lestalem, now that the roadblocks have been lifted, the party ponders why Lunafreya's brother is working with the Empire, and what Arden's gambit for helping them out could be. Their victory at having retrieved the regalia is cut short, however, as they discover that Jared has tragically been killed by Niflheim soldiers during their search for Noctis in Lestalem. Imperial airships now patrol the skies of Lestalem, and Imperial flags have been posted around the city. Iris is determined to flee the town to the rural port of Kaim, which might help the party reach Altissia, since even if the ships from Golden Key don't run due to an Imperial blockade, Kaim has a secret harbor they could use. Noctis is determined to continue on his journey, and overnight dreams of chasing Lunafreya's white dog, Prina, through various terrors involving the Empire and its soldiers, fighting them all by himself, using every weapon at his disposal. Together with Iris, the party heads for Kaim. Along the way, they spot another active Imperial base and decide to destroy its magic tech generator to avenge Jared. Leaving Iris behind at Old Lestalem, the party makes its way to the base, where they shadow the base commander responsible for killing Jared, Caligo Uldor. They take him captive, but he escapes while Noctis and his friends lay waste to the garrison. Suddenly, Noctis is attacked by Imperial Commodore Aranea Highwind, who proves to be a formidable opponent. Before their battle can reach its conclusion, however, Aranea retreats, claiming it is time to clock out, since she doesn't work overtime without pay. The next morning, Noctis and his friends continue to Kaim, and Iris decides to stay at an old house there with Talcott. They are visited by Cindy and Sid, who have come over to repair King Regis's boat that they hope to use at the secret harbor to follow Lunafreya to Altissia. In order to repair King Regis's old ship, Noctis and company require the rarest of ores, mithril. With only a vague clue to guide them, they head for Vesperpool, a lake north of Clane, which houses a set of ruins held by the Empire. Before they depart for the ruins, however, Gladiolus opts out of joining them in order to take care of some personal business, leading Noctis, Ignis, and Prompto to go without him. As they approach the Vesperpool, they find that the Imperial blockades are gone, and wonder whether they have been deliberately let through. They run into Arden, who tips the party off to the Mithras location in the nearby Stalef Grove underground ruins before departing. In his stead, he leaves the party in the care of Aranea Highwind, who has grown increasingly skeptical of the Empire's goals. Throughout the ruins, Aranea explains that the Empire is hunting for demons to make Magitech troops, and that changes within the high command of the Empire is making her consider leaving the army and return to being a mercenary. With Aranea's aid, they recover the Mithril from the depths of the ruins and hitch a ride back to Lestalem on an Imperial airship, courtesy of Arden. As they bid their farewells, Aranea wishes Noctis well, advising him to choose his own path in life. Having been overpowered by Ravus at Arakiol's stronghold, Gladiolus worries that he is not strong enough to protect Noctis. While the rest of the party searches for Mithril to repair the boat, Gladiolus therefore leaves to train and prove that he is worthy of protecting the chosen king. In order to prove his worth, Gladiolus seeks out the Blade Master, Gilgamesh, who once held Gladiolus' role as shield to the founder king, his soul having remained in Lucis for 2,000 years, so that he might test the resolve and mettle of those who would follow in his footsteps. The Blade Master resides in ancient ruins discovered 30 years ago, but any attempt to fully explore the ruins ended in failure and the deaths of everyone involved, except for one man, Cor Leonis, earning him his title of Immortal. Gladiolus meets with Cor and tells him that he wishes to undertake the trial of Gilgamesh. Cor supports Gladiolus through the Tempering Grounds ruins, but as Gladiolus ventures deeper into the ruins, he must take on the trials alone. Ultimately, Gladiolus defeats Gilgamesh in battle, thereby overcoming the trial and proving himself worthy of being shield to the true king. Gilgamesh reveals he had lost his arm to Cor and yields Cor's katana, the Genji blade, to Gladiolus. Having dispelled his fears, Gladiolus may now serve his king to the best of his abilities. In order to use the Mithril, they must first have it treated. Luckily, Cindy's friend Holly knows how to prime it for use. While she prepares the Mithril, Noctis suits up and enters the Lestalem power plant, which is now swarming with demons. Noctis helps expel them, rendezvousing with Gladiolus in the process. Though he doesn't explain where he has been, Gladiolus has a fresh scar on his face from his battle with Gilgamesh. At Kaim, Noctis receives a message from Lunafreya via Umbra, telling him she's waiting for him in Altissia. After they deliver the now usable Mithril to Cid, the old mechanic is able to fix the boat, meaning they may depart for Altissia at any time. Before they depart, Cor apologizes to Noctis for having been unable to protect Regis, but Noctis doesn't blame him. Cid reminds Noctis that his companions aren't just his bodyguards, they are his brothers, and that Noctis should always depend on them as they depend upon him. As they set sail, Talcott calls after him, asking him to come back soon, as Lucis needs a king. Noctis and his friends cross the Sigillan Ocean aboard the royal vessel to Altissia. During the trip, they discuss Ravus being the high commander of the Imperial army, and him holding King Regis' sword, even though he cannot brandish it as he is not of the Lucian line. Noctis feels ambivalent, but believes he'll be able to reclaim the sword from Ravus. Even though he seems to have acquired supernatural strength, in the aftermath of the invasion of Insomnia, a fact no doubt linked to an outsider such as himself having risen to the rank of High Commander. And Altissia, Noctis hopes to reclaim the Ring of the Lucii from Lunafreya, which gives royalty the power to control the crystal, as well as make a covenant with Leviathan, the Hydreion. As they arrive, Lunafreya has been sheltered by the Altissian government, which has some autonomy. But the Empire is demanding for them to release her to them. Noctis discusses the matter with Altissia's first secretary, Camellia Clostra, and gains her alliance in exchange for assuring the safety of her citizens as he engages the Empire. During the Day of the Rite with Leviathan, Lunafreya is kept under the watchful eye of the Empire. Before communing with the Hydreion, however, she makes her first public appearance after the invasion of Insomnia by addressing the masses, Noctis being among the audience. She reveals she is going to awaken the Sea Goddess and tells the masses that though the powers of the dark are encroaching upon the world, she has sworn to fight their influence, asking them not to lose heart. As Gladiolus, Ignis, and Prompto help evacuate the citizens, Lunafreya begins to communicate with the Leviathan to have her give her power to the rightful king, Noctis. Leviathan, emerging from the deep, hears her call, but is ultimately resistant to her pleas, even though she reminds him that it is by bestowing mercy that the gods solicit worship. Lunafreya vows that Noctis will prove himself worthy, but Leviathan threatens that if he fails to do so, she will devour all and everything present. As Leviathan goes berserk in the middle of the city, Noctis engages the mythic beast in battle, only to be overpowered by the Astral. Meanwhile, Arden makes his way to Lunafreya and fatally stabs her, while Noctis is powerless to help her. With her last strength, Lunafreya invokes the souls of past kings to empower Noctis so he can fight Leviathan, as only by defeating her will she accept the covenant. Noctis defeats Leviathan and passes out. A dying Lunafreya crawls over to him and heals his wounds. Noctis meets with her one last time in a dream, wherein she passes the Ring of the Lucii to him before her spirit departs from the world, telling him she will always watch over him. As the city of Altissia is being devastated by the rampaging Leviathan, Ignis is worried for the safety of Prince Noctis. Gladiolus, Ignis, and Prompto are on evacuation duty, but Ignis becomes separated from the others as the city crumbles all around them. He makes his way toward the altar of the Tide Mother, while being pursued by Brigadier General Calico Uldor, defeating his Magitech armor in the process. Ravus then kills Calico in cold blood in order to team up with Ignis, so that they may save his sister. However, he emphasizes that their temporary alliance doesn't mean he supports Noctis in his bid for the throne of the true king. Once they reach the altar, Ignis finds Lunafreya's dog Prina on her deathbed. As a messenger to the gods, Prina delivers a vision onto Ignis of Noctis fulfilling the prophecy of the true king, showing him that Noctis must ultimately give up his life in order to save the world. Ignis and Ravus then discover Noctis unconscious, and Lunafreya dying of her wounds. Ravus flies into a rage, blaming Noctis for his sister's demise, but Ignis quells his righteous yet misplaced rage. Ravus mourns how Lunafreya never got to live a normal life, and how even in her death, her spirit will not rest until the prophecy is fulfilled. As Ravus says his final farewells, they are joined by Arden, disguised as Gladiolus, but Ravus sees through the ruse and protects Noctis and Ignis from him. The Ring of the Lucii falls from Noctis' unconscious grasp and into the reach of Ignis. After Arden blasts Ravus away with his magic, he asks Ignis to either join him or be killed. Lacking the power to resist him, Ignis puts on the Ring of the Lucii and pleads to the King of Lucis to lend him their strength. The kings show him their favor, and with their borrowed power, Ignis is able to push Arden back. However, their gift comes at the price of his eyesight, and he is rendered permanently blind. Ravus watches over him until Gladiolus and Prompto arrive on the scene to carry them to safety. When Noctis awakes, days after his battle with Leviathan, he finds Ignis watching over him. Knowing Noctis' fate from the vision he saw, Ignis asks Noctis to put a stop to their journey. Noctis refuses, claiming that giving up would make all the sacrifices others had made for him meaningless. Ignis accepts Noctis' answer and promises to always support him. Several weeks later, Noctis' group travels on a train towards Gralia, the capital of Niflheim, where the crystal has been taken. Lunafreya's death has hit Noctis hard, and he refuses to wield the Ring of the Lucii, even though it is now finally in his possession. This angers Gladiolus, who deems Noctis' inability to deal with his grief as a sign that he isn't truly ready for the task at hand. He is also concerned about Ignis' condition, for although Ignis' wounds have healed, his eyesight hasn't returned. The train makes a stop at an abandoned mining town, where Kor claims one of the royal tombs is hidden. The group finds the weapon in question in the depths of the Fodena Casino, an abandoned quarry overtaken by wildlife. And afterward, Ignis speaks up to heal the rift that has formed between Noctis and Gladiolus. As a result, Noctis' resolve is restored, and he decides to continue onward, stopping at Tenebrae along the way. Despite his disability, Ignis is also determined to continue his journey with them. Exiting the quarry, the retinue reboards the train, unaware that Arden is following them. Noctis talks with Ignis, who theorizes as to the reason behind the nights having gotten longer and longer. For some time now, the days have been getting shorter and the nights longer, which also results in more demons. After Lunafreya's death, the situation is worsened further still, as daylight continues to disappear from the world. They believe the crystal has the power to fight the darkness, as it has always protected Insomnia from demons, making it imperative for them to retrieve it from the Empire at all cost. Arden suddenly makes his presence known aboard the train and taunts Noctis. As the train stops, it is attacked by the Imperial army, forcing Noctis and Prompto to defend the train from the Imperial forces, while Gladiolus and Ignis get the train running again. As Noctis and Prompto board the running train after fending off an Imperial assault, Noctis spots Arden holding Prompto at gunpoint and rushes to save him. Noctis charges in and shoves Arden, but to his horror, he sees Prompto falling off the train instead, Arden having used his supernatural powers to switch appearances with Prompto. Gloating over his deception, Arden knocks Noctis out and departs. As stopping the train would endanger everyone on board, they are unable to stop to look for Prompto. As they continue onward to Tenebrae, Ignis therefore asks Noctis to hold on to the hope that Prompto will return to their side ere long. On the way there, the train is once again attacked, but this time by demons. Thankfully, however, Leviathan, the Tide Mother herself, comes to their aid, having forged a covenant with Noctis at great cost. In Tenebrae, they find the Fenestala Manor, the home of the royal family of Tenebrae, aflame, along with reports of Ravus having been apprehended for high treason. Aranea has quit the army and is helping the victims of the Empire's attacks, along with her subordinates, Biggs and Wedge. Noctis, Gladiolus, and Ignis decide to head to Gralia without the other passengers, instead recruiting Biggs and Wedge to operate the train. Before leaving Tenebrae, Noctis visits Maria, a retainer to House Fleuret, and learns that Ravus had always been on Lunafreya's side, even though he had been affiliated with the Empire. Maria tells Noctis that at some point during her stay in Altissia, Ravus had managed to speak with Lunafreya in secrecy. She requested Ravus to deliver the ring of the Luciae to Noctis in her stead, as she was dying, weakened by the covenants she had been forging with the Six. But Ravus turned away at the sight of it. He insisted that delivering the ring was her calling, and that, although she may no longer have had the strength to complete her duty, she had to see it through on her own. Maria also tells Noctis that after what transpired in Altissia, Ravus has finally accepted Noctis's claim to the throne and is safeguarding his father's sword for him, wishing to return it, even though that might now prove most difficult. After speaking with Maria, Noctis encounters a little girl who tells him that Lunafreya was very excited about marrying him. Lunafreya also having told Gentiana that being with Noctis again would mean the world to her. Having concluded their business in Tenebrae, they ride the train through the treacherous icy terrain of the Gorovas Rift, which houses the remains of the astral Shiva. As demons spawn to hold the train at Shiva's corpse, Noctis meets Arden again. Noctis demands to know where Prompto is, but Arden's lips are sealed. As Gentiana arrives on the scene, she freezes Arden and reveals her true identity to be that of the astral goddess, Shiva herself. Shiva bequeaths the trident of the oracle to Noctis, one of the royal arms, and forges a covenant with him at the behest of Lunafreya. Shiva also tells him about the War of the Astrals and how Ifrit, her lover, laid waste to the ancient civilization of Solheim. She also speaks to him of Lunafreya and her resolve to serve Noctis despite her brother's objections. Gentiana promising to one day convey Lunafreya's love to Noctis in the event Lunafreya couldn't tell him herself. As Noctis grabs hold of the trident, he is overcome by feelings of loss that manifest in a vision of Lunafreya and a promise that the two of them will be together again someday. Noctis then uses the trident to shatter the frozen Arden to pieces. Much to his surprise, however, Arden reappears and informs Noctis of how he has been simultaneously blessed and cursed with immortality, meaning that his fatal attack only hurt his feelings. Before departing once more, Arden divulges that Prompto is being held captive, along with the crystal and Gralia, the seat of the Empire, where they are already headed. Several days after falling off the train, Prompto traverses the snowfields of the Niflheim Outlands alone. He succumbs to the cold and is found by Magitech troopers, who bring him to a local Magitech research facility. There, he meets Arden, who gives Prompto back his handgun and urges him to meet with his father, telling him he was born here. Prompto initially refuses to believe it and sets out to escape the facility. By reading the research notes and listening to audio logs documenting Verstail's research, he learns how the Empire produces MTs from demonified human clones. Furthermore, as he finds dormant clones in their tubes, he discovers they look like him and have the same barcode tattoo on their wrist as he does. Prompto confronts Verstail, who is turning into a demon. Arden mockingly describes it as a heartfelt father-son reunion, as Verstail has used his own genetic material to supply the army with clones. Verstail is afflicted by the Star Scourge, but believes demons are the superior life form that he can enhance even further with his magic technology. He is therefore seeking to fuse his own soul to a Magitech creature he has created, which he refers to as his greatest weapon. As Verstail tries to inflict Prompto with the Star Scourge, Prompto shoots him at point-blank range, killing him in the process. Suddenly, Aranea appears, having infiltrated the Magitech production facility to uncover the truth behind Verstail's Magitech project. She gives Prompto a snowmobile to escape, and Prompto rides it until he is no longer being pursued. He camps out by a thawed lake and is later joined by Aranea, who urges him to return to his friends. However, Prompto hesitates to do so, because of having learned that he is in fact a clone, created to become a Magitek trooper before being kidnapped by Lucis and raised in the Crown City. He doesn't think Noctis and the others would accept him, but Aranea insists that his origins don't matter, and that Prompto must decide himself what he wants to do with his life. The next day, Prompto explores the wilderness alone and finds MTs lying in the snow. As he examines one of them, he is briefly trapped in an illusion of himself as an MT being hunted by Noctis. As the illusion dissipates, he remembers being young and living in Lucis, all the while hiding his strange tattoo. He receives a message from Lady Lunafreya through her messenger dog, Prina, asking him to continue supporting Noctis. And even though he doubts himself at first, he realizes that what Aranea said about him having to decide his own path in life was true. Prompto meets up with Aranea again in order to help her take down Vestail's newest monsters. Together, they infiltrate another Magitek facility and destroy Barbarous, Vestail's experiment to fuse Magitek with a mammal, and Immortalis, a colossal Magitek monster that now houses Vestail's soul. After destroying both, Prompto heads to Gralia to meet up with Noctis and the others to tell them the truth about himself. However, before he is able to reunite with his friends, Prompto is captured and imprisoned in Segnator's keep, so that Arden can lure in and torment Noctis. Noctis, Ignis, and Gladiolus enter Gralia by train, but fall under attack and have to abandon the train, believing that Biggs and Wedge can look after themselves. Noctis drives the Regalia into the city, but the car is destroyed, and he becomes separated from his friends. He continues alone, but finds he cannot summon his weapons to his side, as his powers have been sealed. With Arden's taunting voice in his ears, Noctis finally decides to wield the Ring of the Lucii in order to use its magic to defeat the demons and Magitek troopers that spawn around him. The Imperial City is devoid of human life and swarming with demons. As he makes his way, Noctis discovers that the Star Scourge has ravaged the Empire and turned its citizens into demons it cannot control. He then finds Ravus dead and recovers his father's sword from him, the sword becoming a part of his collection of royal arms. Meanwhile, Gladiolus and Ignis stay together, doing their best to find Noctis and Prompto. Arden returns their weapons and directs them to Segnator's keep, where Prompto is being held. Along the way, they find security footage of Ravus confronting Emperor Eudolus, declaring that Noctis is the true king and the rightful bearer of the Ring of the Lucii, at which time the Emperor summons demons to expel Ravus from the throne room. The footage then shows Arden, disguised as Noctis, approaching Ravus. Fooled by his disguise, the injured Ravus tries to bequeath the sword of the father to him, only to be killed by Arden. Gladiolus and Ignis continue to follow Arden's directions through the keep, the two of them encountering Emperor Eudolus in the form of a demon who thirsts for the crystal. After the demon disappears, Gladiolus and Ignis find a control panel that unlocks the seal on the crystal before finally catching up with Noctis, just in time to save him from a trap laid by Arden. Noctis, Gladiolus, and Ignis find Prompto and set him free. As they reach the throne room, Prompto uses his barcode to unlock the door, revealing himself to be a clone made by the Empire. Despite this revelation, his friends continue to accept him for who he is, regardless of his origins. Inside the throne room, they're able to destroy the device sealing Noctis' power, allowing him the use of his weapons once more. On the way to the crystal, they are once again attacked by the demonified Emperor, but having now been reunited, they are able to put him down for good. As they approach the central elevator, they are attacked by a demonic Ravus, who begs them to kill him. After fulfilling his wish, Noctis and his friends are then ambushed by a horde of demons, forcing Noctis to go to the crystal alone in the hope of using its power to banish the demons. Noctis leaves his friends behind with a heavy heart and makes his way to the crystal. Instead of acquiring its power, however, he is absorbed by the crystal, all the while being taunted by Arden, who reveals his true name to be Arden Lucis Calum. Arden then tells Noctis the story of how he became immortal, and explains to Noctis he would take scant satisfaction in killing him as is, instead asking him to take the crystal's power and become the true king. Inside the crystal, wherein lies the soul of the star, Noctis meets the astral god Bahamut and is made aware of his destiny as the true king. The true king is born once all of the crystal's power has been shed onto the ring of the Lucii, enabling the true king to banish the darkness from the world by ascending the throne at the cost of his own life. Many have sacrificed all for the king. So too must the king sacrifice himself for all. Upon hearing this, Noctis enters in reflection, so that the light of providence may shine within him. With Noctis gone, the long night begins, and the remaining glaives, remnants of the royal guard who could wield King Regis' magic before his death, migrate to Lestalem to lend their aid to protect the world, awaiting the coming of the true king. Despite having previously lost their powers, the light of the past kings of Lucis returned to the glaives when Lunafreya unlocked the power of the royal tombs during Leviathan's revelation, so they can once again wield magic. The glaives help defend the people and Lestalem as mankind's final stronghold. Bahamut tests the glaives' worthiness in battle, and after the glaives prevail in battle against him, Bahamut forgives their previous betrayal of the crown during the treaty signing, when many glaives had turned on Regis for having seemingly abandoned the outlands of Lucis. Gentiana then appears to them and explains Angel God must be safeguarded for Noctis to eventually awaken from his long sleep inside the crystal. The glaives return to Lucis to fight demons and wait for the prophesied hour. During this time, they also briefly confront Ivrit after Arden, who, knowing of the glaives' revived status, seeks the astral on them. The glaives force the god to retreat, impressing Arden, but eventually each major outpost falls back as the demons grow stronger. The sky turns red, and giant demons begin to circle the skies as the world plunges further into darkness. Nearly a decade later, when Noctis awakens, the glaives witness his return. Noctis awakens on the remote island of Angelgard, having absorbed the crystal's powers. He meets Umbra, who delivers him a message, telling him that his friends are waiting for him at Hammerhead. Noctis takes King Regis' ship back to Golden Key, and discovers the world is shrouded in darkness and swarming with demons. Noctis is picked up by an adult Talcott, and he discovers he has been gone for 10 years. The sun has set permanently, and the world has been overtaken by the forces of the dark. Noctis' old friends have become demon hunters, and Ignis has become used to being blind, so he no longer needs a cane to walk. Furthermore, in preparation for Noctis' return, they have been trained by Kor to one day accompany Noctis and help him reclaim his throne and return light to the world. After a final meal at camp, the four friends enter the ruins of Insomnia, to where Arden has taken the crystal. They battle through the demons that now inhabit it and find the Kingsglaive base camp, where the remaining glaives have their hope for the future renewed by Noctis' return. Noctis meets Kor, who now leads the glaives, and speaks to Iris and Cindy over the phone. Arden summons meteorites to set the crown city ablaze, and cloaks the Citadel building with wall magic of his own making, tainted with demonic energy. Noctis and his retinue fight their way to the Citadel, which they find guarded by Cerberus, Arden's demonic guard dog. After dispatching the opposition, Lunafreya's spirit appears to summon the astrals to break the wall around the citadel building. At the steps of the citadel, Arden ushers the demonified Ifrit to attack them. The other astrals answer Noctis' call to fight Ifrit, until Shiva freezes him with her kiss, shattering his body. Inside the palace, they meet the corrupted spirits of 3 kings of yore and battle through their trials on their way to the throne room. The last of the Lucii, Arden's brother Somnus, asks for Noctis to free his brother from the thrall of darkness. Before entering, Noctis asks for one of the photos Prompto has taken on their journey, as a memento of their time together. Noctis finds Arden sitting on the throne below the crystal, with the bodies of his father, his betrothed, Emperor Edolas, and a Kingsglaive member, Nyx Ulrich, hanging from the ceiling. Arden incapacitates Noctis' friends, telling him the final battle is a battle between kings. The two duel, both wielding the power of kings. But after a long and winded struggle, Noctis emerges victorious. As Arden dies, he tells Noctis to see him on the other side. Noctis sends his friends away, in the manner Regis has sent their group away 10 years ago, telling them to walk tall. As demons surround the palace, Noctis sits on the throne and calls upon the kings of the past. As the spirit of Regis watches on, the past kings of Lucis attack Noctis one by one as he grips onto his father's sword. His soul departs from his body and is taken by the ring of the Lucii. Now wielding the full powers of the light, Noctis' departing spirit finds Arden's spirit and erases the Star Scourge from his soul with the help of the past Lucian kings, including Regis, as well as Lunafreya and the memories of his friends. The ring of the Lucii breaks, and with the prophecy fulfilled, the sun finally rises. At their final campsite, Noctis had struggled to express himself to his comrades, who had always stayed by his side. At that time, he had made peace with the sacrifice he would have to make, and thanked his friends with the words, "What can I say? You guys are the best." In the beyond, Noctis and Lunafreya share a throne, labeled Noctis Lucis Caelum 114. The picture Noctis got from Prompto sitting on the arm of the throne. Noctis picks it up and shows it to Lunafreya, who is wearing her wedding dress, as the two of them share a kiss. The two close their eyes as soul crystals glimmer in the air. And now, with their duty to save the star at last fulfilled, they may finally know peace and happiness.
Welcome to the complete story of Final Fantasy XVI, a tale of honor and betrayal, bonds and brotherhood, magic and mankind, and last but not least, doing everyone's dirty work, as if you had nothing better to do. It's a good thing Clive has those big, broad shoulders to help him carry the weight of the world on his back, since society would probably cease to function without him. Striking a more mature tone for the franchise, Final Fantasy XVI's story is one filled with political intrigue, human drama, and sometimes an excessive amount of swearing. And the result is a video game epic worth experiencing, as well as worthy of being relived, and that's why we're here. But anyway, I'm Peter from Birds of Play, and in this video I hope you'll join us for our longest complete story video to date. and hopefully ever. So strap in for a magical ride, whether you're watching every minute intently, listening while working, or just taking the longest trip of your life to the bathroom. It's going to take a while for us to get from here to understanding the meaning of life, but I hope you'll stay with us all the way to the end, helping us keep the fire alive. In the realm of VIII, a land blessed by the light of the mother crystals, the night burns red as twin titans clash. The Phoenix, a beacon of hope ever since time immemorial, and Ifrit, an aberration and affront to the very laws of nature, for there can be only one icon of fire. Their battle shakes the very foundations of the earth. But alas, it is now but a memory of a young man as he gazes into the heart of a living flame, 13 years having passed since that fateful day. It is the 873rd year of the Valisteian calendar, and as dawn breaks over the Nysa defile, an arid labyrinth of high-walled ravines within the Dhalmekian Republic, the young man and the band of assassins he belongs to review their mission. Their sergeant, Tiamat, reminds them that their target is Shiva's dominant and only the dominant, cautioning them that their kind do not question orders. The young man touches the brand they've all been engraved with on their left cheek, an unmistakable symbol of their station in life. As they leave, Bjast puts the fire out using ice magic, springing directly from his hand, and the young man looks to the newly risen sun, its fiery glow grazing the realm once more, as if reborn in the wake of the cold, dark night. Tiamat calls out to him, breaking his trance, referring to him as Wyvern, and telling him to focus, since he's the key to the mission's success. The four men then reach a cliff, overlooking the valley below, and bear witness as the armies of Dhalmekia and the Iron Kingdom meet each other on the field of battle. As the battle rages, much blood is spilled on both sides, although the Ironblood, who they consider more beast than men due to their backwards beliefs, seem to have the upper hand for the time being. On the other side of the battlefield, safe inside the Sinitra stronghold, the Dhalmecs convene a council with Barnabas Thama, the king of Waloed. They ask for his kingdom's aid in battle, but the king refuses. As the room goes silent, Benedicta Harmon takes the floor, telling the Dhalmecs to have faith in their own men. She reminds Eugene Havel, the field marshal of the army, that if things go wrong, they could always have their dominant take the field. However, the marshal is reluctant to deploy their dominant, since the Ironblood are now said to have a dominant of their very own. Hugo Kupka steps out of the shadow, casually overpowering the marshal with his massive build, disrespectfully blowing smoke in his face as he declares that as the dominant of Dhalmekia, he will make the Ironblood rue the day they ever set foot on the continent of Storm. As Kupka takes his leave, Benedicta chases after him, catching him in the hallway and leaping into his arms. She tells him to be careful, but he dismisses her concerns, telling her that all he requires is someone to warm him when he returns from slaying Shiva, the Warden of Ice, Benedicta seeming open to the idea. Meanwhile, the band of branded assassins continue to survey the battlefield like hawks in search of their prey, their plan being to conceal themselves in the chaos as they carry out their dark deeds. However, as they try to approach their target, they are blocked by the emergence of Titan, the Warden of Earth, who breaks onto the scene, towering over the mountains themselves. As Titan takes to the field, so does Shiva, the two icons displaying godlike powers as they engage each other in battle. The sorry souls, unlucky enough to get swallowed up by their confrontation, meeting a swift and indifferent end. Braving the peril of their clash, the branded assassins attempt to navigate the ever-shifting terrain brought on by their battle. But as Titan rages on, Bjast is hit by a flying boulder and crushed, Wyvern almost meeting the same fate as a tower topples over in his direction. Narrowly escaping with his life, but not unscathed, Wyvern is dragged away by Tiamat, all the while calling out to his brother as he loses consciousness. While knocked out, Wyvern is reminded of simpler times. 13 years ago in the year of the realm 860, in the Grand Duchy of Rosaria, his homeland. Back then he was known as Clive Rosfield, the first Shield of Rosaria, protector to his brother, Joshua Rosfield, the dominant of the Phoenix, the Warden of Fire. At the time, Clive was training under the tutelage of Lord Commander Rodney Murdoch, while his brother and Jill Warwick, a former princess from the Northern Territories, and their loyal pup Torgal watch on. Heeding Lord Murdoch's instructions, Clive is finally able to overpower him, using everything he has taught him, as well as the blessing of the Phoenix, a power bestowed upon him as the first shield, much to the amazement of everyone present, his victory having been a long time coming. His body spent from the sparring contest, Clive falls to his knees to recover. So Joshua uses his powers as the Phoenix to heal him. However, Clive asks that he not waste the gift of the Phoenix on him, especially since Joshua's constitution is weak, meaning that he mustn't push himself too hard due to his ailing health. Suddenly, they are visited by their mother, Annabella Rosfield, who has braved the filth of the castle's bailey to collect Joshua, reminding him that he shouldn't be outside due to his frailness. But even though she shows much love for Joshua, Annabella does little to hide her obvious disdain for Clive's existence. As she leaves, the men whisper among themselves that the Duchess's coldness is no way to treat your own flesh and blood, saying that Clive is not at fault for not having been born the Phoenix. As the Archduke of Rosaria, Elwin Rosfield, returns home with his retinue, he asks Clive to come to the throne room later, telling him that war is coming and that they must make ready. On the way there, Clive catches an apple rolling on the ground and picks it up. He then sees a distraught man carrying a box of apples, the man's face bearing the same mark as Wyvern and the other assassins did. Clive wipes the apple off using his clothes and hands it back to the man, at which time the man's slave master interjects, telling Clive that he mustn't concern himself with such a bungling cur. Clive tells him that it's quite all right, but the slave master insists that he shouldn't indulge him, since simply being allowed to stand in his lordship's presence is more than his kind deserves. The bearers in Rosaria not being treated half as badly as they do in the neighboring dominions. As Clive bids them farewell, he asks that the bearers' good fortunes continue, implying that the bearer shouldn't be treated so harshly on account of his birth. Elwin welcomes Clive in the throne room and tells his well-mannered eldest son to dispense with the pleasantries, since his mother isn't there. Clive asks whether the territories his father was inspecting fare any better, but Elwin shakes his head, telling him that most lie under a pall of black, as the blight has taken nigh all of the northern reaches, it only being a matter of time before it crosses the border. He tells him that the capital is already full with refugees, fleeing the Deadlands, and even if they were to send them south to Port Isolde, more would only follow in their wake. This means that they must move against the Iron Kingdom to secure Drake's breath for the duchy, as without the blessing of the Mother Crystal, they cannot hope to defend their realm from the spread of the blight. Elwin tells him that tomorrow they will ride for Phoenix Gate to listen to the words of their ancestors, as tradition dictates, before any big battle, but that there is something else he would have him do first. At this time, Lord Murdoch steps forward, telling him to travel to the Stillwind Marshes and clear them of beastmen from the north who have been sighted within their borders, offering him 2 good men to accompany him. Once they have cleared the marshes, they are then to join them at Phoenix Gate. Beckoning Clive to his side, Elwin tells him that this is the time to prove his strength and shut his mother up for good. That night, Annabella approaches Elwin in their bedchamber, asking him to spare the frail Joshua the trouble of traveling to Phoenix Gate. However, he replies that his presence as the dominant of the Phoenix is necessary to perform the rites, as only the dominant can enter the apothecary to listen to the words of their ancestors. Annabella protests, telling him that the boy is ill, but her pleas fall on deaf ears, as Elwin tells her that as the Phoenix and heir to the throne, they cannot swaddle him forever. Elwyn assures her that Clive will watch over him, but Annabella is less than impressed, reminding Elwyn that the Phoenix rejected Clive as his dominant, their household having no place for such a failure, a man like any other. Elwyn reminds her that he too is but a man, only sitting upon the throne because his father was taken before his time, his role being to warm the seat until Joshua comes of age. Pushing him down into their bed, Annabella says that as his father's firstborn son, he has every right to sit upon the throne, Elwyn not having disgraced their noble blood the same way Clive did. Thwarting her advances, however, Elwyn reminds her that without men like Clive to keep them safe, her precious noble blood would long since have graced the gutter. Elsewhere in the castle, Clive and Jill share a tender moment beneath the stars, gazing up at the moon together. Jill asks whether he is going with the others, and Clive replies that as Joshua's shield, he is sworn to protect him. He then tells her that he has been given his first command, leading a mission into the marshes. Upon hearing this, Jill prays to Meteor, the burning red star that sits beneath the moon, wishing for his safe return. A single tear running down her cheek as she appears lost in thought as to what might happen, the idea of war greatly frightening her. Jill says that since being brought to Rosaria from the Northern Territories, she has come to take peace for granted, assuming that the war between their nations would be the last. Jill is worried about Clive, but as she comforts herself in the cold evening air, Clive hesitates to put his hand on her shoulder, instead telling her that they should return inside, Jill bidding him good night. The next morning in the Bailey, Clive leaves his trusty chocobo Ambrosia in the care of one who would take her to Phoenix Gate, and as the garrison sound the horns, Elwyn and the others ride for the gate, leaving Clive behind. Once left to his lonesome, Clive is then joined by two knights, Sir Wade and Sir Tyler, both of whom are honored to serve alongside the young lord as they set off for Stillwind together. Once in the marshes, Clive and the others hunt down the goblins in the area, driving them out of the ruins of Stillwind. The inhabitants of the village already having fled from the encroaching blight. As the leader of the beastmen runs off, however, it is swallowed up by a monstrous morbol that emerges from the swamp without warning, the monster giving the Knights of Rosaria more than they bargained for. Rising to the occasion, Clive and the others nevertheless vanquish the foul beast, noting that the appearance of a morbol this far south is unprecedented and indicative of the worrisome spread of the blight. The three of them headed to Phoenix Gate to join the others, where Wade regales the men with a tale of how his lordship Clive bested the goblin chief and the mighty morbol, much to the amusement of everyone present. At the end of the hall, Elwyn and Joshua have a little heart-to-heart amidst all the ruckus. Joshua telling his father that it doesn't seem fair that the Phoenix only runs in their bloodline, giving them power over others. However, Elwyn tells him that the fact Joshua has been blessed to be a dominant and to wield the power of an icon means that he must share that power with the people, this being his sacred charge. The men suddenly burst into song, singing the praises of Rosaria and the Firebird. Joshua taking this opportunity to slip out, thinking he won't be missed. Outside, Joshua runs into Clive and Torgal, Torgal having followed them to Phoenix Gate, instead of staying at the castle with Jill. Joshua tells Clive that all the men were impressed by his accomplishments, but Clive tells him that it wasn't always like that, and that when he first joined the ranks, everyone thought he was just a spoiled little lordling. Clive tells him that Joshua's the one they truly believe in, but Joshua doesn't believe him, telling his brother that what they truly believe in is the power of the dominant, and that Clive is the one the Phoenix should have chosen, since he himself doesn't have the strength to lead their people. Clive tells Joshua that every man has his duty, and that theirs was decided long ago, when their ancestors chose to instate the dominant as the Archduke of Rosaria. telling Joshua that just as he was born to bear the fate of Rosaria on his shoulders, Clive was born to be his shield and use the Phoenix's blessing to keep their future rulers safe. Having gone to bed, Joshua is stirred from his slumber by the sounds of battle just before Wade comes rushing into the room, telling him that an unknown enemy has already set fire to half the castle and that he must get him to safety. Using the power of the Phoenix, Joshua fights alongside Wade, showing that his magic is formidable despite his frail constitution. Wade notes that their attackers are wearing Sunbrequois garb from the Holy Empire of Sunbreque, even though Rosaria is allied with the Empire. Pushing on, Joshua and Wade find Tyler mortally wounded in one of the hallways, but Joshua uses his powers to heal him, saving his life. Clive then comes bursting into the room, overjoyed to see his brother safe and sound. They are soon joined by His Grace Elwyn and Lord Murdoch, the two of them thanking Wade for rescuing the young prince. Heading for the rear gate, Elwyn sends a Stolas messenger owl to Rosalith, bearing news of the horrors that have transpired there that night. Clive then leaves Joshua in their father's care, telling Joshua to keep their father safe in turn. Meanwhile, Clive intends to hold the enemy there while they make their escape. Saying goodbye to Joshua, Clive and Lord Murdoch return to the thick of battle, where they fight an Imperial Dragoon in the courtyard, truly solidifying the Empire's involvement in this tragedy, although the reasons for the Empire's betrayal remain a mystery. Lord Murdoch discovers a Rosarian sash in the possession of one of their attackers, noting that those particular sashes were issued but yesterday, implying that there might yet be more traitors in their midst. Hurrying back to Joshua's side, as he might still be in danger, Clive calls out to Ambrosia, but is suddenly interrupted by a vision of a mysterious cloaked figure who speaks to him, although the figure's words are unintelligible. Meanwhile, their fears prove correct, as Joshua is attacked by fellow Rosarians, one of the soldiers throwing the mangled body of the Stolas owl at Elwyn's feet, ensuring that none will learn of what has happened. As they try to take Joshua, Elwyn leaps to defend him, at which point he is decapitated by one of his former allies, his blood splattering all over Joshua's face. At first, Joshua whimpers in fear, but as he remembers that Clive is counting on him, he unleashes the power of the Phoenix. First entering a semi-primed state, his human body fused with that of the Phoenix before he lets it all out, becoming fully primed. As a consequence, he reduces all those present, including the loyal Tyler, to ashes, before taking to the skies. Having lost control, Joshua attacks indiscriminately, or whether his targets are friends or foes, and as Clive rushes to save him, he himself is saved by Ambrosia, who pushes him out of harm's way, the loyal Chocobo steed getting hit in the head with a boulder in his stead, saving his life. As Clive approaches the Phoenix, he is overcome by a gnawing pain, bringing him to his knees, and as he looks around, he once again sees a mysterious figure, this time engulfed in flames. Suddenly, a pillar of fire shoots up into the sky, and from the hellish flames, Ifrit arises. Close by, Lord Murdoch stares in disbelief, as there can be only one icon of fire. However, his bewilderment is short-lived, as the horrid heat of Ifrit's flame quickly disintegrates the Lord Commander. Ifrit turns to face the Phoenix, the night burning red, as Joshua ascends high into the sky, before diving down and crashing into Ifrit, breaking the ground beneath his feet. The two icons plummet down into the depths below, locked in a deadly embrace as they reach the sacred apothecary, hidden far beneath Phoenix Gate. Joshua fights Ifrit, noting there can only be one icon of fire. But as they return to the surface, Ifrit gains the upper hand, ripping into the Phoenix, tearing the icon limb for limb. As Ifrit pummels the life out of his brother, Clive's voice begs the beast to stop hurting him, Clive swearing vengeance for his brother's murder. As the dust settles, soldiers from Sunbreak survey the ruined remains of Phoenix Gate, their captain giving Annabella his condolences for Joshua's death. Annabella says that having lost Joshua, her world, she can only pray that there will be a place for her in the new world his radiance the Emperor of Sunbreak seeks to create. As the captain discovers Clive among the rubble, he asks Annabella what his fate should be, but as he prepares to kill him on Annabella's orders, she changes her mind, instead telling him to take Clive away and put him on the Imperial front lines. As they leave, the soldiers slay Annabella's handmaidens in cold blood, so that none may know how she betrayed her homeland of Rosaria. Finally regaining consciousness, Wyvern is welcomed back by Tiamat, and they are soon joined by Avis, who tells them that the Ironblood Crusaders have sounded their retreat. Wyvern reminds them that they are down a man, but Tiamat says that if they return without Shiva's head, their fate will be no different from Bjast's, there being no escape from the fate of the Branded. By taking their chances with the Ironblood, they might at least die fighting, all of them agreeing that they won't be dying today. As they navigate the newly formed landscape, a remnant of Shiva's and Titan's recent encounter, the remaining band of assassins spots the dominant of Shiva being led in chains by Ironblood Crusaders as they retreat from the battlefield. The Ironbloods' less than stellar treatment of the dominant is symptomatic of their faith, as they believe them to be unclean aberrations born of blackest sin. As the assassins descend upon the Ironblood, a crusader threatens the life of an innocent child to spur Shiva's dominant into action. Reluctantly picking up her sword, the dominant does battle with the Branded. But the three men manage to knock her out, no doubt thanks to her already having extorted her strength to fight Titan. However, before they can deal the finishing blow, Wyvern recognizes her as the Jill he once knew back in Rosaria and refuses to take her head. As Avis steps up in his place, he is hit by an Ironblood axe and instantly killed. The Ironblood attack them, hoping to reclaim their dominant. But as Wyvern and Tiamat thwart their advances, they turn their blades on each other. Tiamat accuses Wyvern of betraying the Holy Empire, but Wyvern says that he doesn't recall ever pledging his allegiance to the Emperor, his service having been bought with a brand on his face, but not his loyalty. The two do battle, Tiamat reminding Wyvern that it was he who plucked him from the front lines, who trained him, who gave him a name. But Wyvern retorts that he's always had a name, and that he hasn't forgotten it, reclaiming his identity as that of Clive Rosfield. Clive ultimately bests Tiamat, but his victory is but momentary, as it isn't long until he is surrounded by Ironblood Crusaders once more. As all seems lost, Clive holds Jill tight in his arms. But as the Ironblood go in for the killing blow, they are stopped by thunderbolts of lightning, very, very frightening, sending them flying in all directions. Suddenly, Torgal, now a fine hound, appears from the ensuing smoke, in the company of a man who tells Clive to follow him. With no other recourse, Clive does as he says, all the while carrying Jill to safety. Standing atop one of the cliffs, Benedicta surveys the battlefield, all the while speaking ill of Titan's dominant for not succeeding in crushing Shiva completely, saying he has to work harder if he is to claim her as his prize. Benedicta's right-hand man, Gerulf, notes the thunder in the distance, implying they might want to do something about it, but Benedicta replies that they'll be hearing more of it soon enough, instead telling him to gather the men so that they can get to work. Putting Jill down as they stop to rest, Clive is still in disbelief at having been reunited with her after all these years. Afterwards, he catches up with Torgal and the man who saved them, saying that since they are acquainted, he shouldn't mind taking him off his hands. The man then reveals that he knows him to be none other than Clive Rosfield, recognizing him by the blessing of the Phoenix, empowering him in battle, although he didn't come out for him, but instead Jill. He tells Clive that they plan on taking her to a safe place, and asks a large fellow who has been accompanying them to carry her the rest of the way. The large man refers to their mysterious benefactor as Sid, his full name being Sidolphus Telemon, noting they must hurry back. Sid invites Clive to join them, telling him he'll explain everything once they're back at the hideaway. However, to get to the hideaway, they must first brave the deadlands of Central Storm, a place already sucked dry by the Blight, meaning no trees, no birds, and no magic. And thankfully, to them, no neighbors. Reaching the hideaway, Clive enters a deadland sanctuary hidden deep within the ruins of a lost civilization, the remnants of the Fallen, whose relics can be found across the length and breadth of Valisthea. Clive can barely believe his eyes, and asks how they survive without magic. Sid explains that the key is hard work and wits, passing Clive an apple grown within the Deadlands, although Clive passes on the offer. Jill is put in the care of Tarja, the resident physiker, who tells the large man, Goots, to carry her upstairs to the infirmary. Sid then invites Clive to visit him in the Solar, where they discuss Clive's next course of action, Sid reminding him how the Empire deals with deserters, telling him he won't be getting far with that brand on his face. Clive asks what Sid intends to do with Jill, but Sid retorts that he has no plans for her and that her life is her own now, Sid's only wish being to help dominants like her and branded like him. He tries to recruit Clive to their cause, but Clive says that until his brother is avenged, he must walk his own path. Sid then tells Clive that one of his scouts just sent word of a group of branded fugitives north of the hideaway, in the imperial village of Lostwing, a dominant of fire allegedly being among them. As this is Clive's only clue to finding his brother's killer, he agrees to accompany Sid on his mission. But before they set out, Clive surveys the hideaway, meeting the people there and becoming more familiar with their cause. Having made their preparations, Clive, Sid, and Torgal travel together through the Great Wood on their way to Lostwing, the Crystal Road not being an option due to them being outlaws. As they travel through the woods, they happen upon some more ruins left by the Fallen. And Sid says that according to some accounts, there was a time the Fallen cities blocked out the stars, their cities once floating in the sky, before they came crashing down. Moving on, they come upon a hungry beast, Fubnit, and as the beast refuses to stay down, Sid is forced to semi-prime to smite it with thunder, revealing himself to be none other than the dominant of the icon Ramu, the Warden of Thunder. Clive asks why he is helping dominants and bearers, and Sid replies that he only wishes to offer their kind a choice, a place where they can die on their own terms. Deeper in the woods, they encounter a royal scout from Malud and decide to follow him, the scout leading them back to Benedicta as she interrogates a local as to the whereabouts of bearers in the area, rewarding his service by taking his life. Sid recognizes Benedicta and tells Clive that she's the commander of Walud's elite intelligences, Sid thinking about capturing her before they are spotted by the men she left behind. Once again impressed by Clive's battle prowess, in no small part bestowed upon him by the blessing of the Phoenix, Sid wonders whether the other alleged icon of fire gives out a blessing as well. Clive suspecting that he doesn't fully believe him about there being a second icon of fire. Uncharacteristically quoting Doctrine, Sid then recounts how each element has always had but one warden, and that a new dominant can't be born until the previous dies, even if that takes years. However, Clive doesn't strike Sid as a liar, so he's willing to give him the benefit of the doubt, for now. As night falls, they arrive in Lostwing, a village built around the ruins of a fallen airship, though its flying days are behind it. There they look for Sid's scout, Gav, and find him locked away along with the bearers he was looking for. Sid sets them free, but when he asks Gav whether this is everyone, Gav tells him that the royalists from Waloed came just before they arrived, taking some with them, the supposed dominant possibly being among them. Suddenly, their little rescue operation is discovered by one of the royalists, who goes running back to Benedicta, leading Clive to give chase. Upon seeing him, Benedicta believes Clive to be an imperial bearer on account of his equipment and brand, and summons Chirada to take care of him. Chirada being an Aegis, an ethereal conjuration born of Benedicta's power, as the icon Garuda, the Warden of Wind. As Clive defeats Chirada, Benedicta is impressed, drawing her own sword with the intent of finishing the job. However, as they are joined by Sid, Benedicta laughs and asks whether this is how Sid recruits all of his charges. Benedicta had once served under Sid when he was still loyal to the kingdom, Sid being Waloed's former Lord Commander before he grew tired of the king's antics. Another royalist arrives on the scene and tells Benedicta they have secured the dominant. And upon hearing this, Benedicta creates a gust of wind, escaping along with her men. Not knowing where she's going, Sid sends Gav to scout the area. Discovering that they have fled to Caer Norvent, an imperial stronghold located on the southern fringes of the Empire. There, Benedicta interrogates a mysterious hooded man, inviting him to join their ranks, threatening to kill the woman he is traveling with if he doesn't comply. Before they set off from Lostwing, Sid introduces Clive to Quintin, the owner of the local tavern, telling him that he is one of those sympathetic to their cause. Quintin tells Clive that as someone marked as a bearer, Clive's inquiries will fall on deaf ears, and gives him the seal of the Hanged Man, which will loosen the tongues of those loyal to him in Lostwing. Putting the seal to good use, Clive asks the town people about the dominant of fire, and one of them describes a cloaked man, followed by a female escort wherever he went, both of them having been dragged off by the royalists. Upon hearing this, Sid believes that the dominant is holding back from burning everyone to a crisp on account of his lady friend being held hostage. Finally infiltrating the Caer, Clive spots an old sluice that empties under the bridge, believing it can serve as their secret entrance to the lower levels. At the top of the Caer, Benedicta inspects her pendant, the Wings of Promise, and thinks back, remembering herself in bed with Barnabas as he spoke of founding a new order, uniting the dominants and restoring the world. Benedicta replying that his dream might already have become a reality if Sid hadn't betrayed them. Barnabas, however, is less than impressed by her prattle, asking whether she still lusts for Sid's embrace. Benedicta vehemently denying the allegation as she straddles him, assuring the king that she serves him and him alone. Barnabas reminisces about the time she first entered his halls, her pale hand pressed into Sid's, as if she would never let him go. Benedicta tells him that that was a long time ago, and that his is now the only hand she needs. Benedicta's walk down memory lane is interrupted by Geralf, who tells her that one of their sentries has failed to report in. Guessing as to the reason why, she tells him to pull the man back inside the Caer and have them lead Sid and his little pet to the chapel. Once he's alone again, she exclaims that Sid has come for her after all. Once they reach the chapel, Benedicta is there to greet them, Benedicta telling Sid she was waiting for him, and Sid replying that she hopes she wasn't waiting for too long. Sid asks her where the dominant is, but Benedicta says that Waloed will be requiring his services indefinitely. asking Sid to come back to their side as well, telling him to envision the world they could build. Sid scoffs at the prospect, telling her he wants no part of her king's world, much preferring his own vision for the future. He says that Barnabas's dreams are as twisted as his promises are false, and that he refuses to be used by Barnabas, as Barnabas now uses Benedicta. Enraged by his words, Benedicta says that Sidolphus knows nothing of her, and he concurs, telling her he doesn't know what she is anymore. He only knows what she used to say, that she was tired of running, that she just wanted to be free. He accuses her of having sold herself to get what she wanted. But Benedicta says that she has used her talents to her advantage and that there is no shame in that. Sid retorting that if there is no shame, then why does she feel so sorry for herself? Recognizing that their conversation isn't leading anywhere, Benedicta decides that the time for talk is over, instead entering her semi-primed state, sprouting wings and attacking Sid as he activates his power to match hers. Benedicta throws Sid into a statue of the great Grigor, the one true deity of Sunbreck's Gregorian church, toppling the monument and leaving him for dead. Afterwards, she summons two of her conjurations, Gerada and Supana, to take care of Clive, but he once again bests her familiars against all odds. Clive runs to Sid's side, but he is too injured to stand, so Sid tells him to catch up to Benedicta before she flies off with the dominant. Doing as he says, Clive meets Benedicta again at the top of the care. Benedicta once again being surprised by his strength as he defeated her so-called sisters. Benedicta offers Clive the warmth under her wings, as she has uses for a man of his talents, but Clive refuses her enticements, instead demanding that she hand over the dominant. The two of them do battle, Clive managing to disarm her and force her into her semi-primed state. Benedicta tears off a piece of the care and lunges it at Clive, but Clive dodges her attack, countering with the blessing of the Phoenix. As Clive breaks her priming, Benedicta exclaims that he is but a bandit, refusing to believe that she's been brought this low by one such as him. At which point Sid appears, telling her it was because he was fighting for something he believed in. As Clive tries to grab Benedicta, a green burst of energy breaks forth from her chest, her icon's essence joining with his. As this happens, Clive is overcome by tremendous pain, as a mysterious voice in his head exclaims, "There you are." Benedicta seeks to use Clive's sudden tantrum to launch her counterattack, but when she tries to summon Garuda's power, she can't manifest it, saying that she is gone, ordering Clive to give her back. Without warning, the care is rocked by explosions, and Geralt arrives to carry Benedicta away, as Sid stays with Clive, dumbfounded at Clive having stripped her of her power, taking it for himself. As the care starts to crumble due to the ensuing fire, Sid surmises that the dominant must have escaped, and that they too must evacuate. Once outside the care, they are reunited with Gav, and Sid thanks him for leading the bearers to safety. Upon hearing what has transpired, Gav offers to track the dominant, going on ahead to begin his work. Elsewhere, Benedicta is still distraught at the loss of Garuda, saying that Barnabas will cast her out like all the others. Suddenly, they are ambushed by a band of ruffians who kill Geralt and the rest of her entourage. But as they descend upon her in her powerless state, Benedicta is reminded of her past and how she was saved by Sid, the light in her life going out, as Sid eventually left her behind. She asks herself whether this is her punishment for not listening to Sidolphus. But as the bandits try to put their hands on her, she sends them flying, a powerful tornado forming around her as she curses the world, saying it all deserves to die, as she enters her fully primed state as Garuda, rising high above the trees. As Clive and Sid spot the tornado, the mysterious voice inside Clive's mind returns once more, this time spouting, "Mythos, mythos, in succession, the meaning of its words lost on him. Cid says that Benedicta has drawn in too much ether and that she can't control it, meaning that if they don't stop her, the vortex will swallow the entire forest, and them along with it. Having heard a familiar voice beckoning him, Clive believes he's being called into the heart of the raging storm and runs off in its direction, throwing caution to the wind. Inside the Eye of the Tempest, Clive once again spots the cloaked figure he saw back at Phoenix Gate 13 years ago, believing it to be the Dominant that killed his brother. A piece of rubble separates Clive from Cid and Torgal, forcing him to go alone. And as he chases the mysterious cloaked figure to the edge of a cliff, Clive is led straight to Garuda. Clive once again fights Benedicta, this time in the form of Garuda, all the while demanding to know the location of the Dominant. Clive is able to hold his own against the icon until she catches him, but even then, he refuses to yield. The mysterious voice returns, calling him the Child of Fate, telling him to awaken to the power of Ifrit. Suddenly, a pillar of fire lights up the sky as Clive is transformed into Ifrit, resulting in a battle of icons, desolating a huge waft of land and leaving the ground charred as Ifrit emerges victorious. Cid tells Clive to control the icon, but as Clive continues to relentlessly beat on Garuda, Cid interjects in the form of Ramu, quelling Ifrit's rage for the time being. As Clive returns to normal, Cid notes that the ghost Clive has been chasing was inside himself all along. He then discovers the bloodied Wings of Promise pendant lying next to him. He picks it up and looks for Benedicta, finding her already dead. He returns it to her, having been the one to give it to her in the first place, and bids her farewell with a heavy heart for the last time. Some time later, the Holy Empire of Sunbreak fends off an army of royalists from Malud as they invade their territory, King Barnabas being among the invaders, fully primed as Odin, the Warden of Darkness. On the other side of the battlefield, Prince Dion Lesage of Sunbreak watches on, turning into Bahamut, the Warden of Light, as he jumps off a cliff, taking to the skies. The two icons battle one another, but no clear victor emerges, so Dion returns to camp as the foot soldiers continue to clash. There, Sir Terence, second in command of the Dragoons, brings the prince news of saboteurs in the capital, which necessitates that the city guard be strengthened, meaning they can't expect any reinforcements. Believing that the safety of the Emperor is paramount, Dion takes the news well, vowing to deal with the invaders without any help. As Clive awakens, he finds himself chained and naked in one of the holding cells of the hideaway, grappling with the fact that he himself was the Dominant he'd been looking for, that he was the one who killed Joshua. He is joined by Cid shortly. But as Clive begs him for the mercy of death, Cid punches him, instead choosing to impart on him his timeless words of wisdom, telling him that since he's still breathing, he might as well make himself useful. After Clive has gotten dressed, Cid tells him that Gav has picked up the scent of the mysterious Dominant of Fire he had been hunting, the very same one who had reduced Caer Norvin to cinders. Although Clive is hesitant, he accompanies Cid to meet Gav at the King's Fall in Sunbreak, near the Rosarian border. There, they hear the unmistakable sound of an Imperial hunting whistle and split up to search for Gav. As Clive finds Gav, he runs to his rescue, Cid arriving in the nick of time to even the odds as they take on an Imperial Dragoon. The Imperials corner Gav on the precipice of a waterfall, but his rescuers save him at the last moment, pulling him up as he hangs for dear life. Having saved Gav from the clutches of death, Gav tells Clive that the Dominant he has been searching for is on his way to Rosaria, there being no question in Gav's mind that the man is in fact a Dominant of Fire. Knowing himself to be a Dominant of Fire, and that his brother is dead, Clive struggles to believe it, but Cid persuades him to nevertheless get to the bottom of this mystery. Elsewhere, The mysterious cloaked man and his female retainer stop to catch their breath, the man saying that they will soon be back to where it all began, fire burning in the palm of his hand. As he removes his hood, he reveals himself to be none other than Joshua, fully grown and very much alive, saying that there is someone he must stop. As Clive and the others return to the hideaway, they are eagerly greeted by Tarja, who informs Clive that Jill is finally awake. Clive goes to her, and the two of them are finally reunited outside the field of battle. They embrace one another, both having trouble believing that the other is alive. Jill tells Clive how she was abducted by the Ironblood, who invaded not long after the news arrived about Phoenix Gate, killing the men and capturing the women. However, before they could have their fun with her, Jill awakened to her powers as Shiva's dominant. As a result, the Ironblood forced Jill to fight for them, threatening to slaughter her countrymen if she disobeyed their orders. Clive then tells Jill the story of what happened at Phoenix Gate, telling her that he is the one who killed Joshua, as the second icon of fire. Upon hearing this, Jill decides they should go back to Phoenix Gate to ascertain the truth of the tragedy that occurred 13 years before, facing whatever truth they may find together. As they journey back to Rosaria, they are greeted by the familiar sights of the countryside. However, they soon find that the intervening years have been no kinder to the land in which they were raised than they were to them, Rosaria being firmly under the heel of the Empire. They travel to Martha's Rest in the swampy lowlands of southeastern Rosaria, where they speak with Martha, the landlady of the Golden Stables, a tavern at the heart of the settlement. As Martha is sympathetic to Sid's cause, she tells them that to get to Phoenix Gate, they should take the road through Eastpool. However, the bridge just collapsed, and Bernard, the carpenter in charge of fixing it, has gone missing. Clive offers to find the missing carpenter, and once he and Jill have brought him back safely, he quickly resumes work on the bridge. As they wait for Bernard to finish the repairs, they have a little talk with Martha, who tells them that since the Empire took over, they started confiscating the bearers of Rosaria to put them to work elsewhere. The Empire's inhumane treatment of bearers being in stark contrast to how they were treated during Archduke Elwin's reign. Martha then asks them to take a donation to Glademont Abbey while they wait for the repairs, so that they may see the darkness at the heart of this world. As they get there, the abbot introduces them to bearers lying on their deathbed. The bearer's curse has taken hold of them, as they have been forced to draw on the ether, resulting in their bodies becoming petrified until naught remains but stone and pain. Clive and Jill share a bearer's final moments, the tragedy of it all leaving a lasting impression in both of them. Back at Martha's Rest, Martha gives Clive the slumbering chocobo seal, so that others sympathetic to their cause might know that they are one of them. As she watches them leave the tavern, Martha rejoices in the fact that Lord Rosfield and Lady Warwick have come back to them, hoping for them to stay for a long while yet. As they reach Eastpool, Clive is recognized by a blonde woman who tells them her name is Hannah and that she is Rodney Murdoch's wife. Clive is overjoyed to see her, and Lady Hannah bursts into tears upon seeing the two of them alive. Lady Hannah invites them to her home, where she offers them a drink and a place to stay. But as they talk, Clive discovers that Lord Murdoch passed away on the night of the fire, never returning from Phoenix Gate, adding yet another life lost to Clive's conscience. During the night, Clive and Jill sleep in the stables, as Clive cannot bring himself to sleep under the same roof as the wife of the man he killed. He tells Jill how avenging Joshua was the only thing that kept him going these 13 long years, killing in the name of the Empire, and that now that he has discovered that he is to blame, he's not sure how he can go on living. Jill has a similar story to tell, having slaughtered so many in the name of the Ironblood, so many that she herself wished for death. Having shared their death wishes with one another, they reminisce about the last time they met on the balcony at Rosalith. Jill praying to Metia for Clive's safety, her prayer now finally having been answered, meaning that the heavens must still have a plan for them. Their eyes become trapped in each other's gaze before they bid each other good night. The next day, Lady Hannah gives Clive some of his father's old clothes, telling him he looks just like Elwyn at his age. Clive thanks her for her kindness, and Lady Hannah says it's what Elwyn would have wanted. Bidding farewell to Lady Hannah, Clive and Jill head north. But Clive is recognized by the mayor of Eastpool, who asks him to pay a visit to one of the elderly bearers, who still swears absolute loyalty to Archduke Elwyn. Finding the bearer overlooking the village, the delirious bearer mistakes Clive for Elwyn, Jill telling Clive to humor him. The memory of serving the late Archduke having been the old bearer's one light in the darkness, Clive rekindles it, allowing it to burn a little more brightly. As they arrive at Phoenix Gate, the ruins are still and silent, much as they were on the day after the disaster 13 years ago. Yet, amidst the shattered stonework and blackened beams that Clive recognizes all too well, he catches the sight of the hooded man he has been chasing. Desperate to uncover the truth, Clive and Jill pursue the figure into the halls of the gate, a relic of the fallen that only the dominant of the Phoenix can open. With the figure nowhere to be seen, Clive uses the blessing of the Phoenix to open the gate, allowing them passage into the apothecary, although their unwelcome presence stirs the echoes, strange clockwork constructs often encountered in and near fallen ruins. The echoes oppose them at every turn, but as they approach the innermost sanctum, they encounter a strange lich, a twisted creature with a blue glow that is unlike the others. Once they have defeated the lich, they discover a mysterious mural at the heart of the ruins, although only the upper part of it has been preserved, depicting some sort of winged god. While inspecting the mural, Clive has a strange experience, wherein everything else seems to stand still. In that mysterious state, he meets the hooded man, who reveals himself to be Clive himself. Clive gets transported into a hellish landscape of lava and flame, where he is forced to witness Ifrit killing Joshua once more, his younger self reminding him that their duty was to protect him. Hoping to let Joshua's soul finally rest in peace, Clive vows that no matter how bitter the truth that awaits him, he will press on, accepting the truth and taking on Ifrit as well as his own shadow, finally accepting that he is the dominant of Ifrit, the second icon of fire. Clive finds a new purpose in life, to unravel the mystery of why he was chosen to bear this burden, and to live not for revenge, but to atone for the crimes he committed 13 years ago. Jill says that they will find the answers together, as Joshua watches them from a distance. Meanwhile, in Castle Dasbog in Dalmekia, Hugo Kupka learns of Benedicta's demise and demands to know who is responsible. He is told that Sid paid for Benedicta's coffer, at which point Kupka becomes enraged, swearing vengeance on Sid and all he holds dear. As they return to Eastpool, they find that the villagers they just met have been brutally slaughtered for sheltering bearers, the soldiers acting under orders from Empress Annabella, Clive's mother, now ruling over Sanbreque along with the Emperor. They find Lady Hannah's corpse among the slaughtered, and Clive swears to make a world where being a bearer is not a crime punishable by death, officially deciding to cast his lot in with Sid and the others. As they head for the hideaway, a Dalmakian spy takes note, following them back to discover its secret location. At the hideaway, Clive consults with Cid about what can be done. He is reminded of how Cid once told him that he wanted to create a place where people could die on their own terms. But Clive wants to take it one step further, creating a place where people can live on their own terms. He says that most men march blindly to their end, not realizing that they too deserve a choice, and that he will not turn a blind eye to their suffering any longer. Jill takes Clive's hand, the gesture indicating that this will be the way they atone for their crimes, Cid welcoming them into their ranks. Earlier in Oriflamme, the imperial capital, the cardinals had been discussing the spread of the Blight and how it threatens the Empire. The black representing an immediate threat to the capital. Unimpressed by the council's empty talk, Sylvester Lesage, the reigning emperor, says that if it is fertile land the Empire requires, they need but look south to the crystalline dominion. Although one of the cardinals reminds him that they are bound by mutual accord, that the dominion is a neutral state whose borders they are sworn to respect. The emperor, however, does not share their insistence on respecting such treaties, ordering a war of conquest to claim new lands for the sake of the Empire and its citizenry. Leaving them to sort out the details, Sylvester takes his leave, leaving a message for his son Dion to rest and recover, for Bahamut's strength may soon be needed. Back at the hideaway, Cid shocks Clive and Jill with the revelation that the mother crystals are the actual reason the world is dying, as the mother crystals drain the land of its ether, ultimately leaving it but a blackened husk of its former self. Although hard to swallow, Clive and Jill eventually believe him, but having just signed up to help the bearers, Clive feels that destroying the crystals lies outside the scope of that calling. However, Cid says that they can't very well set their people free if they're all lying dead in a blighted ditch, so stopping the mother crystals takes priority. Together, they swear an oath to bring the old world crashing down in order to build a new one, symbolically stabbing a set of daggers into a small crystal lying on the table as a sign of what's to come. Making their way to Oriflamme, where they seek to take their first step towards true freedom by destroying Drake's head, they must first make their way through the checkpoint at Northreach. Thankfully, they have a friend of the cause living there. Their friend being the so-called Dame, the proud proprietress of Northreach's foremost house of ill repute, a brothel called the Veil, who commands much respect in those parts. The Dame helps Clive pass the checkpoint by having him pretend to be one of her branded, all as a favor to Cid, although she expects a favor from Clive in return. Upon fulfilling her end of the bargain, the Dame then tells Clive that one of her girls, Tatiane, has gone missing and tasks him with finding her. Clive accepting the seal of the moon and stars so that people may know he is affiliated with the Dame. Clive does as he says, all the while being reminded of the deep hatred the people of Sanbreque harbor towards bearers. But regretfully he is too late, Tatiane already being dead when he finds her, along with her jealous suitor, Yannick. Having done the Dame's bidding, Clive rendezvouses with Cid and Jill, and together they infiltrate Oriflamme. There, they use the pleasure houses to hide out as they wait for sunset, so that they can sneak in through the glass gate, which leads to the mines. That night, they make good on their plans. But once inside the mines, they encounter miners and guards who have gone Akashic due to an ether flood in the mines, the men having irreversibly lost their senses due to an overexposure to ether. Clive and the others only retaining them thanks to their resistance as dominants. Using a hole left in the wall by Sid's last skirmish, wherein he was chased away by Bahamut, they reached the Mother Crystal, its gargantuan stature leaving none left unimpressed. Entering the inner sanctum, they finally stand before the heart of the crystal, ready to become the enemies of the world, so that they may bring about a better tomorrow. In order to destroy the heart, Sid fully primes, transforming into Ramu, so that he can use the full extent of his powers to destroy it. However, the absence of the crystal leaves behind a dark abyss which attacks Sid, announcing the emergence of Typhon, a withered and wizened colossus who reaches out of the void. As this plays out, the voice inside Clive's head tells him to show his strength. But as Typhon tries to take a hold of Clive, Sid throws his staff at the shriveled giant, temporarily locking him away. However, Clive is pulled into the void along with the creature, the voice in his head not leaving him alone. Before long, Typhon removes the staff, unleashing its power, forcing Clive to turn into Ifrit to take him on, although Clive still can't call on Ifrit's power freely. Clive and Typhon the Transgressor do battle, and Clive ultimately overpowers the creature, prompting the voice in his head to recognize him as a most suitable vessel. As Clive returns to the real world, he discovers Sid to be badly wounded. But before they can attempt to help him, Clive is faced with a mysterious being, the source of the voice in his head, who declares they shall now become one. Before the creature can put its hands on Clive, however, Sid stabs the creature, bringing it low. Immobilized, the creature asks with indifference why he denies his fate before disappearing into the ether. Sid starts coughing and celebrates the fact that he has one cigar left in his arsenal. Clive lights it using his fire magic, and together they share Sid's last moments together. Trusting in Clive, Sid bestows upon him the essence of Ramu, just as Clive had taken Garuda's essence, saying that the rest is in his hands, before dying of his wounds, Sid's cigar falling to the floor, the flame still alive. With no time to rest, the enigmatic creature returns, violently assailing them with ether, at which point Joshua appears, countering its onslaught with his flames as Clive and Jill pass out. Joshua calls out to Ultima. The creature, recognizing that Joshua has learned their name, asking what else the Phoenix has learned about them. Joshua says that his travels have revealed much about him and his ambitions, and that it was Ultima who tore him from his brother to obtain Clive's power. However, Joshua says that Ultima will have to go through him if he wants Clive, ultimately trapping Ultima within himself, using the power of the Phoenix to keep him at bay, and healing the wounds brought on by Ultima's imprisonment. As the mother crystal overlooking Sunbreck evaporates, the populace stares helplessly in horror at what is happening. Meanwhile, at the hideaway, Dhalmekian soldiers slaughter everyone they can find as they look for Sid, under orders from Kupka, Gav losing an eye in the confrontation with a Dhalmekian spy who ratted them out. Suddenly, Titan emerges and crushes the hideaway, destroying Sid's precious sanctuary to get back at him for the death of Benedicta. 5 years later, in the year of the realm 878, Clive and Jill go undercover in the streets of Kosnis in the Dhalmekian Republic. There, an orphan girl named Kiel offers to sell Jill a curative to ease the aches of the road, but she declines the offer. Later, a man welcomes Clive, calling him Sid, and tells him that bearers have been locked up in an old courthouse on the edge of town, guarded by Kupka's private guard. Clive and Jill go to free them, but even after they set them free of their bonds, the bearers are less than grateful, telling them that they never asked to be saved, their friends being dead because they were used to lure them there. The bearers refuse their help, and Clive and Jill return without them. Having destroyed their symbol of hope 5 years ago, for reasons they'll never know, Clive recognizes that they can't blame them for thinking them to be the cause of their misery. For though it is to give them a better tomorrow, they see only that which makes their lives harder today. Jill wonders whether they made the right choice. But Clive believes that when Sid said he wanted to create a world where they were free, it didn't matter whether the choice they made was right or wrong, only that it was their own. Clive has taken on Sid's name to carry on his legacy, now being known to many as Sid the Outlaw. As they reach the new hideaway in the center of Lake Benumir, in the Deadlands of Central Storm, Clive reports to Otto, chief steward of the hideaway, telling him about what transpired in Cosnes. He then goes to see Vivian Ninetails, a scholar and strategist hailing from the Crystalline Dominion, who apprises him of the current state of the realm, reminding him of how Sanbreque has now subjugated her homeland. Next he pays Hippocrates a visit, the hideaway's resident historian, to see whether his research has yielded any mentions of Ultima, but the lawsman has yet to find anything of note. As Clive runs into Tarja, she compliments his scar, Tarja having been the one to surgically remove the brand he bore, allowing him to walk around without being persecuted. He then finds a letter from Gav, telling him that the Republican army is on the march, leaving Randelar, Dalmekia's capital, in Kupka's charge. This leaves Kupka less time to trouble them, offering them a chance to continue ridding the world of the Mother Crystals. Meanwhile, in the Northern Territories, Joshua travels along with his ever-faithful escort, both of them noting the alarming spread of the Blight and how it threatens the very existence of the Twin Realms, the world marching ever closer to its end. The hideaway receives word that Martha has gone missing, so Clive and Jill travel to Martha's Rest, where they discover she's been taken away in shackles, the Imperials leading her towards Sorrowwise Bay to the Abbey sheltering the bearers. Clive and Jill give pursuit and find Martha along the way. Distraught, Martha tells them that knights calling themselves the Black Shields have come to cull the bearers, Martha having been saved by the sacrifice of the bearers she had taken in to help. Clive and Jill go to the Abbey, where they find the bearers murdered in cold blood. They then encounter the Black Shields, a twisted play on words by Clive's mother, as she mocks the once proud shields of Rosaria. The Black Shields even reciting the oath of the former shields of Rosaria. Enraged by this perversion of what he holds dear, Clive faces the knights in battle, slaying every last one of them. Returning to the hideaway, Clive devises a plan, along with his conspirators, to finally make a move on the Mother Crystals. His plan entails using the war between Dalmekia and Sanbreque over the Crystalline Dominion as a diversion, their first target being Drake's Breath in the Iron Kingdom, since no one would suspect it. Clive and Jill set out for Port Isolde to hopefully secure a ship which can carry them across the strait from Clive's uncle, Byron Rosfield, Elwyn's younger brother and successful merchant. On the way there, Jill explains to Clive that just as he faced his past at Phoenix Gate, returning to Ironholm will be her chance to face what she has done, Clive telling her that they will face it together. With the path to Port Isolde blocked, Clive and Jill seek out secret tunnels in the Lazarus district situated just outside the eastern edge of the port. There they encounter Sir Wade, leading the Guardians of the Flame, a gathering of shields devoted to resisting the Empire's influence in Rosaria. Together with Wade, they confront the Black Shields once more, this time at Buet Bridge, hoping to put an end to the atrocities committed in the once proud name of the Shields. Their plan works, and they manage to stop the Cullings for the time being, although Empress Annabella is sure to move swiftly to see her minions' ranks replenished. Before bidding farewell to Wade, he tells them that their operation has long since been secretly funded by Lord Byron, warning them he may refuse them an audience since he must remain ever vigilant, especially since Clive is famously dead. As Clive and Jill pay Byron a visit at Rosfield Manor, he greets them with an axe, unwilling to let anyone soil the memory of his late nephew. However, Clive proves his identity by performing the part of Sir Crandall of Camelot from The Saint and the Sectary, a beloved Valestean fable, his heartfelt performance convincing Byron that he is in fact telling the truth about who he is. Byron joins him in the act, playing the part of Madhu, earning him applause from Clive. Byron bursts into tears, welcoming his dear nephew back from the dead. Byron then outfits Clive and Jill with a ship that bears them across to the island of Drostanus in the Iron Kingdom, where Drake's breath rises from the boiling sea. Before they set out, however, the two of them return to the hideaway to complete their final preparations, to bring down not only the Mother Crystal, but also the Patriarch, Imrian, who enslaved Jill and forced her to kill for his kingdom. Separating from the ship, Clive and Jill land their dinghy upon the shores of Drostanus and make for the mountain and the crystal's heart that lies within, where both the Mother Crystal and the Patriarch shall taste their blades. Inside Mount Drostanus, they come across a torrent of lava blocking their path, but thankfully Jill is able to use her powers as Shiva to shield them momentarily as they cross the bridge. On their way to the heart, they pass by the Handmaiden's living quarters, where Jill is reunited with Lady Marley, a Rosarian who took Jill under her wing. Jill tells her of their plans and instructs her to flee the island before they carry out their mission. Bidding farewell to Lady Marley, Clive and Jill find their way to the heart of the Mother Crystal, where Imrian is leading a prayer, performing sacrifices in the name of the crystal. Jill shouts out to him, declaring her presence, admonishing him for the lives he has taken and for the things he made her do. In his self-righteousness, Imrian claims that the lives he took were sullied by the stain of ether, and that he simply cleansed them of their corruption. But Jill will have none of it, cursing him for his sins and herself for playing the part of his monster for far too long. Baring her teeth at her former master, Jill says that just as she was once forced to bow to him, he will now bow to her. As Clive and Jill start fighting Imrian's disciples, the mysterious hooded figure Clive has seen many times waves its hand before disappearing, leading lava to pour from the Mother Crystal, summoning a fiend of fire. This forces Jill to fully prime into Shiva, but as Clive attempts to call on the power of Ifrit, he fails to manifest the icon at will. Once primed, Jill holds the fiend at bay, allowing Clive to fight it encircled by a wall of icicles. With their combined powers, Clive and Jill defeat the liquid flame, although it leaves Jill too weak to even stand. Jill imbues Clive's blade with ice, allowing him to strike at the Mother Crystal's heart, shattering it in Sid's honor. All the while, Imrian stares in disbelief, mortified by what has happened. Jill tells him that they have destroyed his precious Mother Crystal, before running him through with her sword, killing the true monster. As the crystal dissipates, the inhabitants of the island flee, Lady Marley being among them as she prays for Jill's safety as the last light of the crystal fades. Meanwhile, in the crystalline dominion, Joshua suddenly feels Ultima's thoughts turning to Clive, forcing him to catch his breath as he struggles to contain him. Keel, the young girl who had previously offered to sell medicine to Jill in Dhalmekia, appears and offers to help Joshua. But Joshua tells her to save her medicine for those who need them the most. Joshua wonders why Clive is in Ultima's thoughts again after 5 years of silence, noting that he can't keep him sealed away much longer. Joshua's retainer asks what he hopes to find in the Dominion, and Joshua replies that he seeks Dion Lesage, the crown prince of Sanbreque, having much to tell him, believing him to be a righteous man. Yet elsewhere in the Dhalmekian Republic, the Ministry of Law discusses the dire state of the war effort as they try to combat the Empire's illegitimate claim on the Dominion. However, Kupka, permanent economic advisor to the Dhalmekian government, thanks to his role as Titan, scolds them for having been goaded into a war without any thought as to the chaos it might reap. Their soldiers now starving as they await their orders. One amongst the ministry says that Kupka could end this if he'd only take to the field, but Kupka retorts that if he were to do that, then so would Bahamut, their duel shaking the island to its foundations, dooming the Dominion, as opposed to liberating it. Suddenly, the meeting is joined by Empress Annabella and her son, Olivier Lesage, the half-brother of Dion, as well as Clive and Joshua. They have been summoned here by none other than Kupka, deeply offending the ministry, as it means that Kupka has been in contact with the enemy. Once in private, Kupka and Annabella discuss the reason he has called her, Kupka revealing to her that Sid the Outlaw's true identity is that of her son, Clive. Annabella refuses to acknowledge the accusation, but Kupka says that he will take care of her son as long as she will see to it that the hostilities between Dhalmekia and Sanbreque are allowed to cease. As Kupka leaves, hell-bent on exacting revenge for Benedicta, Annabella remains in the room, reminding Olivier that he will one day become the Emperor of Sanbreque. Back at the hideaway, Tarja finished giving Jill an examination, telling Clive that the curse has spread as Shiva has exacted her toll. As he sits down beside her, their hands accidentally touch, and their lips draw ever closer. Before they can kiss, however, they are interrupted by Gav, who tells them that Rosaria has come under attack by the Men of the Rock from Drake's Fang, Hugo Kupka's private guard, who hopes to lure Clive to Rosalith to exact his revenge on Sid. Knowing full well it's a trap meant to draw him out, Clive, Jill, and Gav travel to Rosalith, arriving as Kupka and his men have already breached the castle's outer wall. Clive and Jill make their way to the castle, where they fall right into Kupka's trap, leading Jill to be captured by Kupka. Jill is placed in bindings, which keep her from using her powers, and Clive is forced to lower his weapon to stay Kupka's hand from killing her. Clive is then taken into custody and forced to wear the same bindings, Torgal being the only one to escape the confrontation, along with Gav, who is scouting the area. Gav breaks Clive out of his cell and releases his bindings, allowing them to rush to Jill's rescue just as she is being executed. However, it is not them who save her, but rather Torgal, who manifests a dormant power within, turning him into something akin to an icon. Having freed Jill, they all come together to take care of Kupka's men in the courtyard, before Clive enters the castle alone to face him, the others watching his back. Inside, Clive learns of the reason behind Kupka's vendetta against Sid, Kupka believing that Sid was the one to kill his dear Benedicta. Kupka was disappointed to hear that Sid had already perished, but relieved to learn that Clive has taken up his name. Kupka deciding that as Clive chooses to bear that murderous name, he shall answer for his crimes. Upon hearing this, Clive says that the only crimes he'll answer for are his own, revealing to Kupka that it was in fact he himself who slew Benedicta Harman, not Sid, meaning that the object of Kupka's vengeance is standing right in front of him. Kupka celebrates Clive's confession, becoming enraged as he tells Clive that he and Benedicta shared a dream of him becoming king of the world, with her becoming his queen, ruling together as the gods they are. But Clive refuses to show him any pity for all the lives he's taken, and no mercy. They fight as the castle crumbles around them, the power of the earth nourishing Kupka's strength as he shatters the floor, crashing them down into the Rosfield catacombs. But even with Kupka in his earthly element, Clive manages to beat him back, cutting off his hands as he returns to human form. However, as he goes in for the kill, Titan's essence seeps into Clive, rendering him too weak to finish the job. As Kupka tries to take advantage of Clive's disadvantaged state, he is spirited away by a mysterious man who refers to Clive as Mythos before taking his leave. As Clive exits the castle, the others finish up fighting off a group of eluders, Clive surmising that the man who took Kupka away must also have been from Waloed. Back at the hideout, Tarja orders Jill to rest, and as Clive speaks to Otto, they are joined by Mid, whose full name is Midadol Telemon, as she is Sid's daughter. She has come to the hideaway since Kupka's little stunt in Rosaria put a damper on her studies, and she plans to stay a while. Mid asks Clive to help her fashion a workshop for her like the one she had at her dad's place, believing she can be of help to them. Having made all the necessary arrangements for Mid's workshop and enlisted the help of Bernard the Carpenter once more, Clive goes to meet Gav and Harpocrates. There, they learn that Torgal is a rare breed of frost wolf native to the northern reaches of Alastea, as Harpocrates tells them the story of an ancient frost wolf called Fenrir, who served a queen in the north and could command magic. He surmises that it is likely that the queen was a dominant of Shiva, much like Jill. Jill possibly having unlocked Torgal's dormant powers, as Torgal grew up as her faithful companion. His powers having awakened just when his master needed him the most. The transformation appears to have given Torgal quite the appetite, as Harpocrates found him earlier with his nose buried in his nuts. As the workshop is ready, Mid promises to work her fingers to the bone to pay the people of the hideaway back, Clive looking forward to seeing what she will cook up. In the Crystalline Dominion, seat of the Imperial Court, the Cardinals of Sunbreak convene once again, notifying the Emperor that the Dalmekian government now sues for peace. They thank Olivier for starting peace talks with the mighty Titan, as the still young boy cuddles his mother's lap. However, the Emperor plans to betray the Dalmeks by keeping peace talks open, all the while plotting to destroy them with Bahamut's power. He notes that Kupka is otherwise engaged, meaning that he couldn't take to the field, even if the Dalmeks were to send for him. Dion raises his voice to his father in protest, worrying for the citizens of Sunbreak, but his father says that for every citizen who falls, another can be bred. Much like for every home that burns, another can be built. The only thing that matters being the preservation of the Empire. The Emperor gives Dion a white flower, symbolizing the Empire, and tells him to prepare for battle, Dion heeding his command with great reservations. As Dion leaves, the Emperor receives a message that the astrologers have seen the shadow of treachery hanging over Prince Dion, confirming Annabella's tales. Back at the hideaway, Clive is visited by his uncle Byron, who has come to learn more about their cause and to lend them a hand, telling them of a fleet sailing south past Port Isolde. Upon hearing of this fleet, Vivian surmises that the royalists have taken Kupka back to Drake's Fang, a place rich enough in ether to conjure the magics needed to mend his hurts. As Clive sets out for Drake's Fang to take Kupka's head, he is accompanied by Byron a part of the way. Along the way they stop at the Dalamil Inn for a drink, where they are accosted by royalists, all the while unaware that Joshua and his retainer are resting at the very same inn. Leaving the fighting to Clive, Byron jumps behind the bar, finishing his meal as Clive takes care of the rest. As the fight breaks out, Joshua and his retainer make themselves scarce to avoid trouble. But as the phoenix feather Clive has in his possession begins to burn, he rushes up the stairs looking for his brother. But alas, he is too late. He discovers that the road to Drake's Fang is closed by order of Lord Kupka. So in order to pass, they seek the help of the desert hare, Rosanna Dalimil, a woman of mystery that had worked with a former saint. Thanks to Byron's guile, they manage to locate her, only to discover she is in fact a young man named Lubor. In order to prove themselves to Lubor, they take care of Dalimil's troubles by retrieving crystals pilfered by the Men of the Rock that were meant for the common folk. Subsequently, Lubor gives Clive the seal of the Desert Rose, so that any friend of his will be a friend of Clive's, allowing them passage to the south. As Clive bids farewell to Byron, Byron asks for forgiveness for having failed Rosaria, telling Clive that he must take his father's place as its leader. However, Clive says that he cannot lead Rosaria, since he now fights to build a new world where men may live and die on their own terms, telling Byron that even though he won't reclaim Rosaria, he will nevertheless follow in his father's footsteps, carrying the torch kindled by him as he sought to relieve bearers of their plight, extending it not only to Rosaria, but to all of Alisthea. Inside Castle Dasborg, Kupka laments the loss of his hands, enraged by how Clive has disabled him. He is joined by Harbard, Waloed's Lord Commander, who asks him to calm down, he being the man who carried Kupka out of Rosaria. Harbard says that Kupka is weak, but there might yet be a way for him to take his revenge, telling him to seek the blessing of the heart of the Mother Crystal, allowing him to conjure his icon even after Clive took it from him, just like Benedicta had done, she too having drunk of the ether. Once alone, Clive enters the crystal mines of Drake's Fang without encountering a single Republican guard, or at least none that has survived the incursion of orcs ferried over from Waloed, who have slain and satiated their hunger for flesh upon their allies. Clive presses on to Castle Dasborg, Kupka having built his castle inside the dome of the same mountain that houses the crystal. All the while, Harbard watches with great interest as Clive fights his way through. Reaching the heart, Clive discovers Kupka ensnared by an illusion of Benedicta, promising to never part from her again. As an illusion of Clive threatens her, Kupka then finds the ability to prime again, forcing Clive to call on Ifrit, the icon of fire, answering his call this time. As Kupka turns into Titan, he regains his hands, allowing him to fight Ifrit at full strength, leading to a battle of epic proportions. Backed into a corner, Kupka starts feeding on crystals, turning him into Titan Lost, a Titan among Titans, Ifrit being only a small insect in comparison. Regardless of the differences in stature, however, Clive manages to fell the icon, plunging it underground, where Clive draws on ether from the Mother Crystal, just like Kupka had done, giving him the strength needed to slay him. Afterwards, Clive destroys the heart of the Mother Crystal, causing him to have a vision of Ultima, who tells him that Clive's strength is growing, bringing him closer to perfection, all the while referring to him as Mythos. Ultima tries to take over Clive's body, saying he was created for this purpose, but Clive pushes him away as he hears Joshua's voice telling him not to let him in. Upon being resisted, Ultima says that in order to make Clive stop resisting them as their vessel, they must first sever every thread of consciousness which supports his will. Ultima then disappears, contemplating their next move. On a cliff overlooking Drake's Fang, Harbert and Barnabas look on from a distance, calling Kupka a fool as they watch the Mother Crystal dissipate. Elsewhere, Dion is still perplexed that his father plots to betray the Dalmex, even as he has entered into peace talks with them. Dion and Terence share a kiss, Dion wishing that Terence were his master so that he would not have to carry out this atrocity, leading to the deaths of thousands. Suddenly, Dion receives a message from the capital, telling him that Olivier has been made emperor. Dion being told to maintain his position. However, perplexed by these developments, Dion feels compelled to go to the palace. But before he can set off, he is visited by Joshua, who says he has a tale to tell him. Clive returns to the hideaway and sets about spreading the glad tidings that Kupka, the man who crushed their former home and slaughtered many of their friends, is no more. Clive also plans to pay a visit to Sid's grave, telling him the news. But as he invites Mid to come along with him, she says she is too busy working on the Enterprise, a ship designed by her and Sid that runs on mithril engines instead of the fickle whims of the winds. After Clive helps her to acquire what she needs, Mid agrees to finally pay her old man a visit. Before they head to Sid's grave, however, Mid runs off, not being one for such things. At the grave, Clive tells Sid of Kupka's fate, telling him that the shadow which loomed over them is no longer. The members of the hideaway pay their respects to Sid, reaffirming their vow to change the world. And now, with only a single Mother Crystal remaining in Storm, Drake's tail, in the crystalline Dominion, Clive and Jill set out to breach the borders of the Dominion and infiltrate the capital, Twinside. In the seat of the Imperial Court in Twinside, Dion returns to learn that the reports of his father surrendering his throne to Olivier are true, the former emperor telling him that Emperor Olivier will rebuild the Holy Empire of Sanbreque. Sylvester says that with Kupka gone, the Empire will seize the lands of the Republic, and that soon its flag will fly over the entirety of Valisthea. Dion tells him that he finds his father much changed, asking whether these are truly his ambitions, or whether they are perhaps the ambitions of Ultima. His father says that it is all thanks to Annabella for reminding him of certain truths regarding the nature of nations, of rulers, and of the divine. Dion becomes enraged at Annabella, calling her the traitoress who slew her husband and forsook her homeland, but his father will not have it. As the former emperor and Olivier leave for a meeting, Dion and Annabella are left alone, giving Annabella the chance to admonish the prince for being of low birth in the guise of a compliment, reminding him that his impure blood will not be allowed to stain the throne, no matter his accomplishments. In order to cross over to the Dominion, Clive and Jill require a trader's pass to get to the checkpoint in Boklad, but Goots, who joined them along for the ride, had his stolen by a pickpocket. Thankfully, he has a friend in Boklad who might be able to help, so they seek out Eloise, the owner of the Crimson Caravan. Eloise tells them that traders' passes have become a much sought-after commodity due to the heavily enforced checkpoints, robbing honest merchants of their livelihood. Eloise asks Clive to catch whoever is behind it all and help them ensure that no more passes are stolen, slaying two birds with a single stone. As they try to get to the bottom of who is making children steal passes, they are mistaken for the ne'er-do-wells themselves by Theodore, Eloise's brother, who is looking for the same answers they are. However, recognizing Goots, Theodore realizes they are on the same side. Joining hands, they seek out the Cast Stones, who have been collecting passes, and crush their operation, ridding Bockland of their criminal activity once and for all. winning back their pass and allowing them to continue their journey. Before they leave, however, Eloise recognizes Clive as Sid the Outlaw, telling him that they are on his side, earning the Hideaway yet another ally of influence. In the Crystalline Dominion, Joshua asks Dion whether he is sure that his father has no knowledge of Ultima. Dion believing that he is not under Ultima's influence, even though some sinister force has come to exert an influence over Sunbreak. Dion believes Joshua's tale that there is an evil afoot in Valisthea, but tells him he cannot help him until he has first taken care of things at home. He is reminded of his encounter with Annabella, as she called his blood wholly unworthy of the highest office of state, as she has discovered that Dion is the son of a whore, making him impure in her eyes. At the time, Dion asks whether she was threatening his father with his information, but she tells him that she has simply been whispering in his ear through the astrologers, telling him that his mongrel son is plotting a rebellion. Dion curses her for feeding his father lies, but she says that if he behaves, Emperor Olivier may still find use for him. As she leaves, Annabella stomps on Sunbreak's sacred white flower, just as she has disrespected the Holy Empire with her schemes. Continuing his talk with Joshua, Dion recognizes that Annabella is a darkness in Sunbreak whose grip must be released. Once that is done, however, what strength he has will be given to Joshua's cause, telling him that one day they will take to the skies together to bring a new dawn to Valisthea. As Joshua leaves, Dion asks Terence whether he believes what he's about to do is wrong, and Terence replies that the Dragoons have but one leader, following him until the very end. Reassured, Dion decrees that for their crimes against the crown, the traitorous Annabella and her usurping son shall be put to death to restore the Empire. As Clive and Jill arrive in Twinside, they try to think of a way to create a distraction for them to reach the Mother Crystal. However, someone does their work for them, as the night air rings out with the sounds of explosions in the city. Taking advantage of the confusion, Clive, Jill, and Torgal climb the rooftops, making their way to the Mother Crystal. Along the way, they discover that the city is under siege by none other than the Dragoons themselves, being forced to fight one of their pet white dragons. As they are reunited with Goots, the Mother Crystal's heart starts burning bright, and as Dion arrives on the scene in the form of Bahamut, he starts to indiscriminately rain death upon the city. When Joshua sees this, he believes that something has happened to His Highness and rushes to stop him, still believing him to be a good man. Using his power as Bahamut, Dion wounds the heart of the Mother Crystal, causing Drake's tail to disappear. However, a new crystal formation sprouts up in its place, shielding the heart. As Clive and the others make for Drake's tail, they see the Phoenix flying into action to stop Bahamut. Clive rushing to his brother's aid, though his brother cannot hear him. On the way to the heart, they have to fight Ultima's death-like thralls, and as they climb through one of the buildings, they happen upon a distraught Annabella holding on to Olivier for dear life. Reunited with his mother, Clive demands that she answer why she betrayed Rosaria, Annabella replying that someone had to protect the noble blood of the land's sovereigns. For as long as a noble bloodline remains unbroken, a fallen nation can always be replaced. By betraying Rosaria, she sold her country for a son of the noblest blood, joining her line with the Lesages to birth a savior, blessed by both Bahamut and the Phoenix. Annabella curses Clive for not having been chosen by the Phoenix, wishing that Clive would have died instead of Joshua. Clive then tells her to look out the window to see that Joshua is there, that the Phoenix lives on, battling Bahamut as they speak. Before she can ascertain the truth with her own eyes, the Phoenix comes crashing through the wall, transforming back into Joshua. Clive rushes to his brother's side, holding him in his arms. He then passes him on to Jill, before shielding them from Bahamut's wrath by turning into Ifrit, taking on the rampaging Warden of Light. As the two do battle, the new crystal blossoms like a flower, the insides becoming their battlefield. As Bahamut pins Ifrit down, he is stopped by the Phoenix as he leaps back into the fray, the two brothers banding together against Bahamut. Joshua fights Bahamut in the sky, but as they return to the bosom of the Mother Crystal, Bahamut drinks of the ether, becoming more powerful than ever. Clive and Joshua then combine their powers, merging Ifrit and Phoenix into a single form, that of Ifrit Risen, taking the battle into space. And as Bahamut threatens to burn the world, the brothers counter him with all their might, defeating the Lord of Dragons. And as Dion falls out of the sky, Joshua catches him. All the while, Clive destroys the Mother Crystal, which has now been released from Bahamut's clutches. Back on the ground, the brothers finally savor their reunion. The foursome finally back together, as they are joined by Jill and Torgal. As Dion awakens, he sees Ultima standing beside Annabella, where Olivier would otherwise be expected to stand, lunging his spear at him, making Olivier disappear into the ether, much to Annabella's dismay. Dion sees a vision of his father, telling him that the demon who would tear their house apart is no more, before losing consciousness. Joshua runs to Dion's side to save him, despite all that has happened. However, as he heals him, Bahamut's essence flows into Clive, granting him the power of yet another icon. Upon being confronted with his essence, Clive has a vision of Dion confronting his father after the dragoons started their attacks, his father jumping in front of Dion's spear as he aimed it at Olivier, Dion accidentally killing his father. Olivier then stepped forward, telling him that Mythos approaches, magically driving Dion into the frenzy that caused him to do so much damage to the city and its people. As Clive returns, Joshua asks his mother to come with him, but she lunges at him with a knife, saying all of this is but a bad dream, calling Joshua a shadow that will not claim her. Instead, she slits her own throat, ending her own life. As the Mother Crystal crumbles, Joshua carries his allies away upon the Phoenix's wings, away from the smoldering ruins of the Crystalline Dominion, taking them home to the hideaway. As Ultima watches on, they cast Primogenesis, which unbalances the world's ether so that a new age of reason may begin. Sometime later, in the royal bedchamber of Waloed, Barnabas talks to a vision of Benedicta, who then transforms into Kupka, before taking on the form of Ultima, his master, who tells him that soon Mythos shall become their perfect vessel. Before that can happen, however, his bonds with the others must first be cut, Primogenesis being the way to achieve this end, as mankind will surrender to the ether. Ultima tasks Barnabas with finding Mythos and severing his bonds so that new ones won't take their place, there being nothing Odin's black blade cannot cut. Ultima then turns into Barnabas's mother, welcoming him into her embrace. Returning to the hideaway, what should have been their happy reunion is overshadowed by the rolling clouds that are spread across the realm as a result of Primogenesis, driving all who wallow beneath them to desperation and despair. With the land in disarray, Clive must lend their allies a hand, taking care of scores of Akashic at Martha's Rest, Ultima's thralls at Northreach, and bandits in Dalamil, although these small acts only postpone the inevitable. When given the chance, they go talk with Joshua in the infirmary, who tells them that Ultima will stop at nothing to get Clive, even if it means toppling an empire, although the reason as to why still eludes him. All he knows is that Clive was chosen for a reason, since his special abilities seemed to allow him to possess more than the might of a single icon or element, his potential for growth being nigh limitless. The reason Ultima hasn't already claimed him is that the two of them are somehow still incompatible, his mind not being properly attuned to Clive's body. Joshua then tells him that a piece of Ultima is inside of him, but that he can't contain him forever. Suddenly they catch wind that Canva, capital of the Free Cities, is under siege by an army of Akashic. Gav, Byron and Mid hiding out in the city, where the Enterprise has been built. In order to help them and the people of the city, Clive, Jill and Torgal travel through Tabor to reach Canva, joined by Joshua, who has business there. In Tabor, Joshua is reunited with his escort, who introduces herself as Yote, a knight of the Undying, charged with the protection of Joshua Rosfield, keeper of the Flame of the Phoenix, the Undying being loyal servants to the ducal throne, having served it for generations from the Shadow. It was the Undying who saved Joshua after the events of Phoenix Gate, Yote having been Joshua's constant companion and protector since he left Rosaria. Clive thanks her for saving his brother, and Yote then tells them what she knows about recent events, leading them to deduce that it's the ship Einherjar, which has laid siege to Canva at the behest of King Barnabas. Meanwhile in Canva, Barnabas and Harbord interrupt a council meeting as the council members discuss what has befallen the city. One of the council members believes that the king has come to save them from the Akashic, but with one decisive swing of his black blade, Barnabas slaughters everyone in the room in one fell swoop. Barnabas says that Sid's daughter is still in the city, a consciousness to which Mythos is inextricably bound and inexorably drawn, she being the law which will bring him to them. Back in Tabor, Yote shows them a tapestry depicting the same image as the mural they witnessed in Phoenix Gate. Joshua telling them it is the remains of an ancient faith lost to history. He believes it may be the key to discerning Ultima's purpose, believing the figure in the center to be Ultima, ruling over the icons, Barnabas having accepted this subservient role willingly. Joshua tells Yote that he will accompany his brother to Canva, telling her to instead go to the hideaway. As they approach Canva, smoke is already rising from the city, but as they make their way through, they are reunited with Gav, Byron and Mid, Byron being taken aback at the sight of his second nephew now returned from the dead. They tell them that the Akashic are somehow being controlled, unified for a single purpose, instead of just rampaging randomly. As Clive hopes to save those they can, he sends Joshua and Jill across the river, while he himself heads for the Merchants District. All the while Mid and the others are to prepare the Enterprise to set sail. Clive meets Harbord, who addresses him as Mythos, telling him that the Akashic Clive pities are pure and divine. He then reveals his full name, that of Sleipnir of House Harbord, as he engages Clive in battle, using his master's weapon, Gungnir, to fight him. As he is bested by Clive, Sleipnir claims the vessel is strong, before dropping down dead. Clive is then joined by Joshua and Jill, as well as Barnabas, who strikes down an entire building before greeting them. Barnabas and Clive cross swords, Barnabas clearly showing his dominance, even though he expected more of the man who bested his Lord Commander. Barnabas keeps referring to Clive as Mythos, telling him it is his purpose to surrender his mind and body to Ultima, his path to greatness only being barred by his illusion of free will. Summoning his black blade, Barnabas cuts Clive down, forcing Joshua to make off with him as Jill transforms into Shiva to cover their escape, only to also suffer the King's blade. At the Ironworks, a fully functioning shipyard nestled within the hollow of a sea grotto on the outskirts of Canva, they tend to Clive's wounds. Joshua noting that even though Barnabas did great harm to Clive, he made sure the wound wasn't fatal. They tell Clive that Jill never made it back, but as he and Joshua both sense that Shiva's dominant still lives, they decide to keep hope alive. Using Sid's old writings to guide them, they finish outfitting the Enterprise, allowing them passage to Waloed, so that they might save Jill. However, as they set sail, they are attacked by a horde of Akashic, led by Sleipnir back from the dead, who reveals himself to be an etheric conjuration of Odin's, this time appearing in multitudes, much like Garuda's creations. Clive buys mid-time to get the ship out of the harbor, only jumping on at the last minute as they set sail for the Naldea Narrow, the strait between the continents of Storm and Ash, to chase after the Einherjar, the ship where Jill is being held. Meanwhile, Dion returns to Twinside, even though his wounds haven't fully healed. Witnessing firsthand the destruction he has wrought, the banner of Sunbreck lying amidst the rubble, he loses his strength and falls to the ground. As they reach the Einherjar, Barnabas is already expecting them, lamenting how he hasn't been able to cut Clive's ties with his loved ones, each strike only serving to strengthen their bonds. Boarding the Einherjar, Clive succeeds in freeing Jill as Joshua holds Barnabas back. But Barnabas cleaves the very sea itself in two, the Einherjar falling to the bottom along with Clive, Jill, and Torgal. At the ocean floor, Barnabas appears before them again, once again cutting Clive down to size. With Clive unable to fight any longer, Barnabas tells Clive that the Dominants are the breath of the Creator, and that they carry his light so that they might guide the masses in his name. But seeing as mere men are unfit to wield such power, it breaks them, unmakes them, that its immaculate aspect might reveal itself. The Icon, a power even too much for the Creator's chosen few. Apart from Mythos, whose body doesn't pay the price of power. The Dominants were created so that Mythos might drink of their strength and fulfill his divine purpose. Barnabas believes that mankind becoming Akashic will finally allow them to serve as loyal servants to their god, leading mankind back to a time when they weren't burdened by their wills, allowing them to finally know salvation. As the sea begins to cave in on itself, Barnabas disappears, and Jill freezes a path which allows them to make a run for it, reaching Ash's shores on foot. There, Clive and Jill share a tender moment, naked at a campfire, their backs turned to one another as Torgal gets some shut-eye, giving them some privacy. Clive worries that each time he uses the flame, he burns away who he is. But Jill says that all that matters is how he chooses to use his power, urging him to think of all the people he has saved. She embraces him from behind. Jill tells him that in his bid to save everyone, he has forgotten to save himself. She takes his hand in hers, telling him that she will give him what he needs to protect them all, Shiva's essence entering Clive. Embracing Jill, Clive kisses her hand, promising they will find a way to save each other, so that they might look upon the moon again, together. Overjoyed in each other's arms, they share a kiss and each other's company, the moon gazing back at them. In a nameless slum in the Crystalline Dominion, Dion is nursed back to health by Keel, who offers him fresh water as he awakens. As lanterns float on the water's surface outside the window, the girl tells Dion that her grandmother used to say that spirits sometimes get lost, and that the lanterns are there to guide them to their proper place. Dion watching on as the aftermath of his rampage floats down the river. He wonders whether it was Ultima who guided his hand as he committed his crime, but ultimately decides that his actions are his own sin to atone for. Returning to the hideaway to prepare, Joshua tells Clive that he must accompany him to Waloed in search of answers about the origins of Ultima, believing they might be found in an ancient temple still standing there. As they return to Ash, Jill is tasked with guarding the ship, while Clive and Joshua go alone, Gav scouting the area ahead. Once the brothers are alone, Joshua asks whether Clive absorbed Jill's icon, and as he admits to it, Joshua hits him, scolding his brother for always going it alone instead of relying on their help. The brothers reconcile, but Joshua bids Clive remember that he is not alone and that they will fight together. Reaching an ancient stronghold, Clive and Joshua split up as Joshua tries to unearth the mysteries of Ultima. On the way to Stonehill, the capital of Waloed, Clive and Gav run into Odin in the village of Isla, who tells Clive that his master awaits his arrival in the capital, although he cannot be allowed to meet him in his present state. Barnabas summons the Glazeheim Wall, a vast ethereal dome, as gigantic spears descend from the sky, creating a barrier around the Stonehill, stopping Clive from reaching Ultima before facing him. Barnabas vows to make his master's present presentable. Looking for a way to break the barrier, Clive and Gav run into Etta, a pregnant woman who still hasn't lost her senses. Etta tells them how everyone went mad in the village, being drawn east to the Tower of Reverie. The only reason Etta hasn't changed likely being that she is pregnant with a bearer, the unborn baby protecting her from the malicious influence of the ether. Back at the stronghold, Joshua discovers yet another mural depicting the same scene, only this one is complete, featuring every icon: Garuda, Ramu, Shiva, Titan, Bahamut, Odin, even Leviathan the Lost. But as he searches for the Phoenix, he realizes that the figure at the top of the mural is none other than Ifrit Risen, the combined form of Ifrit and the Phoenix, this being Ultima's desired vessel. Leaving Gav with Etta, Clive heads to the tower alone with Torgal, the dark spire menacingly piercing the sky. Entering Reverie, Clive ascends its heights, facing numerous echoes on his way to an audience with the last king. At the top, Clive faces Barnabas, who has just butchered his own men to keep the edge of his blade sharp. Clive tells Barnabas that he refuses to become a puppet, instead choosing to live as a man. But Barnabas says that servitude is man's only road to salvation. The two fight, their ideals informing their blades as they clash not as icons, but as men. As the fight progresses, they take on their iconic forms. Clive meeting the king's dark blade head-on and at full power, finally besting him after having suffered defeat at his hands twice before. Odin's long-becalmed heart begins to stir in the face of Clive's forceful defiance, filling it with a joy he says he hasn't known for generations. Taking self-indulgent pleasure in that battle, Barnabas presses the attack, ultimately being defeated by Clive, proving the power of human will. Dealing the finishing blow, Clive stands victorious. But before he leaves, Barnabas imbues him with the essence of Odin, finally making him presentable in the eyes of his master. Clive being unable to refuse his gift. With his dying breath, Barnabas tells his mother that he is coming home, before disappearing into the ether. Ultima's voice echoes within Clive's mind, formally inviting him to meet them at the back of the first worm, Drake's spine, the last mother crystal, where all shall end and begin again. With Barnabas no more, Odin's barrier is lifted, allowing passage to Stonehill. Meanwhile in Randelar, the city burns as the Akashic run amok, Byron barely escaping with his life as he seeks the aid of Eugene Havel, the former marshal. Together they fight off the Akashic, as Byron enlists his aid to Clive's cause, although they might not survive their current encounter. Thankfully they are joined by Dion, fully recovered, who rallies his dragoons to their cause, creating a combined force. He tasks Terence with finding the girl who saved his life, asking the deceased to it that she is provided for. simultaneously paying his debt to the girl and keeping his love, Terence, away from the front lines. The finality of the order weighing heavy on Terence. Sometime later in Aistla, Gav takes Etta to the hideaway as the brothers make for the capital to face Ultima. Joshua tells Clive that Ultima desires their combined form, Ifrit Risen, as his vessel, since there is something his immaterial form cannot achieve, something that requires an unthinkable amount of ether. Joshua surmises that Ultima plans to cast a spell 1,000 years in the making using the Mother Crystals. Therefore, setting their sights on the Mother Crystal, they seek to destroy the last one to foil Ultima's plans, whatever they may be. Breaching the walls of Stonehere, they are greeted with a fallen kingdom, and a behemoth who denies them entry unless they first defeat it. During their battle, Clive is forced to counter an incoming comet cast by the beast, as Joshua is too weak to cast a ward. However, instead of turning to Ifrit, Joshua lends him a hand, the two of them besting the beast together, their combined strength making up for their individual weaknesses. Making for the heart of the crystal through the castle, they are cornered by the countless Akashic roaming its grounds. However, when all seems hopeless, the Enterprise comes bursting through the walls of the Citadel, carrying Jill, Dion, and their other allies to the rescue. However, the final trial is reserved for Clive and Joshua alone, as Ultima bids the Sons of Fire welcome, drawing them into another dimension, Torgal being the only one able to give chase. Meanwhile, the others are faced with yet another horde of Akashic, fighting for Clive's and Joshua's safe return. Inside Ultima's darkness, an interdimensional rift between worlds, Clive and Joshua are invited to reflect on the sins of man. Ultima appears before them, taking them back to the beginning, when the world was still young and his kind bestowed magic upon it, making it flourish. However, the price for this boon would be heavy, as it brought on the Blight, forcing the Ultima Collective to flee so that they might endure, their journey taking them to a land free of the Blight's corruption. The journey required them to shed their fleshy bodies, but in the end they found Valisthea, a land as pure as driven snow, but the Black followed them. Hoping to create a new world free of the Blight, they conspired to cast a powerful magic, requiring not only power, but also the constitution to wield it. Using the Mother Crystals, they acquired power, but in order to acquire a suitable vessel, they created humanity, sowing the seeds, so that Mythos might one day emerge as their vessel. Having set their plans in motion, they went to sleep. But that would prove a great mistake, because as humanity awoke, alone, in a world bereft of God's radiance and guidance, man sought to create his own light in the darkness, and thus was his will born. Will in hand, man looked inward and found that he desired ever more that which only magic could afford, his greed leading to wars. All the while, the land wept tears of black. Clive and Joshua discover the remains of one of Ultima's many discarded vessels, Ultima Prime, it now being time for Mythos to become the new one. As Clive attempts to transform into Ifrit, his flame is snuffed out by Ultima, who tells him that all he owns is his precious will, the rest belonging to him. The brothers do battle with Ultima, but even as they strike him down, Ultima is pleased to see that the vessel has become strong enough. Pushed by Ultima, Clive enters his own mind, where he sees the people that mean the most to him assembled at Rosalith Castle, asking him to relinquish his will. He then sees Benedicta and Kupka trapped in the castle's holding cells, being consumed by their own wills, which led to their untimely demise. Sleipnir and Barnabas, all the while having long learned this lesson. Joshua, however, refuses to let his brother succumb, calling out to him, providing the tether needed to bring him back from surrendering his will to this would-be god. Having once again failed to claim his vessel, Ultima ponders as to the reason Joshua was able to rescue his brother, surmising that perhaps their wills are so potent that they harbor even the power of creation. Combining their powers and turning into Ifrit risen of their own accord, the brothers blast Ultima, who recognizes them no longer as mythos, but as Logos, the force from their attack destroying the last Mother Crystal. Appearing in Twinside, Ultima calls upon Origin, summoning forth a floating island encased in crystal, the land's ether converging at that single point, hastening the spread of the blight even further. Returning to the hideaway, the outlaws plot how best to counter Ultima's ploy as he continues to gather power within Origin's shell, deciding that Bahamut's wings will carry Clive and Joshua as the three of them go to face Ultima. Before they leave, Clive bids farewell to Jill, saying he'll be back so that they can watch the moon together again. As the three men set out, they bid farewell to their comrades, Mid giving each of them a hug. Clive leaves Gav in charge, and Joshua thanks Yote for her service, before being scolded by Tarja for failing to take care of his health. Byron sends the brothers off, and Clive bids his goodbyes to Jill and Torgal, telling Torgal to watch over Jill. Jill tells Clive to believe in his path, and Clive tells her that he loves her, Jill replying in kind. As the two brothers fly off on Bahamut's back, Jill prays for their safe return. Approaching Origin, they are intercepted by a horde of Thrall, Dion blowing a hole in the crystal's exterior so that they may enter. Once inside, Ultima describes Origin as their Ark, telling them they slumbered there for centuries, clinging to their decrepit shell, in fear that they might have need of it once again. But with Clive there, they will now finally have their vessel. Attacking Ultima together, Ultima fends them off single-handedly, proving a formidable foe, even against the combined power of three dominants. After hitting Ultima with a three-pronged attack, Ultima retaliates, forcing Dion to take a fatal hit to save the brothers. Having atoned for his crimes at the cost of his life, Dion tells his father that his work is done, as he soars through the open air one last time. Inside Origin, Joshua heals Clive, weakening himself, so that Clive must support him as they march on towards the core of the structure. There they discover the Nexus, a wellspring of life, where Ultima plans to raise their kin from their eternal slumber, each one having sacrificed their flesh to become the beating heart of a crystal that drained the land of its ether. That is, until they were set free by the destruction of the Mother Crystals, letting Clive and the others destroy the Mother Crystals, having been a part of Ultima's plan all along. Welcoming his brother home, Ultima calls forth the manifestation of themselves trapped within Joshua. Joshua finally being unable to contain him as Ultima's strength has grown. The manifestations of Ultima merge, becoming one. And as Joshua teeters on the brink of death, he asks Clive to have faith in a better world. Their bonds provide Clive the strength necessary to oppose Ultima, as Joshua bestows upon him the essence of the Phoenix. Lastly, Joshua tells Clive that he is proud to have had him as a brother, before finally dying. Having merged, Ultima summons Clive into the rift once more. Clive, clinging to his bonds with his brother, even in death, denying Ultima to the very end. They fight, and Ultima admonishes him for profaning this moment they have waited for so long. But try as he might to cleanse Clive of his will, Clive remains steadfast. When Ultima isn't able to snuff out Clive's will, he asks whether he has truly become Logos, whether he has truly become free. Not one to take such an insult to godhood, Ultima takes on the form of Ultima Risen, engaging in a godlike battle with Clive as Ifrit Risen. However, as Clive bests him, his will being stronger than his, Ultima transforms into Ultimalius. Ultimalius being the incarnation that brought the last of his race to safety in Valsthea. Ultimalius promises Clive eternal anguish. But even in his ultimate form, Clive still bests Ultima, using his own divine powers against him better than the god himself does. Clive tells him that what led to his fall was not banding with others and thinking only of himself. Clive then finishes their battle with a crude, albeit poetic, fist to the face, as a man takes down God with the power of man. With Ultima defeated, Clive tells him that even though they don't know what the future holds, they will face it on their own imperfect terms, facing the horizon ever out of reach, yet still marching on. Clive then draws Ultima's ether into himself, returning to Origin. There he embraces Joshua, remembering all they've been through, and how that when they were young, they always stood with one another, him becoming his shield, receiving the blessing with the Phoenix, Clive having loved him from the moment he entered this world. Using the power of the Phoenix, Clive tries to revive Joshua, but although he manages to heal his wounds, it is unclear whether he is successful. Afterwards, Clive realizes that Ultima's powers is too much for him, and that he can't contain it, so he chooses to use it while he has it to destroy Ultima's legacy, putting an end to bearers, dominance, crystals, magic, consigning them to the flames, even if it costs him his life. A pillar of light reaches into the sky as the crystal around Origin shatters. Clive then finds himself washed up on a distant shore, his hand petrified, asking himself whether Jill too can see the moon. Back at the hideaway, Etta gives birth to the first child in a free world. And as Jill looks out the window, she sees Metia's light fade, overrun with tears, as she imagines what it might mean. And thus did their journey end. Many years in the future, two boys live in a forest with their mother. The dark-haired one wishing he could use fire magic to light a fire, like the icons in the fairy tales. His mother reminding him that magic only exists in stories. On the table rests a book entitled Final Fantasy, whose authorship is attributed to Joshua Rosfield.